Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 120 to Chapter 176. Lin Sun suddenly stood up. He couldn't go back to Camp 39, but when he heard the conditions given by young man, Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. He sat back in the chair and fell into meditation. From today on, if he promised to stay here and assist old Mo to refine the new Ziying battleship, he could get a bottle of condensate pills and 10 points every day. Moreover, Lin Sun didn't need to participate in all kinds of cruel training, which meant he wouldn't be eliminated. The conditions were really attractive, but Lin Sun couldn't agree to it. He didn't come to the training camp to enjoy life, but to become stronger. Lin Sun would never forget the helplessness and anger he felt when he was persecuted by Yao Tuahai in Donglin school, and he could do nothing but wait for death, nor would he forget the powerlessness and grievance when he could only watch Xia Ji being taken away by that classical and noble woman. The training in Bloodthirsty Camp gave Lin Sun a chance to become a real overmatch. Even if the training was cruel to the extreme, it was obvious to improve his fighting capacity. Lin Sun wouldn't give up all this. I can promise to assist old Mo, but I can't give up various training subjects in Camp 39. Lin Sun seemed very firm and unquestionable. Do you like self-abuse? Young man asked with interest. Lin Sun was not in the mood to joke. He shook his head and said seriously, I want to be stronger. Young man stared at the teenager's firm eyes and suddenly said, in fact, you don't have to be so troublesome. If it's just those training subjects, I can help you. You? Lin Sun was stunned. Looking at young man's beautiful and sexy face, he seemed to make sure whether she was joking or not. What? Do you look down on me? Young man combed her long hair behind her ears as she slightly straightened her back, and her pair of clear and lively eyes were suddenly suffused with a wisp of an extremely fierce and oppressive aura. It was as if she'd instantly become a different person, and her charming and sexy aura was replaced by a terrifying aura. Lin Sun was stiff all over. He felt as if his skin was pricked by needles, and his soul couldn't help but tremble slightly. He finally realized that the sexy and beautiful beauty in front of him was actually an extremely terrible overmatch. Lin Sun could see a clue just from a wisp of terrible breath that she emitted inadvertently. The training programs in Bloodthirsty Camp are just child's play and can only be regarded as cruel. I have a lot of training programs that are crueler than those. If you want to have a try, I can personally be your training partner. In an instant, young man regained her sexy and languid look. She looked at Lin Sun with a slightly flirtatious look, opened her red lips slightly, and exhaled a fragrant breath. This opportunity is very precious. Others can't get it no matter how hard they try. At this time, old Mo in the distance also said with a smile, boy, this is a blessing in disguise. If you meet an instructor like young man, you will have no regrets even if you are trained to death by her. Young man glared at him coldly with her starry eyes. Old Mo immediately lowered his head and shut up obediently. Lin Sun was indeed tempted. But at this moment, the warehouse door was kicked open with a bang. Xianxia's upright and aloof figure in a military uniform appeared in front of the door. Her delicate and fair face was as calm as usual. But in Lin Sun's eyes, Drillmaster Xianxia was full of killing intent at this moment, which made the atmosphere in the warehouse more solemn. You are my trainee, of course, I will train you alone every afternoon from tomorrow on. Xianxia stared at Lin Sun and said these words coldly. Then she turned around and left, without looking at others from beginning to end. Although Xianxia left, the atmosphere in the warehouse was a little quiet. Old Mo looked at young man. It was unknown what he thought of, but he couldn't help sighing, shaking his head and continuing to study those spiritual tattoos. And young man fell into silence. Lin Sun could be sure that young man and Xianxia must be a pair of twin sisters, but there was obviously something wrong with their relationship. He couldn't say much about it. It's also nice to have Xianxia train you alone, young man said with a smile after a long time. But Lin Sun always felt that she was a little absent-minded when she smiled. The next morning, when they were ready to start the day's training, all the trainees in Camp 39 found that one person was missing today. Xianxia didn't give any explanation for this. Other trainees inevitably had many thoughts in their minds, but Ning Mei resisted the impulse to ask. At breakfast, Lin Sun was still not there. Many people thought that Lin Sun might have been eliminated by Drillmaster Xianxia because his score was at the bottom. Ning Meng couldn't help frowning. What was wrong with this guy? It was not until noon that all the trainees in Camp 39 heard a rumor that Lin Sun was taken away by a spiritual tattooist in the camp, who wanted Lin Sun to do chores for that spiritual tattooist. This made many trainees sneer. They thought that Lin Sun's action was undoubtedly equal to giving up the training in the camp, which was no different from being eliminated in disgrace. Ning Meng couldn't help but frown when he heard this rumor. He couldn't wait to catch Lin Sun and torture him. Lin Sun was so cowardly. Was he really going to give up? Ning Meng was very annoyed and depressed in his heart. Lin Sun is really cunning. He knows that his score is always at the bottom every day and it's hard to change the situation, so he takes the initiative to run away, so that we can't find a chance to deal with him. At lunch, Qi Kan, Xin Wenbin and other trainees gathered together. Talking about the rumor about Lin Sun, one trainee couldn't help sneering. Cunning? I don't think so. He can't even stick to the training. At best, he is a coward clown. A pretty and reserved girl next to him said disdainfully. Her name was Wen Mingxiu, and her score was among the best in the camp, only slightly weaker than that of Qi Kan. Ha ha ha, yes, he is a clown. Many people burst into laughter. Only Xin Wenbin was extremely depressed. He said with a gloomy face, since he left, I can't find a chance to vent my anger. It's really hateful. Qi Kan smiled and said, don't worry. As long as Lin Sun is still in the bloodthirsty camp, there will be a chance for you to vent your anger. I don't believe that he can still hide in the monthly assessment 10 days later. The monthly assessment tested the overall score of a camp's trainees after a month's training, so as to screen out the fittest. At that time, in the 40 camps of the bloodthirsty camp, trainees in 2 camps would compete with each other. The outstanding trainees would stay, and the bottom trainees would be eliminated. At that time, the 40 camps would also be merged, with half of the trainees being cut off and the other half remaining. Therefore, for the trainees in the entire camp, no one dared to take the monthly assessment lightly in more than 10 days. It was worth mentioning that trainees who failed in the daily training would also be directly eliminated as before. In short, if a trainee wanted to stay in the bloodthirsty camp, he would be eliminated if he couldn't complete the daily training. After completing the training, he would still be eliminated if his score was at the bottom. Under such layers of screening, the trainees who could stay were naturally the elites of the elites and the geniuses of the geniuses. Well, I'll wait for the monthly assessment and see if the little bastard Lin Sun dares to show up. Xin Wenbin gnashed his teeth and said with resentment. On the other side of the canteen, Shiryu was eating slowly. After a while, he suddenly smiled as if he was talking to himself. This is definitely not Lin Sun's idea. Next to Shiryu, there was a cold-looking teenager named Li Qiu. His performance was extremely good, and he often ranked in the top 5 in the daily training. Why do you say that? Li Qiu asked. He was not interested in Lin Sun, but since Shiryu asked him, he naturally had to say yes. I know Lin Sun's character. He looks harmless on the outside, but his heart is as firm as a rock. Once he makes up his mind on something, he will try his best to do it. Shiryu pondered and said, it's hard to change the will of this kind of person, and he won't take the initiative to retreat and admit defeat. If this rumor is true, it proves that Lin Sun didn't take the initiative to do this, but that spiritual tattooist took a fancy to Lin Sun's strength, so he took Lin Sun away. Li Qiu became a little interested and said, you mean Lin Sun was forced to do this? Shiryu smiled and said, it may not be forced, but Lin Sun definitely didn't take the initiative to do this. I don't know what Lin Sun can do to make a spiritual tattooist take the initiative to take him away. This seems a little unusual. Li Qiu was surprised and said, Childshire, since you value this person so much, why don't you draw him over to your side? Shiryu smiled and said nothing. Li Qiu immediately knew that Shiryu had his own idea, so he didn't ask further. But he was a little curious. If Lin Sun, who ranked at the bottom, was really as Shiryu said, he was really not a simple person. Prepare well. We trainees can't just watch Camp 39 lose to other camps in the monthly assessment. I, Shiryu, can't afford to lose such a person. A trace of disdain flashed in Shiryu's eyes. You can only win, you can't lose. You can only win, you can't lose. Li Qiu repeated it in his heart. His blood was boiling, and he was full of lofty sentiments. He liked this feeling. The afternoon was the theory course. All trainees didn't find that drill master Young Ku was missing, and it was the obese middle-aged man who led them to the class. At the same time, a cold voice sounded in the empty warehouse, "Use more strength. You're not skillful enough. Be more ruthless. You're too slow. Can you be more like a man? Attack. Attack. Attack." Lin Sun was being trained by drill master Young Ku alone. But it was not so much a training as a one-sided brutal beating. Again and again, he was hit out like a sandbag. He fell with stars before his eyes, a bloody nose and a swollen face, and all his bones were about to be broken. On the contrary, Young Ku stood where she was from the beginning to the end. Her straight figure was like an unshakable lonely mountain against the contrast of the imperial military uniform. In the distance, young man looked at Lin Sun with pity in her eyes, but her sexy lips were slightly raised. It was good to let this guy suffer more, at least he could become stronger quickly. As for old Mo, he was immersed in his own research and completely forgot himself. He didn't even bother to see how badly Lin Sun was beaten at the moment. P.S. The 5th update is here. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed, voted, and tipped. Thank you for supporting Goldfish on the first day of its release. Although there are more than 300 subscriptions, Goldfish will still release 5 updates tomorrow to thank everyone for their support. For a whole hour, Lin Sun was brutally beaten. He was a little numb and couldn't feel the pain. This was individual training, and Young Ku didn't use her real skills. She just used some close combat skills to beat Lin Sun. Comparatively speaking, Xia Ji's fighting means were simple, direct and rough, while Young Ku's fighting paid more attention to some unimaginable skills, which were mysterious, ruthless and one-hit kill. Lin Sun seemed to be beaten down again and again, but it was in this cruel training that his understanding of fighting accelerated significantly. This was the harvest. The greater the cost, the greater the benefit. This was vividly reflected by drill master Young Ku's beating. Lin Sun used to think that the separating tendons and dislocating bones skill he summarized was very powerful. But when he really fought with Young Ku, who had a superb fighting level, he found that he was too naive before. But the more naive it was, the more Lin Sun's unyielding character was aroused. In the process of being abused for a whole hour, Lin Sun showed his tenacious and amazing perseverance and comprehension. Although he was knocked down every time, his fighting methods were obviously changing gradually. This change was noticed by Young Ku. She didn't say anything on the surface, but she felt a little strange in her heart. On the first day of the training, she was not optimistic about Lin Sun. Lin Sun's cultivation was too low. Compared with other trainees, his fighting means were not outstanding. Even if Lin Sun was not eliminated in the first day of training, Young Ku didn't think that Lin Sun had much possibility to counterattack. All this could be seen from this week's score. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun was the last one in Camp 39. It was also last night when young man took Lin Sun away that attracted Young Ku's attention. Especially when Xianxia said that Lin Sun would assist old Mo in the transformation of Ziying battleship and would no longer participate in various training in Camp 39, Young Ku directly disagreed. No matter how bad Lin Sun was, he was Young Ku's trainee. How could he be taken away directly? Young Ku had planned to take Lin Sun away last night, but she changed her mind after hearing the conversation between Lin Sun and young man outside the warehouse. Why should young man train her trainees alone? Young Ku could also do these things. Therefore, there was this afternoon's one-on-one training, and this kind of one-on-one training would continue every afternoon. But Young Ku didn't expect that Lin's perseverance was so tenacious, and his comprehension of fighting was so terrifying. All these factors together unconsciously improved Young Ku's opinion of Lin. Perhaps, this kid could really persevere till the end. Young Ku decided to wait and see. Soon, an hour of close combat training was over. Young Ku said, "I'll give you an hour to recover. After an hour, I'll take you to the number 10 training ground." After saying that, she turned around and left. From the beginning to the end, she didn't pay attention to young man in the distance. Lying on the ground, Lin Sun gasped for breath. He was numb all over and his eyes were dull. Only the battle scenes flashed in his mind. If you're not dead, get up quickly. No one will pity you even if you lie on the ground. Young man walked over and looked at Lin Sun with her arms crossed. Her eyes were full of schadenfreude. Lin Sun's dull eyes gradually became bright, and he murmured, I have a feeling that I can make a breakthrough in less than 3 days. Young man was in a daze. Looking at the young boy's swollen face and his spirited eyes, a touch of softness appeared on her face. After all, he was just a 13-year-old boy. Who would be willing to admit defeat at such a young age? Young man squatted down, took out a bottle of ointment, and applied it to the bruises all over Lin Sun's body. She said, why are you so eager to be stronger? Lin Sun didn't refuse young man's kindness. He breathed out comfortably and said, for a better survival. Such an understatement seemed to have touched young man's heartstrings. She didn't say anything more and applied the ointment for Lin Sun in silence. However, her action was obviously much gentler. An hour later, in the number 10 training ground, Lin Sun held a saber and fought with golden flame spiders. His movements were vigorous and neat, with a kind of soaring spirit. It was unknown where young man got the ointment, but it was surprisingly effective. The bruises all over Lin Sun's body were healed in just 1 hour. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to bear such high intensity and cruel training. On the mountain peak, young Ko watched all this in silence. She treats this boy very well. She even took out the black jade snow-melting ointment to help him recover his injuries. Fatty middle-aged walked over. She has a guilty conscience. Young Ko said coldly. Don't blame young man for what happened in those days. We were too young at that time, not much older than this boy. Why do you always bear a grudge for the mistakes you made at that time? Fatty middle-aged said with a complex expression. Once some mistakes are made, they are destined to be unforgiven. Speaking of this, young Ko frowned and said, Fatty, why do you come to me? Fatty middle-aged knew clearly that young Ko didn't want to mention this again. He sighed and said, the rules of the monthly assessment have been fixed. Camp 39 will confront Camp 40. The loser will be dismissed from the camp. Young Ko raised her eyebrows and said, is the drill master of Camp 40 Residual Wolf? Fatty middle-aged nodded, yes, it's this treacherous and insidious guy. There are currently 39 trainees in his camp and there are many powerful figures among them. In terms of the number of trainees, your Camp 39 is at a complete disadvantage. Young Ko said indifferently, the number of trainees is never the key to victory. I know this very well. But Fatty middle-aged said worriedly, Young Ko, if your Camp 39 fails this time, not only the camp will be dismissed, but also you will retire from the position of drill master. You should know what it means. Young Ko was silent for a moment. Looking at Lin Sun's sweating figure on the training ground, she said, I have never been interested in leaving the bloodthirsty camp. Fatty middle-aged shook his head and said nothing. Until the night fell, Lin Sun was sent back to Old Mo's warehouse. As soon as he returned, he lay on the chair like a puddle of mud. He was too tired. This time, he had fought with the golden flame spider for more than an hour. Lin Sun was on the verge of collapse and almost passed out due to exhaustion. This almost abnormal training made Lin Sun feel indescribable exhaustion and numbness both physically and mentally. Young man prepared dinner. Lin Sun forced himself to keep up his spirits and gobbled up the food. Boy, you can refine the new spiritual furnace tomorrow. You are really a genius. I have a hunch that as long as you do it according to your method, you will definitely succeed this time. Old Mo came to Lin Sun in high spirits and his face was full of joy. Lin Sun answered absent-mindedly, Old Mo, I can't help you when you refine the spiritual furnace. You have to rely on yourself. Old Mo was stunned, you won't do it? Lin Sun said helplessly, I am still a spiritual apprentice. How can I inscribe spiritual tattoo formations? Spiritual apprentice? Old Mo opened his eyes wide, boy, you won't lie to me, will you? You can come up with such a genius method and draw so many complicated spiritual tattoo formations. How can you say that you are a spiritual apprentice? Lin Sun sighed, do I need to belittle myself? Old Mo was in a daze. Suddenly, he screamed and pointed at his nose, if you are a spiritual apprentice, I am not even as good as a spiritual apprentice, am I? Lin Sun didn't want to talk anymore. This old man was too competitive. Old Mo looked at Lin Sun as if he was looking at a monster, and suddenly said, with your means, you can totally concentrate on the road of a spiritual tattooist. You will definitely have endless wealth and a respected status in the future. Why do you come to the bloodthirsty camp for training? Lin Sun asked in reply, what about you? Why do you stay in the bloodthirsty camp? Old Mo's expression suddenly became a little complicated, and he said with a little irritation, I offended an old bastard and was forced to come here. I am different from you. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Old Mo's position in the bloodthirsty camp was extremely high. How could such a person be forced to hide here? So which big shot did he offend? After a while, Lin Sun said, I am indeed different from you. My purpose of coming to the bloodthirsty camp is very simple. I hope that one day I won't be forced to be like you. This answer seemed to be a little disrespectful to old Mo, but old Mo seemed to understand it at once. He sighed, if I had the same awareness as you, I wouldn't be reduced to such a situation today. As he spoke, he turned around and left with his hands clasped behind his back. His skinny figure was a little bleak and lonely. Who on earth did old Mo offend? Lin Sun couldn't help asking young man, a grandmaster of spiritual tattoos with a high position in the empire. Young man answered casually, as if it was not a secret. A grandmaster of spiritual tattoos, Lin Sun was shocked. He was even more superior than a grandmaster of spiritual tattoos. No wonder old Mo could only be forced to hide here. Offending a grandmaster of spiritual tattoos was more serious than offending a strongman of Tao Insight realm. From this day on, Lin Sun's life became extremely regular, but also extremely hard and abnormal. In the morning, he discussed the spiritual tattoo formation with old Mo and put forward his own suggestions on the transformation of the spiritual furnace of Ziying battleship. In the afternoon, he would carry out all kinds of cruel training with young Ku alone. Even at night, he had to meditate and practice, hone his spirit and figure out martial arts. Under such high-intensity operation, Lin Sun wished he could divide the time into 2 halves. 3 days later, Lin Sun's cultivation smoothly broke through to the 7th level of martial realm, Xianxia. This time, the strength of his whole body underwent a new transformation. Only in terms of the thickness of his spiritual energy, he was comparable to a strong man at the peak of the 9th level of martial realm. When seeing the test result, young man couldn't help but be moved. She stared at Lin Sun and said, you are really a monster who doesn't play by the rules. I even doubt whether there is a talent attribute in your body that hasn't been awakened yet. In the following days, Lin Sun's life went on step by step between being abused and becoming stronger. Young Ku's individual training, the continuous supply of condensate pills, and Lin Sun's own unremitting efforts made Lin Sun undergo a significant transformation in a very short time. His cultivation broke through and reached the small circulation realm, the 7th level of martial realm. The spiritual energy in his body was so vigorous that it could be compared with that of a practitioner at the peak of the 9th level of martial realm. In terms of the quality of spiritual energy, it was even better. Marching boxing broke through and reached the mastery of martial Tao. Although it was a basic punching method, when it reached the mastery, the power of each move had been completely reborn and was extremely powerful. The most important thing was that Lin Sun found his own punching style through marching boxing, which was solemn and majestic, like a vast sea swallowing a great abyss. His spirit broke through and the 3rd soul star was lit in his sea of consciousness. He allowed the range of his perception to expand to a radius of 300 m, and even the slightest movement in the grass wouldn't be able to escape his eyes and ears. According to young man, Lin Sun's physical strength was no weaker than that of a practitioner at the 8th level of martial realm. In terms of body refining cultivation, it was called metallographic jade, which meant that the body was as precious as gold and as flawless as a fine jade. In terms of combat experience, Lin Sun could be said to have experienced hundreds of battles. Not only did he gain a lot of insights and experiences from the fight with a super strong practitioner like Young Ku, but in the actual combat, these insights and experiences all became a part of Lin Sun's combat effectiveness. All these changes made Lin Sun more immersed in cultivation. Even though he was still abused by Young Ku every day, the progress he got was enough to make up for all these. Lin Sun enjoyed the feeling of becoming stronger so much that he even forgot the passage of time and how many points he had earned now. Old Mo was not idle either. He tinkered with various spiritual tattoos every day and constantly adjusted and modified the spiritual furnace. He seemed to be in a state of ecstasy. Comparatively speaking, young man was much more leisurely. In addition to applying medicine for Lin Sun's wounds every day, she prepared meals and occasionally gave Lin Sun some tips on fighting and cultivation. As time went on, the atmosphere in Camp 39 became more and more intense. All trainees were preparing for the monthly assessment. In addition to training, they spent almost all their time improving themselves. The monthly assessment wasn't just a matter of being eliminated. It was a matter of everyone's honor. They were all youths, full of vigor and pride. They were resourceful and shrewd, and their backgrounds were not simple. Naturally, they could not tolerate being suppressed by students from other camps in the monthly assessment. In other words, this monthly assessment was related to the honor of the entire Camp 39. Once they failed, even their camp would be laid off. Even if they could stay and continue training, they could only be assigned to other camps as failures. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation for those proud young students. It was worth mentioning that when there were only 3 days left before the monthly assessment, there were only 24 people left in Camp 39, including Lin Sun. In other words, during this period of training, there were 4 people who failed the training and were once again eliminated. Young man's requirements were harsh and cruel. In the opinion of the obese middle-aged man, young man's requirements were the highest and harshest among the 40 camps. The result of all this was that the elimination rate of Camp 39 had always been the first, and the number of trainees left was the smallest among the 40 camps. This was very dangerous. At least for the confrontation between camps, a small number of trainees was bound to be at a disadvantage, the obese middle-aged man had reminded Young Ku, but Young Ku never changed her attitude, which made everyone feel helpless. As for all trainees in Camp 39, although they had some doubts about this, no one dared to question Drillmaster Young Ku due to their fear and awe. But in this way, they were all under great pressure. The key of the monthly assessment was the confrontation between camps. The smaller the number of trainees, the greater the loss. There were only 3 days left before the reading assessment. Lin Sun's life was still the same as before. There was no change because of the upcoming assessment. But when he was healing his injuries at night, Lin Sun suddenly realized a problem. Almost all trainees in Bloodthirsty Camp had reached the 9th level of Martial Realm, and each of them had extraordinary aptitude and amazing potential. Why hadn't anyone chosen to break through to Gang Spirit Realm? Hearing Lin's doubts, young man couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Didn't anyone tell you before you came to Bloodthirsty Camp? Lin Sun was at a loss. He was sent here by accident. How could he know this? Soon, young man gave the answer. The reason why they suppress their realms is to prepare for entering the gang-producing lake 1 year later. In other words, on the one hand, they come to the Bloodthirsty Camp for the cruelest hellish training to refine themselves, but on the other hand, their ultimate goal is to open up the most perfect pond of spiritual power in their ocean of chi when they break through the gang spirit realm. After a pause, she continued, the existence of gang-producing lake can help them realize all this. Hearing this, Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. Gang Spirit Realm, a brand new cultivation realm, was beyond the martial realm, and was known as the beginning of the road of cultivation. In this realm, a pond of spiritual power would be opened up in the sea of chi in the practitioner's body. The spiritual energy in the practitioner's body would be transformed through the pond of spiritual power, and then the spiritual energy could be refined into the real gang chi. Gang Spirit Realm was divided into 3 small realms, namely Human Gang Realm, Earth Gang Realm and Heaven Gang Realm. No matter which realm it was, the pond of spiritual power was always its core. The pond of spiritual power was also divided into 3 grades according to its quality. The first grade was the best, and the third grade was the worst. Most of the overmatches in Gang Spirit Realm in the world opened up 3rd grade pond of spiritual power, so they were called ordinary overmatches in Gang Spirit Realm. However, not everyone could have the pond of spiritual power of the 1st and 2nd class, which was related to the cultivator's talent, root, and cultivation foundation. It was difficult for a cultivator to have a pond of spiritual power of this class unless he was an outstanding cultivator. Even to open up the 1st grade pond of spiritual power, in addition to one's own advantages, one also needed a certain chance. Every trainee in the Bloodthirsty Camp had a remarkable background and excellent aptitude. The reason why they used all kinds of means to enter the Bloodthirsty Camp was to open up the perfect pond of spiritual power in their bodies when they reached Gang Spirit Realm. In addition to perfecting themselves, the gang-producing lake in the Bloodthirsty Camp was a chance that could realize their wish. Therefore, no matter who it was, they couldn't bear to be eliminated, because it was equal to losing the chance to enter the gang-producing lake. Without the help of the gang-producing lake, the pond of spiritual power they opened up would inevitably be much weaker when they advanced to Gang Spirit Realm. Of course, the gang-producing lake was not the only chance in the world, but for all trainees, the bloodthirsty camp was a chance that they could touch. Understanding all this, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion. No wonder Ning Meng suppressed his cultivation for 4 years. It turned out that he came here for the gang-producing lake in the bloodthirsty camp. The reason why other trainees on the 9th level of Martial Realm didn't choose to break through was probably the same. Handsome boy, now you understand the importance of the bloodthirsty camp. Now you are only on the 7th level of Martial Realm. Try to reach the 9th level of Martial Realm within a year. By then, you can enter the gang-producing lake, which is enough for you to be reborn when you advance to Gang Spirit Realm. Young man reminded Lin Sun with a smile, her eyes twinkling. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, if possible, I certainly hope to reach this step. But before that, it's imperative to strive not to be eliminated. Young man praised, you're smart. There are 1,000 trainees in the bloodthirsty camp this time. So far, more than 100 trainees have been eliminated. It's only been less than a month. You can imagine how many trainees will stay after a year of elimination. That was exactly what Lin Sun was thinking about. There was no other way. The elimination rate of the bloodthirsty camp was so high that he didn't dare to think too much about whether he could enter the gang-producing lake or not. Young man recalled, I remember that in the past, there were no more than 30 trainees who could persist to the end and enter the gang-producing lake in each training of the bloodthirsty camp. Lin Sun was shocked again and said in surprise, 30? Are the other 900 trainees all eliminated? Young man said with a hint of disdain, do you think that anyone can enter the gang-producing lake at will? It's a big chance. In the whole Xiao Empire, there are only a few places with such a chance. It seems that I made the right choice to come here this time. Lin Sun was excited. The more challenging something was, the more it could stimulate one's fighting spirit. The day before the monthly assessment began, Lin Sun left Old Mo's warehouse and returned to Camp 39 with Young Ku. The monthly assessment would begin tomorrow. As a member of Camp 39, Lin Sun naturally had to participate in it. Before leaving the warehouse, Old Mo proudly patted his thin chest and promised, boy, don't hesitate to fight. Even if you are beaten down by others, I promise that you won't be sent out of the bloodthirsty camp. However, when Lin Sun asked if he could guarantee that he could enter the gang-producing lake, Old Mo immediately became discouraged and left with an excuse. Obviously, although Old Mo dared to guarantee that he could keep Lin Sun, he could only do this. Whether Lin could enter the gang-producing lake or not depended on himself. Young man was full of confidence in Lin Sun. She proudly crossed her arms in front of her bulging chest, showing her thrilling figure vividly and vividly. She blinked her eyes and smiled charmingly, don't be too eye-catching. Try to keep a low profile. If Drillmaster Young Ko likes you, my heart will be broken. At noon, in the canteen. A group of trainees of Camp 39 were eating by themselves and talking eagerly about the monthly assessment that would begin tomorrow. I heard that our opponent this time is Camp 40. There are still 39 people on their side, while there are only 24 people on our side, including the coward Lin Sun. In tomorrow's confrontation, we are at an absolute disadvantage only in terms of number. Someone sighed and frowned. Humph, no matter how many people there are, it's useless if they can't fight. I vaguely remember that there seems to be no master in Camp 40. Some people were disdainful and didn't take it seriously. You can't say that. Lei Xingyue, Di Jun, Gong Ming and others in Camp 40 are not easy to deal with. I think only top figures like Qi Kan, Shiyu, and Ning Meng can suppress them in our camp. Someone muttered with a look of knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. On the other side, Shiyu is also analyzing. Lei Xingyue is the granddaughter of Lei Yaoting, one of the few strong practitioners in Tao Insight realm in the Empire. She has been practicing the sword scripture of Gang Thunder passed down by the ancestors of Lei family since she was a child. Her strength is definitely not weak. If you meet her, you should adopt a roundabout strategy, avoid fighting with her, frustrate her spirit and take your time. Li Qiao next to him nodded secretly. These were extremely important news, and only people like Shiyu could get such first-hand information. Shiyu continued, and Di Jun is also a ruthless character with a sword. The power of the melody of 10,000 swords he has practiced is incredible. But you don't have to worry too much. The melody of 10,000 swords can only exert its real power in the hands of the strong practitioners in Sea Spirit Realm. Li Qiu silently remembered that in tomorrow's monthly assessment, no one knew what kind of opponent he would meet, so it was absolutely necessary to make full preparation. As for Gong Ming, Yu frowned and said, "This guy has practiced the 9 Ghost Dom body protection cudgel. He not only has amazing physical strength, but also has a long breath and first-class defense. It's really a headache to defeat him." Li Qiu also seemed to know Gong Ming and sneered, "The Gong family is called the Tumbler family in the empire, which means that no one can defeat them. But in my opinion, they are a group of turtles hiding in their shells. They are too conservative." But Yu looked serious and said, "This kind of person is the most important one. My father once said that the people of the Gong family know the wisdom of keeping a low profile. No one can deal with them. As an outstanding descendant of the Gong family, Gong Ming is by no means simple." Li Qiu's expression suddenly became serious. He had noticed that compared with Lei Xinyue and Di Jun, Yu paid more attention to Gong Ming. While they were talking, someone beside them suddenly shouted, "Ha ha ha ha, look who's here. Isn't this the coward Lin Sun?" The voice was full of ridicule. Lin's face. All of them, they saw of them. And Lin. Ling, they, of them, of. And of Lin by Lin. By, they saw of. And of. Of Lin of the scene of Lin of Lin of. Of. And by, these rumors were inseparable from the words of coward and clown, which were full of disdain and humiliation. All of a sudden, many people's faces became strange, and there was a buzz of discussion. This guy finally dares to stand out. It's rare. Humph, I think he is forced. Tomorrow is the monthly assessment. It's impossible for him to avoid it. Well, let's not talk about this clown. We don't expect him to play any role in tomorrow's monthly assessment. He is doomed to be eliminated." On the other side, Xin Wenbin was excited. He gnashed his teeth and said, "The little bastard finally comes out. This time, I'd like to see how badly he will be beaten in tomorrow's monthly assessment." Jikan couldn't help laughing. He didn't even bother to regard Lin as an enemy. A coward clown like him was not worthy to be his enemy. "Child you are right. He really appeared. He must also participate in the monthly assessment." Li Qiu in the distance was thoughtful. "Ho ho, I'm looking forward to it." Yu smiled thoughtfully. In the face of these comments and gazes, Lin seemed to be unaware of him. Soon he fixed his eyes on Ning Meng, walked straight over, sat opposite him, and said with a little surprise, "Hey, why do I find that you don't seem to want to see me?" At this moment, Ning Meng's face was gloomy. He buried his head in eating and didn't look at Lin Sun from beginning to end, which was a bit abnormal. Lin Sun thought for a while and suddenly smiled. Without saying anything more, he took his own meal and began to enjoy it. Lin Sun hadn't appeared for nearly 3 weeks. When he saw the familiar faces and the lively atmosphere in the canteen, Lin Sun felt as if he had been away for a lifetime. In fact, he preferred the atmosphere in Old Mo's warehouse, where he only needed to practice and train, and didn't need to care about anything else. Seeing Lin Sun was silent, Ning Meng seemed to be unable to hold it anymore. He suddenly raised his head and glared at Lin Sun. "You coward, how dare you show up?" Lin Sun said with a smile, "Who told you that I am a coward?" Seeing that Lin Sun was not ashamed but calm, Ning Meng's accumulated disappointment and anger broke out completely. "How dare you deny it? Nowadays, everyone knows that you are afraid of being eliminated, so you follow a damn spiritual tattooist to do odd jobs. How could I, Ning Meng, recognize you as a friend? You are hopeless." His loud voice attracted the attention of many trainees nearby. But when they saw this scene, Ji Kan, Xin Wenbin, Wen Mingxiu, and other trainees in the same circle couldn't help but gloat. In the past, Ning Meng and Lin Sun had a good relationship, but now he was completely angry because of Lin Sun's cowardice, which made them despise Lin Sun more and more. What did it mean to be deserted by all? That was it. Lin Sun was stunned. He didn't expect that Ning Meng would be so angry. After a while, he said seriously, "As a friend, I just want to tell you that the rumors you heard are false." "False?" Ning Mei was stunned, and his face was still gloomy. But why didn't you tell me? I exchanged 10 bottles of condensate pills with my points at that time, which were all prepared for you. I didn't expect that you would leave without saying goodbye. You should be cut into pieces. Lin Sun felt warm in his heart. He finally realized that the reason why Ning Mei was so angry was that he really regarded Lin Sun as a friend. If it were others, who would take Lin Sun seriously like Ning Mei? Let's not talk about this. I will tell you everything after the monthly assessment, Lin Sun thought for a while and said seriously. Ning Mei frowned. Why wait until then? Lin Sun suddenly smiled, glanced around intentionally or unintentionally, and lowered his voice, because I have to vent my anger first. In the end, there was a touch of coldness in his voice. He couldn't ignore those ridicule and disdain, and he was not so magnanimous to swallow it. Ning Mei was shocked. He stared at Lin Sun for a moment, and then said in a muffled voice, "Then I'll wait for your explanation." Lin Sun nodded with a smile. But what Lin Sun didn't expect was that the opportunity to vent his anger came so soon. After lunch, most of the trainees of other camps had left and no longer trained. Because the monthly assessment would be held tomorrow, it would be very disadvantageous for them to be injured during training at this time. But Lin Sun and other trainees of Camp 39 didn't relax because of this. They were directly taken into the fighting field by Young Ke and planned to train as usual. This made many people confused. They felt that Young Ke's training attitude was too harsh. The monthly assessment would be held tomorrow. What was the use of training at this time except for getting injured? Young Ke's words made everyone speechless. The training of Bloodthirsty Camp will be carried out for a year, which means that there will be 12 monthly assessments. Tomorrow is just the first assessment. Is it necessary to be so nervous? What else could they say? But it was inevitable that they were depressed. Their opponents tomorrow were a group of trainees of Camp 40. They were originally at a disadvantage in number. If they didn't pay attention to it, they would be completely finished. But Young Ke's next words swept away their depression. I've specially prepared the black jade snow-melting ointment for you. I won't let you participate in the assessment with injuries tomorrow. Many people found that Drill Master Young Ke seemed to be ruthless, but in fact she had a sense of propriety. She was not always strict and harsh. When they entered the fighting field, many trainees became excited. It was a training before the assessment. Who dared to do this in other camps? Young people especially loved face and had strong self-esteem. What they liked most was this kind of unconventional routine. The more they behaved like this, the more face they would feel. Especially Xin Wenbin, he was more than excited at this moment. He was so excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He had been thinking in his heart that he must draw the little bastard Lin Sun. If he could teach this fellow a lesson before the monthly assessment and vent his anger, that would be for the best. Perhaps it was God's blessing that he was incredibly lucky when he drew lots to choose his opponent. It was like he hit the jackpot and drew Lin Sun. Ha, 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 Xin Wenbin laughed with a complacent face. God also helped him. When Chi Can and others learned all this, they couldn't help showing a strange look. Lin Sun was really unlucky. He hid for 3 weeks and didn't show up. As a result, he ran into Xin Wenbin as soon as he showed up. They were very clear that Xin Wenbin just broke through to the 9th level of martial realm last week. Compared with the time when he just entered the training camp, his fighting capacity had undergone a new transformation. As for Lin Sun, he gave up training as early as 3 weeks ago and followed a spiritual tattooist to do odd jobs. How could he be a match for Xin Wenbin under such circumstances? It was a pity that they didn't know how Lin Sun lived in the past 3 weeks. Otherwise, they might regret their thoughts and opinions at this time. Is Xin Wenbin stupid? Lin Sun smiled calmly. Don't care about others. Can you do it? Ning Mei was anxious for Lin Sun. He also thought that Lin Sun just did odd jobs in the past 3 weeks and neglected his cultivation. How could he be a match for Xin Wenbin who had just broken through to the 9th level of martial realm? Whether he is stupid or not, you will know after the battle. At this time, when Yu passed by Lin Sun, he suddenly whispered with a smile. In the fighting field. The layout here was quite unique. The huge field was divided into 30 independent arenas, and each arena was only 30 meters in radius. This arrangement was also to fully exercise the ability of the trainees to fight in close combat. In a real battle, sometimes there was no way to retreat at all, and there was no enough space to dodge. It was a head-on fight in a small space. In this kind of fight, if the two sides were similar in fighting capacity, the test was often more on fighting skills and a fierce head-on attack. Therefore, each arena was only 30 meters in radius. Once the figure left the arena, it meant failure. As usual, after the trainees of Camp 39 entered the fighting field, they went to the corresponding arenas by drawing lots and began to practice fighting. Different from the past, this time many trainees more or less focused on the number 13 arena in the center. Many people's eyes were full of ridicule, as if they were watching the fun. Only Ning Meng frowned, with a touch of worry in his heart. On the arena, Lin Sun stood alone. After 3 weeks, he became much taller, well-proportioned and slender. His delicate face was angular, his nose was straight, and his eyes were deep. Compared with the past, he looked more elegant and outstanding. Lin Sun's appearance was originally very good-looking. With the growth of age and the tempering of these days, he looked like a handsome young man. This scene made the eyes of many female trainees slightly brighten. It seemed that for the first time, they found that the rumored coward teenager was also very handsome. In fact, Lin Sun sometimes felt strange. The more others trained, the fiercer they became, but the more he trained, the more elegant he became. From the appearance alone, he seemed to be harmless, handsome and warm. "Little bastard, I've been waiting for you for a long time." On the opposite side, Xin Wenbin smiled coldly, with tyranny in his eyes. He had been holding a grudge since he suffered a loss in Lin Sun's hands on the first day of training. Seeing Lin Sun jumped out himself today, Xin Wenbin couldn't bear the hatred in his heart. Especially today, he was lucky to draw Lin Sun as his opponent, which made Xin Wenbin feel that God was helping him. At this time, if he didn't torture Lin Sun severely, he would feel sorry for God's favor. Maggot. Lin Sun spat out a word from his lips with a smile. "You." Xin Wenbin was stunned and suddenly remembered that on the first day of training, Lin Sun had humiliated him with maggots that ate feces every day. This made Xin Wenbin's long-suppressed anger burst out at once, and his face became ferocious. "Die." His figure flashed like a raging fire, and his palms and fingers were like sharp blades, cutting towards Lin Sun's throat. Rumble, the air exploded. It could be clearly seen that Xin Wenbin was covered with raging flames, and his hands were like a pair of flaming knives, producing scorching and terrible spiritual power fluctuations. Chaotic Flame Cloud Saber, this was Xin Wenbin's family heirloom combat skill. Although there was a word blade in its name, it was an extremely powerful palm technique. When it was practiced to a high level, it was like a fire burning the sky and clouds splashing. Its power was extremely terrible. In the distance, Qi couldn't help but nod in his heart. Xin Wenbin seemed to be a little violent and domineering, but his fighting capacity and talent were extremely outstanding. Now that he had reached the 9th level of martial realm, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with Lin Sun, who was at the 6th level of martial realm. Most of the others had the same idea as Qi. Seeing this, they couldn't help but want to see how badly Lin Sun would be tortured. Only Ning Meng frowned more and more, and his heart tightened. Xin Wenbin's current fighting capacity could roughly rank in the middle level of Camp 39, not the top, but definitely not low. As for Lin Sun, he had given up training 3 weeks ago, and his ranking had been at the bottom. How should he deal with Xin Wenbin? It was worth mentioning that although many people in the field were paying attention to the duel between Lin Sun and Xin Wenbin, they were also fighting in the arena. At this time, because of his carelessness, Ning Meng was almost punched in the head by his opponent on the arena. His face suddenly changed, and with a roar, he rushed out like a raging dragon and slapped his opponent's face, making him scream and fall out of the arena. His opponent was Yi Xiaowu, who belonged to the same circle as Qi Kan and Xin Wenbin. Perhaps Ning Meng was worried that Lin Sun might be tortured by Xin Wenbin, so he vented his anger on Yi Xiaowu. As soon as he attacked, Yi Xiaowu was seriously injured and had to leave the arena. Ning Meng vented his anger a little. At the same time, there was a sudden exclamation in the field. Ning Meng's heart sank. Was Lin Sun defeated? He turned his head and saw that Lin Sun was still standing in the same place, but Xin Wenbin was gone, which made Ning Meng stunned. When he finally saw Xin Wenbin's figure, he couldn't help but be stunned again. Xin Wenbin fell to the ground at the moment, and the left half of his face was red and swollen like a pig's head, which made him look extremely embarrassed. What just happened? Ning Meng was dumbfounded. He just hit Yi Xiaowu away with only one move, and the whole process was just a matter of a few seconds. But in just a few seconds, Lin Sun had also won the battle, and it was not him who fell down, but Xin Wenbin. Ning Meng felt a little confused. What the hell is going on? At this moment, not only Ning Meng, but also other trainees present looked like they had seen a ghost. Many of them were defeated by their opponents in the arena because of a slight flaw in their mind. How could this happen? In the distance, Qi Can's eyes flickered. When Mingxiu, Mao Lengshan and others in the same circle with them were also a little surprised. Xin Wenbin's attack was so powerful that people thought Lin Sun couldn't resist it and was doomed to be beaten down. Unexpectedly, in the face of this attack, Lin Sun didn't dodge. Instead, he stepped forward and easily broke Xin Wenbin's defense with the most common move of marching boxing, White Dragon armor removal. Xin Wenbin's left face was hit and flew out of the arena with a scream. All this happened almost in a breath. It was so fast that people almost thought they were dazzled. But when it was confirmed that all this was true, many people couldn't help changing their expressions and looking at Lin Sun in a slightly different way. It seemed that Lin Sun's cultivation had also advanced, but it was absolutely impossible for him to surpass the 8th level of martial realm. But why was his combat effectiveness so strong? No one knew. Standing at the door of the fighting field, Young Ke saw all this with a calm look. She really didn't feel strange about all this. If Lin Sun couldn't do it, she would have wasted 3 weeks of training with him alone. Damn it! Xin Wenbin roared and rushed to the arena again. His left face was red and swollen, but he was not seriously injured. But he couldn't accept the fact that he was beaten up by Lin Sun with only one blow, and it was hit on his face in public. This made Xin Wenbin full of shame and violence, and his eyes were red. He absolutely didn't believe that Lin Sun was so strong. It must be because of his negligence that Lin Sun found his flaws. Yes, it must be so, Xin Wenbin comforted himself, roared and rushed up again. Every time a participant failed in the fighting field, 1 point would be deducted, and the winner could get 1 point. Unless he was seriously injured and couldn't fight, he was not allowed to quit the training. If he admitted defeat, he would be eliminated. Boom! At this moment, Xin Wenbin's body seemed to be burning with a bright glow, and his palms and fingers were emitting a terrible hot breath. He was like a fire god of war with terrible power. In the distance, Ning Meng concentrated his attention and refused to miss any details. Many people in the field also had the same idea. They still couldn't imagine how Lin Sun defeated Xin Wenbin with one move. How could a guy who had given up training 3 weeks ago, who was defined as a clown and a coward by most people, have such a fighting capacity? Everyone wanted to have a further look. On the arena, Lin Sun didn't avoid or take a detour. He still took the initiative to step forward and waved his fist. Marching boxing, fierce tiger out of the mountain, it was a simple punch, and everyone present was familiar with this move. But under such a punch, the violent Xin Wenbin was once again sent flying. This time, he was hit on his right face, and his teeth fell off with blood. With a scream, he fell out of the arena again. The audience was silent. They were all shocked by the scene. The most basic marching boxing once again defeated Xin Wenbin, who had the secret skill flaming cloud-shaped saber passed down in his family. It was too horrible. People finally realized that their previous guesses and definitions about Lin Sun seemed to be wrong, totally wrong. Lin Sun didn't give up training on his own initiative, nor was he a coward and a clown. It was obvious that his fighting capacity had improved by leaps and bounds during the 3 weeks he left. This made many people's faces a little gloomy, especially the trainees in the same circle as Qi Can, Wen Mingxiu, and Mao Lengshan, whose faces were very interesting at the moment. Originally, they planned to see Lin Sun make a fool of himself. Unexpectedly, the reality gave them a hard slap in the face, making them look like a group of clowns at this moment, which was particularly ridiculous. Marching boxing is not terrible. What is terrible is marching boxing that has reached the mastery of martial Tao. Lin Sun's progress in the past 3 weeks is not slower than that of anyone present, Shiryu murmured in his heart. Lin Sun's performance further proved his view in his heart. A person like Lin Sun was absolutely not simple. What was ridiculous was that Xin Wenbin thought he could show off his strength after he reached the 9th level of martial realm. It was not a loss for him to be beaten. Fuck, this guy is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Ning Meng completely understood. He was excited, but he couldn't help sighing with emotion in his heart. Lin Sun was so insidious. The reason why he didn't say anything before was that he was waiting for this moment to give his opponent a hard blow. This guy was so bad. Thinking of this, Ning Meng couldn't help laughing. How to put it? Although Lin Sun's method was insidious, it suited his taste very much. It was impossible. Xin Wenbin was so angry that he was about to go crazy. In the past 3 weeks of training, he spent almost all his time and energy. Relying on his excellent aptitude, he successfully broke through to the 9th level of martial realm. He thought that he could defeat Lin Sun, a practitioner on the 6th level of martial realm, under such circumstances. How could he expect that such a thing would happen? What made Xin Wenbin feel especially humiliated was that he, a practitioner on the 9th level of martial realm, a descendant of the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards of the Forbidden City, who had mastered the unique skills of his family, was defeated twice in a row under the watchful eyes of the public. His opponent was only on the 7th level of martial realm at best, and his background was far less than his. Even the fighting skills he used were just the most widely circulated basic boxing, marching boxing. Xin Wenbin could not tolerate being defeated by such a person. With a roar, he rushed to the arena again. This time, he became more cautious and chose both offensive and defensive tactics instead of rushing around. However, he was defeated again. With another punch, Xin Wenbin felt as if he was hit by a mountain. He flew out of the arena and fell on his face. Many people even felt sorry for Xin Wenbin. The process of his defeat was no different from being completely crushed and ravaged. The strong fighting capacity Lin Sun showed also aroused many people's fear and sidelong attention. At this time, no one dared to regard him as a coward. With the cultivation of the 7th level of martial realm and the most basic marching boxing, Lin Sun could defeat Xin Wenbin. Was this something ordinary people could do? Ning Meng was not worried about Lin Sun anymore. He finally understood that Lin Sun's sudden departure 3 weeks ago was not because he gave up training, but to improve himself. Otherwise, he was doomed to be eliminated if he didn't make any changes, as he was at the bottom of the camp at that time. It was also at this time that Ning Meng's displeasure and grudge against Lin Sun completely disappeared. Xin Wenbin was defeated 3 times in a row, so there was no suspense in this training. Many people couldn't bear to see him being ravaged like this, so they withdrew their gazes and began to concentrate on their own fighting training. After these consecutive defeats, Xin Wenbin seemed to wake up from his anger and humiliation. He had completely realized how terrible Lin Sun was. Even if he was unwilling, he had no choice but to admit that even if he charged into the arena again, it was bound to be impossible for him to turn the situation around. Xin Wenbin was not stupid, otherwise he would not be sent to the bloodthirsty camp. However, what made him feel bitter in his mouth was that he had no choice but to bite the bullet and step into the ring again because he had not fainted from his serious injuries. According to the training rules, he could not admit defeat at the last minute because admitting defeat would mean elimination. Damn it, facing such a situation, Xin Wenbin wanted to cry but had no tears. He had thought that the result of the draw was very good and it was God's help. But now it seemed that it was a trap that had been dug long ago. He hated himself for jumping into it stupidly. Now it was too late to regret. At the thought that he would be defeated by Lin Sun in an absolute manner again and again, Xin Wenbin almost fainted. At least he didn't have to participate in the training anymore. Unfortunately, no one knew whether it was intentional or not. Although Lin defeated Xin Wenbin with 1 blow 3 times, he had a good sense of propriety, so that Xin Wenbin was not seriously injured, which was not enough to make him fall into a coma. Did Lin Sun hold back because of fear? Obviously not. Xin Wenbin also realized this problem. He could even be sure that Lin Sun did it on purpose in order to beat him over and over again in the ring. Not only that, as he was defeated again and again, Lin Sun could earn points again and again. When Xin Wenbin thought of this, he trembled with anger and was so aggrieved that he was about to explode. This little bastard was so insidious, despicable, and shameless. Child. Xin, there are 3 seconds left. If you don't come up, you may be eliminated. I think your parents and relatives will be very sad if they know this. On the ring, Lin Sun said with a warm smile, as if he was reminding Xin Wenbin with good intentions. But in Xin Wenbin's eyes, he was so angry that he couldn't wait to chop Lin Sun's hateful smiling face with a knife. In the end, he had no choice but to step onto the ring. He made up his mind that he would choose to defend this time. The longer he delayed, the more advantageous it would be for him, and he could reduce the deduction of points as much as possible. Therefore, as soon as Xin Wenbin stepped onto the ring, he was very vigilant. Without the tyrannical and wild attitude just now, he seemed to have become another person who was afraid of everything. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help laughing, but he would not let this guy get what he wanted. Boom, Lin Sun took the initiative to attack without any delay. He stepped on the ground and rushed to Xin Wenbin like an arrow leaving the bow. The spiritual energy in Lin Sun's body surged, and the quality of his whole person changed abruptly. He was like an unsheathed peerless sword, showing off his sharpness. In the past 3 weeks, Lin Sun was beaten by Young Ku every day. No matter how generous he was, this feeling of being abused was always depressing. At this time, the depression accumulated in the bottom of Lin Sun's heart was completely released on Xin Wenbin, the unlucky guy, as if he had found an outlet to vent. Seeing Lin Sun's momentum, Xin Wenbin's scalp was numb. He was full of hatred, anger, and grievance. Like a resentful widow, his expression was very ugly. Boom, a moment later, Xin Wenbin was blown away. His miserable scream pierced the air, which made all the trainees in the fighting field tremble. They didn't need to look back to know that Xin Wenbin must be very miserable at this moment. However, Xin Wenbin's injury was really not serious. He just lost a few teeth, his face became redder and swollen, and his hair was a little disheveled. Of course, this was Lin Sun's intention. For a guy like Xin Wenbin, even if Lin Sun didn't beat him, he would hate him for a lifetime. In this case, Lin Sun would not let him off so easily. Lin Sun not only wanted to make Xin Wenbin suffer, but also wanted to plunder all the points he had earned. Only in this way could other trainees remember that if they wanted to be Lin Sun's enemy, they should consider whether they could bear Lin Sun's revenge first. This was to establish his prestige. The competition in the bloodthirsty camp was very cruel. Only by choosing the right time to show his fangs could those potential opponents be afraid of him and not dare to provoke him easily. For Xin Wenbin, the training time of this fighting course was particularly long. Every minute and every second made his heart and body suffer. He failed again and again and had to go to the arena again and again. Who could understand his helplessness and grievance? In the past, Xin Wenbin was best at abusing others, but today, he finally deeply understood what it meant to be abused. It was so tragic that he wanted to die. Lin Sun, one day, I will pay back 10 times for what I have suffered today. I swear, I will make you wish you were dead. Xin Wenbin shouted in his heart. He hated Lin Sun so much that he went crazy. At the same time, Lin Sun was thinking that he should find a chance to kill Xin Wenbin as much as possible in the future. Otherwise, he was bound to be a trouble in the future. As time went by, after Xin Wenbin was defeated for at least 17 or 18 times, someone finally couldn't bear it anymore. In the distance, Jikan knocked out his opponent with a sudden blow. Then he turned around and laughed. Lin Sun, you must be bored. Why don't we have a practice? He seemed to be laughing, but his eyes were cold when he looked at Lin Sun. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately attracted many people's attention. In the previous fighting training, there were examples of exchanging opponents. For example, when there was a great disparity in strength between the two sides, they would often exchange their opponents with the same strength tacitly. This rule was also acquiesced by Young Ku. But if they wanted to do so, they must get the consent of exchanging opponents. Therefore, many people were not surprised when Jikan proposed to exchange opponents with Lin Sun at this moment. But it was obvious that Jikan couldn't bear to see Xin Wenbin being trampled by Lin Sun. With this idea, many people could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. They wanted to see whether Lin Sun would have the courage to agree. Lin Sun, it's a great honor to be selected by Brother Jikan. If you have the guts, agree. Yes, if you really dare to do so, I may change my opinion about you. Dare you or not? You only know how to bully Xin Wenbin. Even if you win, it will be shameful. Those trainees who were in the same circle with Qi Can all took the opportunity to shout. There was no rule against making noise in the training, so they dared to provoke Lin Sun fearlessly and tried to make Lin Sun agree. As long as Lin Sun agreed, it would not only change Shin Wenbin's current situation, but also Lin Sun and Qi Can would beat Shin Wenbin back and vent his anger. Of course, all this depended on whether Lin Sun agreed or not. Lin Sun, if you are a man and still have the dignity of a strong man, you should accept this challenge. Otherwise, I will look down on you for the rest of my life, Wen Mingxiu also said. She was a very popular girl in Camp 39 with a charming appearance and a proud look. At this moment, as soon as she spoke, many people echoed her. At this time, any hot-blooded man would choose to agree for the sake of dignity. After all, it was about the beauty's opinion and personal honor. Which young man would be afraid? Ning Meng secretly thought that Lin Sun was despicable. He was worried that Lin Sun would agree in a rush. Lin Sun suddenly turned his head and glanced at those trainees who kept shouting. He kicked Shin Wenbin out of the arena and then said with emotion, "Sorry, I like to learn from each other with Child Shin. He not only let me experience the happiness of harvest, but also gave me a sense of achievement that you can't understand. I am not an ungrateful person. How can I let his kindness down?" As he said, he cupped his hands in front of his chest in shame. "In addition, I appreciate your kindness. Everyone thinks that I can compete with Child Qi Can, which is also a recognition of my strength. But I think that compared with Child Qi Can, I still have a long way to go. There are still many shortcomings to be improved, so I don't want to make a fool of myself. If I disappoint you." Speaking of this, Lin Sun suddenly smiled and said leisurely, "You don't dare to break the rules to beat me, do you? Don't make trouble. Everyone's time is precious. Child Shin is waiting to give me points." As Lin Sun's voice fell, the whole audience was silent. It was so shameless. Looking at Lin Sun, who was calm and composed, everyone had the same thought in their mind, which made them dumbfounded. Everyone could imagine that Lin Sun would not be willing to accept the challenge from Qi Can, but they still couldn't imagine that this guy would refuse it so confidently and shamelessly. What gratitude for everyone's kindness. What shame. Even a blind man would be able to see through such nonsense. However, he actually said it in such a dignified manner. Could it be that he didn't know what shamelessness was, especially when they heard Lin Sun say seriously that no one dared to violate the rules to beat him even if they didn't agree with him? Many people had a strong impulse to rush over and beat this shameless guy at all costs. It was so irritating. Qi Can's handsome face became gloomy. Wen Mingxiu was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The trainees who were in the same circle with them looked even more gloomy. They had seen shameless people, but it was the first time for them to see a shameless person like Lin Sun who had no grace, moral integrity, and lower limit. This guy. Shiryu in the distance couldn't help but be stunned. He probably didn't expect that Lin Sun had such a shameless side. Li Qiu looked puzzled. Was this really the person that Chaoju appreciated? But it was too. He didn't know how to describe it. Ning Meng couldn't help but burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that his tears almost flowed out. How could he say such fake nonsense in a righteous and serious manner? It was so bad. Hearing Ning Meng's unscrupulous laughter, many people in the field looked more and more gloomy. At this time, with a puff, Shin Wenbin, who had been beaten black and blue by Lin Sun and lost his heart, vomited blood and fainted because of anger. All of a sudden, the whole audience was in an uproar. Shin Wenbin was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted, but it was reasonable to think about it. First, he was beaten by Lin Sun again, and then he heard Lin Sun's shameless remarks. No one could bear such a great shame. For a moment, many people looked at Lin Sun with disgust, anger, hatred, and contempt. Lin Sun didn't seem to notice all this. Seeing Shin Wenbin in a coma, he sighed with a little regret and said, "Alas, Child Shin didn't stick to the end. Maybe he is also very ashamed of me." Hearing this, the blue veins on their foreheads bulged, and they almost couldn't control the impulse to kill in their hearts. Lin Sun absolutely did it on purpose. But Lin Sun still ignored them. He turned his head and looked at Young Ke standing at the door of the fighting field. He cupped his hands and asked, "Drill Master, is it possible for Child Xian to wake up immediately?" Everyone was stunned. Does this guy want to continue to trample on Shin Wenbin? Lin Sun, don't be too proud. When Mingxiu couldn't help but scream. You're going too far. I'll teach you a lesson next time. A shameless person like you is destined to not have a good ending in the future. The others also started cursing angrily. The scene was a little chaotic for a while. Many trainees had been disturbed and stopped the ongoing fighting training. Seeing this, young Ku at the door looked at Lin Sun, who still turned a deaf ear to Lin Sun. Even she couldn't help but have a strange feeling in her heart, and her lips twitched imperceptibly. It's almost time. The training is over. As soon as young Ku spoke, she suppressed the restlessness of the audience. From beginning to end, she didn't make any comment on Lin Sun's behavior just now. This made many people dissatisfied. But thinking that Lin Sun didn't seem to violate the training rules from beginning to end, they could only bear it no matter how dissatisfied they were. This farce in the fighting field came to an end. After this incident, Lin Sun completely got rid of the infamy of coward. But because of Xin Wenbin, he was called shameless again. No matter what, at least from today on, no one dared to look down on Lin Sun as before. Even many people were quite afraid of the means he showed today. Xin Wenbin's father was the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army of the Forbidden City. His background was so powerful that even people like Qi Can needed to win him over. But Lin Sun dared to fight against Xin Wenbin so unscrupulously, which meant that either he was not afraid of Xin Wenbin's revenge at all, or he was desperate. But no matter which one it was enough to make many people afraid. In the bloodthirsty camp, the rules were the rules. The identity and status in the outside world were of no use at all. So before leaving the bloodthirsty camp, if they wanted to fight with Lin Sun to death, they had to consider the risks and costs. Xin Wenbin was the best example. He was not only abused miserably, but also lost 17 or 18 points. After this incident, at least in the bloodthirsty camp, Xin Wenbin had completely lost his reputation and face in front of Lin Sun. The price was too heavy. Many people could see that Lin Sun was establishing his prestige. The means he used were extremely cruel and ruthless, so that no one dared to treat him like before. But in Shiryu's view, Lin Sun's behavior today was a little confusing. Wasn't he worried at all that Lin Sun had completely offended the circle of Xin Wenbin and Qi Can, or Lin Sun had been prepared in his heart, so he dared to act like this? Shiryu was a little uncertain. The suspicion and discussion caused by the end of the farce were soon replaced by the monthly assessment that was about to begin tomorrow. The results of the monthly assessment were related to whether each trainee would be eliminated or not. It was also related to the honor of each trainee and even the whole camp. Therefore, no one dared to be careless. After the combat training, Lin Sun left with Ning Meng and went to the material warehouse in the camp. Lin Sun planned to exchange his points for a handy weapon to prepare for the monthly assessment tomorrow. Lin Sun didn't notice that when he left, Young Ke looked at his back and was lost in thought. What kind of teenager was he on Earth? For the first time, Young Ke found that she had never really understood Lin Sun. When she sparred with him alone, this teenager showed a calm, silent, tenacious, and persistent nature. He had a very high talent and understanding for martial arts cultivation. It was not difficult to imagine that he would definitely become a real overmatch in the future. But when he discussed spiritual tattoos with old Mo, he seemed to become another person. He was in high spirits, full of energy, and his eyebrows were full of self-confidence and the spirit of controlling everything. If this was his nature, Young Ku was a little confused when she saw the means Lin Sun used to deal with Xin Wenbin today. Those trainees might think that Lin Sun was shameless and had no bottom line, but Young Ke felt a trace of inexplicable chill when she saw Lin Sun's behavior. What kind of enemy was the most terrible? That was the enemy who had no bottom line, was unscrupulous, and would do anything. This kind of person would never put personal honor and dignity in his eyes, nor would he care about the threat of status, identity, and power. He even didn't care about his own death. It could be imagined how terrible it was to be the enemy of this kind of person. Young Ku was not sure whether Lin Sun was this kind of person or not. She didn't even know which Lin Sun was the real Lin Sun. What kind of environment did he undergo that gave him such a complicated personality? Young Ke suddenly realized that this 13 or 14-year-old boy was hiding a lot of things that even she couldn't understand. When Lin Sun and Ning Meng left the material warehouse together, there was an ordinary saber in his hand, which was 2 feet and 4 inches long and 3 fingers wide. Its whole body was made of golden wave refined iron. Ning Meng was puzzled. This broken saber was not even a spiritual weapon, which could be exchanged for 3 points. It was far from being comparable with a spiritual weapon. Why did Lin Sun choose it? As far as Ning Meng knew, trainees in the camp now spent a lot of points to exchange for satisfactory spiritual weapons for the monthly assessment tomorrow, including Ning Meng himself. In this way, Lin Sun's action of exchanging for an ordinary weapon seemed a little abnormal. The most incredible thing for Ning Meng was that Lin Sun now had 469 points, which could be ranked in the middle position in the camp today. But 3 weeks ago, Lin Sun's points had been in the last place. Lin Sun didn't participate in the training in the past 3 weeks. Where did he get so many points? And he even reversed his last place in one fell swoop. Lin Sun didn't explain it. It was a secret and an agreement between him and Old Mo that no one could mention it before the newly transformed Ziying battleship was completed. Although Ning Meng was very dissatisfied, he could roughly guess that Lin Sun must have gained a lot of benefits from the spiritual tattooist in the past 3 weeks. Otherwise, neither his points nor the combat effectiveness he showed today could be so amazing. I don't know what to say about you. You are low-key, but today you have completely offended Qi Kan and Xin Wenbin. You are arrogant, but no one knows how many hidden means you have now. Ning Meng sighed with emotion. Lin Sun gave him the feeling that he was more arrogant than anyone else when he should be arrogant, but when he should be low-key, it was easy for people to ignore his existence. So it was hard to describe what kind of person Lin Sun was. You only need to know that we are not enemies, Lin Sun said casually with a smile. Damn it, we are enemies. I'm not afraid of you, okay? Ning Meng said angrily. Lin Sun said oh and said no more. You should be careful in tomorrow's monthly assessment. I heard that there are not only many people in Camp 40, but also many powerful people. Don't be careless. Ning Meng reminded Lin Sun, and then they separated and returned to the camp. Lin Sun thought for a while and returned to Old Mo's warehouse. Under the surprised gaze of young man, he directly asked Old Mo for an inscribing pen and a dish of blue water spiritual ink. Of course, he would not be so stupid to take an ordinary weapon to the monthly assessment. He was a spiritual apprentice with experience in refining spiritual weapons. How could he spend a lot of points to exchange for a spiritual weapon? Want a spiritual weapon, he could refine it by himself. In the warehouse, Lin Sun sat upright in front of the high platform, holding a sharp inscribing pen and dipping it into the blue water spiritual ink. He controlled the spiritual energy with his delicate perception and integrated it into the tip of the pen. Then he began to inscribe on the saber. His back was ramrod straight, and his expression was focused and serious. His handsome face had an extraordinary calmness, like an ancient well without ripples. Have you ever seen anyone in martial realm who can refine a spiritual weapon? In the distance, young man gazed at Lin Sun's back with starry eyes, looking a little dazed. Yes, but it's very, very rare. Among the 3 spiritual rune aristocratic families of the empire, there are some extremely talented descendants who can achieve this. Old Mo muttered. Have you ever seen someone like Lin Sun? Young man continued to ask, still looking a little dazed. Before Old Mo answered, young man said, no, at least I haven't heard of it. He is only a spiritual apprentice at the age of 13 or 14. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would doubt it. There was a trace of emotion in her voice. Old Mo's expression was also a little complicated. This boy is really unique. I once met a female student named Feng Qingyu in Green Deer School. She was about the same age as this boy, and she also had unimaginable attainments in spiritual tattoos. Several years later, she became a spiritual tattooist at the age of 19, which shocked the whole Green Deer School and caused a sensation in the capital. She was crowned as a genius girl. After a pause, he continued, later, I knew that her father was the head of Feng family, one of the 3 great families of spiritual tattoos, and her master was the dean of the spiritual tattoo department of Green Deer School. So it was not surprising that she could have the title of spiritual tattooist at the age of 19. Hearing this, young man suddenly said, you mean that Lin Sun is different from this girl named Feng Qingyu? Old Mo nodded, indeed. Lin Sun's attainments in spiritual tattoos are even stronger than Feng Qingyu's. At least. Feng Qingyu couldn't transform the spiritual furnace of Ziying battleship at that time. Only by comparison could one know the real value of an object, and the same was true for people. Hearing all this, young man couldn't help but feel excited. She looked at Lin Sun's back in the distance with a strange expression. So, this boy's future achievements are destined to be no less than that of Feng Qingyu? Old Mo nodded without hesitation and said, "What I'm wondering now is where does this boy come from? People like him shouldn't appear in the bloodthirsty camp at all." Young man frowned and said, "Old Mo, you'd better not leak anything about Lin Sun. He is still young. If he is targeted by others, he may have unimaginable honor and status in the future, but he is also destined to become a vassal of others and have no choice." Old Mo's face changed slightly. He did have this idea. In his opinion, it was a waste for Lin Sun to stay in the bloodthirsty camp. He should be in the Forbidden City or the Green Deer School, where he was destined to shine, realize his ambition, and be famous all over the world. "Don't forget how you came to the bloodthirsty camp." Young man glanced at Old Mo. Her words made Old Mo's face change dramatically. Finally, he said dejectedly and bitterly, "Indeed, without enough power, no matter how lofty the honor and status is, it's just an illusion. It can't resist the arbitrary manipulation of those big shots." Young man said, "Old Mo, I hope you remember what you said. I will report what happened today to Chief Shu one by one. I believe that if he knows it, he will have the same idea as me." Chief Shu was Xianxia. Hearing this, Old Mo completely extinguished the last hope in his heart and said, "Well, I just cherish talents. Since you don't agree, I don't want to say anything more." At this time, with a buzzing sound, the whole warehouse was filled with the sound of the saber-like tide. Old Mo and young man looked up at the same time and saw that Lin Sun had stood up and was carefully looking at the saber in his hand. The surface of the saber was covered with ripples of spiritual light. Its color was like a blue sea and lake, giving people a sense of vastness. He succeeded at the first time. Old Mo and young man were so experienced that they could see at a glance that the saber, which was originally just an ordinary weapon, had been reborn and became a spiritual weapon, Greenwave Saber. They looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes that could not be concealed. The success rate was made by a spiritual tattoo apprentice on the 7th level of martial realm. It was really shocking. It was late at night, but Camp 40 was not peaceful. All 39 trainees were gathered together and stood in a hall of the camp, listening to the analysis of their drill master, Residual Wolf. Crippled Wolf was a thin man with ghastly pale skin and eyes that were narrow and long like blades. His entire bearing was feminine and cold, and he just happened to be like a wolf that roamed the wasteland and intended to choose its prey to devour. Drillmaster Young Ku is very powerful. Among the 40 camps, she is one of the most ruthless people I don't want to fight against. Residual Wolf's feminine voice, which was like the hissing of a poisonous snake, sounded. Even if they had been used to it, it still made many trainees feel cold. You all know that Camp 39 has the highest elimination rate, which means that the remaining 24 trainees must be the elites of the elites. If you are careless when you fight against them tomorrow, you will be eliminated. Residual Wolf's analysis made many trainees look serious. However, you don't need to be too afraid. Not to mention the advantage of the number of trainees, our Camp 40 is not inferior to any of them in terms of the overall fighting capacity of each trainee. Speaking of this, Residual Wolf suddenly pointed to a young boy with a vigorous figure and extraordinary bearing and said, "Like Di Jun, he can fight against any one of Li Qiu, Wen Mingxiu, and Mao Lengshan of Camp 39. The young boy who was pointed out had a flash of light in his eyes. He cupped his hands and said, "Di Jun will not let you down, Drillmaster." Residual Wolf made no comment and pointed to a valiant girl with long hair coiled in a bun, saying, "Lei Xingyue is also good, but you should be careful to meet Ning Meng. Both of you practice the martial arts of thunder property. Once you meet each other, the battle is bound to be fierce." Lei Xingyue slightly raised her chin and said with some expectation, "I want to see whether the thunder power of all directions of the Ning family is more powerful, or the Gang Thunder swordsmanship of my Lei family is more powerful." Residual Wolf still made no comment. He glanced around and fixed his eyes on a teenager with the most common appearance and temperament among the trainees. After a long silence, he said, "Gong Ming, you should know that the most difficult people in Camp 39 are Shiyu, Ning Meng, and Qi Kan. I hope you can defeat any one of them as much as possible. As soon as these words came out, all the trainees were stunned and restless. Gong Ming was extremely ordinary among them. His score and ranking could only be regarded as medium. His performance had been so ordinary that it was easy for people to ignore his existence. But no one expected that Drillmaster Residual Wolf would pay so much attention to Gong Ming at this time, which was too unexpected. Some trainees who knew the details and origin of Gong Ming knew that Drillmaster Residual Wolf's arrangement was the most correct. Few people in the world dared to look down upon the descendants of the Gong family, who had the title of Tumbler in the empire. Gong Ming didn't say much about Residual Wolf's attention, but just nodded. All in all, Xianxia, Ning Meng and Qi Can are the top 3 trainees in Camp 39. No matter who meets them, they should try their best. In addition to them, Li Qiu, Wen Mingxiu and Mao Lengshan are also not to be underestimated. As for the other trainees in Camp 39, they are roughly the same as the trainees in Camp 40. In tomorrow's monthly assessment, it depends on your performance. Speaking of this, Residual Wolf took a deep breath and said, "Remember, tomorrow's assessment is not only related to whether you will be eliminated, but also to whether the whole Camp 40 will be removed. I hope you won't let me down." All the trainees were solemn, and their eyes were full of high morale. At this time, someone suddenly said, "Drillmaster, I heard that Camp 39 is very lively today." A guy named Lin Sun beat Xin Wenbin until he vomited blood and fainted, which caused a great disturbance. Do you think Lin Sun is worth paying attention to? Lin Sun, many people were confused because they heard this name for the first time. Residual Wolf didn't know this name either. He frowned and said, "This kind of thing happens almost every day in the 40 camps. It's not strange." This sentence meant that Lin Sun was not as important as trainees like Xianxia, Ning Meng, and Qi Can. He couldn't even be compared with Li Qiu, Wen Mingxiu, and Mao Lengshan. They could pay attention to him, but they didn't need to pay too much attention to him. Conversations like this before the monthly assessment took place in almost every camp that night. The air of the whole bloodthirsty camp was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Only Camp 39 was quiet. Those who should practice practiced and those who should sleep slept. It seemed that there was no difference from every night in the past. This might be the training style of Drillmaster Young Ku. The next morning, at dawn, a treasure ship crushed the clouds and landed in Camp 39. Then, carrying Young Ku, Lin Sun and other 24 trainees, it soared into the sky and disappeared. Almost at the same time, treasure ships took off from different camps. The scene was spectacular. Today was the day of the monthly assessment. At the end of today, half of the 40 camps in the bloodthirsty camp would be eliminated, which meant that many trainees would be eliminated. The monthly assessment was divided into different areas and places. The confrontation between Camp 39 and Camp 40 was arranged in an assessment area called Scorpion Ridge. This was a rare barren mountain area in the desert, covering an area of about 100 miles. It didn't seem large, but the terrain was complex and rugged, full of poisonous insects and fierce beasts. It was extremely dangerous. The content of this monthly assessment was very simple. The trainees of the 2 camps would be placed in different places of the Scorpion Ridge. With the Scorpion Ridge as the scope, a unique and cruel fight would start. P.S. Thanks for the tips from the bad guy and all the brothers and sisters, and the monthly tickets. After 2 consecutive days, Lin Sun's body couldn't stand it anymore. Let goldfish recover in these days. Since it was put on the shelf, the number of times it would break out in the future would be more. In the Scorpion Ridge, the monthly assessment had started for 2 hours. In a secluded swamp, there was a layer of gray miasma. Entering it, one's vision would be greatly affected and it was dangerous. Whoosh, suddenly, a figure like a raccoon swept over from a distance. His movements were vigorous and neat, and he landed silently like a ghost. It was a young man with a long and narrow face. His entire body emitted a vigorous aura. He held a long spear in his hand and his body was slightly arched. Every step he took was silent, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. The young man was Fong Song, one of the elite trainees in Camp 39. After confirming that there was no danger around, Fong Song did not relax his vigilance. He carefully came to the swamp and looked for something with his eyes twinkling. The environment here is quite excellent. If I hide under the swamp, as long as someone passes by, I can take him by surprise and kill him. Fong Song pondered for a while, holding the spear tightly in his hand, and walked toward the swamp. At this moment, he looked more vigilant, and ran all his strength, which could ensure that he could make the fiercest counterattack before the sudden danger appeared. Soon, Fong Song's legs were submerged in the swamp. The smelly mud was like a whirlpool, which seemed to be able to drag people into it and make them unable to extricate themselves. After 7 steps forward, there was no danger, which made Fong Song feel relieved. He bent down and squatted down, ready to hide under the swamp. With the natural miasma here to hide his trace, he could make a sudden attack as long as someone passed by. Just when Fong Song bent his body slightly, the swamp beside him suddenly exploded, and a sword light rushed out and stabbed from his back. There was an ambush, however, Fong Song seemed to have expected it. A grim smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Almost at the same time when the sword light rushed out, the spear in his hand fiercely chopped down as if it had eyes. Bang, the spear, glowing with black light, shook off the long sword, and did not lose its momentum. It fiercely inserted into the swamp. Suddenly, a scream came out, and a figure staggered out. It was a girl covered with black muddy water, and her face could not be seen clearly. She held a gray dagger in her hand, and there was a bloody wound on her right leg. As soon as she appeared, the girl twisted her waist without hesitation and fled away like an arrow from the bow. "You want to leave? Leave your nameplate first." Fong Song shouted and rushed forward. His spear was like lightning, stabbing at the back of the girl's waist. His speed was swift, accurate, and ferocious too. The extreme. It was swift and terrifying to the extreme, and it revealed his extremely ferocious combat instinct. If the girl continued to run, she would definitely be severely injured by this attack. If the girl turned around to resist, she would be a step slower. Although she could block the attack, she would definitely be trapped on the spot. To Fong Song's surprise, the girl suddenly turned her head and revealed a mysterious smile. Her face was covered with black mud, revealing a mouthful of white and neat teeth. A strong sense of danger rose in Fong Song's heart. He withdrew his spear almost without hesitation and dodged to one side. But it was obviously a step too late. Just as Fong Song dodged, a spear shadow quietly swept out from the swamp on the other side and stabbed into Fong Song's abdomen at an incredible speed. Puff, as the spear stabbed into his body, Fong Song felt a sharp pain and blood burst out. He gritted his teeth and waved his spear to fight back. But behind him, the girl, who was trying to escape, had already attacked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she slashed down with her sword, leaving a deep wound on Fong Song's back. Fong Song's internal organs were almost broken. Under the attack of the spear and the sword, Fong Song immediately understood that he had suffered a series of ambushes. He did not dare to hesitate and immediately shouted, "I give up." With that, he threw away the spear in his hand without hesitation, took out a nameplate and threw it out. Then he gasped for breath and his face was distorted because of the sharp pain. Puff, the spear was pulled out of Fong Song's abdomen with a string of blood, which made Fong Song groan again. He trembled all over and almost fell into the swamp. A tall man stood up in the swamp, holding a spear and looking at Fong Song indifferently. "My friend, I'm sorry." The girl chuckled and bent down to pick up the nameplate that had been thrown into the swamp. "Humph, 2 people ambushed together. What a disgrace." Fong Song gritted his teeth and shouted. Just as she was shouting, Fong Song suddenly rushed forward. In an instant, he strangled the girl's neck with his arm. At the same time, he turned his fingertips and a blade appeared, which he put against the girl's throat. This sudden change was extremely abrupt. No one would have thought that Fong Song would still dare to take a risk when he was so seriously injured, and he even succeeded in doing so. The eyes of the man holding the spear suddenly became cold, but he did not dare to act rashly. The girl's face was extremely ugly. Her body was stiff and she did not dare to move. She said in a sarcastic voice, "Are all the people in Camp 39 as shameless as you? Don't talk nonsense. Give me back the nameplate, or I will cut your throat now. Don't worry, you will not die. There is enough time for your drill master to save you in time." Fong Song sneered. His face was pale and the wound on his abdomen was still painful, but he was very proud at the moment. The boy's face suddenly changed. He raised the nameplate with difficulty and said, "I give up." "Smart." Fong Song looked ferocious. As he spoke, he grabbed the nameplate with his left hand. Swish, but at this moment, the man holding the spear, who had been standing still, suddenly moved. The spear tip stabbed towards Fong Song like a flowing rainbow. The shadow of the spear, wrapped in terrible spiritual power, tore the air, regardless of the girl's life or death. Puff, Fong Song also looked extremely cruel at this moment. He cut the girl's throat with the blade and then pushed her out. At the same time, he turned around and fled. The direction of his escape was to the depth of the swamp, where miasma was dense and foggy. "You hold on. The drill master will definitely come in time," the man holding the spear told the girl, and then chased after Fong Song without hesitation. Fong Song's abdomen was pierced and there was a sword wound on his back. It was destined that he could not escape. The man holding the spear was confident to kill this cunning and cruel opponent of Camp 39. Damn it! The girl was lying in the swamp. Her throat bone was almost cut open. Blood flowed out, which looked extremely horrifying. She tore a piece of cloth from her clothes carefully and tied it to the wound on her throat. She knew that if no one came to save her in a quarter of an hour, she would die. The only thing she could do was to wait. The girl was full of unwillingness. Clatter, suddenly, another figure emerged from the nearby swamp. He was thin and slender, and he held a completely dark, dull, and lusterless saber as he strode over. The girl was shocked. There was another ambush here. She was knocked out by a palm when she was about to call for help. Then she saw the figure fumble on her body and take out a nameplate. "Not bad. I got a bargain." The thin figure chuckled. Covered with mud, he showed a warm smile and hid the nameplate on his body. Then he turned around and rushed towards the direction where the man holding the spear was chasing Fong Song. This figure was naturally Lin Sun. Since the beginning of the monthly assessment, he was placed near this swamp and chose to hide in it without hesitation. The man holding the spear and the girl came later. They also chose this swamp, but they didn't find Lin Sun. The reason why Lin Sun didn't take action was that there were two of them. Once he took action, even if he could seriously injure one of them, the other would inevitably be entangled with him. The situation was bound to be very unfavorable for him. He waited quietly for an hour. The arrival of Fong Song completely changed the situation. After a fierce and treacherous fight, Lin Sun finally got a bargain. This might be called the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Not long after Lin Sun left, a treasure ship fell from the sky. Two camp attendants walked out and took the fainted girl away quickly. The miasma was heavy and dangerous. But Lin Sun was extremely fast. His soul perception was so powerful that he could perceive all the movements within a range of 100 feet. This ability from the soul could only be achieved by the strong practitioners in the gang spirit realm. Lin Sun knew that the top practitioners in the martial realm like Ning Meng could only perceive within a range of 60 feet at most. Therefore, Lin Sun was very confident that few trainees in this monthly assessment could have a stronger perception than him. Naturally, this became Lin Sun's unique advantage. Especially in the Scorpion Ridge with a complex environment and many dangers, a strong perception could help Lin Sun avoid many dangers in advance. Not long after, Lin Sun heard a sound of fighting. Moving forward, he saw the man holding the spear fighting with Fong Song. Obviously, Fong Song couldn't hold on any longer. He was seriously injured before. Now that the man holding the spear caught up with him, it could be imagined how dangerous the situation was. Bang! The man holding the spear sent Fong Song flying with a sudden strike. When he was about to make another strike to suppress Fong Song completely, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and swept backward without hesitation. Swish! Before he saw the enemy, he saw a flash of saber light coming head-on. It seemed to be fierce, but when it touched the spear, it suddenly changed. The edge of the saber was like a maggot attached to a bone, shaking along the spear. With a loud bang, the spear attack was shattered. The man's figure staggered, and before he could stabilize himself, the blade was pressed against his neck. The man holding the spear stiffened and his pupils shrank. Then he saw clearly that his opponent was a teenager with a saber, covered with mud, and only a pair of dark and deep eyes could be seen. This person was naturally Lin Sun. After subduing the opponent with one strike, Lin Sun did not hesitate to knock out the man holding the spear. With another nameplate in his hand, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh that it was so cool to take advantage of others. "Lin Sun, it's you." In the distance, Fong Song gasped for breath and got up. He was covered with mud and blood, and the wound on his abdomen was still bleeding. Although Lin Sun saved him at this moment, he was not happy at all. He even looked at Lin Sun with anger and unwillingness in his eyes. "Why didn't you show up just now? Have you made up your mind to take advantage of me when I can't stand it?" Fong Song gritted his teeth and asked hoarsely. How could Lin Sun admit this? He shook his head resolutely and said, "Fong Song, you think too much. On the contrary, you should be grateful to me. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been defeated." While speaking, Lin Sun sneered in his heart. Fong Song, Chi Kan, Xin Wenbin, and Wen Mingxiu were in the same circle. It was good enough that Lin Sun didn't help him. Hearing Lin's words, Fong Song was stunned for a moment and suddenly said bitterly, "Well, this is my fate. I can't blame you. But can I ask you one thing?" Lin Sun said, "Go ahead." Fong Song begged, "Help me. I'm seriously injured and can't hold on any longer. Please take me out of the swamp. It's too dangerous here. There may be some poisonous insects and fierce beasts. I don't want to be eliminated." He was seriously injured and his physical strength was on the verge of exhaustion. If no one helped him, he would be eliminated from the assessment immediately. Lin Sun nodded and said, "Well, I'll carry you for a while." "Thank you. Thank you." Fong Song was ecstatic. Lin Sun smiled, squatted down and said, "Come on up." With his back to Fong Song, he didn't see the complacency in Fong Song's eyes at the moment. Lin Sun, no matter how treacherous you are, you can't escape from my trap." Fong Song sneered in his heart and staggered forward with a weak look. Between his fingers, a blade was tightly clenched and ready to attack. But when he was only one step away from Lin Sun, who was squatting, suddenly bent his back like a bow and rushed back fiercely. Bang! Before Fong Song could react, he was shaken out and fell into the smelly swamp with a scream. This blow was so fierce that Fong Song was dazzled and his bones almost fell apart. He couldn't help coughing up blood and roared ferociously, "Lin Sun, do you want to kill your companions? Do you know that you will be expelled from the bloodthirsty camp if Drillmaster knows it?" Lin Sun turned around and walked to Fong Song leisurely. He twisted Fong Song's wrist with his right hand and clamped a cold blade from between Fong's fingers. All of a sudden, Fong Song's face changed and he said stiffly, "This is my weapon for self-defense." Why do you take away my weapon?" Lin Sun smiled and said, "Don't you want to admit it? I'm kind enough to save you, but you want to hurt me with this thing. Do you really think I'm stupid?" Although Lin Sun was smiling, his voice was cold. "What are you talking about?" Fong Song was displeased. "Lin Sun, even if you don't want to save me, you don't have to slander me like this, do you?" "Ho ho, do you think I can't guess it?" Lin Sun said disdainfully, "In the rules of this monthly assessment, there is no rule against killing each other. You must have seen this point and wanted to take the opportunity to take away my nameplates. Do you think you can deceive me with your little trick?" Fong Song's face changed again. He didn't expect that Lin Sun would reveal all his inner calculations at once. He was shocked and said, "What you want?" Lin Sun said with a smile, "Of course I won't do anything to make Drillmaster Young Ku unhappy, but you are seriously injured now and can't fight anymore. It's difficult for you to protect the nameplate you wear. Instead of letting the enemy take advantage of you, why don't you give it to me and let me keep it for you? After all, we are from the same camp. If Drillmaster Young Ku knew about this, she would definitely praise me for my righteousness." Fong Song felt a chill in his heart. Lin Sun really didn't want to let him go. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and fainted. "Now, you have to be in a coma for a while." Lin Sun sighed. He reached out and groped Fong Song for a while and found a nameplate. Woo! A sharp whistle resounded through the sky. It was the signal of the trainees of Camp 39 to leave the battlefield. Of course, the whistle was Fong Song's, but it was blown by Lin Sun. Before the whistle died away, Lin Sun had left the area. Before long, a treasure ship arrived and a fat middle-aged man jumped off. He first looked at the comatose man with a spear, and then at Fong Song. Suddenly, a strange expression appeared on his face. Almost all the clues and traces on the scene were seen by him at a glance. He roughly knew what had happened just now. Hey, you are really an unlucky little guy. I don't know who is so black-hearted to trap you so rudely. But that guy has a conscience to help you send a distress signal. Otherwise, when the guy with the spear wakes up, the consequences will be unimaginable. The fat middle-aged man laughed and turned back to the treasure ship with Fong Song in his hand. At the same time, in another area of Scorpion Ridge. This was a gloomy and damp forest. A thunderous roar rang out, and a large tree was crushed to the ground with a loud bang. The one who caused all this was just a young man with a majestic figure. It was Ning Meng. He rushed all the way with lightning flowing all over his body. His eyes were as bright as the sun and full of killing intent. He seemed to be possessed by the thunder god. His momentum was extremely terrifying. Just a moment ago, he'd experienced a fierce battle where he'd beaten an opponent to the point countless bones in his body had been broken, and the opponent had almost died on the spot. And this battle also won him the third nameplate. Damn, Camp 40 is a bunch of rubbish. I can't find a powerful person who can fight with me. Ning Meng complained discontentedly as he ran wildly. It wasn't long before his figure suddenly stopped, and his gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he looked into the distance. He saw two men and a woman in a triangular formation, and they were swiftly flying towards him. The leader was a vigorous and valiant girl with a ponytail. Ning Meng recognized her. Her name was Lei Xianxia. She practiced Gang Thunder swordsmanship, which was a secret fighting skill of Thunder property, like Thunder power of all directions, that he practiced. Although the two teenagers beside Lei Xianxia were strange, they must be trainees of Camp 40. The three of them had come together, and under such circumstances, anyone would probably instinctively avoid the brunt of their attacks and retreat first. But Ning Meng didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward with an excited face and a terrible fighting desire burning all over his body. He murmured, "Don't let me down again in this battle." At the same time, Lei Xianxia also looked over. Obviously, she also recognized Ning Meng. Suddenly, a burning fighting desire appeared between her eyebrows. In an instant, the atmosphere was tense and a fight would break out at any moment, in another area. Shiryu's figure was like a graceful swan. With his big sleeves fluttering, he flew at full speed. His bearing was natural and unrestrained, and his speed was as fast as a flowing rainbow. This was flowing cloud star-chasing steps, an extremely mysterious and profound lightness skill. But at this moment, even though he used this skill, Shiryu didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, he frowned all the time. Dozens of meters behind him, a figure was chasing him closely. Damn it, is this guy targeting me? Shiryu felt depressed. The guy chasing him was Gong Ming, an opponent that Shiryu didn't want to meet. But he didn't expect that he would meet Gong Ming at the beginning of the monthly assessment and when he was ready to show off his skills. Gong Ming looked very ordinary, but he was really difficult to deal with. The 9 Ghost Dom body protection cudgel he practiced could be said to have an abnormal defense. Shiryu was not afraid of him, but he was very clear that once he was entangled with Gong Ming, he would inevitably spend too much time and energy. He didn't want to waste time with such a person. But what Shiryu never expected was that since Gong Ming targeted him, he was like a cowhide plaster, chasing him all the way, and couldn't get rid of him. Gong Ming, are you really going to waste time like this? Don't forget that if you don't get enough nameplates, it will be no good for you and me. Shiryu couldn't help raising his voice. I just need to defeat you. Gong Ming's answer was very simple, but it revealed a sense of stubbornness and determination, which made Shiryu feel a headache and annoyed. This little turtle was really annoying. Brother Gong Ming, let me help you. Suddenly, a roar sounded in the distance. With the sound, a figure rushed here and blocked Shiryu's way. Damn it, I can't get rid of him after all, Shiryu sighed in his heart and suddenly stopped. A touch of coldness flashed in his eyes, and a pair of bronze short maces appeared in his hands. The situation of Ning Meng and Shiryu almost happened in every area within hundreds of miles of the Scorpion Ridge. The competition was cruel and fierce. It was not only a head-on fight, but also unexpected surprise attacks, cunning and ruthless traps, and endless calculations. The trainees who could participate in it were all elites who stayed after a month of cruel training, and almost none of them was simple. Although they were all young, almost in their teens, when it came to fighting means and wisdom, some experienced adult practitioners were far inferior to them. Not far from the Scorpion Ridge, there was a temporary camp. The camp was divided into two areas, one occupied by Camp 39 and the other by Camp 40. Xianxia sat in the tent, with a delicate compass in her hand. The surface of the compass was engraved with dense spiritual tattoos, which were shining and outlined a light curtain in the void. This was a spiritual projector, a unique spiritual weapon, which was composed of a whole set. At this moment, every area of the Scorpion Ridge was buried with a spiritual projector. The scenes reflected by those spiritual projectors would be fed back to the spiritual projector in Xianxia's hand, so that she could clearly see all the movements in the Scorpion Ridge. The monthly assessment had lasted for more than 1 hour, and there were only 4 hours left before the end. Up to now, 5 trainees from Camp 39 had been eliminated in the assessment, while 9 trainees from Camp 40 had been eliminated. It seemed that Xianxia had a lot of advantages, but she was not happy at all. The result was far from her expectation. What made her frown the most was that the situation in the Scorpion Ridge was gradually becoming unfavorable to the trainees of Camp 39. Does Residual Wolf intend to play the tactic of bullying by numbers to the extreme? It seems that in order to preserve his Camp 40, he has forgotten the real purpose of training trainees. Xianxia murmured in her heart, with a touch of coldness surging in her eyes. In the temporary camp of Camp 40, Residual Wolf stroked his chin and stared at the spiritual projector in his hand, with a cruel smile on his lips. Xianxia, you should know that the members of the wolf pack will never act alone. Seizing a nameplate was equal to getting 300 points. Losing the nameplate would eliminate the examinee from the assessment. Killing an opponent would cost one's life, which meant that in this assessment, no one dared to kill anyone, unless he didn't want to live. The assessment lasted for 6 hours. At the end of the assessment, the winner would be determined according to the final score of each trainee. The final result was that one of the 2 camps would be eliminated, leaving 30 trainees with the best scores, and the rest would be eliminated. These were the rules of this monthly assessment. In this assessment, there were 63 trainees in Camp 39 and Camp 40, but only 30 would be left, which meant that more than half of the trainees would leave the bloodthirsty camp completely after the assessment. Cruelty was inevitable, and no one was willing to be eliminated. Linsun didn't leave the swamp. He went back to his original hiding place. The girl whose throat was cut open had disappeared, but the traces of the battle were still there. If it was any other student who passed by this place, they would definitely be able to tell from these clues that an extremely dangerous ambush had taken place here. Linsun didn't destroy these traces, but just carefully erased his footprints and traces one by one, and then lurked there again. The traps might fail after being used once, but sometimes they would make people more relaxed. Linsun didn't intend to look for his opponent like a fly with its head in a mess. Within hundreds of miles of the Scorpion Ridge, the terrain was intricate and dangerous. If he took the initiative to attack, he would easily expose his traces. Instead of that, it was better to stay where he was and wait for his opponent. The assessment lasted for 6 hours. Now nearly 2 hours had passed, and there were only about 4 hours left. Whether in order to persist to the end or to save more physical strength, waiting for his opponent was undoubtedly the best choice. It was absolutely stupid to attack rashly. Linsun was very clear that the trainees who could persist until now in the bloodthirsty camp were absolutely not easy to deal with. Fighting against these smart people tested not only one's combat effectiveness, but also one's mind, strategy, and courage. At the same time, Linsun was also clear about his combat effectiveness. Although the cultivation of the 7th level of martial realm enabled him to have the spiritual energy as thick as that of a practitioner at the peak of the 9th level of martial realm, it was not an advantage. Nowadays, more than half of the trainees in the Scorpion Ridge had the ability of the peak of the 9th level of martial realm. People like Ming Meng, Shiyu, and Chikan had suppressed their cultivation in this realm for many years. It could be imagined how terrible their strength was. As for the cultivation of martial arts, even with the marching boxing and 6-word saber play in mastery, Lin could only be regarded as a medium level. It couldn't be helped. The other students had great backgrounds, and they'd started cultivating the secret techniques that were specially prepared for them since they were young. The power and might of those techniques could be imagined. Compared with them, Lin Sun's marching boxing in mastery and six-word saber play in accuracy were not outstanding, but they were not weak either. The only thing that gave Lin an advantage was his extremely strong soul perception and the green-wave saber in his hand. Like the explosive flame saber, the green-wave saber was also a spiritual weapon on the lower grade of human rank that was widely circulated in the market. But different from the green-wave saber on the market, the green-wave saber refined by Lin Sun was 20% more powerful. Such a situation happened when Lin Sun refined the explosive flame saber before. Later, the explosive flame saber refined by Lin Sun was renamed Flaming Spirit Saber. Now, the situation of the green-wave saber was roughly the same. However, the green-wave saber belonged to the water attribute, which was different from the explosive flame saber's fire attribute. Each had its own advantages. The reason why Lin Sun chose the green-wave saber instead of the flaming spirit saber was that after many battles, he found that the wild and violent flaming spirit saber was not suitable for his fighting style. The green-wave saber, on the other hand, could help him exert his combat effectiveness at will. Water was impermanent and ever-changing. It could turn into mist, it could freeze and seal, it could be as boundless as the ocean, it could hang upside down like the Milky Way, it could be as endless as the Xianxia River, or it could be like a whirlpool that engulfed the world. It was said that water was good like water, silent when it was small and turbulent when it was big. It could accommodate everything. This kind of boldness and style was most in line with Lin Sun's character. When it was tough, it could be worn through by dripping water. When it was small, it could be silent. When it confronted the enemy, it could be changeable and destructive. What Lin Sun did could also be regarded as a kind of progress on the road of cultivation. He had begun to consciously choose his own fighting style and path. As time went by, the swamp was silent, with only miasma and mist filling the air. The taste of lurking in the swamp was absolutely not good. Even breathing would be greatly suppressed. Every once in a while, Lin Sun had to breathe. Unless he had the cultivation of Gang Spirit Realm, he could adjust the qi around him with the method of internal breathing. Not long after, a slight sound of footsteps approached, which was instantly captured by Lin Sun's perception. This made him excited and ready to fight. On the edge of the swamp stood a short and fat teenager with dark skin and small eyes. He looked inconspicuous. He seemed to have run for a while and was a little out of breath. Standing on the edge of the swamp for a moment, he had noticed that there had been a fierce fight here. It's quite good to ambush here. The pudgy youth rolled his eyes and smiled. Everyone can see that there is an ambush here. Moreover, there has already been a fight. Naturally, no one can imagine that there will be another ambush here. Although the voice was low, it was keenly captured by Lin Sun. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This guy was really smart. Had he seen through my ambush? Bang! Just as this thought came up in Lin Sun's mind, he heard an extremely harsh and powerful sound suddenly, like a sharp whistle cutting through the world. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun rushed out of the swamp and dodged to one side. Boom! A dazzling cold light brushed against Lin Sun's shoulder and penetrated into the swamp, exploding a big pit there and splashing mud more than 30 meters away. Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. If he had been a little slower, he would have been seriously injured even if he was not killed. Not until now did he see clearly that the short and fat teenager was holding a black crossbow in his hand. The surface of the crossbow was covered with dense patterns of spiritual tattoos like petals, showing a fascinating bloody color. Bloody armor-piercing crossbow, an imperial standard spiritual weapon. A bloody armor-piercing crossbow could be loaded with 12 special spiritual arrows. Its lethality was so terrible that it could penetrate the inner armor of ordinary spiritual weapons. The most terrible thing was that the crossbow was only as thick as a child's arm and half a foot long. It could be carried around, and it didn't need to consume any spiritual energy to kill the enemy. As long as the mechanism was pulled, the terrible power could be exerted. A bloody armor-piercing crossbow like this could be sold at a high price of 800 imperial silver coins in the market. Hey, my friend, you have a fast reaction. The short and fat teenager smiled, put away the bloody armor-piercing crossbow, and took out a long sharp machete. This was the whalebone spiritual saber, which was more mysterious and fierce than ordinary sabers. Once stabbed, the wound would be torn open and it was difficult to heal. Boom, without any hesitation, the short and fat middle-aged man rushed to Lin Sun. Although he was smiling and short and fat, once he took action, he was fierce, decisive, and as fast as lightning, which was extremely terrible. Humph! Lin Sun snorted and rushed up with the green wave saber. Since the ambush had been seen through, it became a close fight. This kind of head-on confrontation depended on bravery, fierce momentum and fighting skills. In this respect, Lin Sun would not flinch. Bang, 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 the two fought fiercely in the swamp, like two hungry wolves fighting for the last right to survive. Soon, Lin Sun realized that the short and fat teenager was at the peak of the 9th level of martial realm, and his fighting style was treacherous and fierce. He was definitely a strong opponent. In particular, his saber skills were mysterious and unpredictable, like the tongue of a poisonous snake, which was extremely tricky. Obviously, it was an extremely powerful fighting skill. Lin Sun met a master of Camp 40, but the more it was like this, Lin Sun was full of fighting desire. Since he reached the 7th level of martial realm, he had not really exerted his full strength. As for the fight with Xin Wenbin yesterday, it was a kind of crushing and ravaging, not a real fight. Kill, Lin Sun's eyebrows were as sharp as a blade, and his black eyes were like lightning. His handsome face was full of concentration and calmness. In his hand, the green wave saber demonstrated the essence of the 6-word saber play to the extreme. However, just after a moment of fighting, the short and fat teenager suddenly jumped out of the battlefield and shouted, "My friend, how about not fighting? In the end, both of us will be hurt, and others will take advantage of us." Lin Sun ignored him and continued to rush up. He was not sure whether the short and fat teenager really thought so. Only by fighting could he avoid more accidents. Fuck. Seeing this, the short and fat teenager cursed and turned around to escape. His short and fat body was extremely flexible, and he soon escaped more than 30 meters away. Until now, Lin Sun was sure that the boy really didn't intend to continue fighting, because this distance was already a safe distance to avoid the bloody armor-piercing crossbow. "My friend, your saber skills are very good. After this monthly assessment, we will definitely continue to fight together." The pudgy youth shouted, and his figure had already disappeared. "Fight? Next time I meet you, fatty, I will kill you first." Lin Sun snorted coldly and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He also knew that if he continued to fight with the short and fat teenager, both of them were likely to be hurt, and others would take advantage of him. "It seems that I have to change a hiding place." Lin Sun glanced at the swamp and knew that it was useless to hide in it. However, Lin Sun was still very puzzled. How on earth did the fatty find him just now? Who's this little fatty? In the central area of the bloodthirsty camp, there were 20 huge diffraction disc light screens floating in a grand and solemn hall. Each light screen showed the situation in an assessment battlefield. The slender and graceful young man seemed to notice something. She pointed at one of the light screens and asked in surprise. Xianxia sat upright silently by her side. His gaunt face was cold like a rock, and his gaze was constantly staring at a few of the screens. When he heard this, he turned his head to glance at them and said, "Besides the descendants of the Yi clan of the East Sea province, who else can utilize these two unique secret techniques, the embroidered soul saber technique and the pupils of spiritual illumination?" Yi family, also known as Yi family of Donghai, it was an ancient family with a history of thousands of years. It had great power in the entire Donghai province. Yi Zhangkong, the head of Yi family, was even crowned with the nickname King of Donghai. The descendant of Yi family, young man said thoughtfully, "No wonder he could find Lin's hiding place. It turns out that he has the help of spirit illuminating pupils. His name is Yi Qi. He's a good seedling." Xianxia seemed to think of something and added, "In the whole Yi family, there are very few people who have the qualification to practice spirit illuminating pupils. Yi Qi is one of them. Humph, no matter how powerful he is, he still escapes in the end. He still doesn't dare to fight with my handsome boy," young man snorted and said proudly when she mentioned Lin Sun. Xianxia looked away and looked at other light screens. After a while, he said, "By Lingshi, Zhaoyin, Zhang Sunheng, Li Duxing." After reading a string of names, he said, "Pay attention to them. They will be the most promising candidates to enter the game-producing lake." Young man's starry eyes narrowed. Bai Lingshi was the eldest grandson of Jinghai Marquis and had the talent property of Starshine Eternal. Zhao Yin was the great-grandson of Baoan Marquis of the Forbidden City and had the talent property of Purple Sunday. Zhang Sun Heng was the grandson of General Zhang Sun Chuanqiu of the Imperial Military Ministry. Li Duxing was the descendant of Li family, one of the 9 top aristocratic families in the Forbidden City. Every name represented an extremely outstanding young heaven's favorite. They could be said to be 1 in 10,000 geniuses. Young man naturally knew that people like him were the most promising candidates to enter the gang-producing lake. But when young man heard that Lin's name was not on the list, she was not convinced and said, I think Lin is not bad. Even if he can't compare with Bai Lingshi and Zhao Yin, he can at least be compared with Ning Meng, Shi Yu, and Qi. And Xianxia frowned, his eyes as sharp as a blade. This is just my preliminary opinion. No one can say for sure how many people can enter the gang-producing lake. After a pause, he continued, compared with these people, Lin Sun can only be regarded as above average. It's possible for him to enter the gang-producing lake, but it's not great unless a miracle happens. Young man still wanted to say something, but Xianxia interrupted her. Well, you'd better focus on whether Lin Sun will not be eliminated in the monthly assessment. Young man raised her slender and long eyebrows, but finally said no more. She asked herself that Lin Sun was indeed inferior to Bai Lingshi and others. But she also believed that if Lin Sun could pass the assessment and stay, he would definitely improve quickly in the following training. After all, others had already reached the 9th level of martial realm, while Lin Sun was only at the 7th level. It seemed to be a weakness, but it also meant that Lin Sun had more room for improvement. If Lin Sun could reach the 9th level of martial realm before the end of a year's training, he might be able to make up for the gap completely. How is old Mo doing? Xianxia suddenly asked. It's going well, but it still needs some time to succeed. Young man said quickly. Well, as long as it can be finished before Lin Sun leaves. Xianxia nodded. Young man couldn't help saying, Chief Shu, can't we keep Lin Sun here? Now you know that Lin Sun may not be as good as Bai Lingshi and others, but he is a rare genius in the field of spiritual tattoos. According to old Mo, Feng Qingyu, the genius girl of Green Deer School, was not as good as him at that time. Xianxia kept silent for a long time and said, we can't keep him. Heiyao Shrine won't let him go easily. When it came to Heiyao Shrine, young man suddenly felt helpless and sighed in her heart. But they didn't know that Heiyao Shrine didn't know that Lin Sun had such a great talent in spiritual tattoos. They even didn't pay much attention to Lin Sun. Even if Lin Sun was sent to the bloodthirsty camp for training this time, it was all because of Xia Ji. In the temporary camp of number 40. Touching his chin, Residual Wolf took back his eyes from the spiritual projector and suddenly chuckled. The outcome has been determined. In the temporary camp of number 39. As the assessment went on, Young Ke's delicate eyebrows frowned little by little and never relaxed. The situation was not optimistic. Now 11 trainees of Camp 39 had been eliminated, leaving only 13. On the contrary, there were still 26 trainees in Camp 40. The gap in the number of trainees was not important, but when the other trainees chose the strategy of bullying the few and defeated the trainees of Camp 39 one by one, the situation was somewhat serious. Just like at this moment, Ning Meng was fighting fiercely with Lei Xinyue and other 2 people, but suddenly another trainee of Camp 40 joined in, so Ning Meng had to choose to escape temporarily. Lei Xinyue and others naturally wouldn't let him escape, so they kept chasing him. The same situation also happened to Shi Yu, Li Qiu, and others. As for Qi Kan, Wen Mingxiu, Mao Lengshan, and others, although they had different experiences from Ning Meng, Shi Yu, and others, and they had realized the danger and began to unite with each other, they didn't have much advantage in the face of the wolf tactics of Camp 40. Young Ke could even imagine that when Ning Meng, Shi Yu, and others were defeated one by one, Qi Kan and others were bound to be besieged more. Residual Wolf really doesn't want to be ashamed. Young Ke was a little angry in her heart. In her opinion, the monthly assessment was to test the trainee's ability to face danger alone. Because in the real battlefield, there was no time to make careful arrangements. Everything depended on individual fighting and coping strategies. Telling the trainees how to deal with danger in advance was no different from cheating, and it couldn't achieve the real purpose of the assessment. But obviously, Residual Wolf didn't think so. He regarded this assessment as a competition that he was determined to win, so he made careful arrangements in advance. Undoubtedly, the real meaning of this assessment had changed, and it had been covered with the color of conspiracy and calculation. This was the most shameful thing for young Ku, but she couldn't say anything, because there was no such restriction in the assessment rules. The trainees trained by Residual Wolf are the most qualified warriors. Fatty middle-aged came in, glanced at young Ku, whose face was as cold as frost, and said, "The difference between you and him is that the trainees trained by you are the real strongmen." Young Ku frowned. "Is there a difference?" Fatty middle-aged said, "Of course there is. Soldiers take obedience as the first priority, are proficient in fighting on the battlefield, and are good at arranging troops, but they lack a kind of spirit that one man can hold the pass against 10,000 enemies, and a kind of courage to cut off all means of retreat. This kind of spirit and courage can only be possessed by the real strongmen." After a pause, he continued, "You should know that in the many wars of the Empire in the past, it is never these soldiers who know how to cooperate and obey orders, but the strongmen who jump out of the battlefield and have long put life and death aside." Young Ku was silent for a moment. She agreed with this view, but she was more clear that once this monthly assessment failed, there was no need to talk about the difference between soldiers and strongmen. As the saying went, the winner was the king, and the loser could only be the eliminated party. Who would remember that they had the possibility to become the real strongmen? "Hey! There is a change." Suddenly, Fatty middle-aged shouted. He stared at the light screen projected by the spiritual projector, and looked a little surprised. "It's this boy." Young Ku also looked over and immediately saw that Lin Sun's figure was approaching the direction where Ning Meng escaped. If this boy can cooperate with Ning Meng and defeat those enemies, he may change the situation. But as far as I know, this boy is only at the 7th level of martial realm, right? "I don't know whether he can do it or not," Fatty middle-aged said quickly. Young Ku nodded and kept her eyes fixed on Lin Sun's figure. Immediately, she found that the direction where Shiryu was escaping at the moment was also pointing to the same place. At this moment, Lin Sun, Ning Meng, and Shiryu were like 3 black spots, converging towards the same place along different trajectories, and there would be a moment when they would meet each other. Maybe the success or failure depended on this move. A thought came to Young Ku's mind, but she was not sure. The dense jungle was dark and damp. Lin Sun was flying forward cautiously and silently like a shadow in the jungle. Compared with the swamp, the environment of the jungle was more complicated. There were hiding places everywhere, and it was a natural place for assassination. Lin Sun dared not to be careless. He even exerted the power of perception to the extreme. While moving forward, he carefully checked the surrounding environment for fear of encountering any ambush. At the same time, he was also looking for an excellent hiding place. This place must be able to pass by the enemies, but at the same time, it must be a place that the enemies could easily ignore. It was undoubtedly difficult to find such a place. At least until now, Lin Sun still hadn't found anything. Suddenly, there was a violent noise in the distance. Trees fell down one after another, as if a terrible beast was running wildly towards this side. Lin Sun squinted his eyes and jumped to a thick old tree beside him. The thick and fat branches and leaves completely covered Lin Sun's figure. Almost at the same time, the violent noise had approached at an incredible speed. But to Lin Sun's surprise, it was not a fierce beast that could uproot mountains and trees, but a majestic young man. How could it be this guy? In an instant, Lin found that Ning Meng was being chased by someone. Dozens of miles away, a woman and 3 men were chasing Ning Meng aggressively. It was obvious that they wanted to kill Ning Meng by outnumbering him. Isn't this guy afraid of nothing? Why is he running away like a frightened wild boar? A weird smile appeared at the corner of Lin's mouth. In the past, Ning Meng always swaggered in front of him as if he was the best in the world. But now he could only run for his life in embarrassment, which made Lin want to laugh. But soon, Lin Sun couldn't laugh anymore. Ning Meng rushed towards him and broke the big tree where Lin Sun was hiding with a bang. Idiot, Lin Sun was so angry that he almost wanted to swear aloud. Originally, he could hide in the dark and launch a surprise attack on the woman and the 3 men, but his plan was disrupted by Ning Meng. Although thinking of this, Lin ran his spiritual energy and stuck his body tightly to the branches and leaves of the treetop like a gecko, so he didn't expose himself immediately. And in the process of the falling tree, Lin, who was tightly attached to the branches, was less likely to be noticed by the enemy. Unless the tree fell completely. But obviously, Lin didn't have to wait for that time. Just as Ning Meng's figure broke the tree, the woman and the three men rushed over. At the same time, Lin Sun's figure, like a flash of black lightning, rushed out from the toppled treetop. The sharp green wave saber with shimmering watercolor chopped out, and the cold light suddenly appeared. The woman and the three men were Lei Xianxia and her companions. They only focused on chasing Ning Meng and never thought that there was someone hiding in the tree. The sudden attack made their faces change suddenly and they dodged to one side subconsciously. However, one of the youths was a step too slow. With a pu sound, he was slashed in the shoulder by a saber. The saber's edge slashed down along his chest, tearing open a bloody wound. His stomach was almost cut open. The young man let out a blood-curdling scream. His figure staggered and flew out, falling into the bushes. He didn't dare to move at all, because the injury was too serious. If he moved, it would completely burst open, and at that time, his stomach would really be cut open. You're courting death. After a short shock, Lei Xianxia and others had come to their senses and rushed to Lin Sun. Their speed was extremely fast, showing their rich combat experience. All of a sudden, Lin Sun was trapped in the same place, dwarfed and in imminent danger. Especially Lei Xianxia, the sword in her hand was wrapped in terrible lightning arcs. Every strike was fierce and fierce, which posed a great threat to Lin. Aside from Lei Xianxia, the other two youths were also quite skilled. One held a spear while the other held a long whip. They cooperated very well with Lei Xianxia. Ha ha ha, my brothers are here to help. You bastards who bully the few with numbers, don't even think about leaving today. In the laughter, Ning Meng's figure broke through the air like an iron tower. He held a large halberd in his hand while lightning flowed all over his body. He was simply like a god of thunder that had descended to the world, and his might was boundless to the extreme. With a rumbling sound, the youth holding the whip let out a blood-curdling screech. His body was sent flying like a sandbag by the halberd. Obviously, Ning Meng was agreed that he had to flee all the way before. At this moment, because of the appearance of Lin Sun, the situation suddenly changed and Ning seized the opportunity to fight back. How could he be polite? Kill! Ning Meng roared and waved his halberd, cutting through the air with a momentum like thunder shaking the ninth heaven. Lei Xianxia and the youth holding the sword were forced to dodge with their faces changing abruptly. In just an instant, Ning resolved Lin Sun's pressure. Lin Sun had to admit that Ning Meng's fighting capacity was indeed fierce and fierce. At least, he couldn't do it at present. Lin Sun, you take care of that boy. I'll deal with this girl. If I don't beat her into submission today, I can't resolve the resentment in my heart. With a loud shout, Ning Meng rushed to Lei Xianxia. That's the best. Lin Sun smiled and locked his eyes on the youth holding the sword like lightning. Carrying the green wave saber, he rushed over, surging with terrible killing intent and fighting desire. Lei Xianxia's fighting capacity was extremely strong. Lin Sun didn't think that he could defeat this girl in a short time, so it was best to let Ning Meng deal with her. As for the other two companions of Lei Xianxia, one was almost cut open, and the other was knocked out by Ning Meng's halberd. Both of them had lost their fighting capacity and were not worth worrying about. Although the current situation seemed to be 2 against 2, for Ning Meng, the situation had completely changed from before. Humph! Don't you dare to attack only with the help of your companions? Who was the one who ran away like a crazy wild boar just now? Lei Xianxia gritted her teeth and fought with Ning Meng, not forgetting to satirize him. Woman! You'd better not annoy me. If we were not in the bloodthirsty camp, I would kill you with my halberd. Ning Meng roared. He felt extremely ashamed of his escape just now. Now he was ridiculed by Lei Xianxia, which made him extremely angry. He didn't realize that the word kill in his words could easily cause ambiguity. Girls always matured earlier than boys. Hearing this, Lei Xianxia spat and her almond-shaped eyes were about to spurt fire. I'll kill you, shameless beast. Both of them practiced the secret fighting method of thunder property. Once they fought, it was like 2 thunder gods, 1 man and 1 woman, were fighting with each other. The lightning was dancing and the thunder was rolling. The momentum was extremely terrible. On the other side, Lin Sun and the youth holding the sword also fought fiercely. Compared with Yi Qi, the pudgy youth he had met before, the youth holding the sword didn't bring much pressure to Lin Sun. Thinking about it, it was reasonable. The elimination rate of the trainees in Camp 30 was the highest, but the remaining ones were the elites of the elites. Although the number of trainees in Camp 40 was greater, their individual combat effectiveness was obviously uneven. Just like the youth holding the sword in front of him, although he had the cultivation of the 9th level of martial realm, he was much inferior in both fighting means and fighting consciousness. Before long, Lin Sun found an opportunity and performed a piercing formula. The green wave saber drew a straight arc like flowing mercury. With a puff, it stabbed a bloody hole in the opponent's ribs. The opponent screamed in pain and quickly retreated to dodge. Hearing the scream, Xianxia, who was fighting, was shocked. Her beautiful face changed, and she gritted her teeth to escape to the distance. Still want to escape? Stay here. Ning Meng shouted and was about to catch up with her, but he was stopped by Lin Sun's stern voice. Enough. If you catch up with her and are ambushed again, who the hell can save you like me? Ning Meng's face changed for a while. Finally, he snorted angrily and gave up the chase. In Camp 39, he had always regarded Lin Sun as a friend. Because of Lin Sun, the trainees who wanted to get close to him changed their attitudes and kept a distance from him. If he was really ambushed again, almost no one would save him like Lin Sun did. Damn it, I'll listen to you this time. As Ning Meng spoke, he looked at Lin Sun's opponent, the teenager with a sword. Lin Sun's face suddenly changed and he felt desperate. Good. In the temporary Camp 39, fatty middle-aged couldn't help clapping his hands and praising. Lin Sun's ability to adapt to circumstances is first class. Although his hiding place was destroyed by Ning Meng at the beginning, he could make use of this change to make the most effective surprise attack. It's really amazing. A rare trace of appreciation appeared on Young Ke's calm and elegant face. Lin Sun's performance just now was really good. He defeated a trainee of the opponent in one fell swoop, which was definitely a blow that turned the situation around. It was under this situation that Ning Meng had enough time to fight back. Can the situation be completely changed this time? Young Ke's eyes moved and fell on the position of Shiryu in the light screen. In Camp 40, Residual Wolf couldn't bear the discomfort in his heart anymore. He snorted coldly, and a trace of haze appeared on his feminine and cold face. Xianxia and her companions were defeated. The situation of complete victory was broken by the sudden appearance of an unexpected teenager, which gave top figures like Ning Meng a chance to fight back. Who was this teenager? Residual Wolf stared at Lin Sun for a long time, and finally sighed in his heart. He had no impression of this teenager. No impression meant that it was his negligence, and no one could be blamed for it. Without thinking too much, Residual Wolf moved his eyes away and fell on another area in the light screen, where Gong Ming and Di Jun chased after Shiryu together. If Gong Ming and Di Jun were defeated again, the situation would be completely reversed, and Camp 40 would fall into an absolute disadvantage. There was no doubt that the teenager with a sword was defeated by Lin Sun and Ning Meng in an instant, and he took the initiative to admit defeat. In the end, Lin Sun and Ning Meng got 5 nameplates from the 3 defeated trainees of Camp 40. Ning Meng took 2 nameplates and gave the other 3 to Lin Sun. After a little discussion, they decided to go forward together. There was only about an hour left before the assessment. The competition would be crueler at this time. Although Ning Meng was belligerent and brave, he was not stupid. He knew that it was the safest way to act with Lin Sun. How long can you fight? Ning Meng asked with a slight gasp. I don't know. It depends on how powerful the opponent is, Lin Sun said quickly. At present, he had consumed nearly half of his spiritual energy. I can't hold on any longer. Damn it. It's all Xianyu's fault. She chased me with all her strength and consumed a lot of physical strength for no reason. Ning Meng cursed loudly. He was not reconciled to the fact that Xianyue had escaped. Do you want to take a break to recover? Lin Sun frowned and asked. No need. Ning Meng shook his head. When they talked, they were moving forward quickly in the jungle. But just a moment later, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed and he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Ning Meng was shocked. He understood it before Lin Sun explained. Because not far ahead, 4 figures rushed here, and all of them were trainees of Camp 40. 2 for each of us, or 3 for me, and 1 for you, Ning Meng said quickly. Lin Sun sighed, the situation is more complicated than you think. When they were talking, there was another rapid sound in the depths of the jungle on the other side. Obviously, someone was also rushing here. All of a sudden, Ning Meng's face became serious. For opponents were not terrible, but if there were more, it would be really troublesome. When the 4 trainees from Camp 40 saw Lin Sun and Ning Meng, they narrowed their eyes at first, but they didn't show any fear. For against 2, they still had a certain advantage. But they soon stopped and looked dignified. They noticed that someone was rushing towards them from another direction. Were they enemies or friends? Lin Sun, Ning Meng, and the 4 trainees of Camp 40 were all waiting. Soon, a figure as elegant as a flowing cloud and as fast as a gale suddenly appeared. It was Xianxia, but before Lin Sun and Ning Meng felt happy, they saw 2 people chasing after Xianxia with all their strength. It could be imagined that the 2 people who could force Xianxia to run away were not ordinary people. Suddenly, Lin Sun and Ning Meng's hearts sank. On the contrary, when the 4 trainees of Camp 40 saw the 2 people chasing after Xianxia, they couldn't help but look happy. It was Gong Ming and Di Jun. Among the 2, the former was a master whom the cruel wolf instructor had high hopes for. He was deeply hidden and came from the Tumbler Gong family of the empire. The latter was Di Jun, a top master who had already proved himself with his strength. He also had a great background. Now, with the 2 of them, there were 6 overmatches in Camp 40, which was enough to suppress the 3 opponents. At this moment, the situation was completely clear. The danger and killing intent were also keenly captured by Lin Sun. He made a prompt decision. Ning Meng, do you dare to stop the 4 alone? Ning Meng was stunned and gritted his teeth. Why not? I'll go to help Xianxia and seize every opportunity to get rid of one of the opponents. At that time, the situation will be favorable to us. Lin Sun's black eyes were calm, and he said quickly, this battle is destined to be extremely difficult. Maybe we can all try to fight with our lives. The one who is the most ruthless may be the one who can hold on to the end. Humph. Now the number of nameplates I've seized is enough. Even if I fail and leave now, there is no danger of being eliminated from Bloodthirsty Camp. In this case, I'll play a big game for them. With a fierce look in his eyes, Ning Meng stamped on the ground fiercely. His tower-like figure rushed up violently, and his bulging muscles were full of dazzling lightning. Boom, the halberd danced in the air like a dancing snake. It had a domineering aura that could devour mountains and rivers. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun's body drew a residual shadow in the void, holding the green wave saber, and rushed to Xianxia. Which one is the hardest to deal with? Lin Sun asked quickly. The ugliest one. Xianxia pointed at Gong Ming in the distance, and then his figure stopped. Carrying a pair of bronze maces, he rushed towards Di Jun. Xianxia was very clever, so he had already seen Lin Sun, Ning Meng and the 4 opponents from Camp 40 in the distance. This situation could not be said to be complicated, but it was extremely dangerous. When he saw Lin Sun's arrangement, he instantly guessed Lin Sun's intention and gave Gong Ming to Lin Sun without hesitation. Gong Ming was indeed strong and extremely difficult to deal with. But Gong Ming was best at defense, which meant that he might be able to suppress and defeat Lin Sun in a head-on fight, but it would take some time. Under such circumstances, as long as Xianxia could defeat Di Jun before Gong Ming defeated Lin Sun, the situation in the field would be favorable to them. Kill, Ning Meng rushed to the 4 opponents. Kill, Lin Sun rushed to Gong Ming. Kill, Xianxia rushed to Di Jun. Although it was the first time for the 3 of them to fight together, they had a tacit understanding. In order to reverse the situation, they would go all out even if they had to pay a great risk. If Ning Meng was someone else, he would think that Lin Sun was tricking him after hearing Lin's suggestion and would not agree easily. Similarly, if Lin Sun was someone else, he would also be suspicious and hesitant when he heard that Xianxia wanted him to deal with Gong Ming. Once such a situation happened, there was no need to fight at all. Their opponents would seize the opportunity to suppress them one by one. The so-called working together and fighting together tested not only tacit understanding, but also trust and a kind of decisive courage. In this respect, Lin Sun, Ning Meng and Xianxia seemed to have never communicated with each other, and maybe they didn't realize it at all. But their current performance was full of tacit understanding, trust and courage. All this came from the same idea: they were trainees of Camp 39. Their pride and dignity would not allow any unfavorable factors to appear at this moment. Boom! The fight broke out in this jungle. The scene was extremely fierce. Trees fell, rocks were crushed, and the ground was cracked. The blazing and colorful spiritual energy intertwined and collided with each other constantly. The scene was thrilling. At this moment, Residual Wolf and Young Ke fixed their eyes on this place. They all knew that the result of this monthly assessment might depend on this battle. Bang! 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 Lin Sun held his saber and fought against Gong Ming. His chi was condensed and he maintained a high degree of concentration. The saber light was like changeable water, sometimes surging, sometimes lingering, sometimes pouring like a rainstorm, and sometimes gurgling like a stream. But even so, he still felt extremely terrible pressure. Gong Ming looked very ordinary. He held a long stick made of wrought iron. His movements were neither fast nor slow, and his stick skills were also ordinary. But every blow of his stick was like a thunderbolt, producing a terrible shock force, which made Lin Sun's hand numb and made his blood and chi tumble. Similarly, his defense was as strict as an iron wall. Lin Sun could hardly find any flaw. With a light sweep of the stick, he could easily resolve Lin Sun's attack. It felt like facing an unshakable mountain. No matter how strong the storm was, he would remain motionless. This was Gong Ming. His ancestral secret 9 Ghost Dom body protecting cudgel could be regarded as the first-class defensive skill in the world. It was mysterious and powerful. It was really a headache to fight with such a person. Lin Sun couldn't hurt Gong Ming at all. It was a war of attrition. What made Lin Sun most afraid was that Gong Ming not only had terrible defense, but also had amazing offensive power. Perhaps in the eyes of people like Shiryu, Gong Ming's most frightening feature was his defense. But for Lin Sun, a master like Gong Ming should not be underestimated. But his defensive power was so eye-catching that it was easy to ignore his attack. Bang! A stick smashed down, making Lin Sun's body shake and almost stagger back. It couldn't go on like this. Suddenly, Lin Sun's black eyes flashed a touch of ruthlessness. He rushed up and stabbed the greenwave saber directly at Gong Ming's throat, ignoring the stick coming at him. If Gong Ming didn't dodge, he might smash Lin Sun's head with the stick. But Lin Sun's saber was destined to pierce his throat. This was a completely suicidal way of fighting, in which both sides would suffer heavy losses. It was a kind of ruthlessness, not only to the enemy, but also to oneself. Gong Ming frowned. The shadow of the stick changed and suddenly rolled down, shaking the blade of Lin Sun. But this undoubtedly proved that he didn't want to fight with Lin Sun to death. Lin Sun took this opportunity to continue fighting. As long as Gong Ming had to defend, it was advantageous to Lin Sun. At least the attack power he suffered would be much smaller, and he would not be suppressed in a short time. But it was also extremely difficult for Lin Sun to defeat Gong Ming. But this was the best situation that Lin Sun could fight for. As long as he could hold on until Shiryu killed Di Jun, the whole situation would change accordingly. But just a moment later, Gong Ming's fighting style suddenly changed. Ignoring Lin Sun's attack, he smashed his long stick down. Puff! Gong Ming's waist was cut open, with blood flowing out. But it was just a flesh wound, not a serious injury. Bang! Almost at the same time, Lin Sun's shoulder was hit by the stick. His body sank and his shoulder bones were almost broken. A sharp pain spread all over his body. It should be noted that Lin Sun's physical strength had reached the level of metallographic jade, which was comparable to the 8th level of martial realm. His body was as strong as refined steel. But it was almost broken by this stick. It could be imagined how terrible the power of Gong Ming's stick was. But Lin Sun suddenly gritted his teeth and stopped his body from falling to the ground. He suddenly arched his body and chopped at Gong Ming again. He had seen that Gong Ming had obviously seen through his intention and began to fight with him at the cost of exchanging wounds. This was undoubtedly an extremely bad discovery. But Lin Sun had no time to care so much. In this battle, he had to pin down Gong Ming, even if he had to pay an unimaginable price. Obviously, Gong Ming was surprised by Lin Sun's tenacity. His stick could paralyze an ordinary practitioner on the 7th level of martial realm, but Lin Sun seemed to be fine. It could be seen that Lin Sun must have an extremely strong capital in body refining. In the following time, Gong Ming and Lin Sun fought in a way that both of them were injured, which was extremely tragic. In just a moment, Lin Sun's skin was bruised and swollen, and every inch of his tendons and bones felt a severe pain as if they were about to burst and collapse. Similarly, Gong Ming's body was also covered with knife wounds, dripping with blood, but his vital parts were not hurt. From the beginning to the end, Gong Ming's expression had never changed. At this moment, beyond imagination, they were both silent and resolute, just like a pair of calm and terrible lunatics. And the bloody and cruel picture was also soul-stirring. Suddenly, Ning Meng's roar came from afar, "I can't hold on any longer. Toy boy, when the hell are you going to fight? You are too weak, aren't you?" This made Lin Sun's heart sink. Ning Meng couldn't hold on any longer, even without looking back. He could imagine that Ning Meng, who was besieged by 4 people, was obviously more seriously injured than him at the moment. What about Shiryu? How was the battle going on his side? Almost at the same time, a roar suddenly sounded in the field. With a bang, Di Jun, who was not far away, was fiercely blown out. He coughed up blood, his face suddenly turned pale, and then his head tilted to one side and he fainted. At the same time, a horrifying bloody hole was torn open on the left side of Shiryu's chest, and fresh blood gurgled out from it. But Shiryu seemed as if he didn't notice it at all, and he roared with laughter. How could an idiot like you understand how formidable this young master is? The situation was going to change. In the temporary camp of number 40, Residual Wolf's face was livid and cold, and his emotions were tumbling violently uncontrollably. When he saw that Shiryu completely suppressed Di Jun with the tactic of injuring 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of his own men, he knew that the situation of this melee was irreversible. Young Ku, I underestimated you," Residual Wolf murmured, with some indescribable complexity in his voice. When the wolf pack tactic meets a powerhouse who doesn't care about their own lives, they have already lost in terms of spirit. Although this is not a war, this kind of situation is very common in war. In the temporary camp of number 39, Fatty Middle-Aged exhaled a foul breath. He seemed to think of something in the past, with a touch of emotion on his face. "If we hadn't met those fearless madmen of the Empire of the Dark, don't mention it again." Young Ke frowned and interrupted. Her eyes were still fixed on the light screen. Although she didn't want to recall the past, how could she control her emotions when she saw Lin, Shiryu, and Ning Meng fighting with their lives at all costs? At that time, she, Shu Sanqi, Fatty Middle-Aged and others were all young. They all came out of the bloodthirsty camp and had the same courage. But what happened at that time? Young Ke felt a sharp pain in her heart. She shook her head hard and stopped thinking about it. Few people knew that she still couldn't forgive her sister young man. Because of what happened at that time, Di Jun was defeated and fainted. Although Shiryu was seriously injured, his fighting capacity was still terrible in a short time. With his participation in the Battle of Ning Meng, the situation of the melee really began to change. A moment later, one of the opponents was stabbed in the abdomen by Ning Meng's halberd. His whole body flew up and smashed more than 10 miles away. He completely lost consciousness. Almost at the same time, Shiryu swept a pair of bronze maces and stunned his opponent with a head-on approach. "I'm going to help Lin, and you take care of the remaining 2. Shiryu turned and rushed to Lin without hesitation. "Fuck. Since when can you, a toy boy, order me around?" Ning Meng scolded loudly, but he didn't slow down and fiercely attacked the remaining 2 opponents. At this time, the situation had been completely reversed, which made Ning Meng, who had been ready to be eliminated from the battlefield, feel relieved. However, the battle was not over, and he would not let go of the remaining 2 guys easily. On the other side, when Shiryu arrived, Gong Ming had already fled. In other words, when Di Jun was defeated, Gong Ming had realized that the situation had changed. Especially when he saw that the crisis on Ning Meng's side was also resolved, he made a prompt decision to withdraw. With Lin's current strength, it was indeed difficult for him to keep the man. He could only watch him escape. "This little tortoise is very slippery," Shiryu sneered. He was unwilling to give up. Since the beginning of the assessment, he had been pestered by Gong Ming. So far, he hadn't even got a nameplate, which was a great shame for Shiryu. Naturally, he hated the culprit Gong Ming more and more. But soon, Shiryu didn't have time to think too much, because Lin Sun next to him had fallen to the ground with a bang, gasping for breath. At this moment, his entire body was covered in bruises, and every inch of his bones was in extreme pain, as if they were about to break. In particular, the spiritual power in his body was almost completely depleted, and his condition was extremely poor. If he hadn't held on with a strong willpower, he would have passed out long ago. Have a good rest. I, Shiryu, will not let anyone hurt you. Looking at Lin's miserable situation, Shiryu thought of today's experience and felt grateful. I helped you not for your gratitude, but because I don't want our Camp 39 to be cut off. Lin panted and smiled. Hey, I didn't know that you have a sense of collective honor. Shiryu shook his head with a smile. Then he turned around and began to search the nameplates on Dijun's body. On the other side, Ning Meng flew into a rage and roared, "Damn it, toy boy, can you come and help me first?" Shiryu replied lazily, "Yo, the dignified child Ning Meng should also ask for help? It's so rare. Damn it, toy boy, you are so shameless. If I didn't save you, you would have been eliminated by others." Ning Meng was so angry that he swore loudly. Lying on the ground, Lin Sun listened to these conversations and rarely felt relaxed. There were only less than 10 minutes left before the assessment, and all this could finally end, but at this moment, suddenly a clear roar came from afar, "Hey! There is indeed a fight here. Ning Meng, Shiryu, don't worry. I'll give you a hand." With the voice, Qi Kan, Wen Mingxiu, Xin Wenbin and Mao Langshan rushed over from the distant jungle. Lin Sun's eyes suddenly narrowed. They didn't come earlier or later, but at this moment. Who would believe that they just happened to pass by? A cold smile appeared on the corners of Shiryu's mouth as he slowly stood up. Ning Meng roared, "Who the fuck asked for your help? Get out of here." As he spoke, he intensified his attack, forcing the remaining 2 trainees of Camp 40 to be in a more precarious situation. Hearing Ning Meng's scolding, Qi Kan just smiled, while the faces of Wen Mingxiu, Xin Wenbin and Mao Langshan became gloomy. "Mingxiu, Langshan, go to help." Qi Kan ordered. "Wenbin, go to check Lin Sun's injury and give him a hand to treat him." From the beginning to the end, Qi Kan completely ignored Lin Sun's opinion, showing an attitude of helping Lin Sun in distress. Hearing the order, Xin Wenbin was ecstatic and vaguely understood Qi Kan's intention. Qi Kan wanted him to take the opportunity to plunder Lin Sun's nameplates. In the same way, since when Mingxiu and Mao Langshan went to help Ning Meng, they should have a share of the spoils after the war. As for whether Lin Sun agreed or not, it didn't matter. They came to help. What was more, Lin Sun and the other 2 were seriously injured and no longer posed a threat. No matter what Qi Kan wanted to do, they had to agree. In short, Qi Kan came to take advantage of the trainees in the same camp. Shameless, yes, but when they did these things in the name of helping, even if Drillmaster Young Kun knew it, she couldn't say that they did wrong. Lin Sun understood this. Although he hated them, he didn't have the strength to stop them. He couldn't even stand up. He was seriously injured. Gong Ming's cudgel almost smashed all his bones. How could he have the strength to stop them? The most helpless thing was that there were only a few minutes left before the end of the assessment, but such a change happened. Anyone would feel aggrieved. "Thank you for your kindness." At this time, Shiryu suddenly stood out and looked at Qi Kan and others indifferently. "If you don't understand what I mean, I can put it bluntly. You want to take advantage of me? You have to step over my dead body." His voice was resolute and carried a strand of resolution. Qi Kan's face changed slightly, and others hesitated at once. They were very clear about Shiryu's identity. They also knew that Shiryu's character had always been gentle and casual, and he never cared about too much. But they didn't expect that Shiryu would be so fierce and decisive at this moment. Even though Shiryu was seriously injured now, he was after all one of the top masters in Camp 39, so no one dared to ignore his attitude. Qi Kan glanced at the distance. At this time, Ning Meng had completely defeated 2 opponents, which made Qi Kan feel sorry that he missed a chance. Thinking of this, Qi Kan said, "In this case, forget it. But Lin Sun is seriously injured now. It's better to treat him as soon as possible." What he meant was, okay, we won't take advantage of you, Shiryu and Ming Meng, but we will definitely take advantage of Lin Sun. Yes, that's right. Shin Wenbin nodded hard and couldn't hold back his ecstasy. He didn't expect that he could torture Lin Sun by himself today after being tortured by Lin Sun yesterday. It was such a good luck. He had made up his mind that he would not only take away Lin's nameplate, but also take the opportunity to give Lin a hard beating. After all, there was no rule in this monthly assessment that they were not allowed to kill each other, even if he would be punished by Drillmaster Young Ku afterwards. Shin Wenbin didn't care. Would Drillmaster Young Ku eliminate him? Shin Wenbin couldn't wait to rush over. Seeing this, Shiryu and Ning Meng's faces changed at the same time. But almost at the same time, they noticed that Qi Kan, Wen Mingxiu and Mao Lengshan fixed their eyes on them, which made their hearts sink again. They knew that if they took action, Qi Kan would be the first one to jump out to stop them. These guys deserved to die. Shiryu and Ning Meng hated Lin Sun very much. If they weren't seriously injured, how could they end up like this? However, it was absolutely impossible for Shiryu and Ning Meng to watch Lin Sun suffer. Even if they had to fight with Qi Kan, they wouldn't hesitate. However, just as the two of them were about to move, an extremely ear-piercing whistle suddenly sounded out from the nearby forest. It was as if some sort of terrifying power was tearing through the air and charging over at an unbelievable speed. All the people present changed their faces at the same time. They were very familiar with this sound. It was the extremely famous standard spiritual weapon in the Empire, bloody armor-piercing crossbow. Puff. Before Shin Wenbin got close to Lin Sun, an arrow had pierced through his thigh with a string of blood splashing in the air. Shin Wenbin had already let out a shrill scream and fell on the ground dozens of feet away. He was extremely miserable. As luck would have it, Shiryu happened to be standing there. His lips curled into a smile as he shouted, "There's an enemy attack. Everyone, hide. I'll cover Child Shin." As he said, he suddenly lay on Shin Wenbin's body. Although he said he would cover Shin Wenbin, he didn't hesitate to slap Shin Wenbin unconscious. Then he reached out his hand and took away Shin Wenbin's nameplate. If Shin Wenbin was still awake, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. In fact, without Shiryu's reminder, all the other people present had dodged subconsciously. Meanwhile, they had roughly located the hiding place of their opponents. Soon, three figures came from afar. They were Yi Qi, the short and fat teenager, Lei Xingyue, and another teenager with a strange face. Their appearance indirectly interrupted the plan of Qi Kan and his companions, which made them all look gloomy, but no one dared to act rashly. At this moment, the situation was very delicate. Lin Sun, Shiryu, and Ning Meng were all seriously injured, so they could only pretend to be united with Qi Kan and his companions. Although they all wanted each other to suffer, they could only stand on the same side for the time being in front of Yi Qi and his companions. After all, they all represented Camp 39. If they killed each other, it would be really stupid, and their opponents would only take advantage of them. Yi Qi and his companions stopped dozens of feet away and didn't move forward. "Your performance just now was wonderful. If I didn't admire that guy's sabersmanship and didn't want him to be eliminated, I wouldn't want to interrupt all this." Yi Qi sighed with emotion. The guy in his words naturally referred to Lin Sun. Qi Kan and his companions looked a little embarrassed. Not until now did they understand why the arrow just now was aimed at Shin Wenbin. "Lin Sun, when did you hook up with the little fat boy of Camp 40? Shiryu asked with a strange look. "What do you mean hook up?" Lin Sun said angrily, "I can't wait to kill this guy, okay?" Shiryu said in surprise, "No way. The little fat boy just saved your life. The relationship between you two seems to be complicated." Lin Sun completely admired this guy. At this moment, he was still in the mood to joke. Hey, we are just appreciating each other. Vulgar people like you, Shiryu, will never understand." Yi Qi also laughed in the distance. His eyes were small, so when he laughed, they immediately became a line. "Cut the crap. Now that you are here, don't think about leaving." Qi Kan saw them talking with each other, completely ignoring the existence of his companions, which made him very angry. "Qi Kan, you are not stupid, but now you are incredibly stupid. Don't you find that there are only less than 2 minutes left before the assessment?" Yi Qi asked in surprise, "Do you think it's necessary to continue this battle?" He seemed to be reminding Chi Kan with good intentions, but his words were filled with ridicule, causing Chi Kan's face to flush red. He roared, "Even if there's only 1 second left, I'll fight to the end." As he spoke, he fiercely charged out, and a cold light shot out from his spear like a swift bolt of lightning. His imposing manner was extremely disdainful. Yi Chi raised his hand with a smile, and a pitch-black armor-piercing crossbow appeared, pointing at Chi Kan from a distance. Bang! A sharp arrow with spiritual patterns shot out with a terrifying whistling sound. It tore through the air and shot toward Chi Kan at a terrifying speed. Swish! Chi Kan's pupils constricted, and he had no choice but to dodge to the side. Bang! 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 It was another round of continuous bursts. Spiritual arrows wrapped in dazzling and frightening luster, like soul-capturing blades rushing out of hell, shot at Chi Kan from different angles in an extremely tricky way. This round of rapid attacks forced Chi Kan to dodge and retreat again and again. When he dodged the rain of arrows, he had returned to his original position. Seeing this, Chi Kan's face became more and more gloomy. "This damn black fatty. Well, stop it. After this assessment, we may become students in the same camp. Why do you have to make a fuss and hurt each other's feelings?" Yi Chi said with a smile. His simple and honest manner, coupled with his seemingly innocent words, gave people a strong sense of mockery, which could be regarded as a special skill. At least at this moment, Lin Sun, Shiryu, and Ming Meng's expressions all became a little weird. This little fatty was simply a master of attracting hatred. Everyone who saw him had an impulse to beat him up. This ability was very rare. Chi Kan was obviously forcefully restraining his rage, and he was just about to say something when he heard the deep sound of a bell suddenly resound out from the sky, and it sounded out 3 times in succession. This was the signal of the end of the assessment. Alas, it's over so soon. I was going to have a good talk with you. Well, anyway, we will have a chance to meet in the future. Goodbye. Yi Chi sighed and cupped his hands with a smile. Then he turned around and left with Lei Xinyue and another teenager. Damn it. Chi Kan squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. He hated this little fatty to the core. Beside him, Wen Mingxiu and Mao Langshan's expressions changed. Constantly. Originally, they planned to take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Unexpectedly, not only Shen Wenbin was attacked and failed, but Chi Kan was also ridiculed by Yi Chi and others who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The change of the situation caught them off guard. When they came to their senses, the assessment was already over. At this moment, Lin Sun, Shiryu, and Ming Meng all smiled with relief, but they didn't hide their indifference when looking at Chi Kan and others. The intense and cruel first monthly assessment came to an end in this way. In the evening, the assessment results were announced. Lin Sun was healing his wounds at that time. He was so seriously injured that he was directly transferred to the place where the patients gathered in Camp 39. Like him, Shiryu and Ming Meng were also there. There were specialized medical practitioners in the bloodthirsty camp, and their skills were superb. With the care of these medical practitioners, no matter how serious the injury was, as long as the patient was still breathing, he could be saved. Soon, the assessment results were distributed to each trainee. The first thing that came into their eyes was a line of words, Camp 40 failed. Lin Sun let out a long breath. Finally, he won. This also meant that from today on, Camp 40 would no longer exist. Cheers soon sounded in the camp. Although it was lively, it was sparse and couldn't be compared with the past. This was normal. In the month before the monthly assessment, 26 trainees in Camp 39 were eliminated and left the bloodthirsty camp. In this monthly assessment, 12 of the remaining 24 trainees were eliminated, and they were sent out of the bloodthirsty camp after the assessment because their comprehensive scores were too low. In other words, there were only 12 people left in Camp 39. Lin Sun was one of them. His comprehensive score was still only average. His total score before the monthly assessment was 469 points, which ranked in the middle. In this monthly assessment, he got a total of 7 nameplates, which was a good result. But after considering his previous scores, his score was only average. However, Lin Sun was very satisfied. It was good that he was not eliminated. Damn it, I was surpassed by Chi Kan. On the sickbed next to Lin Sun, Shiryu was a little upset. He was very unlucky in this monthly assessment. From the beginning, he was entangled by Gong Ming, which made his score even lower than Lin Sun's. But after considering his previous scores, he still ranked in the top. Hey, hey, hey. On another sickbed, Ning Meng laughed complacently. His score was very good, better than Shiryu, Qi Kan, and even better than others. Because he was the top one among the 12 trainees left in Camp 39. It's a shame for our Camp 39 to give the first place to such a fool, Shiryu said sarcastically. Lin Sun was helpless. He knew that the two were going to have a war of words again. 3 days later, after the full treatment of the medical practitioners of the bloodthirsty camp, all the patients in Camp 39 had completely recovered and were alive and kicking. At the same time, the news that Camp 40 was ruled out also spread. 18 trainees of Camp 40 were incorporated into Camp 39. Gong Ming, Di Jun, Lei Xinyue, Yi Qi, and others were also among them. They, Lin Sun and other 12 trainees formed a brand new Camp 39. At the same time, the original 40 camps of the bloodthirsty camp had now become 20. Like Camp 39, each camp maintained the number of 30 trainees. After careful calculation, there were still 600 trainees in the entire bloodthirsty camp, but a month ago, there were as many as 2,000 trainees, which meant that in just 1 month, 1,200 trainees were completely eliminated. The overall elimination rate was really appalling. Naturally, it also proved that the trainees who could stay now were the elites of the elites. On the 4th day after the monthly assessment, the daily training began again. However, many training items had been changed. For example, the actual combat training no longer chose to fight with fierce beasts, but replaced with low-level dark races. The 3 most powerful tribes among the dark races were Voodoo Barbarian Tribe, Abyss Demon Spirit and Cold Moon Soul Tribe. But for Xiao Empire, Voodoo Barbarian Tribe was the biggest enemy of the empire. Voodoo Barbarian Tribe was divided into 9 branches, each of which had special fighting talents. The tribe had tens of millions of warriors, which were distributed outside the border of the empire. As a practitioner of the empire, the most effective way to know who the enemy was in the shortest time was to fight with the enemy. Although the empire hadn't had a large-scale battle with the dark races for hundreds of years, and it was hard to see enemies from the Empire of the Dark in the Empire's territory, it was easy to fight with the dark races in the bloodthirsty camp. In some extremely secret training fields here, there were many warriors of Voodoo Barbarian Tribe, such as Fire Barbarian, Water Barbarian, Gold Barbarian, Earth Barbarian, Wood Barbarian, Wind Barbarian, Wild Barbarian, Thunder Barbarian, Star Barbarian. The warriors of the 9 branches of Voodoo Barbarian Tribe could all be found. But they were all barbarian slaves of the lowest level. Barbarian slave was a Voodoo Barbarian warrior equivalent to a real martial realm practitioner. From this day on, fighting with the barbarian warriors became a compulsory subject for every trainee in the bloodthirsty camp, just like the words written on the sword-shaped stone tablet in front of the gate of the bloodthirsty camp. Xiao Flower is invincible because of bloodshed, and the empire is everlasting because of war. In appearance, fire barbarians were no different from normal human beings. But with a closer look, many differences could be distinguished. For example, their hair was glowing with a wisp of star-like fiery luster. Their pupils were diamond-shaped, glowing like blood diamonds. In the center of their chest, where the heart was, there was a totem pattern in the shape of a flame. This was their inborn flame pattern, which could be turned into a totem fire armor to protect the vital parts of the heart in battle. At this moment, a descendant of Fire Barbarian stood in front of Lin Sun in a training ground. This was a strong man with the fighting capacity of a 9th-level barbarian slave, which was comparable to the strength of a practitioner on the 9th level of martial realm. Boom, the battle began. The Fire Barbarian rushed forward with dazzling flames on his body. Every inch of his muscles bulged, making him extremely fierce and violent. He punched at Lin Sun. Lin Sun took a deep breath, exerted strength in his palms and fingers, and collided with the fist of the Fire Barbarian. With a bang, a scorching and terrible force, like a sea of molten lava, crashed into Lin Sun and almost broke his wrist. Sure enough, the physique and strength of these dark races are abnormally strong. If a practitioner only relies on his physique to fight with them, he is doomed to be outmatched. Thoughts flashed in Lin Sun's mind, but he didn't slow down. Exerting strength in his arms, he rushed forward and crashed into the arms of the fire barbarian. With a bang, the fire barbarian was sent flying more than 30 meters away. But in a moment, he got up from the ground unscathed. This was the horror of the voodoo barbarian tribe. They were born with divine strength and bodies as strong as rock and steel. They were born warriors. Xianxia once said in the anatomy class that on the premise of equal cultivation, practitioners could only rely on various spiritual weapons to have the strength to fight with the strong voodoo barbarians. The most important reason was that the physique of most practitioners was far less powerful than that of the strong voodoo barbarians. Humph. Human beings, without the protective shell of spiritual weapons, you will always be a group of vulnerable garbage. The fire barbarian rushed at Lin Sun again, with flames surging all over his body. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty madness. Lin Sun frowned. He took a deep breath and fought with the fire barbarian with pure physical strength. Bang! 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 This was like a cruel hand-to-hand fight, with every punch landing on flesh. Every punch of Lin Sun's was powerful enough to smash rocks and steel, but when it fell on the fire barbarian, it just made his body shake a little. On the contrary, every punch of the fire barbarian made Lin Sun's blood boil. Fortunately, the fire barbarian's fighting experience and means were extremely simple and crude, so Lin Sun avoided most of his attacks. Even so, Lin Sun had to admit that if the fire barbarian had mastered some fighting skills that could compete with him, he would have lost long ago. This proved once again that the strong barbarians of the voodoo barbarian tribe were born warriors, and their bodies and strength were the sharpest weapons. 10 minutes later. Rumble, Lin Sun suddenly exerted his strength. The spiritual energy in his body burst out and condensed on the surface of his fist. Then he punched out. The air exploded as the fist wind howled, its might terrifying. The fire barbarian never thought that Lin Sun, who had been fighting with him with the strength of body refining, would suddenly use his spiritual energy at this moment, so he was immediately caught unprepared. With a bang, the center of the fire barbarian's chest caved in, and he uttered a shrill scream. Despicable human, he roared, but he couldn't stand up in the end. His body struggled on the ground for a long time, and finally died completely. What an idiot. I just wanted to know your fighting strength and means in detail. Now that I've almost understood them, I won't hold back anymore. Is this cunning? No wonder Drill Master Su said that ignorance is the biggest weakness of the voodoo barbarian tribe. Lin Sun stepped forward, bent over and tore open the fire barbarian's armor. Looking at the collapsed and broken totem fire armor in the center of the fire barbarian's chest, Lin Sun couldn't help but nod secretly. Sure enough, as long as the heart of the fire barbarian was smashed, he could kill the fire barbarian with one blow. However, it was not easy to crush the opponent's heart. The reason was because of this totem fire armor. This thing was like a natural spiritual armor. Since birth, it was branded on the chest of every fire barbarian descendant. It was also called totem barbarian tattoo, which would be activated in a fight and turned into an inner armor to defend the heart. Not only the fire barbarian, but also other branches of the voodoo barbarian tribe, such as water barbarian, gold barbarian, wood barbarian and earth barbarian, all had this kind of totem barbarian tattoo. In other words, whether one had totem barbarian tattoo or not was the most obvious sign to judge the identity of the voodoo barbarian tribe. Lin Sun drew out the sky breacher and carefully cut off the broken totem barbarian tattoo on the fire barbarian's chest along with the skin. He was very interested in this kind of thing. There was a rumor in the empire that a long, long time ago, the first spiritual tattoo in the world was inspired by the totem barbarian tattoo, and it was inscribed by a legendary master who was well versed in both ancient and modern knowledge. Although the rumor was not credible, Lin Sun had heard from Master Lu that totem barbarian tattoo was a kind of natural and wonderful tattoo, which contained many mysteries that people couldn't see through until now. If the mysteries could be solved one by one, more incredible spiritual tattoos might be created. Lin Sun was not interested in creating spiritual tattoos, but he was curious about the mysteries hidden in these natural totem barbarian tattoos. At noon, the actual combat training was over. Lin Sun didn't go to the canteen like other trainees, but went to Old Mo's warehouse. This was his exclusive special care. Now in Camp 39, everyone knew that Lin Sun was valued by a spiritual tattooist, so Lin Sun stayed by his side as an assistant. Although Lin Sun still participated in the daily training, he didn't stay in the camp for the rest of the time, which aroused many people's curiosity. Unfortunately, Lin Sun never told them what he did in Old Mo's warehouse. When Lin Sun arrived, Young Man had already prepared a sumptuous meal, while Old Mo was still tinkering with his newly improved spiritual furnace. Young Man was a sexy beauty with a voluptuous figure and a beautiful and charming face. It was rare that she was very enthusiastic to Lin Sun, just like a big sister who loved her younger brother. Every time Lin Sun came, she would prepare the meal and ask about Lin Sun's training in the camp during the meal. Today was no exception. Lin Sun got used to Young Man's enthusiasm. Knowing that this sexy and beautiful beauty was really nice to him, he felt quite warm in his heart. Not bad. I can make another breakthrough in cultivation in about 2 months, Lin Sun said casually while eating. 10 days had passed since the monthly assessment. Lin Sun's life returned to the intense and substantial training. Cruel as it was, he would get used to it as long as he persisted. Besides, Lin Sun could clearly feel that his combat effectiveness was improving every day, which made him very satisfied. Don't slack off. Although your performance in the last monthly assessment was good, you still have a long way to go compared with some top figures, Young Man reminded him. Lin Sun said with a smile, of course. If I dare to slack off, I'm afraid that you will be the first to punish me. Young Man spat and stared at Lin Sun with her watery eyes, saying, the quarterly assessment will be held in less than 2 months, which is crueler than the monthly assessment. If you can't reach the 8th level of martial realm at that time, pack up your things and get out of the bloodthirsty camp. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and asked, is the quarterly assessment very difficult? Young Man said seriously, you will understand at that time that your opponents are no longer trainees in other camps, but the real strong barbarians of the Voodoo barbarian tribe. Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart and nodded, I see. At this time Old Mo sat down next to Lin Sun and said with joy without eating, boy, Xiang battleship will undergo a new transformation in 2 months at most. At that time I invite you to test its power in person and let you see my means. There was complacency between his eyebrows. Before Lin Sun opened his mouth, Young Man said disdainfully, Old Mo, I only know that the transformation of Xiang battleship is Lin Sun's idea. I don't know why you are so complacent. Old Mo's face suddenly froze. With a cold snort, he began to eat, but from time to time, his eyes would sweep over Young Man's plump breasts, as if he was retaliating. Young Man didn't bother to pay attention to the old lecher and directly kicked Old Mo away from the table. Looking at Old Mo, who burst into anger and cursed, she just smiled coquettishly, with a look of what can you do to me? Lin Sun couldn't help smiling. Time passed quickly for a month. During this month, after diligent practice, Lin Sun successfully lit up the 4th spiritual star in the sea of his consciousness, which expanded the range of his soul perception to a distance of 400 feet. At the same time, his cultivation was only 1 step away from the fulfillment of the 7th level of martial realm, which was inseparable from the help of condensate pills. During this period, he had to consume 20 condensate pills to practice spiritual energy every day. A condensate pill was worth 10 imperial silver coins, so 20 condensate pills were 200 imperial silver coins. Consuming 200 imperial silver coins a day was enough to make many practitioners speechless, and most of them couldn't bear such consumption for a long time. In the past, Lin Sun couldn't bear such expenses at all. Fortunately, he was in the bloodthirsty camp and had Young Man's help, so that he could enjoy such treatment without spending points. Otherwise, Lin Sun wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. All this came from his special physique. The 4 spiritual vortexes in the 4 acupoints of the heart vessel could help him hone and absorb more and purer spiritual energy. Perhaps, this was also a kind of talent attribute that belonged to Lin Sun, but it was unclear whether it was different from his original devouring abyss. This surprised Lin Sun, but at the same time, he couldn't help feeling a little distressed. He was only at the 7th level of martial realm, but the condensate pills he consumed every day were worth 200 imperial silver coins. How many resources would he need to support his cultivation as his cultivation improved? In the final analysis, cultivation was inseparable from wealth and wealth, companion, method, and place. Since he entered the bloodthirsty camp, Lin Sun had entered the heaven accessing place on time every 3 days to pass the test. He had formed a habit. There was no doubt about the benefits of passing the test. It was of great help to the refining of his physique. Just yesterday, when Lin Sun passed the test for the 67th time, he was only more than 30 meters away from the top of the mountain with numerous waterfalls pouring down, but 1 month ago, Lin Sun could only climb halfway up the mountain. Compared with this, it could be imagined how fast Lin Sun's physique had improved during this period. According to Lin Sun's estimation, he should be able to pass the test called Mill Waterfalls in less than 2 months. The progress in this month also made Lin Sun's score improve a lot. Now, among the 30 trainees in Camp 39, he could already rank in the upper middle position. This kind of progress seemed inconspicuous, but it was amazing enough. It should be known that all the trainees who stayed in Camp 39 were the elites of the elites. It could be seen how fast Lin Sun's combat effectiveness improved since he could rank in the upper middle position in just 1 month. All this also caused a lot of pressure to other trainees. It was no exaggeration to say that all the trainees in Camp 39 were overmatches on the 9th level of martial realm except Lin Sun, who was on the 7th level of martial realm. Lin Sun, who was on the 7th level of martial realm, was ranked in the upper middle position. It could be imagined how much pressure it caused to those trainees who ranked behind Lin Sun but whose cultivation was much higher than Lin Sun. As young man said to Xianxia, Lin Sun's cultivation seemed to be his weakness, but compared with other trainees, he undoubtedly had a lot of room for growth. Because other trainees already had the cultivation to break through the gang spirit realm, it was difficult for them to make further breakthroughs. However, Lin Sun was different. He was only on the 7th level of martial realm, but he could rank in the upper middle position. What if he reached the 8th level of martial realm? What would happen when he reached the 9th level of martial realm? Anyone who was aware of this would never dare to underestimate Lin Sun again. Facing the gradual rise of Lin Sun, some people were happy, such as Ning Meng, and some were unhappy, such as Qi Kan. Now, Xin Wenbin had failed in the monthly assessment last month and was completely eliminated from the bloodthirsty camp, but the hatred didn't disappear. At least everyone in the small circle of Qi Kan, Wen Mingxiu and Mao Langshan knew that although they had no deep hatred with Lin Sun, they were incompatible with each other. The stronger Lin Sun became, the more unhappy they were. What made them helpless was that if they were in the outside world, they had countless ways to stop Lin Sun's progress and even suppress him once and for all. However, in the bloodthirsty camp with strict rules, they didn't dare to pick on Lin Sun openly. They could only hope that Lin Sun would be eliminated in the training or suffer a crushing defeat in the quarterly assessment that would come a month later. But obviously, no matter which possibility it was, the probability of it happening was very small, because Lin Sun still had enough space to become stronger. He was making progress every day, and it was impossible to stop him. This made Qi Kan and others feel uncomfortable every time they saw Lin, as if they had eaten a fly, but they could do nothing about it. Not only Qi Kan and others, but also the trainees from Camp 40 to Camp 30 also felt the pressure in the face of Lin Sun's rise. Because the current situation was that only Lin Sun made rapid progress in the whole camp, and the others' progress was more reflected in their fighting skills and fighting experience. But Lin Sun made progress in his spiritual power. Spiritual power was the fundamental strength of a practitioner, and it was also the original power of fighting. At the 9th level of martial realm, they might be able to suppress Lin Sun in overall fighting capacity, but as time went by, this advantage would be gradually shortened, and even surpassed. This was really very possible. Now Lin Sun could suppress many trainees at the 9th level of martial realm with the cultivation of the 7th level of martial realm, so how terrible would he be when he had the cultivation of the 9th level of martial realm? Many people had begun to realize that Lin Sun might be insignificant in the past, and they thought he was destined to be eliminated, but now, if anyone still thought so, he would be really stupid. Time flew, and soon more than 10 days passed. On this day, Lin Sun successfully broke through the 8th level of martial realm and reached the level of great circulation, and the spiritual power all over his body underwent a new transformation, on the fighting field. Looking at Lin Sun opposite to her, Wen Mingxiu frowned. She always felt that Lin Sun was a little different from before, but she couldn't tell what was different. In the training of more than a month, Wen Mingxiu and Lin Sun had 4 or 5 times in the fighting field. At first, they won more than they lost, but later, they won half and lost half. This change made Wen Mingxiu very clear that she might be making progress, but Lin Sun's progress was obviously faster than hers. This could be clearly judged from the results of winning more than losing to winning half and lost. No matter how unwilling Wen Mingxiu was, she had to admit that Lin Sun was rising strongly. Unless she desperately broke through to the gang spirit realm now, she might be able to widen the distance between her and Lin Sun. Otherwise, she would be surpassed by Lin Sun sooner or later. Unfortunately, Wen Mingxiu was doomed not to choose to break through to the gang spirit realm. The purpose of her coming to the bloodthirsty camp was to enter the gang-producing lake. How could she choose to break through before entering the lake? The most important thing was that once she broke through, it meant that she had to leave the bloodthirsty camp, because the rule of the bloodthirsty camp forbade the existence of strong practitioners in the gang spirit realm. Humph, the quarterly assessment will be held in more than 10 days. I don't believe that this guy on the 7th level of martial realm will still be lucky not to be eliminated this time. Wen Mingxiu took a deep breath and abandoned the distracting thoughts in her mind. She flashed and rushed to Lin Sun in the distance, opening the prelude to this fight. Although she still resisted and hated Lin Sun, she would not be careless. She was not stupid. It was clear that if she didn't concentrate on the fight, she would definitely lose in the end. So as soon as she started the fight, Wen Mingxiu used her ancestral unique skill, Green Flame Jade Cutting Finger. Whoosh, her slender and white fingertips were as sharp as blades, glowing with a green color like fire, releasing a terrible penetrating power that could frighten people's souls. In the past, she made Lin Sun suffer a lot with this unique skill, which also gave her many chances to win. Wen Mingxiu was very clear that Lin Sun must have become stronger recently, so she didn't hesitate to use such a killing move at the first time in order to gain the upper hand and defeat Lin Sun's fighting spirit in one fell swoop. In this way, she could gain a lot of advantages in the next fight. But what Wen Mingxiu didn't expect was that this time Lin Sun didn't dodge her killing move as before, but took the initiative to rush at her. Boom! A simple move of bloody fighting 10 directions in marching boxing came to Lin Sun. What was different from the past was that this punch was filled with a vast, unparalleled, and unstoppable momentum. Boom! Before the punch arrived, the air had collapsed and exploded, as if it couldn't bear the power of this blow. It was extremely terrible. At this moment, Wen Mingxiu only felt suffocated. In a trance, she seemed to see a holy mountain flying from the sky to suppress and obliterate her. Her pores couldn't help but open, and she felt an unprecedented danger. Bang! She didn't even have the time to change moves when she felt the tip of her finger feel as if it was struck by a sledgehammer, and an exceedingly terrifying fist force fiercely pressed down upon her like a tempestuous and raging wave. It shook her to the point her entire body flew out uncontrollably and almost fell off the arena. But even then, her countenance had already turned ghastly pale as she coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her delicate face was suffused with a wisp of uncontrollable terror. It's only been a little over 10 days since I fought, yet he. How did he become so strong? This scene also caused a lot of surprise and uproar in the field. Some trainees who noticed all this even narrowed their eyes and showed a touch of surprise. It seemed that they didn't expect that Lin Sun could be so powerful today. He has advanced. Someone whispered, with an indescribable complexity in his voice. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Many people finally realized that Lin Sun had broken through to the 8th level of martial realm in less than 2 months. How could he be so fast? Why didn't I find that this guy is so talented in cultivation before? Some people are destined to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Lin Sun was unknown before, but now he rises with great momentum. In the future, he is destined to surpass more and more people. Many people had a complex look, some were envious, some were surprised, but more were a kind of fear and pressure. Lin Sun had advanced too fast. Since the last monthly assessment, his whole body seemed to burst out the potential of his body, and his cultivation rose by leaps and bounds. It was hard for him not to attract attention. Hey, see? This is my good brother. In the past, many people laughed that he was destined to be eliminated. They were so blind. Ning Meng looked at his opponent and laughed triumphantly. The faces of Qi Kan and others became more gloomy. Sure, you looked at Lin Sun in the distance thoughtfully. The potential Lin Sun showed had exceeded his expectations many times in a row, which was too unusual. At this time, Gong Ming, Di Jun, Lei Xinyue and Yi Qi looked at Lin Sun in a different way. I really underestimated him in the past. At the gate of the fighting field, Xianxia's figure was still slender and straight, and her black ear-length hair was dyed with a layer of dazzling luster by the twilight. Looking at Lin Sun in the distance, she couldn't help but be in a trance when she thought of the changes that happened to him these days. From this day on, Lin Sun's ranking in Camp 39 showed a rising trend again, and finally successfully entered the top ranks. At this time, there were only 3 days left before the quarterly assessment. And the rules of the assessment had already been announced. The rules were very simple. Each trainee acted alone to kill a real strong voodoo barbarian. The loser would be eliminated directly. The low-ranking trainees would also be eliminated. The division of ranking was also simple. The shorter the time to kill a strong voodoo barbarian, the higher the ranking would be. On the contrary, the longer the time, the lower the ranking would be. After the quarterly assessment, 10 camps would be eliminated from the 20 camps. As for how many trainees would be eliminated, it would depend on the results after the quarterly assessment. The atmosphere in the bloodthirsty camp became tense again. Everyone was preparing for the upcoming quarterly assessment. Especially when they learned that they needed to kill a real strong voodoo barbarian alone in this quarterly assessment, who was a barbarian soldier comparable to a practitioner in the gang spirit realm. Even top students such as Shi, Ning Meng, Qi Kan, and Gong Ming felt a kind of pressure. According to the classification of levels, only practitioners in the gang spirit realm could compete with barbarian soldiers, but now, all trainees in the bloodthirsty camp were in the martial realm. It could be imagined how much pressure they were under to fight with a barbarian soldier who was in a higher realm. Fortunately, although it is a one-on-one fight, we can exchange some spiritual weapons with points. As long as we try our best, it should not be difficult to kill a barbarian soldier. In the canteen, Shi muttered, the most important thing is that the opponents of the barbarian soldiers prepared by the bloodthirsty camp for us are definitely not the top ones. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to compete with a strong practitioner in the gang spirit realm. Li Qiu beside him nodded secretly. Like practitioners in the gang spirit realm, barbarian soldiers had different classifications because of their different cultivation. First-level barbarian soldiers were equivalent to practitioners in the human gang realm, second-level barbarian soldiers were equivalent to practitioners in the earth gang realm, and third-level barbarian soldiers were equivalent to practitioners in the heaven gang realm. In the quarterly assessment of the bloodthirsty camp, the opponents prepared for trainees would definitely not exceed the level of first-level barbarian soldiers. Otherwise, top trainees such as Shi, Ning Meng, Qi Kan, and Gong Ming would definitely lose. Humph, toy boy, are you afraid? Ning Meng said disdainfully on the other side. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shi smiled leisurely, I'm not like you. You only know how to rush recklessly and have courage but no strategy. Bullshit. Ning Meng pounded the table and said angrily, what are you talking about? Are you scolding me for being brainless? That's what you said. I don't think so. You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? Gigolo, you're so king cowardly. What does it have to do with you whether I'm scared or not? The two were like enemies. Whenever they appeared together, they would fight with each other. The trainees of Camp 39 had long been used to this scene. If Lin Sun was there, he might be able to resolve the situation. But today, Lin Sun was not there. Li Qiu, who was caught in the middle at this time, smiled bitterly. He could only pretend to hear nothing and eat in silence. Spiritual Rune Battle Realm, 1000 Heavy Waves. When Shi and Ning Meng were bickering, Lin Sun was standing on the top of the mountain in the middle of the vast sea. Torrents of waterfalls that looked like white dragons roared and rumbled like thunder. They poured down from the peak of the mountain and splashed tens of thousands of waves on the surface of the sea. It was a spectacular scene. Lin Sun gasped for breath. His wet long hair and clothes stuck to his body, which made him look quite embarrassed. He stood on the top of the mountain, with the waves surging under his feet and the sky high and the sea wide in the distance. Although he was exhausted and sore all over, he was full of lofty sentiments and high spirits. He made it. After entering the bloodthirsty camp for nearly 3 months, he finally passed the hurdle of Mill Waterfalls. At this time, Lin Sun stood on the top of the mountain and looked around. He was very happy, as if he was overlooking the world and all the mountains were small. Before he had time to sigh with emotion, a cold and emotionless voice sounded in his ears. The seeker has passed the test for the 72nd time and passed the second test of Green Cloud Path. Buzz, with a strange wave, Lin Sun only felt that the scene in front of him changed and disappeared like bubbles. When his vision became clear, he had returned to the Green Cloud Path in the heaven accessing place. At the end of the path was the gate to heaven that seemed to have stood there since ancient times. The test result is medium. The seeker is rewarded with the first part of Nature Insight and Spirit Devour Scripture and the first part of Tianyuan Saber Play. Along with the voice, 2 light balls appeared out of thin air. Lin Sun was stunned. He had a hunch that he would get a reward like the last time if he passed the test. But he didn't expect that the reward would be divided according to the test result. If the test result was medium, he could get 2 cultivation methods. What if the test result was good? What kind of special reward would he get? Lin Sun suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known it earlier, he would have fought for a good result anyway. Unfortunately, there was no possibility of redemption at this time. Lin Sun could only take this experience as a lesson and wouldn't make the same mistake next time. Lin Sun reached out his hands and touched the 2 light balls gently. In an instant, a stream of mysterious and obscure cultivation method was reflected in his mind like a tide. Nature Insight and Spirit Devour Scripture was a secret cultivation method. It could explore the dark and gloomy of secluded seclusion, understand all mysteries, swallow the image of creation, refine the 10 directions and return to the great wilderness. The wilderness was the ancient was the origin existed in the Dharma body, and the mysteries were born by themselves. In short, this was a mysterious method to cultivate spiritual energy. With the body as the carrier, the practitioner could have insight into all things in the world and understand the mysteries of all laws. Then he could swallow the spirits of the 10 directions and refine them into the body, producing incredible mysteries. Although it was only the first part, according to the records, it was enough for practitioners to cultivate to the Tao Insight realm. The Tao Insight realm was the 4th realm of the 5 realms of cultivation. It was extremely obscure and difficult. However, there were records about the cultivation method of the Tao Insight realm in the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour Scripture. From this, it could be seen how amazing this cultivation method was. It was hard to imagine what kind of mysterious cultivation method was recorded in the second part of the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour Scripture. The first part of Tianyuan Saber Play was a saber play, which was divided into 3 movements: star gathering, moon fetching and sun burning. Each movement was extremely powerful and obscure. Lin Sun couldn't comprehend even a little bit of it with his current comprehension ability. He couldn't help feeling horrified. This saber play was too incredible. He had learned all the tricks, but he was still confused when he tried to comprehend it. It was like reading a book from heaven. It was amazing. Meditating magic suddenly came to Lin Sun's mind, which was divided into 3 realms: star circulation, moon change and sun glory. It was used to refine one's spirit. The 3 moves of the first half of the Tianyuan Saber technique were called star gathering, moon seizing, and burning sun. They seemed to be 2 completely different cultivation methods, but they all had the symbols of sun, moon, and star. Was there any connection between them? Lin Sun was not sure. Practitioner, the next time heaven accessing place will open is 1 year later. The 3rd test of Green Cloud Path is called 100 Battles. The cold voice sounded again, resounding in the empty heaven accessing place. It was impossible to tell where it came from. You have 3 chances to pass the test. If you fail, the heaven accessing place will be sealed until a chance opens it again after 1,000 years. When the voice fell, Lin Sun's eyes darkened. A familiar feeling of dizziness came over his consciousness, and he got out of the heaven accessing place in an instant. In Old Mo's warehouse. Young man held her chin with one hand, staring at Lin Sun who was sitting cross-legged with her starry eyes. There was a touch of doubt on her sexy and beautiful face. Lin Sun was real in her sight, but in her consciousness perception, there was no trace of Lin Sun at all. It was so weird. Could it be that this guy had practiced some special cultivation method? Young man was a little confused. She couldn't be sure, because she had never heard of any cultivation method that could achieve this step. Suddenly, Lin Sun's body shook slightly, and he opened his eyes. Then he saw young man's beautiful face almost sticking to his face. Young man's starry eyes were blurred, and her breath was fragrant. He couldn't help being shocked and said, "Sister, what are you doing?" He had a frightened expression on his face. Young man knocked on his forehead and sneered, "Don't worry. I'm not the kind of woman who will throw herself into someone's arms." Lin Sun answered and stood up. Suddenly, he found that strands of strange power were surging all over his body. These powers were refining his body at an incredible speed, making him feel like he was floating in the air. This was the benefit of passing the mill waterfall's current, which had an incredible effect on refining his body. "You seem to be stronger again." Young man raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Sun in surprise. She could feel that Lin Sun's temperament had undergone some subtle changes. He became more ethereal, and there was an indescribable spirit in his gestures. "Isn't it better?" Lin Sun said with a smile, "The quarterly assessment will be held in 3 days. I just wish I could become stronger." Young man glared at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Let's get down to business. It's a little difficult for you to deal with a first-level barbarian soldier with your current strength. What are you going to do?" Lin Sun said without hesitation, "I can't fight him head-on. I need to prepare some spiritual weapons to show off and arm myself as much as possible." Young man nodded and said, "As far as I know, the other students are also planning to do the same. These days, there are a lot of students going to the resource warehouse to exchange for spirit tools. You should hurry up and prepare, lest you miss out on something good." Lin Sun said with a smile, "Just leave those things to them. I have other preparations." Young man was stunned. "What preparations?" Looking at old Mo who was busy in the distance, Lin Sun said with a smile, "With old Mo, a spiritual tattoo master, it's easy for me to get any spiritual weapon I want." Young man also chuckled. She glanced at Lin Sun with her starry eyes and said, "Treacherous. I didn't know that you were such a person." Lin Sun touched his nose and said seriously, "This is not treacherous. I have helped old Mo a lot. If I don't let him help me, he will always feel sorry." Staring at the spiritual furnace, old Mo was frowning and thinking. There was only one last key link left. If it could be solved, the spiritual furnace could be successfully transformed and the Zing battleship would be reborn. However, the last link was also very difficult. Old Mo was not sure that he could succeed at present. He was thinking about how to ensure the maximum success rate. When Lin came, old Mo was a little impatient. Like other spiritual tattooists, old Mo hated to be disturbed when he was working hard. Fortunately, it was Lin who came. If it was someone else, he would have been scolded and driven away by old Mo. "You want me to refine a short crossbow for you?" Old Mo was stunned when he understood Lin's purpose. Then he became interested. He patted his thin chest and said straightforwardly, "That's easy. Leave it to me. You did me a big favor last time, and I haven't had time to thank you. I feel sorry for that. Let me make it up to you this time. I'm sure I'll refine a fine crossbow for you." Lin Sun cast a glance at young man in the distance, as if to say, "Look, I'm not being treacherous. Old Mo still wants to return the favor." Young man curled her lips and ignored him. "What kind of crossbow do you want to refine? 7-star crossbow? Holy crossbow? Repeating crossbow? Or bloody armor-piercing crossbow?" Old Mo asked quickly. What he mentioned was the standard crossbow of the Empire, which was a low-grade spiritual weapon of human rank. It was powerful enough for a practitioner in martial realm like Lin Sun. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun spread out a piece of white paper and took an inscribing pen dipped in ink. Soon, he drew many complicated spiritual tattoos. Finally, he drew a very common crossbow which was shaped like a cylinder and had a delicate handle at the end. "That's what I want to refine. It seems to be called Meteor's crossbow," Lin Sun said with uncertainty. Before leaving the mine prison, Master Lu gave Lin Sun an ancient animal skin scroll and a dark gray inscribing pen. Later, the two treasures merged together by chance and turned into the gate to heaven suspended in the sea of consciousness. However, in the past, there were many spiritual tattoos recorded in the ancient animal skin scroll, which was like the personal notes of a spiritual tattooist. It had been treasured by Master Lu for a long time. Lin had been following Master Lu since he was a child, so he knew the contents of the book by heart. For example, the spiritual tattoo of Meteor's crossbow was recorded in this book. Of course, these were only spiritual tattoos. Master Lu had created the meteor's crossbow according to these spiritual tattoos. Lin Sun had learned how to refine it, but he did not have the ability to refine a spiritual weapon at that time. Knowing it was one thing, and actually refining it was another. For example, he instructed old Mo to transform the spiritual furnace of Ziying battleship, which required a lot of spiritual tattoo formations. He could explain the mystery of it, but it was impossible for him to inscribe and refine them by himself at present. This was the gap between a spirit rune apprentice and a spirit rune grandmaster. It was easier to know than to do. Lin Sun, who was recalling the past, did not notice that old Mo beside him was staring at the spiritual tattoo formation on the white paper as if he was staring at a peerless treasure. His skinny face was full of surprise, shock, trance, and ecstasy. Lin Sun did not notice it, but young man did. She was keenly aware that something was wrong, but she did not know anything about spiritual tattoos, so she could only watch, not daring to disturb old Mo. She could see that old Mo was immersed in the spiritual tattoo. Disturbing him at this time was more painful than killing him. But what made young man curious was what kind of crossbow Lin Sun was going to refine that made old Mo so excited. 3 days passed in a flash. The quarterly assessment would begin tomorrow. All trainees in all 20 camps were stepping up their preparations. The material warehouse of each camp became the most popular place. Everyone was clear that it was impossible to kill a barbarian soldier comparable to a practitioner in gang spirit realm without some powerful spiritual weapons and equipment in a one-on-one fight. In order not to be eliminated, every trainee did not hesitate to spend points and almost cleared out all the spiritual weapons in the material warehouse to show off. Armors, inner armors, wrist guards, shoulder pads, boots, shields, crossbows, spiritual bows, all became the objects of crazy competition. Especially the crossbow, it became the most popular spiritual weapon for exchange. It was easy to understand that the crossbow had a long range and great lethality. It did not need to consume spiritual energy at all. As long as it was used properly, it could cause great harm to a barbarian soldier. Unfortunately, there were not many crossbows in each camp, and the points needed to exchange for them were extremely high. Therefore, only a small number of trainees could have them. Yi Qi, who already had a bloody armor-piercing crossbow, felt lucky that he had exchanged for it in the first monthly assessment. Naturally, he did not need to compete with others for it. But Yi Qi and other trainees in the camp all knew that it was impossible to kill a barbarian soldier with one shot with these imperial crossbows. Barbarian soldiers were not targets. They had the fighting capacity comparable to a practitioner in gang spirit realm, and their fighting skills and experience were not inferior to those in gang spirit realm. Standard crossbows could at most cause some harm to them unexpectedly. This also meant that the main show depended on each trainee's real strength. In Old Mo's warehouse, Old Mo stroked the meteor's crossbow that had just been refined, feeling the coldness on the surface of the crossbow with his fingertips. He looked unspeakably excited. He had never imagined that a crossbow could have so many spiritual tattoos and such a fascinating and exquisite structure. In the past empires, he had never seen a crossbow like Meteor's crossbow, which was only a low-grade spiritual weapon of human rank but had such a complex spiritual tattoo structure. It was conceivable that its power was destined to be far beyond ordinary. Meteor's crossbow was matched with 24 starry frost arrows with spiritual tattoos. The arrows were only 6 inches long and as sharp shuttles. On their surface, there were fine spirals of spiritual tattoos like flowing water, glowing with a frightening cold light. Although the power of Meteor's crossbow and starry frost arrows hadn't been specifically tested, Old Mo could already imagine how amazing its power would be. The only shortcoming was that the cost of making Meteor's crossbow was too high. The spiritual materials and spiritual ink alone were worth 800 imperial silver coins. If the efforts of a spiritual tattooist were added, the price would be even higher. It's a pity that ordinary spiritual tattooists can't make it, and the cost is too high. Otherwise, it could be mass-produced and equipped for every army of the empire. In that case, the military strength of the empire will be upgraded to a higher level. Old Mo sighed with a little regret. When young man learned the power of Meteor's crossbow from Old Mo, she couldn't help being shocked and distracted. This thing was a great killing weapon. She looked at Lin Sun in a strange way. How many secrets did this boy have in his head? How could he take out such amazing treasures inadvertently? Lin Sun didn't explain anything. He took the meteor's crossbow from Old Mo's hand and turned away. The quarterly assessment would begin tomorrow, and he had to prepare well. This boy's master is a great master. His attainments in spiritual tattoos are at least at the level of a guru. No, even a guru can't match him. At least, the damn old guy in Green Deer School can't develop such a unique crossbow. Old Mo sighed with emotion. Where do you think his master comes from? The 4 aristocratic families of spiritual tattoos? Or a hidden clan? Young man asked curiously. She knew that the damn old guy in Old Mo's words was the culprit who forced Old Mo to run to the bloodthirsty camp to avoid trouble. Similarly, he was a famous spiritual tattooist in the empire. Old Mo should say that Lin's master was more powerful than him. It could be imagined how amazing it was. I can't guess. At least I've never seen anyone who can refine Meteor's crossbow or improve the spiritual furnace of Ziying battleship. Old Mo frowned and pondered for a long time. But he couldn't think of anyone who could do this. I'm going to find Chief Shu. Suddenly, young man thought of something and turned away. What are you going to do? Old Mo was stunned. I want to make a bet with him. When the voice sounded, young man's slender and graceful figure had disappeared out of the warehouse. In the central camp of the bloodthirsty camp. The quarterly assessment would be held tomorrow. The drill masters of the 20 camps and some strongmen in the camps were summoned. Sitting in the center, Xianxia glanced around like a sharp blade and said, "Fourth 9, have you finished selecting the barbarian soldiers?" A tower-like burly middle-aged man stood up and said in a muffled voice, "We've just caught them from the front line. I can guarantee that they are all first-level barbarian soldiers." Xianxia nodded and said, "In order to prevent accidents, everyone must be on guard in the quarterly assessment tomorrow to ensure that no trainee dies in the hands of barbarian soldiers." Everyone nodded in unison. Xianxia thought for a while and suddenly asked, "Who do you think is the first one to kill a barbarian soldier among the 600 trainees in the 20 camps?" His words caused many instructors and powerhouses present to reveal a look of contemplation. "Of course it's Bai Lingshi of our Camp 7. A bearded man said without hesitation, and many people present nodded. Indeed, Bai Lingshi had the talent of Starshine Eternal and was the most eye-catching girl in the entire bloodthirsty camp. But the drill masters of other camps all showed a touch of dissatisfaction. Bai Lingshi is really good, but when it comes to combat lethality, he is a little worse than Zhaoyin of our Camp 15. Zhaoyin? Humph, the body of Purple Sun is indeed powerful, but Zhang Sunheng of our Camp 22 is not inferior to him. As more and more people spoke, the scene suddenly became noisy. They were not convinced and argued with each other until their faces turned red. Quarrels rose and fell one after another. Their faces turned red and they almost rolled up their sleeves to fight with each other. Xianxia couldn't help but frown slightly. He glanced around and suddenly found that young Ku had been sitting there in silence. He couldn't help but ask, "Young Ku, is there any trainee in your Camp 39 who can kill a barbarian soldier in the first time?" His voice was as sharp as a sword and as sonorous as the sound of metal colliding. As soon as it came out, it suppressed the quarrels on the scene and made many people look at young Ku. Some people were curious, some disapproved, and some were even eager to refute young Ku rudely after she said a name. Young Ku was stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect that Xianxia would ask her about the situation of Camp 39 at this time. After thinking for a while, young Ku finally shook her head. In the entire Camp 39, there were many top trainees, such as Gong Ming, Shi Yu, Ning Meng, Qi Kan, etc., but compared with Bai Lingshi and Zhaoyin, they were slightly inferior. For example, Gong Ming's defensive power was amazing, but his frontal attack power was slightly inferior. And Shi Yu was good at the strategy of detour. He would often wait for a chance to kill a barbarian soldier in one blow. This strategy was undoubtedly the most terrible, but it was also difficult to kill a barbarian soldier in the first time. Ning Meng and Qi Kan were strong in frontal combat, but trainees like Bai Lingshi and Zhaoyin who had talent attributes were destined to have more advantages than them. After thinking for a long time, young Ku finally didn't answer a name. This made many people who were ready to refute young Ku slightly disappointed, and some people chuckled, as if they had already guessed that young Ku would say so. It is indeed a little difficult to judge which trainee can kill a barbarian soldier in the shortest time. Maybe we can get a clear answer when the quarterly assessment starts tomorrow. Xianxia said in a low voice. He was about to end the meeting. At this moment, a slender figure in red rushed in and said, Chief Shu, I think the first one to kill a barbarian soldier among the 600 trainees in 20 camps must be from Camp 39. Along with the voice, young man had already appeared at the scene. Her figure was graceful and curvaceous, and coupled with her sexy and beautiful face, the eyes of many present lit up as soon as she appeared. But when they heard the content of young man's words clearly, many people frowned and became restless. Her words excluded all trainees except those from Camp 39, which was too belittling. Even Xianxia couldn't help frowning. When she saw young man, a trace of coldness appeared on her delicate and white face. At this time, when young man mentioned her Camp 39, Xianxia still felt uncomfortable even though she knew that young man was standing up for her. At this time, someone couldn't help sneering, young man, we all know the situation of Camp 39. Your words are too ridiculous. The others also said, yeah, tell us, which trainee in Camp 39 can do it? Their voices more or less carried a wisp of ridicule and disapproval. Xianxia frowned and said, young man, don't make trouble. In the past, Xianxia's words were enough to make young man retreat obediently. But today, she was different from her usual self. She walked to the conference table, glanced at the crowd with her watery eyes, and said with a chuckle, since you want to know, I won't hide it. The trainee I'm talking about is Lin Sun from Camp 39. Lin Sun, there was a moment of silence, and many people were confused. Who was this guy? Why hadn't they heard of this name before? Xianxia originally thought that young man would talk about someone, but she didn't expect that young man would mention Lin Sun's name. She couldn't help feeling surprised, and then she became angry. Did young man deliberately come to make trouble today? Of course, she knew that young man had a good relationship with Lin Sun. But no matter how good their relationship was, how could she talk irresponsibly at this moment? Drillmaster Xianxia, who is Lin Sun? Someone couldn't help asking. Xianxia thought for a while and decided to tell the truth. Lin Sun is indeed a trainee of Camp 39, but he has just reached the 8th level of martial realm. Although his fighting capacity is excellent, to be honest, I'm not sure whether he can kill a barbarian soldier in the first place. Hearing this, many people's expressions became strange. The 8th level of martial realm? It was really not easy for him to persist in bloodthirsty camp with such a cultivation. But no one could believe that such a guy could be the first to kill a barbarian soldier in the shortest time. Besides, Xianxia was the drillmaster of Camp 39. Even she didn't have confidence in Lin Sun, so who would believe young man's words? Young man, are you joking with us? Someone had already laughed. Hey, the 8th level of martial realm? Young man, do you like this guy? Why do I feel something is wrong? Others also joined in the uproar and took the opportunity to tease young man. Seeing the scene becoming more and more noisy and chaotic, Xianxia felt unhappy. But before he opened his mouth, young man suddenly laughed and said, guys, why don't we have a bet? If I win, each of you will take out 1,000 points. If I lose, each of you will also give 1,000 points. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was young man being serious? Ha, young man, don't be angry. There are 50 or 60 people here. If you lose, you will have to pay 50 or 60,000 points. As far as I know, you have less than 20,000 points now, right? Someone laughed. As long as you dare to bet, I promise I won't owe you 1 point. Young man's starry eyes flickered, but her words revealed a trace of determination. Enough. Xianxia, who had endured for a long time, finally couldn't bear it anymore. She suddenly stood up and stared at young man coldly. If you make trouble again, you will disappear from here now. The whole place was silent. Everyone knew that the relationship between the twin sisters was now like fire and water because of what happened in those years. Young man's pretty face froze, and a trace of unspeakable complexity appeared in the depths of her starry eyes. Finally, she said with a smile, Xianxia, I can give in on other things, but I must insist on this to the end. As she said, she looked at Xianxia and said, of course, Chief Shu, if you are willing, you can also participate in the bet. Unexpectedly, Xianxia raised his eyes and stared at young man for a long time, and finally nodded, okay. It was merely a single word, yet it was like a decree, and it caused everyone present to be astounded. All of them had various expressions on their faces, and each of them had their own thoughts. Humph. Young Ku turned around and left with a frosty face. Seeing this, young man felt a trace of bitterness in her heart, but she still showed an indifferent look on her face, as if she had long been accustomed to her sister's treatment. Soon, the people in the camp dispersed, leaving only young man and Xianxia. Why do you do this? Xianxia asked, staring at young man with his sharp eyes, revealing an indescribable oppressive force. Because I know Lin can definitely do it. Young man raised her head, and her beautiful face was full of firmness. She didn't give in at all. I want to know the real reason. Xianxia said in a low voice, you should know that once you lose the bet, your points are not enough to support you to leave the bloodthirsty camp in at least 10 years. This is the real reason. Young man looked very stubborn. Xianxia rubbed his eyebrows, seeming to be a little dispirited. He waved his hand and said, you are not a little girl anymore. You have to bear the consequences of what you have done. You can go now. See you tomorrow. Young man waved her hand with a smile and turned away. But she was not as relaxed as she looked. She kept muttering in her heart, handsome boy, I'm going all out this time. Whether I can make a comeback or not depends on you. You must win. Xianxia sat alone for a long time and finally got up. He decided to have a good talk with young Ku. He didn't want the broken relationship between the two sisters to be destroyed because of this matter. That night, Lin learned all this from young man. He couldn't help but be stunned. After a long time, he said with a bitter smile, Sister young man, you really think highly of me. Young man sighed with hidden bitterness and said weakly, in my heart, you are the best. If you can't do it this time, I will be buried in the bloodthirsty camp for the rest of my life. Do you have the heart to do that? Hearing young man's bitter tone, Lin Sun got goosebumps all over his body. He hurriedly begged for mercy, okay, I'll try my best not to let you down. Young man stared at him, and the hidden bitterness disappeared. Instead, she became murderous and said, what do you mean by your best? You must do it. Lin touched his nose and was speechless. What else could he say? The next morning, in a desert 300 miles away from the bloodthirsty camp, 20 huge fighting areas had been set up. Each area was further divided into 30 battle arenas. The quarterly assessment would be held here. Each of the 20 camps corresponded to a fighting area. The 30 trainees in each camp had a special fighting arena. At dawn, the trainees of Camp 39, led by young Ku, came to the easternmost fighting area. In the spacious and huge fighting area, there were 30 fighting arenas with a metallic luster, and each arena had a scope of 100 feet. When Lin Sun and the others arrived, they saw an iron cage placed on each arena, in which fire barbarians with different appearances were imprisoned. These fire barbarians were all emitting a ferocious aura, as if they were terrifying beasts that had been imprisoned and were about to devour people. Barbarian soldiers, they were all voodoo barbarians with the cultivation of gang spirit realm. From the bloody and fierce chi released from them, it could be judged that they were all battle-hardened and covered with blood. They were not ordinary characters at all. Seeing this scene, many trainees became serious. Even if they were far away, they couldn't help but feel cold when their eyes met those barbarian soldiers. The opponents of this quarterly assessment were really abnormal. There was still a quarter of an hour before the quarterly assessment began. Trainees in each camp were waiting quietly and trying to adjust to the best fighting state. This time, their opponents were very abnormal. Once they failed to pass the assessment, they would be eliminated from the bloodthirsty camp. Under such circumstances, no one dared to be careless. Lin Sun was also silently watching the fighting ring in the distance. Looking at the strong fire barbarians imprisoned in the cages, some information about the fire barbarians emerged in his mind. Hey, the bet is nonsense that the guy is the first to succeed? It's the biggest joke in the world. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sneer sounded out. Lin Sun didn't need to look back to know that the guy referred to himself. He was even very clear that many trainees nearby looked at him with a touch of ridicule and disdain. Even Shiryu and Ning Meng looked surprised and doubtful. All of this came from young man's bet. In just one night, it spread throughout the bloodthirsty camp and caused an uproar. Lin Sun also became the most eye-catching trainee in the whole bloodthirsty camp and was talked about with all kinds of doubts and disdain. Camp 39 was no exception. Although Lin Sun had already proved himself through various efforts and made his points rank in the top ranks, most people wouldn't believe that he could be the first trainee to kill a barbarian soldier in this quarterly assessment. In their opinion, the bet was just nonsense. In Camp 39, Gong Ming, Shi Yu, Ming Meng and Qi Can were all stronger than Lin Sun. Even Li Qiu, Mao Langshan, Yi Qi, and others were not inferior to him at all. Under such circumstances, no one would believe that Lin Sun could do it. Most importantly, this was the quarterly assessment, a competition among the whole 20 camps. There were also many overmatches in other camps, many of whom were more powerful than Lin Sun. And trainees like Bai Lingshi, Zhao Yin, Zhang Sunheng and Li Duxing, who had long been famous in the bloodthirsty camp, were far beyond Lin Sun's reach. With such a comparison, no one would take this bet seriously. It was like a ridiculous farce, and it would only make people laugh at it. Even Shi Yu and Ming Meng were shocked when they heard the news, as if they had seen a ghost. They grabbed Lin Sun and asked him for a long time, wondering if he was out of his mind. How could he participate in such an absurd bet? Lin Sun could only smile bitterly. How could he say that all this was caused by a young man? Therefore, at this moment, Lin Sun could only turn a deaf ear to all kinds of gazes and sneers from time to time. Lin Sun, can you do it or not? Ming Meng came over and looked Lin Sun up and down. He frowned and said, look at you. Except for a saber and a broken crossbow, you don't have any spiritual equipment. Look at others, who are not armed to the teeth. Lin Sun was in a trance. He turned his head and glanced around. As expected, he found that except for him, almost all the other trainees in Camp 39 were covered with spiritual weapons, such as armors, shoulder guards, wrist guards, boots, sabers, crossbows, and spiritual bows. Everyone was like a shelf of spiritual weapons, releasing bright and dazzling spiritual light. So exaggerated? Lin Sun's eyes widened when he didn't observe them carefully. In order to pass this quarterly assessment, these guys really spent a lot of money. Even people like Ming Meng, Shi Yu, and Qi Can, without exception, were all well equipped. All this made Lin Sun sigh with emotion in his heart. If it were in a real battlefield, as long as he stripped these guys of their spiritual weapons, he would become rich overnight and buy a house in the Forbidden City. Ming Meng suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. He felt that Lin Sun was looking at him like a profiteer staring at a little fat sheep. Are you listening to me or not? Ming Meng said angrily. Oh, nothing. I should have some confidence. Lin Sun said casually. Except for a saber and a meteor's crossbow, he had no other spiritual equipment. But he didn't worry about anything. I'm worried about you, but you still look absent-minded. Ming Meng became more and more angry. Well, it's up to you. If you dare to fail this assessment, I'll beat you to death. After that, he left angrily. Seeing Ming Meng leave, Lin Sun felt helpless. Looking at the meteor's crossbow in his hand, he thought to himself, even without it, it's impossible that I can't pass the assessment, right? While waiting, in the assessment areas where other camps were located, people were also talking about the bet about Lin Sun. All kinds of comments, such as sneering, disdain, surprise, and ridicule, were heard incessantly. Some people even felt indignant, thinking that Lin Sun was too arrogant and dared to look down on the heroes in the world. He should really be beaten up and taught an unforgettable lesson. As for the dazzling top trainees like Bai Lingshi, Zhao Yin, Zhang Sunheng, and Li Duxing, they also heard about the bet, but they all regarded it as a joke and didn't care about it at all. Only a clown could make such a farce. If they paid attention to it, they would belittle themselves. There was a temporary central campsite outside the various test areas, and it was built on a low hill. Standing on top of it, one could see the different test areas from afar. It's not too late for you to regret, Xianxia withdrew his gaze and said slowly. Chief Shu, do you think I'm the kind of person who will regret at the last minute? I think you will definitely suffer a setback in front of me this time. Young man chuckled, her sexy and beautiful face full of confidence. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at young man who was smiling sweetly and calm beside him. Finally, he chose to keep silent. A quarter of an hour later, the bell rang and the assessment began. In the assessment area of Camp 39, trainees climbed onto the arenas one by one. Suddenly, light curtains appeared around the arenas, covering the entire arena. In this way, trainees on the arenas couldn't see the fighting situation on other arenas, which also prevented their fights from being affected by the fights of other trainees. With a calm look, Lin Sun climbed onto one of the arenas and stood there quietly. His tall and handsome figure had a kind of outstanding temperament, as if he was out of this world. Lin Sun looked at the opposite side quietly, where the strong fire barbarian in the cage was roaring ferociously. "Little human bastard, I'm Bafu, a fire barbarian warrior. I've killed many little bastards like you. If you're afraid, just give me your heart, and I'll let you die more quickly and painlessly." The strong fire barbarian who called himself Bafu was a middle-aged man with a gloomy look. His eyes were like a pair of bloody flames burning, releasing a bloodthirsty and violent breath. Even if he was imprisoned in the cage, Bafu's breath was still extremely terrible. It was indeed a unique breath that could only be possessed by those who had experienced hundreds of battles. If it were some timid practitioners in the real martial realm, they would be frightened to the point of collapse. But Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. He looked at the opponent quietly with a pair of deep black eyes full of indifference. Voodoo barbarians were the biggest enemies of the empire. They were cruel, tyrannical, and barbaric. In the previous wars, every time they captured a city of the empire, they would carry out a large-scale massacre ceremony to pay tribute to the voodoo barbarian god they believed in. In their hearts, human beings were as cheap as livestock, the dirtiest and most despicable garbage in the world, and the blasphemers that the voodoo barbarian god could not tolerate. Under such circumstances, it was conceivable that Lin Sun could not have any good impression on voodoo barbarians. "Ha ha ha, little bastard, have you been scared to death? You're so fucking useless. You dare not even fart. You human beings are so cowardly." Bafu laughed ferociously and slapped the iron cage with his hands, arrogant and fierce. "I can see that you're eager to die." Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "I understand your desire to die. After all, you voodoo barbarians are all stupid." A stupid made Bafu suddenly furious. His eyes turned red, and he roared fiercely. Lin Sun was finally convinced that what Drillmaster Xianxia said before was right. It was very easy to irritate a strong voodoo barbarian. It was enough to scold them for being stupid. They had been trying to wash away the infamy of being stupid for hundreds of years, but they never got what they wanted. The reason was a long story. In short, it was just an infamy, which was not a big deal at all, but it was regarded as the greatest shame by the strong voodoo barbarians. Perhaps this was the thing that stupid people would care about. It also proved that voodoo barbarians were really stupid. Clang, suddenly, the bell for the beginning of the quarterly assessment rang. With the bell, the iron cage that imprisoned the strong fire barbarian was automatically opened. With a bang, Bafu, who had been almost mad with anger, rushed out at the first time, with terrible flames surging around him. "Little bastard, go to hell." Bafu, like a god of slaughter, jumped up and came across the sky. He held the terrible and dazzling flame in his hands and smashed at Lin Sun fiercely. Boom! The air was burned, and the terrible power waves swept over like angry waves. The void was full of deafening explosions. This was the combat effectiveness comparable to that of a strong practitioner in Gang Spirit Realm. Once he launched an attack, the power was enough to be a fatal threat to any strong practitioner in Martial Realm. Lin Sun's skin was tingling, and he couldn't help but squint his eyes. He could feel the terror of this blow, and even he didn't have the confidence to resist it. But Lin Sun didn't move a step from beginning to end. His eyes were firmly fixed on the figure of the opponent and the trajectory of the attack. When the opponent rushed to him in the air, Lin Sun suddenly raised his right hand, and a seemingly ordinary black crossbow was held in his left palm. At the same time, the fingertips of his right hand hooked the trigger steadily and accurately. Bang! In an instant, a strand of a strange sound that sounded like the low hum of a flute resounded. Bafu, who was in the air, showed a touch of disdain. "A crossbow? And you want to use this thing to kill me? Ridiculous." On the battlefield, he didn't know how many human bastards who tried to sneak attack him with crossbows. Of course, he wouldn't put such an attack in his eyes. But just a moment later, Bafu's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. This crossbow seemed to be different from what he had seen before, because, in his field of vision, there suddenly appeared silver starlight blooming like fireworks, dazzling and beautiful to the extreme, almost suffocating him. What was this? Bafu felt an extremely strong sense of danger from the bottom of his heart, and his soul trembled violently. The incomparably beautiful starlight almost made his body and mind fall into it. Before the monthly assessment began, young Ku and Fatty Middle-Aged had already stood outside the assessment area, and their eyes fell on one of the arenas intentionally or unintentionally. This bet. Hey, it's really interesting. Fatty Middle-Aged's expression was slightly strange. It's ridiculous. Only she can do this kind of thing. Young Ku frowned, and a touch of sullen appeared on her delicate and white facial features. Even now, she still couldn't forgive all this. You can't say that. Don't forget that Lin Sun has been with old Mo these days. Maybe young man saw some possibility, so she did such a thing regardless of everything. Fatty Middle-Aged comforted her in a gentle voice. Old Mo? Young Ku's pretty face became colder. If he dares to help Lin Sun cheat, I'll be the first one who won't spare him. Fatty Middle-Aged had a headache. Young Ku obviously hated young man to the core, and her firm attitude couldn't be changed at all. He said helplessly, "Do you have no confidence in Lin Sun?" Young Ku was stunned, and after a moment of silence, she said, "He should be able to pass this monthly assessment, but do you believe that he can be the first one to kill a barbarian soldier?" Fatty Middle-Aged thought about it carefully, and finally smiled bitterly and said with some uncertainty, "Maybe, there will be an unexpected miracle?" Young Ku frowned, glanced at Fatty Middle-Aged coldly, and said, "Even you don't believe it, and you still come to persuade me?" "The miracle you mentioned, in my opinion." Before she finished her words, she suddenly narrowed her eyes looking at the arena in the distance, and she was stunned. Almost at the same time, Fatty Middle-Aged also became stiff, and a pair of small eyes suddenly burst out a touch of terrible lightning. On the fighting ring where Lin Sun was, a dreamy rain of silver arrows suddenly blossomed. It was as gorgeous as fireworks, as mysterious as starlight, and like condensed snow and frost, spreading a soul-stirring beauty in the void. That kind of beauty seemed to make the world pale and the soul fall in love with it. For a moment, young Ku and Fatty Middle-Aged both held their breath and were in a trance. What beautiful arrow light! What terrible power! With their eyesight, they could naturally see that all this came from the inconspicuous short crossbow in Lin Sun's hand. But they couldn't imagine what kind of short crossbow it was, and how could it release such dreamy beauty and terrible power. Ding! A strange wave sounded, awakening young Ku and Fatty Middle-Aged. They looked up and saw that the light curtain covering the fighting ring had disappeared, revealing Lin Sun's handsome figure. Under Lin Sun's feet was the body of the fire barbarian named Bafu. But his death was extremely horrible. His body was pierced with bull-sized bloody holes. Especially on his face, there was a smooth and neat bloody hole, which made people's scalp tingle. Apart from that, more than 20 sharp arrows that glowed with a silver luster were forcefully inserted into different parts of the arena, releasing a cold light that caused one's heart to palpitate. This scene immediately shocked the obese middle-aged man, and he murmured, "From the beginning of the quarterly assessment, it has only been less than 5 seconds, right? 3 seconds. Young Ku's expression was strange as she softly spat out 2 words. For a moment, both of them were silent. Both of them knew what it meant to kill a strong fire barbarian comparable to Gang Spirit Realm in 3 seconds. "Isn't that a miracle?" the obese middle-aged man said in a daze. Young Ku was silent. In the central temporary camp, Xianxia looked at the light curtain, on which the scenes of major assessment areas were reflected. His eyes were fixed on the assessment areas of Camps 7, 15, 22, and 31. To be more specific, his eyes had been wandering around by Lingshi, Zhaoyin, Zhang Sunheng, Li Duxing, and other trainees. Occasionally, he would take a look at Camp 39 and the lad named Lin Sun, and his expression would change slightly at that moment. Until the beginning of the monthly assessment, Xianxia suddenly turned his head to look at young man beside him. The latter seemed to be calm, but Xianxia found in an instant that young man was not as calm as she looked. At least, young man's tightly clenched hands and slightly widened pupils showed that she was extremely nervous at this moment. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why did she do this? Ding! Suddenly, a ripple appeared on a light curtain. Xianxia couldn't help but feel refreshed. Someone killed his opponent just at the beginning of the assessment, but when he saw clearly the first trainee who killed the barbarian soldier, Xianxia's face instantly became strange. How, was it really him? At this moment, young man was also stunned. She rubbed her eyes hard as if she couldn't believe it. Until she was sure that all this was true, she couldn't help giggling. Her eyebrows were dancing, and she was in high spirits. She almost jumped up. "Chief Shu, I won." It was a simple sentence, but when young man said it, there was an extra strand of indescribable excitement and joy, and her starry eyes were extremely bright. Xianxia was also a little shocked in his heart. He gently stroked the light curtain with his fingertips. Suddenly, the scene where Lin Sun killed the fire barbarian appeared in front of him again. In an instant, the arrow rain was just like the stars dancing in the sky and the silver frost shining on the mountains and rivers, which had an unparalleled magnificent and dreamy beauty. Even Xianxia, who was as firm as a rock, couldn't help being in a trance at this moment. Young man showed a touch of infatuation. What a beautiful treasure. Soon, Xianxia calmed down. After a moment of silence, he said, "This doesn't seem to be the standard crossbow in the camp." Young man nodded. "It's not, but it's definitely not old Mo helping him to cheat. He doesn't have such great ability to refine such a beautiful and terrible spiritual crossbow." As she said, young man told Xianxia about Meteor's crossbow and Starfrost arrows one by one. Hearing this, Xianxia tried hard to digest it for a long time and then said, "It seems that old Mo is right. This little guy's master should be an extremely great person." As he said, he couldn't help glancing at young man and said, "Since you already knew this, why didn't you tell me in advance?" Young man asked in reply, "If I had told you in advance, who would have bet with me?" Xianxia was speechless and sighed with emotion in his heart. After so many years, young man's character still hadn't changed. Was it really good for her to make a desperate and unconventional move? At this time, young man asked, "Chief Shu, this is not cheating, is it?" Xianxia shook his head. "There's no rule in the camp that trainees can't make their own spiritual weapons." Young man was completely relaxed at once. She raised her white chin and smiled triumphantly. "In just 3 seconds, he is the first one to kill a barbarian soldier. Among all the trainees in the camp, who can compete with my handsome little guy?" Xianxia frowned. "Although this doesn't violate the rules of the camp, it's an unfair victory. From now on, similar things are not allowed to happen in the camp." Young man replied with an "oh" and smiled disapprovingly. "Should I tell Lin that the miracle he created unintentionally forced Drillmaster Xianxia to temporarily change the rules of the camp? This is an honor that ordinary people can't reach." Xianxia glared at her and was about to say something when he heard a ding sound. A ripple appeared on the light screen again. Someone killed a barbarian soldier again. Xianxia and young man looked at the source and found it was by Lingxia from Camp 7. 36 seconds. In the past, this result would be enough to show disdain for all the heroes. "It's even better than your result back then, Chief Su. It's a pity that this little girl from the Bai family is in the same camp as my handsome little brother. She can only serve as a foil." Young man couldn't help but smile complacently. "This is real combat effectiveness," Xianxia said coldly. "Without Meteor's crossbow, how could Lin Sun achieve this?" "Chief Shu, you're wrong. Why don't you say that if the Imperial Army didn't wear spiritual weapons, how could they be the opponents of those voodoo barbarian bastards?" Young man frowned. Xianxia was immediately displeased. What practitioners ultimately seek is the strength of themselves, not the external things. Blindly pursuing the strength of external things is tantamount to neglecting the essentials and seeking fish from a tree. Young man curled her lips. She knew that it was meaningless to refute. Ding. 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 In the following time, the light screen began to ripple frequently, which meant that trainees successfully killed their opponents and passed the assessment. There were also some trainees who failed. They were rescued in time because they were in a life-and-death situation and were eliminated. Scenes of victory and failure were quickly played out in every combat area and every combat arena. Xianxia stared at the light screen closely and watched some combat records from time to time. The existence of Bloodthirsty Camp was to dig out the most elite and powerful young overmatches for the Empire. As the chief instructor of Bloodthirsty Camp, Xianxia must understand and study all the information of every trainee. Young man had calmed down a little. Holding her arms in front of her chest, she was thinking quickly about how to deal with those guys who had clamored with her in the bet and vent her anger. Before long, a drill master hurried over. He glanced at young man and said with a smile, "Young man, it seems that you are very unhappy now. What's the matter? Did you lose the bet? Don't be sad. Victory and defeat are common in soldiers." Young man snorted coldly, her expression calm like an ancient well. The drill master smiled and said to Xianxia expectantly, "Chief Xu, is by Lingshire of our Camp 7 the first?" Xianxia looked at the drill master strangely and shook his head. What? The drill master's eyes widened as if he had been struck by lightning. He shouted, "Not the first with a record of 36 seconds? Then who is it? Zhao Yin? Zhang Sunheng? Or Li Duxing?" Xianxia frowned and said, "Calm down. When the assessment is over, I will announce the result." The drill master's face changed and he remained silent. After a while, the drill master of Camp 22 rushed over with the same expectant look. He asked anxiously, "Chief Xu, is Zhao Yin of our Camp 22 the first this time?" Xianxia shook his head to answer him. At that moment, the instructor was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. Things like this kept happening in the following time. Young man felt itchy in her heart. She couldn't wait to reveal the answer immediately and give these guys a good blow. But she finally held back and even tightened her face. Not all the trainees were here yet. If she announced the answer at this time, the blow was obviously not good enough. When dusk fell, the quarterly assessment also came to an end. A total of 600 trainees took part in the assessment, but only 237 of them successfully killed the fire barbarian and advanced to the next level. The other 363 trainees were completely eliminated. This was an absolutely shocking number. It must be known that the students who were able to persist until the end to participate in the quarterly exam were practically the elites of the elites. Whether it was aptitude, cultivation, or battle experience, they could all be considered the cream of the crop. But even so, more than half of the trainees were completely eliminated. It could be imagined how cruel and abnormal the result was. The elimination rate of Camp 39 was much smaller. A total of 13 trainees were eliminated, and the other 17 all passed the assessment. Most of the other camps had more than half of the trainees eliminated. In contrast, the performance of the trainees of Camp 39 was excellent. Their performance is much better than that of the previous trainees. At least it was not easy to keep 150 people in the quarterly assessment at that time. The fatty middle-aged sighed with emotion. Xianxia nodded. The performance of this session of trainees was really excellent. But when she thought of Lin's record, she couldn't help but be in a trance. Soon, Xianxia was summoned away. Central Temporary Camp. With the end of the monthly assessment, the drill masters and some overmatches of all the 20 camps had already gathered here. They had long been aware of the results of the various camps. Logically speaking, being able to pass the monthly assessment with 237 trainees was definitely something worthy of celebration. The atmosphere was really lively at this time, but most of them were quarrels and uproars. Everything was about the first place of the monthly assessment. 3 seconds? How could Lin Sun do that with his fighting capacity? He must have cheated. Yes, that's a strong fire barbarian comparable to the gang spirit realm. Let alone a little guy on the 8th level of martial realm, even a strong practitioner in the gang spirit realm couldn't win in 3 seconds. There must be something wrong. Chief Su, it's not that we're jealous of talent and have to target a little fellow. It's just that this achievement is truly too absurd. If he didn't cheat, how could a little fellow that was previously unknown be able to accomplish this? Voices of doubt and criticism rang out incessantly. The most excited one was the drill master of Camp 7. In his opinion, if Lin Sun didn't cheat, his trainee by Lingshire would definitely be the first in this monthly assessment. Xianxia frowned and didn't say anything. She just looked at young man in the distance with a complicated expression. As for young man, she had been standing beside Xianxia. She had a graceful and slender figure. She crossed her arms in front of her plump chest and looked at the people around with a smile. It seemed that she didn't notice the atmosphere in the field that was constantly fermenting and full of gunpowder. She liked this feeling. Looking at the flustered and exasperated expressions on the Faces of those fellows, and seeing their angry and unwilling expressions, young man felt more and more pleased. Just yesterday, they were clamoring to see him make a fool of himself. It was time for him to see them make a fool of themselves. Chief Su, please say something. Someone spoke in a deep voice, suppressing the various voices in the surroundings and causing everyone to look at Xianxia in unison. Since the final result was announced, Xianxia had been silent, as if he was thinking about something. He didn't pay attention to the farce in the field. Until now, Xianxia seemed to wake up from a dream. His eyes regained their former sharpness and glanced over the whole field like a cold blade. The atmosphere in the field became dead silent in an instant. Xianxia got up and didn't talk nonsense. With a light stroke of his fingertip, a light curtain appeared. The scene of Lin killing barbarian Bafu was immediately shown on the light curtain. It was so detailed that everyone present could see it clearly. The handsome teenager standing alone, the dreamy silver arrow rain, and the bloody holes all over Bafu's body when he died were interwoven into a beautiful, bloody, and soul-stirring picture. Suddenly, many people present held their breath, their pupils dilated, and a trace of shock arose in their hearts. Even young Ku, young man, fatty middle-aged, and others who had already seen this scene couldn't keep calm when they saw it again. This was Meteor's crossbow, an unprecedented new spiritual short crossbow. It was a terrible killing weapon with unimaginable power. You've seen it. The truth can't be falsified, Xianxia said coldly. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. Someone couldn't help shouting, Chief Shu, it's true. But that short crossbow is not an imperial spiritual weapon at all. You can't find one in the whole bloodthirsty camp. How could Lin have it? Yes, if you have such a great killing weapon, I'm afraid anyone can do it. It's no different from cheating. The others also chimed in. Have you ever seen this kind of short crossbow before? Xianxia seemed to have expected this scene and asked unhurriedly. Everyone was stunned and shook their heads. Indeed, they had never seen such a magnificent short crossbow like the flowing starlight. This is Lin's self-made short crossbow, which was finally completed by Old Mo. There is no rule in the camp that self-made weapons are not allowed in the monthly assessment, Xianxia said calmly. Self-made short crossbow. Hearing this sentence, many people present were really shocked. What did it mean? It meant that Lin might be a spiritual tattooist with incredible means. However, when they heard that the short crossbow was finally completed by Old Mo, many people realized that this unprecedented short crossbow also had an inseparable relationship with Old Mo Chief Shu. Old Mo is a spiritual tattooist. That boy made such a thing with the help of Old Mo. It's obvious that he cheated, someone shouted unwillingly. If the trainees in your camp can design and conceive such a powerful short crossbow, I won't refuse to do something for them, let alone ask Old Mo for help. Xianxia frowned, implying that if you can do it, you can do it. At this point, everyone present could only shut up. Even if they were reluctant, they knew that no one could take away Lin's first place in the monthly assessment. Seeing this, young man also smiled. She was ready to settle the score. She cleared her throat and said, Guys, do you still remember the bet yesterday? In an instant, many people present had a strange look on their faces, feeling quite embarrassed. A ridiculous bet was really won by young man. It was simply unreasonable. The first place in the quarterly assessment, Lin, with a combat time of 3 seconds, the second place, by Xianxia, with a combat time of 36 seconds, the third place, Zhao Yin, with a combat time of 41 seconds, the fourth place, Li Duxing, with a combat time of 44 seconds, the fifth place, Zhang Sunheng, with a combat time of 45 seconds. When the results and rankings of this quarterly assessment were announced, it instantly set off a great disturbance in the entire bloodthirsty camp like a storm. Numerous uproars broke out in every camp like boiling water. Lin? Who the bastard is Lin? How could he kill his opponent in 3 seconds? He must be cheating. Yes. He must be cheating. Look at his result. He is 33 seconds ahead of Xianxia. Is he stronger than Xianxia? Damn it, I'm going to Camp 39 to see what kind of person Lin is and how he got the first place. If he can't give a satisfactory answer, this thing is bound to be over. Such doubts and curses took place in almost every camp. Lin, the first place, not only didn't get any applause and praise, but also became the object of criticism, which was probably beyond young man's imagination. Even in Camp 39, when they heard the result of the assessment, they almost went crazy at once. Did Lin really get the first place? It was so ridiculous. It was even more ridiculous than yesterday's bet. Some people even couldn't help questioning loudly. Lin was there at that time. Looking at the strange eyes cast on him and listening to all kinds of doubts and angry discussions, Lin sneered in his heart. These guys seemed to be filled with righteous indignation, but in fact, they were all jealous and unwilling. What was more, even Drillmaster Young didn't say anything, which was undoubtedly an affirmation of his assessment result. But they just accused him of cheating. Were they really as blind as a bat? But Lin Sun didn't bother to pay attention to this. Of course, he knew that he had made too much noise this time. Even Bai Lingshi and Zhao Yin were suppressed by him. Anyone in his position would be unwilling to accept it. But Lin didn't regret doing so. Whether it was to help young man win the bet or not, he would do it. Unwilling to accept it? Well, you guys can also refine a meteor's crossbow. This was Lin Sun's idea. Although it was a little arrogant, he was indeed a little unhappy in his heart. It was not easy for him to get the first place, but he was reduced to the target of public condemnation. Anyone in his position would inevitably feel depressed. With a bang, Lin's shoulder was punched hard, and then he saw Ning Meng shout excitedly, "Damn it, you are amazing." Lin grimaced and said, "Don't you worry that I will lose your face by cheating?" Ning Meng said disdainfully, "What do you mean by cheating? Those guys are just jealous. If you are so awesome, why don't they also cheat?" Even the drill masters in the camp didn't say anything, but they kept clamoring. "It's really annoying." Lin laughed. He suddenly found that although Ning Meng seemed to be careless, the simpler a person was, the better he could see through the essence of things at once. A scholar who has been away for 3 days should be treated with new eyes. I didn't believe this sentence before, but now I finally believe it after seeing you. At this time, Shiryu also came over with a smile, looking at Lin with a slightly different look. "Is this flattery or undeserved praise?" Lin asked. Ning Meng sneered first. "In my opinion, this is neither flattery nor undeserved praise, but flattery by the toy boy." Shiryu's look became dull, and his look at Ning Meng became unkind. Lin shut up decisively and kept a distance from them without a trace. He knew that these two guys were going to quarrel again. As expected, the next moment, they began to quarrel with each other. This monthly assessment came to an end in all kinds of discussions and doubts. Anyway, the name of Lin almost spread to every corner of the bloodthirsty camp overnight and was known by all drill masters and trainees. But at the same time, all kinds of doubts and denunciations against Lin also followed. The controversy continued, making Lin a topic of both praise and blame. At the end of the quarterly assessment, more than half of the original 600 trainees were directly eliminated, leaving only 237 trainees. In the end, the 12 camps that lost the most trainees were directly eliminated, and the trainees in these camps were also incorporated into the other 8 camps. Among the 8 camps, except for Camp 39 which had 27 trainees, the other 7 camps all maintained the standard of 30 trainees. This also meant that some familiar faces left Lin Sun, but some strange faces appeared. For example, Xin Wenbin had been completely eliminated in the last monthly assessment. And Wen Mingxiu was unfortunately eliminated in this quarterly assessment. In short, among the first batch of senior trainees who entered Camp 39, there were only 8 or 9 people left, including Lin Sun, Shiryu, Ning Meng, Qi Kan, Li Qiu, and Mao Langshan. The others, such as Gong Ming, Lei Xinyue, Di Jun, and Yi Qi, came from the original Camp 40. Besides them, there were some other new trainees who had just been incorporated into Camp 39 after the quarterly assessment. Those who could stay in the quarterly assessment were certainly not weak. Among these new trainees, there was only one person who attracted the most attention of Camp 39, Li Duxing. He was a young overmatch who had been famous as early as the beginning of training in Bloodthirsty Camp. He could even compete with Bai Lingshi, Zhao Yin, and Zhang Sunheng. Just like his name, Li Duxing was extremely low-key. He was a loner, had no friends, and was eccentric and reticent, but his fighting capacity was undoubtedly extremely strong. Many people guessed the origin of Li Duxing. Some said that he came from the Li family of Yuntong, one of the 7 aristocratic families in the Forbidden City of the Empire. Others said that he came from the Icy Mist City, which was known as the Snow City in the northern border of the Empire, and was a descendant of the Li family of Snow Mountain. Some even said that Li Duxing's origin was even more mysterious. He came from an ancient country that was millions of miles away from Xiao Empire. But no matter what the rumor was, there was no doubt that Li Duxing's fighting capacity was powerful. Such a mysterious and low-key young overmatch was suddenly incorporated into Camp 39, which naturally aroused the vigilance of many trainees in Camp 39. Shi Yu, Ning Meng, Qi Kan, Gong Ming, Lei Xingyue, and Di Jun all felt a little pressure because of the arrival of Li Duxing. One more top powerhouse meant that their ranking in Camp 39 would be threatened. As for Lin, the arrival of Li Duxing actually helped him attract a lot of attention, which made him, who had been controversial because of the title of first place in the quarterly assessment, feel much more relaxed. At the end of the quarterly assessment, in Old Mo's warehouse, Lin Sun lay comfortably on the chair. No one would disturb him here. At least he didn't have to pay attention to the doubts and accusations of the outside world. Closing his eyes, Lin Sun silently deduced the mystery of the nature insight and spirit devour scripture in his mind. This method of cultivating spiritual power could indeed be described as marvelous and overbearing. The so-called miraculous referred to the fact that this cultivation method was different from other cultivation methods. It was not a cultivation method that focused on the inside and the outside, but a unique cultivation method that took into account both the inside and the outside. The most profound thing was that according to the records of this technique, the body of a cultivator was like a furnace. Internally, it could smelt the source and temper the Tao foundation. Externally, it could swallow the spirits of the world and use the body to carry the Tao. To put it simply, the most unique feature of this cultivation method was that it took into account 2 different cultivation methods of tempering the body and cultivating spiritual power. Body refining started from the outside to the inside. Qi refining started from the inside to the outside. Body refinement and Qi refinement were 2 different methods of cultivation, but they could complement each other. Many cultivators in the world cultivated both body refinement and Qi refinement. But the nature insight and spirit devour scripture could refine both body and Qi at the same time. This point alone was marvelous and unimaginable. The reason why it was overbearing was that it had extremely harsh requirements for practitioners. Practitioners should not only have a strong body, but also a solid foundation far beyond ordinary people's. Because only in this way could they bear the power of running and cultivating this method. Otherwise, there would be the danger of exploding and dying. This requirement alone was enough to make many practitioners flinch. But for Lin Sun, it was not a problem at all. He even felt that this method was tailor-made for him. In terms of physical strength, he could compete with the overmatches on the 8th level of martial realm. In terms of spiritual power cultivation, he was even better than the overmatches on the 9th level of martial realm. Mill Waterfall's current. No wonder this test has a great effect on refining the body. It turns out that everything is to prepare for practicing the nature insight and spirit devour scripture. If I can't pass this test, it means that my physical strength is not suitable for practicing this method at all. Lin Sun suddenly realized that the reason why the Mill Waterfall's current was set in the heaven accessing place was to prepare for practicing the nature insight and spirit devour scripture. If I couldn't pass this test, it meant that I was not qualified to practice this method. Lin Sun had secretly decided that from today on, he would replace the original spirit concentrating manual and choose to practice the nature insight and spirit devour scripture. Spirit concentrating manual was particular about purity and tranquility, and its style was moderate and mellow. Lin Sun was weak in those days, so he could only practice this gentle method. But now he was different from before, so it was a little unsatisfactory for him to practice this method again. "Hi, guys, I'm back." Suddenly, a coquettish and soft laughter sounded. Young man's graceful and slender figure rushed into the warehouse. At this moment, she was in high spirits, her beautiful and sexy face was dazzling, and a smile blossomed on her plump red lips. She was indescribably beautiful and bright. "Come on, handsome boy, kiss me." Young man rushed to Lin Sun. Before Lin Sun could react, a pair of soft and smooth white hands cupped his face, and young man's fiery red lips kissed his face hard. Lin Sun was stunned. Was he kissed by force, Before he could react, young man had let go of her hands. Staring at Lin Sun with her watery eyes, she giggled and said, "You did a good job this time. I'm very happy. This is my reward for you. Sister, I also want a reward." At some point, old Amo also scurried over. He opened his arms and looked at young man lecherously with a drooling face. "Get out of here. I want to vomit when I see your old face." Young man snorted and kicked old Amo away, making him scream. "It's so unfair." Old Amo looked resentful. Lin Sun came to his sense from the daze and said in surprise, "Sister, you look so happy. Did you win a lot of things from this bet?" Young man snapped her fingers and said proudly, "Smart. I not only won my face, but also earned 49,000 points." Before Lin Sun said anything, old Amo screamed, "So many? So you can leave the bloodthirsty camp soon?" Young man nodded, and then she seemed to think of something. She looked gloomy and said, "But I won't leave for the time being." She seemed to be a little dispirited, no longer in high spirits. Without saying a few words, she left in a hurry. "Old Amo, what's the relationship between points and leaving?" Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Old Amo thought for a while and said vaguely, "You only need to know that as long as you earn enough points, the drill masters in the camp can regain their freedom and don't have to bear the responsibilities and obligations of the empire." Lin Sun said oh, but he knew clearly that it was not as simple as what old Amo said. To Lin Sun's surprise, Young Ku also appeared in the warehouse not long after young man left. It was late at night. What did Young Ku come here for? In the past, Young Ku would never step into this place unless it was necessary. The reason was that she didn't want to meet young man at noon tomorrow. The bloodthirsty camp will give you top 10 trainees in the quarterly assessment a reward. Drillmaster Shu will take you to a place in person. Young Ku stated her purpose directly without any nonsense, but there was a trace of strangeness in her eyes when she looked at Lin Sun. Lin Sun nodded, but he was thinking what reward he could get for the first place this time. "Old Amo, come with me. Chief Shu wants to see you," Young Ku said to old Amo. "What for?" Old Amo was confused and didn't know what was going on. "Just come with me." Young Ku didn't explain anymore. Before leaving, she suddenly came to Lin Sun and looked at him with her clear eyes. "Don't you feel disgusted?" Lin Sun was stunned. "Drillmaster, what's wrong with me?" Young Ku turned around and left without explaining anything. Only old Amo seemed to see something. He walked to Lin Sun with a wretched face and sneered, "It's really disgusting." Then he also walked away, leaving Lin Sun alone with a blank face. Disgusting? What did it mean? He inadvertently glanced at a smooth metal pillar beside him. When he saw his own image reflected on the surface of the pillar, he immediately understood and smiled bitterly. It turned out that young man's kiss just now had left a striking red mark on his cheek. Is it an undeserved disaster? Lin Sun wiped off the lip mark and sat back in the chair helplessly. He was wondering why Shu summoned old Amo in the middle of the night. Did it have something to do with Meteor's crossbow? Lin Sun was lost in thought. From the moment he decided to help old Amo transform the spiritual furnace of Ziying battleship, Lin Sun knew that his knowledge of spiritual tattoos would inevitably attract others' attention. But this was exactly what Lin Sun wanted. He wanted to prove his value. In this way, he might be able to get more benefits from the bloodthirsty camp. In fact, Lin Sun did get a lot of benefits these days. He could enjoy a steady supply of condensate pills every day and young man's personal guidance. Even for a period of time, Young Ku even trained with him alone. Lin Sun was the only one in the entire bloodthirsty camp who could enjoy such special treatment. But at the same time, Lin Sun was also worried that if he exposed too much, it would cause some unnecessary trouble. Just like at this moment, he was not sure what Xianxia wanted to do by summoning old Amo and whether it would affect his situation. The atmosphere in the hall made of granite was solemn. It was late at night, but Xianxia, fatty middle-aged, young man and 2 other drill masters gathered together, waiting for something. When Young Ku arrived with old Amo, Xianxia asked directly, "Old Amo, how is the improvement of Ziying battleship?" Old Amo glanced at the people present and hesitated. Xianxia said, "There are no outsiders here. You can speak frankly." Old Amo thought for a while and said, "In fact, the improvement has been completed a few days ago. After replacing the spiritual furnace with a new one, the comprehensive power of Ziying battleship has been more than twice as strong as before. When it came to what he was good at, Old Mo's thin face showed a disdainful look. It is certain that after this improvement, the speed of Ziying battleship will be twice as fast as before. It can completely avoid the pursuit of Sea Spirit Realm strongmen. At the same time, if the 6 spiritual cannons on Ziying battleship are fully fired, they can threaten the lives of Sea Spirit Realm strongmen. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked and their eyes lit up. In the past, the power of Ziying battleship could not threaten the strongmen of Sea Spirit Realm. This power alone was enough to prove how powerful the improved Ziying battleship was. The rarest thing is that this battleship can be operated perfectly by the practitioners of Gang Spirit Realm. All of you have participated in the war between the Empire and the Voodoo Barbarians. You should know what it means. Old Mo's eyes were shining. Everyone was shocked again and many people could not keep calm. Of course, they knew what it meant. It meant that as long as such a Ziying battleship was equipped, a practitioner of Gang Spirit Realm was very likely to kill a strongman of Sea Spirit Realm. In the war, it could even kill the strongman of the Voodoo Barbarian tribe who was comparable to the strongman of Sea Spirit Realm. Awesome! A drill master exclaimed. His name was Dong Lu. He was as tall as an iron tower. Every inch of his muscles was as hard as rocks. Standing there, he gave people a very strong sense of oppression. How about the consumption of spiritual crystals of the improved Ziying battleship? Xianxia suddenly asked. Her words went straight to the point, which made many people nod secretly. Ziying battleship was powerful, but the source of power came from spiritual crystals. If the consumption was too much, it would not be worth the loss. Elder Emo chuckled and said proudly, "Don't worry. The consumption of spiritual crystals will only be less than before, not more." At this moment, even Xianxia was slightly unable to sit still. He exchanged glances with the others in the surroundings, and all of them could see the excitement and shock in each other's eyes. Is the refining cost of the Ziying battleship high? Xianxia asked. It's the same as before, but the process is a little troublesome. In the past, it took about half a month to refine a Ziying battleship. Now it takes about 1 month. Old Mo thought for a while and said, however, if they are refined by a group of spiritual tattooists in the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire, it should not be a big problem to produce a large number of them. At this point, everyone understood the uniqueness and extraordinariness of this brand new Ziying battleship, and they couldn't help feeling excited. From today onwards, the Empire will have a new weapon of war. The obese middle-aged man took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The others nodded, and someone suggested that Old Mo should be rewarded. Old Mo suddenly said, "It's all thanks to Lin." Lin Sun. At the mention of this name, people couldn't help but think of the terrible power of the meteor's crossbow in today's quarterly assessment. Combined with the power of the improved Ziying battleship, Xianxia and others were in a trance. How could a 13-year-old boy have such amazing attainments in spiritual tattoos? What kind of reclusive master was his master? As for Lin's reward, Old Mo, you can ask him what he wants. As long as we can satisfy him, we can promise him. Xianxia thought for a moment and said decisively, however, from today onwards, no one can disclose this matter. Whether it's the Ziying battleship or the meteor's crossbow, no one can know that it's designed and conceived by Lin. Everyone was in a daze, and then they understood that Xianxia was protecting Lin in another way. Of course. If anyone dares to do this, I will be the first one who won't spare him. Young man's starry eyes were shining, but her expression was rarely solemn. Chief Shu, since the boy has such a high attainment in spiritual tattoos, I'd like to know if he can completely repair your wolf fang, the armor with spiritual tattoos. Suddenly, the extremely burly and majestic Dong Lu spoke in a deep voice, which immediately attracted the attention of all the people present. Xianxia thought of something, but he finally shook his head and stopped talking about this topic. Instead, he took out a blank document like jade and handed it to young Ku. Lin had passed the county test of the Empire before he arrived at the bloodthirsty camp. The state test of the Empire ended a few days ago. Although Lin didn't have the opportunity to participate in it, I have entrusted someone to help him pass the state test of Green Maple County. This is the admission certificate. You can give it to him. Young Ku was stunned. Chief Shu, you want him to have the opportunity to continue to participate in the province test of the Empire after he leaves the bloodthirsty camp? Others also had some doubts. A talent like Lin didn't need to participate in the various examinations of the Empire at all, and he could be competent for more important positions. Xianxia's action was undoubtedly a waste of talent. Xianxia was silent for a moment and said, "Someone has already arranged for Lin. It's out of our control." Young Ku couldn't help asking, "Is it Heiyao Shrine?" Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and narrowed their eyes. It seemed that they all knew very well what a horrible existence Heiyao Shrine was. Xianxia didn't answer, but said calmly, "Our duty is to train war talents for the Empire. As for other things, we can't worry about them." Everyone was silent for a moment. "You get ready. 1 month later, you will lead the trainees to the northern frontier of the Empire. This time, the training theater that the Empire has divided for the trainees of the bloodthirsty camp is located in the Demon Cloud Ridge in the northern frontier," Xianxia said in a low voice. In Old Mo's warehouse, Lin received the certificate of passing the state test of Green Maple County, on which it was written, name, Lin Sun birthplace, Feiyun Village, Donglin Town, Green Maple County, Southwest Province of the Empire. Age, 14 cultivation, 8th level of martial realm talent attribute, none occupation, spiritual tattoo apprentice assessment result, above. Examiner's comment, diligent, studious, upright, recommended to participate in the province test of the Empire. With just a glance, Lin Sun smiled. This certificate of state test must be real, because it was branded with the official seal of the Ziyao flower of the Empire, so it couldn't be forged. But Lin Sun knew that this certificate must be obtained by the bloodthirsty camp through special connections. Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with emotion. A state test of the Empire was so important that it attracted countless practitioners to participate in it, eager to make a great leap and have a meteoric rise. But who could imagine that as long as one had special connections, one could get such a certificate without participating in the state test? This made Lin Sun more aware that as long as one had the power and power above the rules, the so-called rules were just decorations. "Boy, do you have any complaints about the Ziying battleship and Meteor's crossbow?" Old Mo asked beside him. "Of course I do," Lin Sun said with a smile, "It's my creativity, but all the credit is given to you, which makes me disappointed." Old Mo said awkwardly, "In fact, they did this to protect you. If you don't want to, I'll go and argue with them." Lin Sun hurriedly said, "No, I'm kidding. Don't take it seriously." Old Mo still felt uneasy, but he didn't want to rob Lin's credit at all. He said, "Xianxia said that if you have any request, just tell him. As long as he can do it, he won't refuse." This was the answer Lin Sun wanted most. After thinking for a while, he said, "Old Mo, tell Drillmaster Xianxia that I don't need anything. I just want to ask him for a favor." Old Mo was stunned. "A favor?" Lin Sun said seriously, "Yes, a favor." He didn't explain more, but Old Mo seemed to understand something vaguely. He looked at Lin Sun with slight appreciation and said, "Treasures have a price, but favors are priceless. You are very smart to see through this." Lin Sun smiled without saying anything. When hearing Lin Sun's request, Xianxia frowned slightly and fell into thought. After a long time, he said coldly, "Tell the boy that favors can be big or small. I only repay favors within my ability, and I won't do anything against my will." When Lin Sun heard this answer, he immediately smiled. As long as Old Mo agreed, everything would be fine. "What on earth are you doing this for?" Old Mo couldn't help asking. "I just want to prepare a way out for myself. Even I'm not sure whether I can use this favor in the future." Lin Sun lay in the chair with deep eyes, a little absent-minded. He thought of Xia Ji, Master Lu, whose life and death were unknown, and his purpose of coming to Ziyao Empire. Looking at Lin Sun, Old Mo suddenly found that this 14-year-old boy seemed to hide many secrets and thoughts that he couldn't know. The next morning, Lin Sun returned to Camp 39. The quarterly assessment was over, and the training life in the camp returned to the boring, cruel, and abnormal life. But when the training in the morning was over, a group of people suddenly rushed into Camp 39 in a threatening manner, claiming that they wanted to compare notes with Lin and see what the trainee who ranked first in the quarterly assessment was capable of. This group of people came from different camps, and there were about a dozen of them. Obviously, they were not satisfied with the fact that Lin Sun won the first place in the quarterly assessment yesterday. For a moment, the whole Camp 39 was bustling. Even many trainees in the same camp planned to watch the fun and see whether Lin Sun dared to accept the challenge. For such a request, Lin Sun refused flatly without any hesitation. What a joke! Was this a fight? Obviously, they came to pick a quarrel, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, facing the challenge from the trainees of other camps. No one expected that Lin Sun would refuse it without hesitation. Wasn't it too decisive? Everyone was in a daze. What? Are you afraid? Or do you think that you don't deserve the title of the first place in the quarterly assessment? Someone sneered disdainfully. I didn't expect that you, Lin Sun, were so extraordinary. Who would have thought that you didn't even dare to fight with me? It's really disappointing. Lin Sun, if you dare not accept the challenge, admit in front of everyone that you are not as good as Lin Sun and are not qualified to be the first place in the quarterly assessment. Those trainees of other camps who came to challenge all shouted and used all kinds of means to ridicule Lin Sun. Even some trainees of Camp 39 couldn't bear such harsh words. But when they looked at Lin Sun again, he was calm and unaffected, which made many people speechless. Wasn't this guy angry at all under such provocation and criticism? But no matter what others thought, no matter how the trainees of other camps clamored, Lin Sun seemed to have made up his mind not to accept the challenge. Such an attitude of avoiding the challenge was regarded as a kind of retreat in the eyes of others, which made those clamoring people more unscrupulous. At last, even Ning Meng couldn't bear it anymore. He frowned and asked Lin Sun, "Can you bear it?" Lin Sun was in a daze. According to the rules of the camp, there is no rule that I must accept other people's requests to learn from each other, right? Ning Meng was stunned. But, don't you think it's shameful? Lin Sun sighed, how can I have time to play with them? There is no benefit in learning from each other. Nobody will agree to this kind of thing. Ning Meng was stunned. Don't you have any sense of shame? Self-esteem? Lin Sun laughed. What do you think? Ning Meng said angrily, how can I know what you are thinking? Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and said slowly, then don't worry about it. Let them make as much noise as possible. Ning Meng was keenly aware that Lin Sun seemed to be planning something again. He couldn't help but say, well, it's up to you. Anyway, it's not me who is ashamed. On the other side, Shiryu looked at everything with a smile and whispered to Li Qiu beside him, have you ever seen Lin Sun suffer losses? Li Qiu was stunned. I don't think so. Being provoked by a group of trainees from other camps, Lin Sun chose to retreat from the beginning to the end, which made Li Qiu feel a little aggrieved. He felt that Lin Sun was too spineless, not like an unyielding young overmatch at all. But after listening to Shiryu's words, he suddenly realized that according to Shiryu's style in the past, Shiryu seemed to be a man who had never suffered losses. With this idea, when Li Qiu looked at Lin Sun in the distance again, his eyes became slightly different. Did this guy have any bad ideas? In the distance, Gong Ming, Lei Xinyue, Yi Qi, and the others were also watching this scene with different expressions, but they didn't say anything. However, Qi Kan and Mao Langshan frowned at Lin's behavior. This guy's performance was too shameful for Camp 39. Many trainees of Camp 39 had the same idea as Qi Kan and Lin Sun. They all felt displeased and humiliated by Lin's behavior. Li Duxing was the only one who turned around and left after watching silently for a while, as if the excitement couldn't arouse his interest and attention at all. It was lunchtime and Drill Master Young Ku was not in the camp, so the excitement didn't dissipate soon. On the contrary, as time went by, more and more trainees heard the news and came to watch the fun. Soon the front of Camp 39 was crowded. When they saw Lin Sun didn't dare to accept the challenge, most of them showed ridicule and disdain on their faces. Was this the first in the monthly assessment? It was so shameful. Yes, most people still couldn't accept that Lin Sun had become the first in the quarterly assessment. They were very skeptical about the ranking. A guy who was not well known in the past had actually become the first in the quarterly assessment, suppressing the likes of Bai Lingshi and Zhao Yin. This was too unreasonable. So many people agreed that Lin Sun must have cheated. With this kind of doubt, when they saw Lin Sun didn't even dare to accept the challenge, they increasingly doubted that Lin Sun was unworthy of his reputation. It was inevitable to criticize Lin Sun. Lin Sun, let me ask you one last time. Do you dare to accept the challenge? A strong teenager with a black mole under his chin shouted with disdain. This teenager was Wang Wenyuan from Camp 7. Among those present, he was the most arrogant one. At this moment, Lin Sun finally opened his mouth and said with a smile, yes, why not? But if there is no prize in the competition, isn't it a waste of effort? Wang Wenyuan was stunned. What prize? Lin Sun said casually, if you can take out 1,000 condensate pills as the bet, how about I fight with you right now? 1,000 condensate pills, this was equivalent to the value of 20,000 imperial silver coins, which was absolutely a huge fortune beyond imagination. Even in the bloodthirsty camp, it would cost 3,000 points to exchange for 1,000 condensate pills. Are you fucking unwilling to fight with me on purpose? The prize is so big. Who can afford it? Wang Wenyuan was furious. Others also frowned. Originally, they thought that Lin Sun would finally accept the challenge, but they never thought that he would make such an outrageous request. What was the difference between this and refusing to accept the challenge? What was the concept of 3,000 points? Li Duxing, who had the highest score in Camp 39 now, only had 1,800 points. All of a sudden, many people present thought that Lin Sun's action was a pretense that he didn't want to fight on purpose, and their views on Lin Sun became more and more contemptuous. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Lin Sun smiled calmly. It's not a matter of whether I dare or not. Even if I use up all my points, I can't exchange for 1,000 condensate pills. Wang Wenyuan was furious. You are obviously cheating. Lin Sun looked at him as if he was an idiot. If you can't do it alone, you can borrow from others. As long as you get 1,000 condensate pills, I will fight with you at any time. Brother Wang, since this guy said so, I will get 100 condensate pills for you. Someone stood out with a sneer. I will pay 50. I will pay 80. Many people present couldn't bear Lin Sun's face and stood out to cheer for Wang Wenyuan. They thought that this guy dared not accept the challenge at all and made such an excessive request, which was shameless to the extreme. In just a moment, Wang Wenyuan had collected 1,000 condensate pills, which showed how much these people hated Lin Sun. Lin Sun, the stakes are enough. What else do you want to say? Many people shouted with a sneer on their faces. Shiyu, Ning Meng, Li Qiu, and others all looked strange. Seeing this scene, how could they not understand what Lin Sun was going to do? Lin Sun was going to take the opportunity to plunder these guys. Qi Kan, Mao Lengshan, and other trainees of Camp 39 didn't have such awareness. Even if they faintly saw something, they didn't think that all this was what Lin Sun wanted. I'd like to see whether he dares to refuse this challenge in such a situation. Qi Kan chuckled. In this case, if I refuse again, it will be too unreasonable. Lin Sun glanced around and said to Wang Wenyuan with a smile, are you sure you want to fight with me? Of course, before Wang Wenyuan finished his words, he was interrupted by a person. Wenyuan, let me do it. As he said, a thin teenager came out. His long hair was covered with a layer of gray, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. As soon as he appeared, he attracted many people's attention. It's Xianxia of Camp 7. I heard that he ranks in the top 3 in Camp 7, only a little worse than by Xianxia and Yin Rufeng. He is also a tough guy. Xianxia comes from the ancient house of Xiao and is one of the most outstanding people of this generation. Look at his gray hair. Obviously, he has practiced the unique ancestral skill of House Xiao, wind-roaring killing fist, to a certain degree. Xianxia is really powerful. I heard that if he was assigned to some other camps, he could easily rank first. Yes, there are too many masters in Camp 7. Bai Lingshi is a mountain that no one can surpass. The crowd was talking about it. Seeing Xianxia come out, they were all excited. Ning Meng, Shiyu, and others couldn't help frowning. They had never expected this change. They had also heard of Xianxia. His strength was undoubtedly strong, and he was not inferior to them. If Lin Sun fought with him, it was hard to say who would win. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia who came out. He suddenly said, if you want to fight with me, you can give me 1,000 more condensate pills. Wow, the crowd almost couldn't believe their ears. Was Lin Sun afraid? He even made a more outrageous request. Despicable. Wang Wenyuan shouted angrily. Lin Sun said unhappily, you have changed your opponent before the fight. I just made a request. Do you think it's despicable? Wang Wenyuan still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Shirao Kuan. Then Shirao Kuan looked at Lin Sun with his eagle-like eyes and said, okay, I agree to your request. Lin Sun smiled and said, great. Shirao Kuan said indifferently, I hope that when you lose, you will take the initiative too. Give up the first place of the quarterly assessment and admit that you don't deserve this honor. His words made the atmosphere in the field suddenly tense and filled with a sense of killing, which made many people secretly feel happy. They all couldn't wait for Shirao Kuan to give Lin Sun a heavy lesson. Lin Sun just nodded slightly to this. At this moment, the warm smile on his handsome face disappeared, and the angular outline of his face was calm. In his body, the surging and vast spiritual power ran slowly, like a dragon sleeping under the abyss waking up. A large area was vacated in the center of the camp for Lin and Shirao, who stood opposite each other. The trainees of Camp 39 and other camps all fixed their eyes on the two in the field at this moment. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. Many people were full of confidence in Shirao, who was at the peak of the 9th level of martial realm and had the opportunity to reach the gang spirit realm a few years ago. Besides, he came from the ancient Shirao family and mastered the unique skills passed down from generation to generation. On the other hand, if Lin hadn't won the first place in the quarterly assessment, most people wouldn't have known his existence. Especially when they learned that Lin Sun was only at the 8th level of martial realm and didn't seem to have a prominent family background, many people concluded that Lin Sun must have cheated to get the first place in the quarterly assessment. At this moment, the duel between Shirao and Lin might be the time to verify all the truth. Whining in the field, Shirao stood proudly, and a terrible spiritual storm suddenly blew up all over his body, making his gray hair fly in the air. A trace of disdain and arrogance emerged in his hawk-like sharp eyes. For a moment, many people's faces changed slightly. What a strong momentum, even Shiryu, Ning Meng and others couldn't help but show a trace of seriousness. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Only by this momentum, it was enough to prove that Shirao deserved his reputation. In terms of realm, I'm inferior to you. For fairness' sake, I'll let you strike first, Shirao said indifferently, with his eyes like lightning and his momentum soaring. Then I'll do as you say. Lin smiled slightly and stamped on the ground with the tip of his foot. He rushed to Shirao like an arrow leaving the bow. Boom, Lin Sun clenched his hand into a fist and punched out simply. His punch pierced through the air and set off a terrible torrent of spiritual energy, rushing like thunder. The moment an expert made a move, one would be able to tell whether one was an expert or not. This punch faintly revealed a kind of vast and boundless spirit that could swallow a great abyss and advance forward bravely. Gee, it seems to be the fierce tiger out of the mountain in marching boxing. Judging from the momentum of his punching, he has reached the consummation of the martial realm and condensed his own fist momentum. Someone was amazed. Humph, the marching fist is only a basic fist technique, but this guy dares to use it against Xiao Kuan. Isn't he too arrogant? Someone said disdainfully. You do have some skill, but this fist technique is not enough. In the field, Xiao Kuan spoke indifferently. He suddenly spun his arm, clenched his fingers into a fist, and fiercely struck out like a drill. Woo-woo-woo, a storm of spiritual energy suddenly appeared on his diamond-like fist, tearing the air apart and emitting ear-piercing wails. Howling wind, killing fist, killing storm, many people revealed a wisp of shock. This was the ultimate technique passed down by the Shao clan's ancestors, a unique and terrifying fist technique. The winds created by the fist whistled through the air, and it destroyed the world. This windstorm annihilation was simply like a windstorm that gathered into a single fist. The terrifying might it displayed was unimaginably tyrannical. Rumble, the two men's fists collided head-on, producing a deafening explosion and a strong gust of wind that blew away all the sand and stones within a radius of more than 100 feet. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Sun retreated 3 steps and narrowed his eyes. This guy was really not simple. Under the attack of this fist, Lin Sun was careless for a moment and suffered a lot of hidden losses. If you only have this little strength, admit defeat as soon as possible. In the distance, Xiao Kuan's figure was as sharp as a spear, showing his absolute confidence. Many people in the field had burst into cheers. How could Lin Sun become the first in the quarterly assessment with such little strength when he was forced to retreat under one punch? This guy must have cheated in the quarterly assessment. Ning Meng and Shi Yu both frowned. Judging from this blow, it seemed that Lin Sun was indeed a little inferior to Xiao Kuan, which made them a little worried. However, Qi Kan, Mao Lengshan and others were a little confused. If Lin Sun lost this battle, he would not only make a fool of himself, but also the reputation of the Camp 39 would suffer a blow, which was not what they wanted. At the same time, if Lin Sun won, they would certainly not be happy in their hearts. There was no other way. They still had a deep prejudice and grudge against Lin Sun. Therefore, when witnessing such a battle, it was inevitable for them to be confused in their hearts. The battle has just begun. How can you be so confident? If you lose in the end, it will be a little embarrassing. Lin Sun took a deep breath and chuckled. Really? I'm looking forward to you defeating me. Unfortunately, I can hardly see any hope from you. Xiao Kuan said indifferently. Boom, Lin Sun stopped talking nonsense and rushed forward. He still performed marching boxing, which was big and simple. This was a basic boxing method that everyone was very familiar with. However, when Lin Sun used it, it had a kind of great spirit that could conquer mountains and rivers and break dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. But Xiao Kuan was not inferior to Lin Sun, and even more eye-catching than Lin Sun. His wind-roaring killing fist was sharp and had a terrible tearing force, like a raging storm. No matter in power or skill, it was far better than marching boxing. Boom, the two fought fiercely. For a moment, the wind of fists whistled in the field, and the sound was like thunder, shaking the field. Sand and stones were flying, and the sky was dark. Under the attention of the crowd, it was obvious that Lin Sun was inferior to Xiao Kuan and showed signs of being suppressed. But it was strange that Xiao Kuan couldn't defeat Lin Sun completely in a short time. This made many people a little surprised. Lin Sun was only on the 8th level of martial realm, but he could hold on until now in a 1-to-1 fight with Xiao Kuan, which was a little unusual. More importantly, Lin Sun had been using marching boxing from the beginning to the end. This basic boxing method, widely spread in the empire, produced an effect that could compete with the wind-roaring killing fist in Lin Sun's hands, which was really amazing. If Lin Sun had the cultivation of the 9th level of martial realm and mastered a boxing method that was not inferior to the wind-roaring killing fist, what kind of fighting situation would emerge? It was unimaginable. At this time, those trainees from other camps who came with Xiao Kuan also keenly perceived the subtlety of the fighting situation and couldn't help but frown. How could this happen? How could a person like Xiao Kuan fail to defeat a guy on the 8th level of martial realm? Did he reserve his strength? Boom, suddenly, Xiao Kuan snorted coldly in the field. He jumped like a dragon, and a bright electric vortex wrapped around his fist. Then, Xiao Kuan punched down violently. Wind-roaring killing fist, electric kill. In an instant, it was like a dazzling lightning striking down from the sky. The blazing fist light was so dazzling that many people present couldn't open their eyes. This was the unique skill of wind-roaring killing fist. Since Xiao Kuan was forced to use it at this moment, he obviously recognized Lin Sun's tenacity and dared not to reserve any more. Almost at the same time, a touch of decisiveness flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. His spiritual energy boiled and ran all over his body like a flood bursting a dam. Instead of retreating, he moved forward. His handsome figure rose from the ground like a rainbow and took the initiative to confront Xiao Kuan, and the boxing he used was still a move of marching boxing, songling suppressing the moon. Boom, with an earth-shattering collision, Lin Sun stepped back more than 10 steps, with his long black hair flying in the air. He looked embarrassed, but he didn't seem to be hurt. Looking at Xiao Kuan, he also stepped back 4 or 5 steps before he stabilized himself. When he looked at Lin Sun again, his eyes were different from before. He really didn't expect that Lin Sun was more tenacious than he imagined. If it were other practitioners on the 8th level of martial realm, they would have been completely defeated by this electric kill. But Lin Sun just stepped back more than 10 steps, and judging from his momentum, he didn't show any sign of injury at all. At this moment, there were many exclamations in the field. It seemed unbelievable that they couldn't imagine how Lin Sun could withstand this blow. These exclamations made Xiao Kuan's face a little gloomy. With his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of martial realm and the ancestral wind-roaring killing fist, He still couldn't defeat a guy on the 8th level of martial realm, which was really a shame. How about it? Are you lacking in confidence? Think about what you just said, it's really ironic, Lin Sun chuckled, his eyebrows as sharp as a knife, his eyes as sharp as lightning, and his words revealed a vague sense of ridicule. Humph. Xiao Kuan snorted coldly, and the aura on his entire body actually rose a level. He roared towards the sky, and his entire body was like a howling storm that carried along a terrifying chaotic gale as he charged over explosively. He was like a storm, and his fist was the eye of the storm. The harsh whistling sound was like a blade, making many people in the field upset and almost unable to bear it. Rumble the two fought against each other again. Compared with before, the battle at this moment was undoubtedly more intense, dangerous, and ruthless. It was not like learning from each other at all, but clearly no different from a real fight. Xiao Kuan's momentum was unparalleled, but Lin Sun didn't give in and was not suppressed. He always narrowly avoided Xiao Kuan's killing moves. Seeing this scene, many nearby practitioners' faces changed again. No one expected that Lin Sun's combat effectiveness was so tenacious, which was completely beyond their expectation. The only thing that made them feel lucky was that Lin Sun's current combat effectiveness was not really worthy of the title of the first place in the quarterly assessment. Even if Xiao Kuan couldn't defeat him in a short time, he was doomed to be defeated by Xiao Kuan as time went on. Unless there was a miracle, but was it possible? Can Lin Sun turn this situation around? Sure, Yu and Ning Meng in the distance couldn't be sure. If Lin Sun couldn't even defeat Xiao Kuan, he couldn't compete with Bai Lingshi and Zhao Yin. In this way, it seemed to indirectly prove that his title of the first place in the quarterly assessment was somewhat undeserved. At that time, Lin Sun would become the object of ridicule in the entire bloodthirsty camp. This was the worst result, clang. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly pulled out the greenwave saber in the field, and his punching method suddenly changed into the saber method, which immediately attracted the attention of all present. However, in their eyes, Lin Sun's move was undoubtedly a sign that he was driven to a dead end and had to change his fighting method. This made many people feel refreshed. Even Xiao Kuan was no exception. He sneered, turned over his palm, and a short black spear appeared. Then he flew across the air to meet Lin Sun. Lin Sun, your struggle is doomed to be in vain. I advise you to admit defeat immediately, and maybe you can save some face. Xiao Kuan shouted, and his voice shook the world. He held the spear and attacked. His figure was as fast as lightning, and his gray hair was dancing wildly, like an invincible god. Boom! Xiao Kuan rushed forward with his spear, pointing at the sky and hitting the earth with matchless divine power. A pitch-black short spear in his hand seemed to turn into a swift black thunderbolt with extremely terrible power. Many people were surprised. This was another first-class unique skill, Eagle Strike. Once it was performed, it was like an eagle flying in the sky, with the power to tear the universe apart. However, even under such an attack, Lin Sun was not inferior at all. With his greenwave saber glowing with dazzling spiritual light, he performed the six-word saber play to the extreme. Sometimes he was like a storm, wantonly and ostentatious, sometimes he was like a gurgling stream, lingering and fine, sometimes he was like a vast raging wave, sweeping away dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and sometimes he was like a snowstorm, freezing thousands of miles. Impermanent, formless, and unpredictable, compared with the confrontation of fists just now, the duel between Lin Sun and Xiao Kuan was more intense at this moment. One was powerful and aggressive, while the other was elegant and sharp with both offense and defense, full of a thrilling atmosphere. This kind of duel could already be regarded as a rare first-rate duel in the true martial realm. Xiao Kuan was originally a young hero, and the wind-roaring killing fist and eagle strike spear technique that he practiced were both unique skills passed down from his ancestors, and they were extremely powerful. Lin Sun might not have shown his strength in the past, and he was even criticized and questioned because of his first place in the quarterly assessment. But at this moment, many people on the scene were surprised to see that he could fight evenly with Xiao Kuan with the cultivation of the 8th level of martial realm. Bang! 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 The deafening collision sound was like two mountains fighting against each other. The terrible spiritual power spread, forcing the nearby trainees to retreat again and again. The most surprising thing was that Xiao Kuan still couldn't suppress Lin Sun at this moment. Instead, Lin Sun gradually turned the situation around and they were evenly matched. This made many trainees in other camps shocked, and they finally realized that Lin Sun was not as simple as they thought. Compared with them, when the trainees of Camp 39 witnessed this scene, their emotions became extremely complicated. About a month ago, on the first day when Lin Sun broke through the 8th level of martial realm, he defeated Wen Mingxiu, who had made great achievements in the camp, with one punch. In the following time, Lin Sun's fighting capacity became stronger and stronger, and his score was higher and higher. Finally, before the quarterly assessment, his score had steadily ranked among the top in the camp. No one knew to what extent Lin Sun's fighting capacity had been improved. Even so, most people still couldn't imagine how Lin could get the first place in the quarterly assessment. It was like an incredible miracle, which made many people question Lin's result and think he must have cheated. But at this moment, when they saw the duel between Lin Sun and Shirao Kuan, many people finally realized that Lin Sun was indeed different from before. According to the fighting capacity he showed at this time, he could even compete with Ning Meng, Shi Yu, Qi Kan, Gong Ming and others in the camp. This guy is improving too quickly. Perhaps it was a mistake for us to choose to be enemies with him. Mao Lingxin muttered in the distance with a complicated expression. Oh, do you think I did something wrong? Qi Kan's face darkened and he glanced at Mao Lingxin coldly. No, I just feel a little emotional. Mao Lingxin shook his head at once. Humph, remember, this guy will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. We have been incompatible with him for a long time. Don't have any other ideas in the future? Qi Kan said word by word. Mao Lingxin was silent. Unexpectedly, compared with the last monthly assessment, this guy's fighting capacity has been improved to such a high level. On the other side, Lei Xingyue frowned and felt a heavy pressure from Lin Sun. This guy is very strong. His sabersmanship is very unique, which is a real killing skill. Unfortunately, it is difficult to exert the full power of this sabersmanship in the martial realm. Yi Qi squinted his small eyes, and his fat face was full of seriousness. In the last monthly assessment, I fought with him in person. It was the first time for me to see this kind of sabersmanship that could be on par with the soul-embroidering sabersmanship of Yi family. If there is a chance, I really want to fight with him again and see whose sabersmanship is stronger. Hearing this, all trainees, including Lei Xingyue and Di Jun, were shocked. No one had expected that Yi Qi would give such a high evaluation of Lin Sun. He is indeed very powerful. Gong Ming, who had been silent all the time, opened his mouth, which was rare. I fought with him. At that time, his fighting capacity was not as good as mine, but when it came to courage and fighting will, I also felt great pressure. Otherwise, our Camp 40 would not have lost that time. Gong Ming was one of the top overmatches in Camp 40 at that time. At this moment, his words made others speechless for a while, and their hearts were full of ups and downs. Alas, I feel so depressed. Ning Meng breathed out gloomily. Ho ho, I feel that after today's battle, those who really understand should realize that Lin Sun deserves his reputation. Shi Yu chuckled with a leisurely manner. What do you mean? Ning Meng frowned and said, he can't even defeat Shirao Kuan. Who will believe that he deserves to be the first in the quarterly assessment? Don't you think before you speak? Shi Yu sneered, in the quarterly assessment, which one of them didn't prepare enough spiritual equipment? Just by relying on pure fighting capacity, you can ask those guys who have passed the quarterly assessment. Which one of them is competent to kill a barbarian soldier? After a pause, he continued, smart people should know this. Otherwise, if Lin Sun cheats, do you think those drill masters in the camp can't see it? Ning Meng frowned and said, but this battle with Shirao Kuan is so depressing. If it were me, I would have beaten this guy to kneel down and beg for mercy. Shi Yu agreed and said, no matter what the result of this battle is, in the future, Shirao Kuan is destined to be unable to stop Lin Sun's progress. Ning Meng also nodded. Both of them were very clear that what Lin Sun lacked now was just time. When he advanced from the 8th level of martial realm to the 9th level, he would not be inferior to any other top trainee, let alone Shirao Kuan. This was potential. But Shirao Kuan, who had already reached the 9th level of martial realm and had inherited unique skills, still failed to suppress Lin Sun. Even if he won in the end, it would be very disgraceful. Anyone with the slightest bit of insight would be able to see this. The battle continued for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Shirao Kuen's face was extremely gloomy and his heart was burning with anger. Of course, he also knew that it was shameful enough that he couldn't suppress Lin Sun, a practitioner on the 8th level of martial realm, with his current cultivation and unique skills. Originally, Shirao Kuen planned to defeat Lin Sun with his higher cultivation, even if it was a battle of attrition. Who would have thought? Until now, Lin Sun didn't show any sign of weakness. How could it be possible? Did this guy, with the cultivation of the 8th level of martial realm, have the vigorous power that didn't belong to the 9th level of martial realm? What made Shirao Kuen most afraid was that as he fought with Lin Sun, he was keenly aware that Lin Sun's spiritual energy was not only extremely vigorous, but also extremely pure and powerful. Lin Sun's spiritual energy was even one level higher than his own. Otherwise, Xiao Kuen would have suppressed his opponent ruthlessly with his absolute strength without the need to use any unique skills. It was incredible that a trainee on the 8th level of martial realm had such a profound cultivation foundation, and even the quality of his spiritual energy was first class. At this point, Shirao Kuen was even a little scared. If Lin Sun had the cultivation of the 9th level of martial realm, what would the result of this battle be? He dared not think about it. The atmosphere in the field gradually became subtle. Many people had already noticed that Shirao Kuen was in a situation where he was unable to back down. But Lin Sun, the teenager who was constantly questioned by them, showed amazing tenacity as the battle went on. Many people were unable to accept such a situation. Suddenly, an ethereal and light voice sounded in the field. There is no need to continue this battle. Shirao Kuen, you can step back. With the voice, people felt dizzy, and then a graceful figure suddenly appeared in the field. Swish, the black spear that Shirao Kuen threw out was gently held by a white hand. With a gentle pull, Shirao Kuen flew out uncontrollably. At the same time, Lin Sun felt that the saber in his hand paused, and then it was dragged by a terrible force and deviated to one side uncontrollably. Shirao Kuen and Lin Sun were both shocked, and they looked at the graceful figure that suddenly appeared in the field. Not only them, but also all the people in the field subconsciously looked at the figure. It was a young girl around 14 or 15 years of age. Her long, black hair cascaded down to her slender waist. Her eyebrows were like the moon, her nose was straight, and her lips were pink and moist. Her oval face exuded an ethereal and refreshing aura. Standing there casually, she had a kind of graceful and elegant temperament, which was a kind of ethereal beauty, as if she was above the mortal world. By Lingshi, when they saw her, the same name appeared in the minds of practically everyone present at the same time, and all of them felt shocked and ashamed of their inferiority. It was as if they were not facing a girl, but a pure and ethereal fairy, which made the atmosphere in the field fall into a short silence. Shirao Kuen was extremely unhappy that the battle was interrupted, but when he saw Bai Lingshi, his anger suddenly disappeared, but there was still a trace of unwillingness on his face. Similarly, Lin Sun couldn't help frowning in the face of Bai Lingshi's sudden appearance. After he had seen the unparalleled beauty of Xia Ji, Bai Lingshi's ethereal beauty was not enough to shock Lin Sun. Miss, do you know that we are engaged in a battle of personal honor? You have gone too far. Lin Sun frowned and said with a serious face. Many people's faces became slightly strange. What battle of honor? Wasn't it for the 2,000 condensate pills in the bet? What was more, even if they fought to the end, Shirao Kuen might not be defeated. This guy was so shameless. Bai Lingshi was very beautiful and charming, and her cultivation was outstanding. She had the rare talent property of starshine eternal. Moreover, she was the eldest granddaughter of Jinghai Marquis of the Empire, and her family background was also extremely prominent. Under such circumstances, it was not an exaggeration to call her a proud girl. In the bloodthirsty camp, many people regarded Bai Lingshi as the object of their love, and there were many childs with the same extraordinary background who chased after Bai Lingshi. No one dared to look down on such a goddess-like girl. However, Lin Sun accused Bai Lingshi of meddling in other people's business with an interrogative look, which made many people very indignant. They thought that he didn't know what was good for him and blasphemed Bai Lingshi. Even Shiryu's eyes became strange, and he muttered to himself, "This guy is just like poking a hornet's nest." Why was it said that femme fatale? Because there was no lack of love and pursuit around a beautiful woman, and naturally there was no lack of trouble. How dare you? Someone couldn't help but yell harshly. You're so rude. Apologize to Miss Xianxia quickly, or we won't spare you. Many people followed and yelled as if they were her guardians. Lin Sun seemed to turn a deaf ear to them, and he was naturally a little unwilling in his heart. In the battle with Shirao Kuan, he was almost half sure that he could defeat Shirao Kuan, but now his plan was ruined by Bai Lingxi. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. As for the indignant yelling of a group of people around, Lin Sun just regarded it as a dog's bark. To everyone's surprise, in the face of Lin Sun's questioning, Bai Lingxi was not angry at all, and said indifferently, "If you win, I will let Shirao Kuan give you all the condensate pills he lost in the bet." Shirao Kuan was stunned and a little unwilling, but when he saw Bai Lingxi's ethereal and tranquil eyes, he finally held back and didn't say anything. Bai Lingxi's action immediately won a lot of applause. What was Beauty's demeanor? This was it. Compared with Lin Sun's face just now, it was extremely ugly. Lin Sun didn't seem to have such awareness. Although he was a little surprised by Bai Lingxi's decision, he still frowned and said, "In addition to these, there are also 1,000 condensate pills from that guy." He pointed to Wang Wenyuan in the distance. In an instant, Wang Wenyuan's face darkened and became extremely unsightly. This fellow was simply asking for a yard after being given an inch. Could it be that he really thought he had one? Bai Lingxi nodded and said, "I will still give it to you." Lin Sun said with a smile, "Yes, you are a sensible girl. I misunderstood you just now. Don't take it to heart." Everyone felt stifled in their hearts. Why is this fellow's tone so arrogant? Many people couldn't help rushing forward to beat Lin Sun. However, Bai Lingxi was still as elegant as before. Suddenly, she looked at Lin Sun and said, "When you reach the 9th level of martial realm, I will come to fight with you in person." After that, he turned around and left without waiting for Lin Sun's answer. Lin Sun was stunned and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, this girl was definitely not the kind of person who could be fooled easily. Her appearance at this time not only saved Shirao Kuan's face, but also won a lot of praise from the audience. Finally, she threw a test to him, and he had no choice but to accept it. But Lin Sun was not afraid. Perhaps Bai Lingxi had an unimaginably horrible fighting capacity, but Lin Sun was confident that he would not be inferior to her when he reached the 9th level of martial realm. There was an uproar in the field. No one expected that Bai Lingxi's sudden appearance could end the fight between Shirao Kuan and Lin Sun in such a way. Was Shirao Kuan defeated? No. It was the result of Bai Lingxi's words. Maybe it was not convincing, but as the party concerned, Shirao Kuan didn't say anything, so the others could only acquiesce. But the most surprising and uproar was Bai Lingxi's words before she left. She actually issued a letter of challenge to Lin Sun. This was so rare. Some people thought that Bai Lingxi did this to help Shirao Kuan regain his face and stop Lin Sun from being so arrogant. Others thought that Bai Lingxi thought that when Lin Sun reached the 9th level of martial realm, he would be able to have a fair fight with her. The reason why she did this was that Lin Sun was too rude to her just now. But no matter what kind of speculation it was, many people in the field were looking forward to the arrival of this day. They were eager to see how Lin Sun, the clown, would be trampled by Bai Lingxi. Soon, the news of the fight between Lin Sun and Shirao Kuan spread throughout the bloodthirsty camp. Although Shirao Kuan lost, no one thought so. After all, if Bai Lingxi hadn't suddenly intervened, no one could be sure who would win the fight. However, Lin Sun's tenacious fighting capacity still attracted many people's attention. It was so unusual that a teenager on the 8th level of martial realm could fight with a top figure like Shirao Kuan. Because of this, there were fewer doubts about whether Lin Sun deserved the title of the first in the monthly assessment. In other words, the fight with Shirao Kuan also helped Lin Sun to resolve a lot of reproach and criticism. Bai Lingxi's letter of challenge to Lin Sun also attracted many people's attention. People couldn't help but speculate in their hearts. According to Bai Lingxi's identity, it seemed that she didn't have to do this, but she did it. Why on earth did she do it? No matter how the outside world talked about it, at least in Camp 39, Lin Sun had become a celebrity. Some people hated him, some envied him, and some admired and envied him. After all, in Camp 39, Lin Sun was undoubtedly the most famous one. Soon after the fight, Lin Sun was summoned and left Camp 39. Then, he was taken by Xianxia into a mysterious and closed underground space in the camp. The area of this place wasn't large, and the 4 walls were inlaid with pieces of moonlight stones for illumination. One could clearly see that rows of jade shelves were arranged in the surroundings, and on them were placed books, pills, spiritual weapons, spiritual materials, and all kinds of rare treasures. It was just like a treasure vault. There are elixirs, cultivation methods, spiritual weapons, and all kinds of auxiliary items for cultivation. They are not very precious, but at least they are exquisite treasures that can't be seen in the world. You are the first in this quarterly assessment, so you can choose one of them. Xianxia's words were still concise and to the point as usual, without any nonsense. Linsun nodded and moved forward to have a closer look. First, he looked at the cultivation methods. Emerald Spirit Incantation, Purple Cloud Incantation, Blood Spirit Immortal Body, Astral Thunder Battle Scripture, Spirit Refinement Void Technique, Heavenly Yellow Heart Sutra. Every single cultivation technique had its own profundities, and they were indeed not things that could be bought on the market. Linsun carefully read the introduction of each scripture. After a while, he finally shook his head. In comparison, these scriptures were indeed first class, but they were a little worse than Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture. Then, Linsun looked at the bottles of elixirs: Xianxia Spirit Elixir, 7 Orifice Recovery Elixir, Snow Ginseng 9 Treasure Elixir, Purple Jade Cloud Elixir. In the process, Xianxia had been watching quietly, without saying a word. But when he saw Linsun looking at all kinds of elixirs and spiritual materials, he couldn't help frowning and said, "Linsun, sometimes when there are too many choices, what you need to do is to choose the most suitable one for you, not the one with the highest value." Linsun said, "I see." As he said, he continued to look at everything in the treasure house, but he didn't choose one thing. Xianxia said, "What on earth do you want?" There was a touch of sternness in his voice, as if he was a little disgusted with Lin Sun's behavior. Linsun turned his head and said to Xianxia with a smile, "Drillmaster Su, I heard from old Mo that your Wolf Fang, a spiritual armor with spiritual tattoos, was damaged and can't be repaired until now. I learned about it from old Mo, and in fact, it's not difficult to repair it." Xianxia was shocked, and a pair of sharp eyes suddenly locked on Linsun. He was confirming the truth of Linsun's words. If it were someone else who was stared at by Xianxia, he would have been scared to shrink his hands and feet. But Linsun seemed to be unaware of it. He smiled and pointed to some spiritual materials in the treasure house, saying, "I just looked at these treasures carefully and happened to find that several kinds of spiritual materials are the key treasures to repair Wolf Fang. But there are still 3 spiritual materials missing." Xianxia couldn't help asking, "Which 3?" Linsun said casually, "The heart of a 1,000-year-old ghost eye vine, a pair of fangs of an abyss demon wolf, and a bottle of golden blood spring, which can only be found in the magma of the Earth's core." Hearing this, Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. He had heard of these 3 spiritual materials, but they were all rare treasures in the world. They rarely appeared in the market and could only be found by chance. Even with his current strength, it was difficult to collect them in a short time. "Are you sure that as long as you find these 3 spiritual materials, you can repair Wolf Fang completely?" After a long silence, Xianxia asked in a low voice. "I just provide some ideas for reference." "I believe old Mo can definitely do it," Linsun said seriously. Xianxia fell silent again. It seemed that this matter had brought a great shock to him, and he had to think carefully. "I see. You can choose your reward first," Xianxia said with a poker face after a while. Linsun smiled and took out a bottle of elixir called Purple Jade Cloud Pill, saying, "I have already chosen it. This is it." Without saying anything more, Xianxia turned around and left with Linsun. It seemed that old Mo didn't say anything to Linsun's words, but Linsun was very clear that if Xianxia really regarded Wolf Fang as his life as old Mo said, he would not refuse his proposal. That night, when Linsun returned to old Mo's warehouse, he received a total of 2,000 condensate pills, which were worth 40,000 imperial silver coins, or as many as 200 imperial gold coins. Even in the bloodthirsty camp, it would take 6,000 points to exchange for such a number of condensate pills. It could be imagined that Shurao Kuan, Wang Wenyuan, and even trainees from other camps who came with them to provoke must have paid a huge price for it. Lying in the chair, Linsun was lost in thought. A bottle of Purple Jade Cloud Pill and 2,000 condensate pills should be enough to support me to break through the 9th level of Martial Realm, right? Late at night, Linsun sat cross-legged, and the roadmap of the Palace of Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture appeared clearly in his mind. Clatter. After making sure that there were no mistakes, Lin Sun swallowed 10 condensate pills, held his breath and began to concentrate on cultivation. This was the first time for him to practice this scripture. It was a new experience, so he dared not to have any negligence or carelessness. Soon, Lin Sun felt a shock all over his body. The spiritual energy in his body was like an ignited volcano, drawn by an overbearing and terrible swallowing force. Along a unique track, the spiritual energy surged all over his body. Boom! The surging spiritual energy was like a raging sea, circulating along the meridians and acupoints all over his body. In his whole body, the power of every inch of tendons, bones, blood and muscles seemed to be awakened and vibrated all over his body. Inside, the spiritual energy was like a wild horse, whistling and circulating like a dragon. Outside, the blood and chi burst out like lava, producing a unique resonance with every inch of muscles, bones and blood. At this moment, every part of Lin Sun's body seemed to be fully activated, producing a new way of cultivation. From a distance, his whole body was like a big abyss, with a terrible storm surging inside, and outside, it was swallowing the power from all directions. This was Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture, a rare method for refining both body and chi. It was inherited from the heaven accessing place, mysterious and overbearing. In just 15 minutes, Lin Sun felt that the power of the 10 condensate pills he had just swallowed was completely refined. At this time, it was less than half to the completion. In the past, he only needed the power of 10 cold condensing pills at most for one night of meditation. But now, after practicing the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture, the power that he needed to refine and absorb was far from enough. Clatter. Without hesitation, Lin Sun swallowed another 10 condensate pills. Boom! Inside and outside his body, the power was surging like the Yangtze River and boiling like the eruption of a volcano, which made Lin Sun's body slightly painful. It seemed that he could not bear the impact of such power. Especially his body, it felt like it was a steel bar that had been fiercely twisted, and every single inch of his skin, tendons, and bones were enduring a type of high-frequency tempering. If he hadn't tempered his body to the extreme, then he would probably be utterly unable to endure this unique method of cultivation. This was the strength of the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture. It was domineering and marvelous. It was like a furnace on the inside while swallowing everything on the outside, and it was completely different from the orthodox cultivation methods of the world. Not long after, the condensate pills he swallowed for the second time were all refined again, so Lin Sun had to swallow 10 more. Fortunately, he won 2,000 cold condensing pills after the duel with Shirao Kuan this time. Otherwise, with the supply of 10 cold condensing pills that he enjoyed every day, he was afraid that it would not be enough for him to continue his cultivation. As time went by, Lin Sun's whole body was shrouded in a layer of mist, which was a unique scene that could only be formed when Lin Sun exerted his power to the extreme. After half an hour, Lin Sun suddenly opened his eyes, and his chi gradually fell into silence from the boiling state. Lin Sun exhaled, and a white smoke rushed out like an air arrow, faintly making the sound of wind and thunder, tearing the air apart. The wonderful operation of this scripture is really beyond imagination, but it's too domineering. Lin Sun felt the chi around him and marveled in his heart. He knew very well that if it weren't for his strong physique, he couldn't bear such a domineering way of cultivation at all. However, although this scripture was extremely domineering, its effect was indeed obvious. Just like at this moment, Lin Sun was keenly aware that although his cultivation didn't improve much, the quality of his spiritual power had improved again. The strands of spiritual energy in his body were like azure amber. They were crystal clear and pure, and there was a trace of bright luster in them. This also meant that when Lin Sun fought, the power released by his spiritual power would become stronger and more terrible. Lin finally realized that it was not only the 4 spiritual vortexes on the 4 acupoints of his heart vessel that helped him refine his spiritual energy, but also the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture that he practiced had incredible effects on refining spiritual energy. This was indeed an exciting thing. At least everything proved that the effect of the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture was much stronger than that of the Spirit Concentrating Manual. The only thing that bothered Lin Sun was that the cultivation of the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture consumed too many elixirs. Because of the 4 spiritual vortexes, Lin Sun's cultivation was different from that of other practitioners of the same generation, and he needed more spiritual power to supplement. Now, with the addition of the cultivation of the nature insight and spirit devour scripture, he would consume almost 30 condensate pills a day. This number was equivalent to 600 imperial silver coins. In other words, if Lin Sun continued to cultivate like this, he would consume at least 600 imperial silver coins a day, which was a huge figure beyond imagination. After a long time, even those from rich families might not be able to support it. Even if I leave the bloodthirsty camp in the future, making money must be the first priority. Lin Sun made up his mind. The days in the bloodthirsty camp returned to the past. Every day, there was nothing but training, which was fulfilling but really boring. More than 10 days had passed unconsciously. During this period, all trainees received a notice that in half a month, the trainees of the 8 camps of the bloodthirsty camp would set out together to participate in a new assessment, battlefield training. The battlefield was a real battlefield, located in the northern frontier of the empire. It was a place called Demon Cloud Ridge. In the depths of the Demon Cloud Ridge, there were many voodoo barbarians. The assessment for Lin Sun and other trainees was to enter the northern frontier of the empire and participate in the War of the Demon Cloud Ridge as ordinary soldiers of the empire. At that time, the more military merits they earned, the higher the assessment results would be. The less military merits they earned, the more likely they would be eliminated. It was worth mentioning that the battlefield training was a real life-and-death fight, and death would also threaten every trainee. Some people were looking forward to the assessment, while others were afraid of it. Because no matter how abnormal the training in the bloodthirsty camp was, at least there was no danger of life. But it was different on the battlefield. One careless mistake could kill people, which was the most frightening thing. Lin Sun also received the notice. He didn't care much about it, but he wouldn't take it lightly either. His mind was very steady. One night, when Lin Sun was practicing, Xianxia suddenly came and took him away without giving Lin Sun any chance to refuse. When they arrived at the central camp where Xianxia was, Lin Sun found that not only Xianxia but also old Mo was there. Is it for the restoration of Wolf Fang? Lin Sun thought. More than 10 days ago, he had mentioned this to Xianxia, but he was not sure when Xianxia would come to him for help. But this time, Lin Sun guessed wrong. When Xianxia saw him, he pointed to the table on one side and said, "Is this your storage ring?" Lin Sun looked up and saw a black storage ring on the table, which was brought by him before. He couldn't help but nod, yes. All of a sudden, old Mo looked anxious and said, "Lin Sun, what the hell is hidden in your storage ring? How can it release such a weird power?" Lin Sun was stunned and confused. He couldn't help but step forward and look at the storage ring carefully. As expected, he sensed that there was a wisp of obscure and violent power spreading from the storage ring. It seemed to be extremely weak, but it gave people a terrible pressure on their souls. Lin Sun couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Old Mo, when did this happen?" "Just now." Xianxia frowned. "Don't you know what's hidden in your storage ring?" Old Mo and Xianxia also looked at Lin Sun, which made Lin Sun more confused. He clearly remembered that there was only a sky breacher, an inscribing pen, some gold coins and spiritual materials in his storage ring. Apart from that, there seemed to be nothing special. "Shall I open it and have a look first?" Lin Sun asked. Xianxia and old Mo looked at each other and said, "Well, be careful." Lin Sun nodded and stepped forward. He gently touched the storage ring with his fingertips. In an instant, Lin Sun finally determined the source of the obscure and violent fluctuation. It was a bronze box with an ancient color on its surface. Its 4 corners were engraved with patterns of clouds, mountains and rivers, strange beasts, and the sun and the moon. Around the box, there were mysterious spiritual tattoos, releasing an obscure and palpitating aura. That was the power of spiritual tattoos, but at this time, the spiritual tattoos around the bronze box seemed to be on the verge of breaking, as if they could not suppress a certain power sealed in the box. Lin Sun remembered that this bronze box was obtained when he killed Lu Yukuan. At that time, in the 3000 mountains, Lu Yukuan was chased by a legendary golden flame beast. Because of some accident, he wanted to kill Lin Sun, but he was killed by Lin Sun in the end. Lu Yukuan was the son of Lu Wujuan of the southwest province of the empire, which involved a lot of things. In order to prevent revenge, all the things he left before his death were destroyed by Lin Sun, except for this bronze box. At that time, Lin Sun also tried to open this box to explore, but when he saw the spiritual tattoos around the box, Lin Sun completely gave up. Because if one couldn't see through the mystery of this kind of spiritual tattoo restriction, even a spiritual tattoo master couldn't do anything about it. But what Lin Sun didn't expect was why this bronze box suddenly changed today. Could it be that some kind of change had happened to the treasure in it and it was about to break the seal? What on earth is inside? Seeing Lin Sun's uncertain look, old Mo couldn't help asking. A bronze box of unknown origin. As Lin Sun said this, he took it out of the storage ring. But as soon as it appeared in the air, it suddenly changed. With a loud bang, the bronze chest suddenly exploded, and a ball of dazzling fire rushed out fiercely and bumped into Lin Sun's arms. Lin Sun didn't even have time to react. He felt like being hit by a mountain. With pain all over his body, he flew out uncontrollably. Lin Sun felt a sharp pain all over his body, and he almost fainted. He couldn't help gasping. Chirp, chirp, a tender voice sounded. Lin Sun looked down in astonishment, only to find that it was a little monster in his arms. Its whole body was glowing with golden flames. It had round eyes, a round nose, and round ears. Even its body was as round as a small ball. Except for its facial features, it had no neck or limbs. The biggest impression it gave people was that it was round. At this moment, it looked at Lin Sun curiously with its crystal black eyes, and chirping sounds came from its round mouth. Lin Sun's eyes widened. What the hell was this? Who would have thought that such a small thing would be sealed in a bronze chest of mysterious origins? What's this? Xianxia, old Mo, and Ku also came over and looked at the little monster in astonishment. Obviously, they didn't expect that such a little thing would come out of the bronze chest that released terrible and obscure waves. It seems to have a similar breath to the golden flame beast, but its appearance is completely different. Look at its appearance. It's overflowing with golden light. How beautiful it is. Old Mo said in amazement. It seems that this kind of beast has never been recorded in the Atlas of Beasts. It's really strange. Xianxia frowned. From the little monster in front of him, he was keenly aware of a trace of violent and palpitating breath, which was very unusual. Lin Sun, do you know its origin? Ku looked up at Lin Sun. Lin Sun rubbed his aching chest and said with a grimace, I only knew that the bronze chest was obtained from a golden flame beast, but I didn't know that such a little thing was sealed in it. The little thing seemed to think that Lin Sun was talking to it, and it chirped happily. It seemed to be very happy. Then, its soft and round body flew up and clung tightly to Lin Sun, showing a comfortable expression, like a child snuggling up to its mother. Lin Sun couldn't help reaching out to touch the little thing. He felt that his fingers were sinking into a ball of cotton, which was soft and bouncy, very comfortable. The little thing chirped, seeming to like being comforted by Lin Sun. Fortunately, after knocking Lin Sun away, the little thing didn't reveal any dangerous breath, so Lin Sun didn't worry about it. Golden flame beast? Ku said thoughtfully, is it the one that appeared in the 3,000 mountains last year? I heard that this beast was eventually killed by Shi Yutong, the young sword king of Green Deer School. How did this bronze chest appear in your hands again? Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart, realizing that what he had said just now had inadvertently revealed a lot of things. He said in a daze, I only remember that when the golden flame beast was still alive, this bronze chest was snatched away. It was also a coincidence that I obtained it. Ku was about to continue asking when she was interrupted by Xianxia. Let's not care about this for now. The urgent matter at hand is to confirm this little fellow's identity. Old Mo said in a low voice, the aura of this little guy is indeed similar to that of the golden flame beast, but it doesn't seem to be a real golden flame beast. It may be the cub of a strange beast that we have never seen before. Old Mo was a master of spiritual tattoos and was very knowledgeable. Even he couldn't figure out the origin of this little guy, which surprised Xianxia and Ku. Do you want to have a specific test? Old Mo suddenly asked Lin. How do we test it? Lin Sun suddenly felt that something was wrong. He felt that Old Mo's eyes seemed to be a little different at this moment. It's very simple. As expected, the next moment, Old Mo looked excited and crazy. He fixed his eyes on the little guy in Lin Sun's arms and said quickly, just like we spiritual tattooists dissect the body of a fierce beast. We peel off its skin, take out its bones, draw its blood, and test its spirit. Well, we can also dig out its pair of eyes. Maybe we can identify some special functions. By the way, smash its small head to see if there is a structure different from that of other fierce beasts. The more he said, the more excited he became. His saliva flew everywhere and he danced with joy. Think about it. This is a beast that we have never seen before. Maybe we can refine some spiritual materials that have never existed in the world from it. In that case, we may be able to create a new kind of spiritual ink. Before he finished listening, Lin Sun's face changed slightly. He felt that the little guy in his arms seemed to be aware of the danger and was shivering and chirping nonstop. Xianxia couldn't help but frown. But he also knew that spiritual tattooists were as excited as discovering a new world when they found a new species. To everyone's surprise, it was Xianxia who couldn't bear it anymore. She kicked old Mo away with a beautiful whip kick. Pervert. Cruel. How could you do that to such a cute little guy? Xianxia scolded coldly. Old Mo lamented with a hidden bitterness, Madam, this little guy looks silly and cute, but who can be sure that it won't become very dangerous in the future? If we don't thoroughly find out its background now, it will be too late to regret later. He got up and walked to Lin Sun. Looking at the little guy with fanatical eyes, he said, for the safety of all of us, give this little guy to me. No way. Lin Sun and Xianxia said in unison with a firm attitude. Chirp. The little guy also stared at old Mo with a pair of round eyes and bared its teeth. In the end, it was Xianxia who made the decision, this is Lin Sun's. Let him deal with it. Lin Sun immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and Xianxia's look became much softer, which made Lin Sun a little uncomfortable. Xianxia, who had always been indifferent and cold, couldn't really fall in love with this silly and cute little guy. However, if this little guy poses a threat to the safety of the camp, I will kill it immediately. Xianxia added, which made Lin Sun's heart tremble. Late at night. In Old Mo's warehouse. Lin Sun sat in a chair, kneading Chirp's soft and round body into various shapes like kneading dough. Sometimes it was twisted like a fried dough twist, and sometimes it was stretched flat and slender, showing amazing softness and elasticity. Instead of being annoyed, Chirps made a cheerful chirping sound, as if it was moaning after being massaged, which made Lin Sun quite happy. This little guy was really amazing. Like a small ball, its whole body glowed with golden fire, but it was soft and comfortable to touch. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Chirps fell to the ground and immediately bounced up. Then it was thrown to the wall by Lin Sun and bounced back. Xianxia sat in the distance and held her chin as she watched all of this silently. Her usually cold and calm and delicate face was suffused with a rare gentleness at this moment. She didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. But tonight, she followed Lin Sun to Old Mo's warehouse and stayed there for such a long time, which was very unusual. Perhaps she was really attracted to Qiuqiu. At first, Lin Sun felt a little strange about it, but later he didn't bother to pay attention to it. I don't know where this little guy came from. He looks stupid and adorable. I wonder what he will become in the future. Not long after, Lin Sun held Chirps in his hand and looked at the little guy's round face. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was not a powerful descendant of a fierce beast at all, but a silly pet. Lin Sun couldn't help but pinch Chirp's belly hard. With a whoosh, a flame spurted out of Chirp's mouth like lightning. With a bang, a bottomless hole was broken on the ground, and the terrible burning breath melted and evaporated the gravel there. Lin Sun was shocked and couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect that Chirps could spit fire with such terrible power. This power was at least equivalent to a full blow from a practitioner on the 9th level of martial realm. At this moment, Xianxia also stood up suddenly and looked at the hole in the ground, obviously a little surprised. Chirps looked innocent, rolling its ball-like body happily in Lin Sun's hand and crying heartlessly. I told you that this little guy looks kind, but there is a great danger hidden in its body. Maybe it will break out one day. Old Mo also came over and murmured. If you dare to touch it, I will destroy you first. Xianxia glanced at Old Mo indifferently and said calmly, but it made Old Mo stiffen all over and smile bitterly. Well, it seems to be hungry. Lin Sun felt a pain on his fingertip, and then Chirps opened its mouth and bit it. It kept swallowing as if it was sucking milk. Young Ku immediately said, "Wait a minute." Then she instantly rushed out of Old Mo's warehouse. In just a moment, Young Ku had already returned with a huge greenhorn giant wolf. She threw it on the ground with a bang and said, "After this female wolf was caught, we kept her because she was pregnant. She just gave birth a few days ago, so there's plenty of milk." Lin Sun hurried forward and took Chirps to find milk. Unexpectedly, the greenhorned wolf seemed to sense some danger at this time. It let out a frightened roar and struggled violently. What? Lin Sun, Young Ku, and Old Mo all narrowed their eyes and realized that the problem should be with Chirps. Chirps it looked confused and showed no interest in the greenhorned wolf. "Maybe we can feed it some spiritual fruits and vegetables," Old Mo couldn't help suggesting. Young Ku nodded and left with the greenhorn giant wolf, who was frightened out of its wits. That night, with Young Ku's full help, Chirps tried all kinds of spiritual fruits and vegetables, but they couldn't find any that the little guy liked. It even didn't want to take a bite. Young Ku couldn't help frowning. Lin Sun was a little impatient. He slapped Chirps on its soft little butt and said, "I will be tortured to death by you." Chirps opened its eyes pitifully and seemed to be aggrieved. "Hey, this is a picky guy. Come on, do you want to taste the spiritual crystal?" Old Mo teased Chirps with a piece of hard spiritual crystal. Young Ku widened her eyes and was about to lose her temper, but she suddenly saw that Chirps, like a flash of lightning, snatched the spiritual crystal from Old Mo's hand and swallowed it into its round belly. Old Mo immediately let out a squeal like a pig being slaughtered. No. Spiritual crystal was extremely valuable, containing extremely pure and huge spiritual energy. It had always been regarded as an important strategic material in the empire. A palm-sized ordinary spiritual crystal was worth 10 imperial silver coins. The spiritual crystal that Old Mo took out was different from ordinary spiritual crystals. It was called Advanced Spiritual Crystal. It was diamond-shaped, as clear as a crystal diamond, and glowed with light blue spiritual light. Generally, it was used as the spiritual power source of battleships. The value of this high-level spiritual crystal was even more terrifying, which was equal to 5 imperial gold coins. In other words, the value of a high-level spiritual crystal was about 50 times that of an ordinary one. At this moment, such an expensive high-level spiritual crystal was swallowed by Chirps in the blink of an eye, which made Old Mo go crazy and howl. He rushed up to take it back, but Chirps dodged and rushed into Lin Sun's arms in a flash. Then it looked at Old Mo innocently. Old Mo was exasperated and shouted, "Lin Sun, make this little thing spit out the spiritual crystal. This thing is very precious. It can't be wasted by this little thing." Lin Sun shrugged and said helplessly, "It can spit fire from its mouth. How about you try to make it spit it out?" Old Mo was stunned. Looking at the hole on the ground beside him, he shook his head at once. What a joke. It was too dangerous. "Well, Old Mo, you gave it to me. Are you going to regret it?" Young Ku frowned and said. "No, it's this, alas." Old Mo wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't even say a word, looking regretful. Lin Sun felt sorry for him. Chirps burped at this time as if it was full. Its soft and round body lay lazily in Lin Sun's arms. Chirps closed its eyes comfortably and fell asleep, blowing a crystal bubble at the corner of its mouth. "It seems that it can't make it," Lin Sun said helplessly. Old Mo was completely dumbfounded. This little thing's stomach was so good. How could it digest a high-level spiritual crystal in the blink of an eye? "It seems that it needs spiritual crystals," Young Ku said thoughtfully. Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a bad feeling surged in his heart. If this little guy fed on spiritual crystals, he couldn't afford to raise it even if he killed himself. "Drillmaster Young Ku, how about giving Chirps to you?" Lin asked tentatively. Young Ku was startled and frowned. "Chocho likes you so much and obviously treats you as a family member. How can you abandon it so cruelly?" Lin Sun smiled bitterly. Seeing this, Old Mo's depressed mood finally became better. He said with a smile, "I'd like to see how many spiritual crystals you have to feed it." Lin Sun felt a headache. Young Ku said, "Well, that's it. I'll find time to visit Chirps in the future. If I find that you and old Mo can't take good care of it, her eyes became extremely sharp, which made Lin Sun and old Mo feel a kind of oppressive force at the same time. Their faces couldn't help changing slightly. You know what I mean. Xianxia turned around and left. Lin Sun and old Mo looked at each other, feeling that they were in the same boat. In the next few days, Lin Sun was still different from before. But there was something different, because he had Chirps by his side. This little guy was stupid, cute and simple, and regarded Lin Sun as a family member. Every day, as long as Lin Sun returned to old Mo's warehouse after training, it would stick to him and rub itself happily in his arms. Lin Sun was a little uncomfortable at first, but he got used to it later. What really troubled him was that he had confirmed that Chirps did live by swallowing spiritual crystals. Every 3 days, it would consume a high-level spiritual crystal. The speed of spending money was almost as fast as that of Lin Sun. Fortunately, at least in the bloodthirsty camp, Lin Sun didn't have to worry too much about this matter with Xianxia's help. The only thing that made Lin Sun feel strange was that since the quarterly assessment, young man seemed to have disappeared and never appeared again. When he asked old Mo, he didn't know where young man had gone. As time went by, there were only 5 days left before they went to the battlefield assessment in the Demon Cloud Ridge. On this day, when Lin Sun finished a day's training and returned to old Mo's warehouse, he heard a familiar coquettish laughter echoing. Lin Sun was delighted that young man was back. As expected, when he walked into the warehouse, he saw young man holding Chirps with a smile and constantly rubbing its soft and round body with her hands, as if she had found the best toy in the world. She was beaming with joy. "Sister, you are back?" Lin Sun walked over with a smile. Young man answered with a and didn't even look at Lin Sun. She was still playing with Chirps. Lin Sun was speechless. Why did Drillmaster Xianxia and young man behave like this? What was so good about Chirps? Why did they like it so much? Are you jealous of its treatment? Old Mo came over with an envious face. His eyes were fixed on Chirps buried in young man's plump chest, and he was so jealous that he wanted to replace Chirps with himself. Old Mo, do you think I will be jealous of a little beast? Lin Sun said angrily. At this time, Chirps found Lin Sun. It broke free from young man's arms and got into Lin Sun's arms, chirping happily. Lin Sun immediately smiled and said to old Mo, "Look, this little guy is better than you. At least it is not as greedy for beauty as you are." "I think this little guy is 100 times better than you too," young man said with emotion, her starry eyes rolling. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the warehouse was pushed open by a strong force, and a cold wind poured in, which made the atmosphere in the warehouse chilly. "Xianxia, I'm not here to fight with you this time. I just want to take away 2 people. Why do you hate me so much?" A low and deep voice sounded. The voice was full of an indescribable magic, which seemed to be able to reach the depths of the soul and make people feel cold. With the voice, a slender figure strode in. It was an elegant and graceful middle-aged man, wearing a high hat and ancient clothes with big sleeves. He was handsome, and when he opened and closed his eyes, there was a cold light surging in them. With his arrival, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became dead, and even the sound of the wind stopped, as if it was afraid. Next to the man was Xianxia, who was as thin as a spear. But different from before, Xianxia frowned at this moment, and his rock-hard face was full of gloom. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun, young man, and old Mo all felt a chill in their hearts. Even Chirps in Lin Sun's arms seemed to have already sensed some danger and hid in Lin Sun's clothes. Well, this must be Master Mo. As soon as the graceful man came in, he was like a king of the world, with a disdainful momentum of controlling the mountains and rivers. His eyes instantly locked on old Mo like lightning. In an instant, old Mo's face suddenly changed, and he was trembling all over, as if he was suffering from some kind of fear. Lin Sun and young man did not dare to move. Their cultivation was different, but at this moment, they both felt a kind of horrible oppression, as if they were in a vast ocean and were in danger of drowning and dying at any time. It was terrible. It was just an invisible momentum, but it could make people feel such a terrible impact. It could be imagined how powerful the graceful man was. At this time, Xianxia suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of him. He looked up at the graceful man and said, "Xin Rudi, this is the bloodthirsty camp. not a place where you can behave atrociously. Lin Sun and others felt relaxed, and the pressure faded away like a tide. When they looked at the graceful man again, their eyes were full of fear. The graceful man called Shinriti smiled slightly, showing his snow-white teeth, and said, 13 years ago, I was not your opponent, but now, your wolf Fang has been damaged. Do you think you can still be my opponent? Do you want to have a try? Xianxia's eyes were as cold as a knife, and his momentum suddenly changed, surging with a gust of killing intent, which oppressed the air around him and made the sound of wailing. After a moment of silence, Shinriti suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, Old man, I haven't seen you for so many years, but you still have such a bad temper. If I didn't have an important task this time, I would really like to fight with you and see whether your wolf Fang or my seal of Aquarius is more powerful. Seal of Aquarius, hearing this word, Xianxia's eyes suddenly narrowed, no wonder you dare to be so fearless today. Which old guy from the Academy of Spiritual Implements made it for you? Shinriti smiled and said, it's a secret. Saying this, he frowned and said, get out of the way. I'm under orders to take away Master Mo and a teenager named Lin Sun. I'm not here to fight with you. Lin Sun was shocked in his heart, for he never thought that this matter would have something to do with him. Even young man was a little surprised, but soon she seemed to guess something, and her pretty face suddenly became a little ugly. Give me a reason. Xianxia didn't give in and said coldly. Shinriti said meaningfully, the Empire's Academy of Spiritual Implements needs talents like them. A cold light suddenly burst out of Xianxia's eyes, you already know? Shinriti chuckled, Xianxia, you should know that the bloodthirsty camp serves the Empire, not your private territory. Who do you think you can hide what happened here? Xianxia's face became more and more gloomy, and he said flatly, no matter what, I can't promise you this. Shinriti seemed to have expected this scene. He took out a mysterious lavender token from his bosom and said, you should know the meaning of this token. Are you really going to disobey the order? Seeing this token, Xianxia finally couldn't keep calm. His face kept changing, and he fell into a rare silence. The atmosphere became so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. Lin Sun vaguely guessed something, but he was not sure, so he was surprised and doubtful. Young man's and old Mo's faces had already become gloomy. They seemed to have completely understood why Shinriti came here. Old man, the Empire's interests are above everything. You should know this. Now, please get out of the way. Shinriti put away the token and took a deep breath. His face became solemn and dignified, which was extremely threatening. Boom, the terrible momentum was overwhelming to Xianxia like a landslide and a tsunami. Xianxia suddenly sneered and punched. It was a simple punch, but it made Shinriti change his face slightly and block it with his palm. Unexpectedly, Xianxia arched his body forward slightly. When his right fist hit Shinriti's palm, his left arm was thrown out like a cannon hammer and hit on Shinriti's shoulder with a bang. Shinriti's body shook violently, and his face suddenly turned blue. Finally, he couldn't help but take a step back. You! Shinriti was angry. When he was about to fight back, Xianxia suddenly withdrew his momentum and stood aside, saying coldly, what? Do you really want to fight with me? Shinriti stared at Xianxia for a long time and suddenly laughed, old man, you are still the same. You are never willing to suffer losses. Xianxia said expressionlessly, I dare not disobey the will of the Empire. But this time, you can take old Mo away, and Lin must stay. As soon as the words came out, Lin Sun frowned. He didn't know why Xianxia changed his attitude. Young man's face changed. She wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Old Mo laughed at this moment, well, I've already had enough of this remote place. It will be good if I can return to the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire this time. Shinriti glanced at Xianxia and said, I received the order that I must take both of them back. Xianxia said coldly, you came here for nothing more than the news about the new Ziying battleship and Meteor's crossbow. I can tell you clearly that these two treasures are made by old Mo and have little to do with Lin. At this moment, Lin Sun finally realized the root of the problem. It turned out that everything was caused by the Ziying battleship and Meteor's crossbow. For a moment, his mood suddenly became complicated. What was this? An innocent man will get into trouble because of his treasures. At a glance, he knew that Shinriti's origin was not simple. He was obviously a big shot in the upper class of the empire. But this time, he came to the bloodthirsty camp in person to ask for Lin, which showed how much importance the empire attached to this matter. Logically speaking, it should be a good thing for old Mo and Lin Sun, but judging from the expressions of Xianxia, young man, and old Mo, they knew that it would not be a simple thing. Oh, Shinrudi replied. Obviously, he didn't believe it. He didn't even intend to change his attitude and determination. He said directly, no matter whether it is related to this boy or not, after I bring him back to Purple Chased City, I will be able to distinguish it. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Sun intentionally or unintentionally, which made Lin Sun feel as if his chi was frozen and his hair stood on end. It was as if he was stared at by an ancient fierce beast and wanted to devour him. How terrifying was Xianrudi's cultivation, Lin Sun couldn't speculate. However, the more it was like this, the heavier his mood became. The consequences of being targeted by such a great figure were truly hard to predict. If you want to take him away, you might as well kill me now. Old Mo suddenly said with a determined look on his skinny old face. At this moment, old Mo was completely different from before. He didn't look wretched anymore. Instead, he looked calm and disdainful as if he was going to die. This made Lin Sun's heart tremble. In an instant, various emotions arose in his heart. He recalled the experience of working together with old Mo these days. Every scene was so clear. A spiritual tattoo master threatened him with his own life. This kind of situation also made Shinrudi feel a little tricky. He couldn't help but frown and said in a cold voice, Master Mo, do you know that this is against the will of the empire? Enough. Xianxia took a deep breath and said coldly, I will bear all the consequences. If you don't agree, maybe we really have to fight again today. Shinrudi's face was gloomy, and the atmosphere became tense, which made it difficult for people to breathe. Good, very good. Since you are so resolute, let's wait and see how those big shots in Purple Chased City will treat this matter. Shinrudi coldly said, then turned around and left. When he was in front of the warehouse, he suddenly turned his head and said, before dawn tomorrow, I hope Master Mo will take the initiative to leave with me. If there is any accident, maybe the bloodthirsty camp will be completely closed as before. Before his voice died away, he had disappeared in the night. There was a moment of silence in the warehouse. Xianxia kept silent and seemed to be thinking about something. Young man's pretty face was gloomy, and she was a little lost. Old Mo seemed to be much more at ease. He patted Lin Sun's shoulder and said, boy, don't think too much. It's not a farewell of life and death. With the secret method of transforming Ziying battleship that I have mastered, they dare not do anything to me. As he said, he smiled and said proudly, on the contrary, they will definitely treat me like a master, with beauties, wealth, status, honor. I can have anything I want. Lin Sun stared at old Mo's smiling face in a daze. After a long time, he said seriously, Old Mo, your acting is too fake. It doesn't comfort me at all. Old Mo's expression froze, and he said with a wry smile, what else do you want me to say? Lin Sun took a deep breath and said firmly, no matter who ordered to take you away this time, I will make him pay for it in person one day. Old Mo's countenance changed instantly. His lips trembled a few times, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just patted Lin Sun's shoulder hard and smiled with relief. At this time, Xianxia turned his head and said, this is not the worst result. Even if Shinrudi doesn't come this time, someone else will come sooner or later. Old Mo nodded and said, Chief Shu is right. The secret of Ziying battleship can't be concealed. This kind of war weapon must be handed over to the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire in order to play the greatest role. Seeing that Old Mo understood, Xianxia nodded and said, tomorrow morning, I will send you away in person. After that, Xianxia also turned around and left. Old Mo was in a daze for a long time. Finally, he shook his head and said, I also need to prepare something. Saying this, he hurriedly got into his own room deep in the warehouse. Lin Sun knew that Old Mo didn't want to say anything more at this moment. He was afraid that Lin Sun would have more misunderstandings and make him worry. This old guy. Lin Sun sighed with mixed feelings. Old Mo was a good person. During this period, he accompanied Lin Sun like an old friend. but now he was suddenly forced to leave, and Lin Sun was unable to change anything. This feeling of helplessness and powerlessness made Lin Sun feel inexplicably uncomfortable, as if his heart was blocked by a stone. Old Mo's departure has nothing to do with you. Why did you make such a decision? Young man beside him asked softly. It has something to do with me. Lin Sun said without thinking, if it weren't for me, Ziying battleship wouldn't have been transformed successfully and Meteor's crossbow wouldn't have appeared. If so, do you think what happened today will happen? Young man was about to say something, but she was interrupted by Lin Sun. In my opinion, I don't care about the shitty interests of the empire. What I care about is that old Mo was taken away. This is the reason why I must seek justice for old Mo. Looking at Lin's chiseled and handsome face, looking at his firm and calm expression, and listening to his powerful words, young man suddenly found that the boy in front of her seemed to have possessed the courage to bear everything by himself unconsciously. This was a kind of broad-mindedness and bearing that only a real man possessed. In the early morning of the next day, before dawn, a middle-level Falcon battleship of the Empire roared and was about to take off. In front of the battleship, Shinrudi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking dignified and cold. When he saw Xianxia send old Mo here in person, a faint sneer flashed across his lips. Master Mo, please. Shinrudi stood aside and invited old Mo to board the battleship. Thank you. Old Mo nodded absent-mindedly and boarded the battleship. However, he couldn't help but look back halfway, but there was nothing but darkness. He couldn't help laughing at himself. Without hesitation, he quickly disappeared in the battleship. Old man, you should know that you have violated the will of the upper class of the empire by keeping the teenager named Lin Sun here. It's not easy to bear the consequences. Seeing old Mo disappear, Shinrudi turned his head and looked at Xianxia lightly, saying, I hope we still have a chance to fight face to face. Goodbye. He turned around and was about to leave, but Xianxia suddenly said, Do you know who sent Lin Sun to the bloodthirsty camp? Shinrudi suddenly stopped and said, What? Do you want to pressure me with the power behind the boy? Ridiculous. I represent the will of the empire. Who am I afraid of offending in the whole world? With a sneer, he strode to the battleship. As soon as he arrived at the door of the battleship, he heard Xianxia's voice, The will of the empire can't be shaken. But I know that there is a groom in the empire who will never change his attitude because of the will of the empire. Shinrudi was slightly stunned, and then seemed to think of something. His face suddenly changed, and he suddenly turned around. When he looked again, Xianxia had disappeared. Is it, the one from Heiyao Shrine? Until he walked into the battleship, Shinrudi couldn't calm down. He kept thinking that there was only one groom in the whole empire who could be mentioned by Xianxia and whose attitude couldn't be shaken by the will of the empire. Could it be him? A trace of haze appeared on Shinrudi's face, and he suddenly hated Xianxia. Why did he say such a sentence before leaving? It was so abominable. Boom! The Falcon battleship broke through the sky, crushed the clouds, and fled far away. Soon it disappeared in the vast sky. At the same time, the dawn came, and a ray of dawn tore the eternal night like lightning, illuminating the world. In the camp, Lin Sun silently withdrew his gaze and turned away. The morning light sprinkled on the slender and handsome figure of the teenager, covering him with a layer of illusory luster. No one knew what he was thinking at the moment. On the other side, young man watched the figure of the teenager disappear, and suddenly sighed faintly. She thought of Lin Sun's powerful words last night, and an irresistible thought emerged in her mind. Some hatred, like fate, would take root after a casual twists and turns. Since old Mo left, Lin Sun became quieter than before. After finishing the training every day, he would return to the warehouse where old Mo was and drink a pot of wine in silence. Young man was a little worried about Lin Sun. She was keenly aware that there was something wrong with Lin Sun's state, but every time she wanted to comfort Lin Sun, she found that he had begun to cultivate. This made young man sigh in her heart and give up the idea of comforting Lin Sun. Some things might be faced alone to mature faster. 13 days later. In the early morning. From today on, 237 trainees from the 8 camps of Bloodthirsty Camp would take the battleship to the Demon Cloud Ridge in the northern border of the Empire to participate in the battlefield assessment. Don't worry. I'll take care of Chirps. Your task is to return safely with a good result. young man exhorted softly before setting off. Okay. Linson nodded and turned to walk towards Camp 39. Behind him, young man stared at the back of the young man who was more and more handsome and dignified. She thought of the scene when she met Linson for the first time. At that time, Linson was sometimes mischievous, glib-tongued, and sometimes focused, serious, and calm. But most of the time, he always wore a warm smile on his lips, like a harmless sunny boy. But now, he had become different from before, and no one could see through what he was thinking. Was this good or bad? Young man didn't know. Maybe this was growth, which was not defined by age. People would become different when they experienced more. Chirps lay in young man's arms and looked at Linson's back reluctantly with its round black eyes, chirping constantly. A moment later, with a rumbling sound, 8 small Imperial Zing battleships rose into the sky, crushing the clouds and carrying 237 trainees from the 8 camps to the north. How many people do you think can come back this time? No more than 50. 50? This is about twice as many as the previous trainees. I just hope so. How many people do you think will die in the end? It's hard to say. The Demon Cloud Ridge is a test of life and death. There are only 2 outcomes for those who can't persist: elimination or death. Among them, death is inevitable. These are the rules. No matter how extraordinary their backgrounds are or how good their talents are, if they can't endure the tempering of the flames of war, they won't be of much use. I'm just a little worried. The forces behind these trainees are complicated. If something happens, I'm afraid that the bloodthirsty camp will be blamed. You're wrong. A large clan will never lack outstanding descendants. Sometimes, the death of a useless descendant is not a bad thing for them. Indeed, in terms of cruelty, the competition within the families of those ancient forces can only be more abnormal than that of our bloodthirsty camp. Their descendants fight for more resources and power. Brothers turn against each other and relatives kill each other. This kind of thing has already become common. Just you wait. 3 months from now, we'll know how many of these 237 students will be able to stay, and who will be eliminated or die. In the bloodthirsty camp, watching the 8 Zing battleships disappear in the northern horizon, a group of drill masters had a brief conversation. In the Zing battleship where the trainees of Camp 39 were, Linson looked at a storage ring in his hand. This was the only spiritual weapon issued in this assessment. In addition, no trainee was allowed to carry other spiritual weapons. This was the rule of the assessment. After arriving at the Demon Cloud Ridge in the northern border of the Empire, the 237 trainees would enter the battlefield to carry out tasks as ordinary soldiers of the Empire. What they had to do was to use all their means to persist in the theater of operations for 3 months like ordinary soldiers. The military merits obtained were the results of the assessment. Those who died would be eliminated, and those with low military merits would also be eliminated. This unified storage ring was prepared for the purpose of collecting military merits. The so-called military merits were the enemy's lives. The atmosphere in the cabin was not quiet. Many people were talking in a low voice. What they were talking about was related to the assessment to the Demon Cloud Ridge. The Demon Cloud Ridge was a theater of operations with complex terrain. It was located in the northern border of the Empire. After crossing the Demon Cloud Ridge, it was the turbulent wasteland controlled by the Empire of the Dark in the north. For hundreds of years, there had been constant wars in the Demon Cloud Ridge. But both the Empire and the Empire of the Dark knew that no matter which side wanted to completely occupy the Demon Cloud Ridge, it was an extremely unlikely thing. The reason was that the terrain of the Demon Cloud Ridge was too complex. It was shrouded in black haze all year round. The area covered thousands of miles and was full of dangers. Unless all the land within thousands of miles of the Demon Cloud Ridge was overturned and flattened, anyone who wanted to occupy this place would have to pay a heavy and immeasurable price. Until now, the existence of the Demon Cloud Ridge had become a buffer zone between the Empire and the Empire of the Dark. Although there were constant wars, they were all small-scale fights. I heard that the current Demon Cloud Ridge has already changed. It is called a training ground between the Empire and the Empire of the Dark. The so-called training ground is to let the young experts of each side know and understand their opponents through real bloody battles. Only through the tempering of blood and fire can they grow into real war talents. Shiryu suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "This also means that in this assessment in the Demon Cloud Ridge, we are very likely to meet some young experts of the Voodoo Barbarian tribe. When it comes to combat effectiveness, I'm afraid that they are not inferior to us." "Isn't that nonsense?" Ning Meng said angrily. "Nonsense?" Shiryu sneered, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Idiots like you will not even know how they die when they enter the Demon Cloud Ridge. You don't have to worry about that." Ning Meng said disdainfully, "Unlike you, I grew up on the battlefield. When it comes to the understanding of war, I dare say that you are not even 1/10 as good as me." Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Lin Sun felt a headache and said, "How about this? You two take the assessment of the Demon Cloud Ridge as a game and have a contest to determine the winner by military merits. Isn't this more convincing than arguing? You can even have a bet. It's up to you what to bet." Shiryu and Ning Meng looked at each other with a touch of anger in their eyes. They nodded together. "That's good. Won't you join in?" Shiryu asked Lin Sun. "Me?" Lin Sun was stunned. "Yes, how can you be absent? Let's have a bet." Ning Meng's eyes lit up and he rubbed his palms together. "Let me think about it. Let's bet 100 imperial gold coins. Only one person will win, and the two losers will give 100 imperial gold coins to the winner. 100 imperial gold coins." Lin Sun gasped. The bet was so big that it was equivalent to 10,000 imperial silver coins or 1 million imperial copper coins. Unexpectedly, Shiryu was very dissatisfied with it. He sneered, 100 imperial gold coins? That's too little. If the bet is so little, I don't want to bet. Lin Sun was speechless. This was the style of the third child of Keystone business. Even 100 imperial gold coins were too little. What a rich man. "How much do you want to bet?" Ning Meng said unhappily. "At least 1,000 imperial gold coins, plus one condition." Shiryu said with a smile, "The condition is very simple. If you lose, you should take the initiative to admit defeat and apologize to me. Admit that you are not as good as me and admit that you are not as good as me." Ning Meng's face changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." Shiryu chuckled, "Great." Lin Sun couldn't help saying, "You too, I can't get 1,000 imperial gold coins for the time being. You can owe it to me first." Shiryu and Ning Meng said almost at the same time. Lin Sun couldn't help but get angry when he saw that the two were determined to defeat him. But he didn't show it on his face. He gently spat out a word, "Okay." At this time, a harsh sneer suddenly came from the other side of the cabin. "Someone is really a gambler. Do you think that the fight with Shirao Kun a few days ago was a glorious victory?" Lin Sun, Shiryu, and Ning Meng all looked over. It was a pale-skinned teenager with a surly look. His name was Hu Long. Likely Duxing, he was one of the trainees who were incorporated into Camp 39 after the quarterly assessment. Staying in the quarterly assessment had fully proved that Hu Long's fighting capacity was not weak. And some clues could also be seen from his average score. But at this moment, he sneered. Although he said someone, he actually pointed at Lin Sun and taunted him. Hu Long opened his mouth with a touch of provocation, which immediately attracted the attention of many trainees in the cabin. Seeing this, Hu Long didn't intend to stop at all. Instead, he became more complacent and said disdainfully, "In the current bloodthirsty camp, who doesn't know that Shirao Kuan's defeat is not because of his weak fighting capacity? Originally, Bai Lingshire couldn't bear to see someone lose and make a fool of himself, so she stopped the fight. Unexpectedly, someone was not ashamed of it, but proud of it. He boasted that he was the winner, which really disgraced our Camp 39. This kind of argument was indeed spread in the bloodthirsty camp, but many people also understood that Lin Sun was absolutely not as weak as Hu Long said. If the fight really went to the end, it was hard to say who would win. However, many people could see that Hu Long was deliberately satirizing Lin Sun. In addition, many of them didn't have a good relationship with Lin Sun, so no one wanted to get involved. Shiryu and Ning Meng frowned and wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Lin Sun, who said, "A dog barks randomly. Are you going to reason with a dog?" Hu Long's face suddenly changed, and he screamed, "Who are you scolding?" Lin Sun smiled and said, "A dog." Hu Long snapped, I'm asking who are you scolding as a dog? Lin Sun shrugged and said, a dog knows it. Hu Long got angry at once. He suddenly stood up and pointed at Lin Sun, saying, don't you dare to admit that you scolded me? Lin Sun said with a smile, if you admit that you are a dog, then I will scold you. Why don't you prove to everyone that you are a dog now? Would Hu Long prove that he was a dog? Definitely not, it was too humiliating, but who didn't know that Lin Sun scolded him? Hearing this kind of quarrel, many people couldn't help but feel happy, and some even laughed out. Hu Long's face suddenly turned red, and he was so angry that smoke came out of his 7 orifices. He trembled all over and roared, someone dares to do it but dares not to admit it. If I am a dog, someone is even worse than a dog. In a word, he compared himself to a dog and Lin Sun to a person who was even worse than a dog. Hearing this, many people couldn't help but burst into laughter, and tears almost fell down. How could people scold each other like this? This guy's brain must have been damaged by anger. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. He had never seen a guy who would blacken himself in order to blacken his opponent. It was simply insane. Hu Long was already furious. He immediately realized that he had said something wrong, but what was done could not be undone. It was too late for him to redeem himself. Listening to the laughter of the people in the cabin, Hu Long's face changed and he hated Lin Sun more and more. If Lin Sun hadn't called him a dog first, how could he have become like this? Damn it, Hu Long, who was angry and ashamed, suddenly saw that Lin Sun looked a little gloomy. He couldn't help but sneer, what? Someone can't bear this kind of innuendo attack? Lin Sun sighed. He didn't even bother to evaluate Hu Long's IQ. He wondered how such a simple-minded guy passed the quarterly assessment and stayed. Seeing that Lin Sun didn't say anything, Hu Long seemed to have found an outlet to vent his anger. He raised his proud head and said coldly, don't be a coward. Aren't you good at talking? If you have the ability, don't talk nonsense. Come and hit me directly. Do you dare? All the people jeered. Hu Long was not stupid. He knew that no one dared to act recklessly in the cabin where all the trainees were present, so he used this to provoke Lin Sun. Would Lin Sun be a coward? Definitely not. But would Lin Sun beat him? Probably not. This was the same trick that Lin Sun just asked Hu Long to prove whether he was a dog or not. Boom, unexpectedly, in the face of Hu Long's provocation, Lin Sun didn't talk nonsense. He immediately got up, strode forward and punched Hu Long. It happened in a hurry. Even Hu Long didn't expect that Lin Sun would really dare to beat him. As a result, he was punched hard in the abdomen. With a bang, Hu Long felt as if his stomach was about to explode. A terrifying force fiercely rushed into his body like a tide, shaking his internal organs to the point that they seemed to shift positions. Under the intense pain, his entire body was like a cooked prawn, and he let out a blood-curdling howl. Lin Sun, you mother f***, Hu Long roared, but before he could finish, he was hit on the back by a palm. His whole body fell to the ground with a plop like a toad. He was in so much pain that tears and snot flowed down his face. He could not make any other sound except for screaming. Everyone was in an uproar, and they all wore expressions of disbelief. But Lin Sun smiled at the people around him and said calmly, everyone heard that this guy asked me to beat him. It's the first time for me to hear such a request. How can I refuse his kindness? Everyone was speechless. Hearing Lin Sun's words, Hu Long was so angry that he almost vomited blood. With a bang, the cabin door was opened, revealing an exceptionally tall and sturdy figure. Just by standing there, he gave off an oppressive feeling. This man was Dong Lu, the drillmaster responsible for leading the trainees of Camp 39 to the Demon Cloud Ridge to participate in the Warzone assessment. What's going on? Do you want to experience the feeling of violating the rules of the camp? Dong Lu's face was grim as he glanced coldly at Lin Sun and Hu Long on the ground. Instructor, he started it. Hu Long wailed and struggled to get up. But Lin Sun stamped him on the ground. Little fellow, what do you have to say? Dong Lu asked in a low, muffled voice. It was he who asked me to beat him. It's not my fault. Everyone here can testify that. Otherwise, I'm not interested in bullying such a weak chicken. Lin Sun answered seriously. Dong Lu was stunned and glanced at the crowd. Seeing that no one refuted Lin Sun's words, he couldn't help but look a little strange. "You're lying." Hu Long was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He shouted loudly. "Instructor, have you ever seen such a person?" He asked to be beaten and refused to admit it. He must be out of his mind. Lin Sun sighed helplessly. "I think this guy is a real bitch." Donglu vaguely understood, and his expression became more and more strange. He stared at Hu Long on the ground, who was about to go mad with anger for a long time, and then snorted coldly, "This is the end of it. If I find any of you wantonly fight again, get out of here no matter what the reason is." Saying this, he turned around and walked out of the cabin, slamming the door. But at the moment when the door was closed, many people with sensitive ears vaguely heard that Donglu seemed to mutter in a low voice, "What a bitch." All of a sudden, the faces of many trainees also became strange, and they looked at Hu Long with a touch of pity in their eyes. It was a good provocation, but he was not only beaten violently, but also regarded as a bitch by the instructor. Who else could be blamed for it? Lin Sun returned to his seat, calm and composed, as if what happened just now had nothing to do with him. "Awesome." Sure, you raised his thumb. "Haha, it's awesome." Ning Meng laughed. Lin Sun smiled and said nothing. This episode passed quickly, but many trainees in the cabin looked at Lin Sun with extremely gloomy fear. No one dared to despise those who didn't play according to common sense. 8 Ziying battleships flew in the sky for 7 days. Finally, in the evening of the 7th day, they landed in a military place called Heifeng on the northern border of the empire. Heifeng Army was a large-scale official army in the northern border of the empire, with 300,000 soldiers and 50,000 practitioners. It was under the command of Wu Xianxia, a lieutenant general with outstanding military exploits. The sunset was like fire. Banners were fluttering in the camp, and the discipline was strict. In one of the open spaces, 237 trainees of the bloodthirsty camp walked out of the battleships one after another, and then they were led by their respective instructors into 8 tents that had been prepared for a long time. "Old song, I'll leave these little guys to you. 3 months later, I'll come to check the assessment results." In one of the camps, Donglu said to a middle-aged man who came to greet him. The middle-aged man was dressed in a military uniform and silver armor. He looked resolute, and his whole body was suffused with a penetrating sense of killing. Obviously, he had been on the battlefield for a long time. His name was Song Ling, a senior colonel in the Heifeng army. "Okay." Song Ling was obviously a man of few words. Hearing this, he glanced at Lin Sun and other trainees and nodded. Then, he sent someone to fetch a map and a bag, and distributed them to Lin Sun and other trainees. Then he said, "From today on, you are members of the Heifeng army. Although your identity is special, if you can't finish the task, you will also be punished according to the military rules." His words were powerful and sonorous, and the wanton sense of killing made everyone's heart skip a beat. Seeing this, Donglu left the tent without a trace. His task had been completed, and he only needed to come to pick up the trainees 3 months later. "From tonight on, you will be divided into groups, carry your own equipment, and enter the Demon Cloud Ridge to fight. The task requires you to kill all the strong voodoo barbarians you meet. For every totem barbarian tattoo you get, you will be recorded as a military merit. The time for carrying out the task is 3 months. During this period, anyone who escapes without permission will be killed. Anyone who colludes with the enemy will be killed. Anyone who kills his companions will be killed." Song Ling said the word "kill" 3 times in a row, which made all the trainees realize that everything here was indeed different from that in the bloodthirsty camp. This was the real military camp, the front line of fighting with the enemy, and the most ruthless battlefield. Here, military orders were as important as mountains, and military discipline was as solid as iron. At last, Song Ling's eyes flashed with a sharp and dazzling light. He glanced at the trainees and said, "The most important thing is that anyone who betrays the enemy will have his 9 families killed." This was the most frightening punishment. It was night. The sky above the Demon Cloud Ridge was covered with thick dark clouds. Only a few strands of dim moonlight squeezed through the clouds, giving off an oppressive gray luster. In a mountain, Lin Sun flew between rocks and trees like a nimble leopard cat. The environment here was so dark that he could hardly see his own fingers. Lin Sun's eyesight was greatly affected. Fortunately, his soul perception was so powerful that he could clearly detect all the movements within a radius of 100 meters. Like Lin Sun, other trainees of the bloodthirsty camp who came to participate in the Warzone task all entered the Demon Cloud Ridge before the night fell. Some chose to go forward in a team, and some chose to act alone like Lin Sun. According to the information, there are many scattered voodoo barbarians in the Demon Cloud Ridge. Some of them act alone, and some are in teams. It seems that I have to be careful. Lin Sun held the saber in his hand tightly while thinking about the information he got before he set out. This saber was a standard spiritual weapon of the Imperial military named Army Destroyer. Its quality was not very good, but it was sharp enough. In addition to the Army Destroyer, Lin Sun and other trainees were also assigned a map, an inner armor, and a whistle for seeking help. The map of the Demon Cloud Ridge was extremely rough and could only be used as a reference. The inner armor was called Iron Scale Armor, which was also a standard equipment of the Empire. It was neither good nor bad, and its defensive power was just passable. The whistle for seeking help was very unique. It was small and exquisite like an eagle's beak. As long as it was blown, it would make a unique whistle and wave, which would be perceived by the top overmatches outside the Demon Cloud Ridge. But once the whistle was blown, it meant that the trainees were eliminated. Moreover, it was not necessarily that they could get help in time by blowing the whistle. Therefore, this thing could only be regarded as dispensable. If they wanted to stay alive, they had to rely on themselves. In the next 3 months, besides fighting with unknown number of enemies, there is no supply of materials. It's a tough time. It seems that I have to make a plan before taking action. I can't be too anxious to kill the enemies. It's imperative to adapt to the environment here first. While thinking, Lin Sun suddenly seemed to notice something. He jumped on a low hill quietly, clung to the rock, and quietly restrained his breath. Not long after, a black leopard beast walked over from the bushes in the distance. Its agile body was faintly discernible, like a ghost flying in the night. It was just a black spiritual leopard on the 8th level of Martial Realm, which was no threat to Lin Sun at all. Lin Sun was about to get up and leave, but at this moment, he suddenly felt something wrong. He keenly realized that he seemed to have neglected something. He released the power of his soul perception, which spread like a tide. It didn't take long for him to notice that behind the black spiritual leopard, there was a figure, as ethereal as a wisp of black smoke, perfectly integrated with the night. It was impossible to detect its trace with the naked eye. What a cunning guy. He uses a black spiritual leopard to explore the way while he hides in the dark. If I show up just now, I'm afraid that I'll be targeted in an instant. Lin Sun was shocked. With a rustling sound, the black spiritual leopard approached Lin Sun gradually. It seemed to smell something, and a pair of green eyes looked towards the rock where Lin Sun was hiding. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Sun rushed out violently. His army breacher drew a sharp and dazzling light, tearing the darkness and chopping down at the black spiritual leopard's head. Puff! The black spiritual leopard had no time to dodge, and its head was cut off by the saber. Blood burst out, and its huge body fell to the ground. Buzz, but at the same time, a wisp of sharp black edge suddenly pierced Lin Sun's back with a sharp whistle. It was incredibly fast, as if it had been waiting there for a long time. The angle of attack was extremely tricky. If it were an ordinary practitioner, he would have no time to react at all. But Lin Sun seemed to have eyes behind his back. After killing the black spiritual leopard, he suddenly arched his waist and twisted fiercely in the air. Swish! The army breacher in Lin Sun's hand chopped backward like the Milky Way. With a bang, it accurately chopped on the black edge. A muffled hum came from behind, and an ethereal figure, which seemed to be integrated with the black clothes, suddenly appeared. It was a lean teenager in black, with a dark blue luster in his eyes, which looked frightening and strange. The lean teenager seemed to be a little surprised that his attack failed. When he was about to escape, he saw Lin Sun rushing at him like a flash of lightning with his saber. Boom! The lean teenager was also extremely alert. He raised a sharp black iron rod in his hand and fought against Lin Sun. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun's saber produced a terrible suction, which instantly stuck to the opponent's weapon and dragged it hard. The lean teenager staggered forward uncontrollably. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Sun rushed forward and punched the opponent's throat 3 times with the strength of his left palm and fingers. With a crack, the lean teenager's neck was broken. His head tilted to one side, and he immediately fell to the ground. He had lost his life. In a split second, the outcome of this confrontation had been determined. It was incredibly fast and extremely dangerous. If Lin Sun hadn't noticed the trace of the opponent and used himself as a bait to draw the opponent to attack and expose his trace, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Lin Sun tore open the man's shirt and immediately saw a natural totem barbarian tattoo on his chest. It was in the shape of flowing water. This was the symbol of the water barbarian branch in the voodoo barbarian tribe. In other words, the skinny teenager was a strong water barbarian. Lin Sun raised his saber and cut off the skin along with the totem barbarian tattoo. After a little processing, he put it into the storage ring. This was military achievement. Killing enemies and collecting totem barbarian marks was the most convincing evidence when it came to exchanging for military achievement. In addition, Lin Sun also found a short thorn, which was black all over and about 2 feet long. It was made of a precious black steel, and its surface was engraved with patterns in the shape of waves. In the voodoo barbarian tribe, this kind of weapon was called barbarian weapon, and the pattern carved on its surface was called barbarian tattoo. As far as Lin Sun knew, only totem priests could refine barbarian weapons in the voodoo barbarian tribe, and the so-called totem priests actually played the same role as the spiritual tattooists in the empire. It was worth mentioning that barbarian weapons could only exert great power in the hands of the descendants of voodoo barbarians, because of the barbarian tattoo carved on the barbarian weapons. This kind of barbarian tattoo seemed to be no different from spiritual tattoos, but its mystery was quite different, and it couldn't be used with spiritual chi. In short, the power of barbarian weapons and barbarian tattoos could be exerted only with the cooperation of the strong barbarians of voodoo barbarian tribe. But the power of barbarian weapons and barbarian tribe could be exerted only with the help of the spiritual energy of the practitioners of the empire. This was the difference. The empire and the voodoo barbarian tribe belonged to 2 completely different civilizations, so the weapons formed and the way of cultivation were also completely different. In addition to this short thorn, the water barbarian teenager also had some miscellaneous things, such as healing herbs and mountain fruits to replenish physical strength, which were all put into the storage ring by Lin Sun. After doing all this, Lin Sun was about to leave when he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Turning around, he saw that the dead body of the black spiritual leopard was covered with a layer of dense insects. Those insects were only the size of a little finger, black all over, full of fine and sharp fangs, which looked extremely ferocious. They drilled out of the ground like sharks smelling blood. In just a few breaths, the body of the black spiritual leopard was swallowed up, even leaving no bones. Immediately, they swarmed to the body of the water barbarian teenager and performed the same scene of destroying the body. Seeing all this, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He increasingly felt that the Demon Cloud Ridge was full of strangeness and danger. At least, he had never heard of such black insects before. Fortunately, these insects seemed to be uninterested in living beings and didn't attack Lin Sun. Soon, they disappeared under the ground like quicksand. Looking again, there was no dead body of the black spiritual leopard or the water barbarian teenager. Even the blood on the ground had disappeared, as if nothing had happened just now. If I die here, unfortunately, there will be nothing left of me. Lin Sun didn't dare to delay any longer and continued to move forward in the darkness of the night. He needed to figure out the environment of the Demon Cloud Ridge first. Only in this way could he minimize the danger of the situation. For 7 days in a row, Lin Sun never stopped. He climbed over mountains, crossed swamps, waded through dangerous waters, climbed cliffs and passed through forests. Along the way, he was ambushed, assassinated and confronted with enemies, big or small. But in the end, all the enemies died on his way. Lin Sun didn't encounter any real life-threatening danger, but he knew that it would inevitably happen, and maybe it would happen soon. In these 7 days, he went deep into the enemy's territory alone, like an experienced and ruthless hunter. Every inch of his nerves was tense, and he never slacked off. It was very dangerous here. Life and death might be decided in an instant. If he didn't want to die, he had to show more strength and wisdom than the enemy. Lin Sun didn't lack experience in bloody battles. In the complex and dangerous terrain of the Demon Cloud Ridge, he could even exert more fighting skills than usual. The only problem that troubled Lin Sun was the supply problem. When he was in the bloodthirsty camp, he could take condensate pills to practice every day, so he didn't have to worry about materials. But in this inhospitable Demon Cloud Ridge, he could only rely on himself to find useful spiritual herbs or seize them from the enemy if he wanted to practice, restore his physical strength and treat his injuries. There was no other way. Lin Sun didn't know how the other trainees were now and whether someone had been eliminated. He didn't have the mood to care about it. The Demon Cloud Ridge was more dangerous than Lin Sun imagined. It was really difficult to stay here for 3 months and earn enough military merits without being eliminated. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun had no energy to care about others. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it was still gloomy in the Demon Cloud Ridge, and the sky was covered with thick haze, which was depressing. Lin Sun curled up his body and hid in a dark rock crevice, covered by a cluster of thick weeds. It was hard to find him without looking carefully. Lin Sun was resting and recovering his physical strength. On the surface of his skin, there was a light layer of grass ash, which was called cordyceps grass. It could not only conceal his breath, but also avoid attracting the attention of fierce beasts and insects. All the current materials can barely help me hold on until tomorrow afternoon. The most important thing is to find something to replenish spiritual energy. Otherwise, my combat effectiveness can't be maintained at the peak level, and I'm bound to be in danger, Lin Sun thought silently. In the past 7 days, he killed 19 strong voodoo barbarians and obtained a lot of materials, but these materials couldn't keep up with Lin's consumption speed. Some spiritual herbs and fruits could be found in the Demon Cloud Ridge, but they were just a drop in the bucket. Unless he dug out some first-class spiritual herbs, the recovery of combat effectiveness would be the most fatal problem. Suddenly, footsteps came from a distance, which made Lin Sun's heart skip a beat. His curled-up body suddenly tightened like a bowstring. Before long, a team came out of the mountain forest. It was a team of more than 30 strong voodoo barbarians, escorting more than 20 soldiers in the standard uniform of the Rishar army of the Empire. There were men and women in these soldiers, all tied up with chains and driven like cattle and sheep. Everyone's face was full of anger, despair, and frustration. They went all the way, seeming to go somewhere. Soon, they passed by the low rock pile where Lin Sun hid and disappeared in the distance. Lin Sun jumped out and quietly followed them. The Demon Cloud Ridge was extremely large. Before Lin Sun and other trainees of the bloodthirsty camp arrived, the Rishar army of the Empire often sent soldiers to the depths of the Demon Cloud Ridge to carry out guerrilla warfare with the strong voodoo barbarians. But Lin Sun didn't expect to see such a scene on the 7th day after he entered the Demon Cloud Ridge. When he saw those captured Imperial soldiers like cattle and sheep, and saw the anger and despair on their faces, Lin Sun realized that he had to do something. He followed them all the way until the evening, when the group of strong voodoo barbarians escorted the captives into a canyon. Lin Sun followed them here and looked around. Then he climbed to the top of a mountain and saw the scene in the canyon clearly at a glance. A temporary camp was built in the canyon. At this time, dozens of strong voodoo barbarians were patrolling in front of the camp with weapons in their hands. In the center of the camp, there was a huge stone table, on which 3 men with extremely strong breaths were sitting. It seemed that they were discussing something. On the other side of the camp, there were cages, in which the captured Imperial soldiers were imprisoned. In front of these cages, there was a high platform shaped like a gallows, and a huge iron pot was placed on the bonfire in front of the platform. At this time, there was a young man of the human tribe tied to the high platform with his mouth gagged. His face was pale and frightened, and his body was trembling and struggling constantly. Beside the high platform, a voodoo barbarian with a sharp knife in his hand smiled grimly. With a swish, he cut off one of the young man's arms and threw it into the iron pot on the bonfire. Clatter in the boiling water of the iron pot, there was a dazzling scarlet color. Lin Sun's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a trace of coldness appeared on his handsome face. Were they going to eat people? Whimper! The teenager on the gallows screamed. His mouth was gagged, so he could only make a whimper. His face was distorted because of the pain, and the blood of the broken arm burst out like a waterfall. but no matter how he struggled, it didn't help at all. The voodoo barbarian seemed to enjoy the scream very much. He cut off the other arm of the teenager with a sharp knife skillfully. Obviously, it was not the first time for him to do this. Clatter in the boiling water of the iron pot, 2 broken arms floated, and the blood rolled like waves, bright red and dazzling. The teenager stiffened and fainted because of the severe pain. In a row of cages next to him, the imprisoned imperial soldiers were all greatly stimulated when they saw this scene. Angry curses, screams, and roars of panic and despair intertwined and came out constantly. But all this only caused a group of strong voodoo barbarians in the camp to burst into laughter. Damn it, human bastards are so weak. They can't even bear this little pain. The voodoo barbarian cursed, picked up a bucket full of cold water, and poured it over the teenager. The teenager woke up from the coma with a quiver, but his face was pale and distorted in extreme pain. Puff. 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 The voodoo barbarian raised his knife and cut off the teenager's ears, feet, legs. Like a slaughtered animal, the teenager was bleeding all over, and every piece of meat was thrown into the iron pot to be cooked. Such a cruel and bloody scene stimulated the imperial soldiers in the cages to the point of collapse. They screamed and roared constantly, full of unspeakable anger and unwillingness. On the top of the mountain in the distance, Lin Sun's face was extremely cold, and his black eyes were full of unconcealable strong killing intent. Every cut on the teenager's body was like an invisible sharp thorn stabbing Lin's heart again and again. The teenager's twisted and frightened expression, the hysterical roars of the prisoners in the cages, the ferocious and proud laughter of those strong voodoo barbarians, and the boiling blood in the iron pot, these scenes stimulated Lin Sun so much that blue veins stood out on his forehead, and his chest seemed to be stuffed with a piece of tongs, burning his blood to the point of exploding. He knew that the voodoo barbarian tribe was the mortal enemy of the empire and that there were many cruel and bloody punishments in the world. However, when he saw his own kind being slaughtered like cattle and sheep, he couldn't control his anger at all. Just when Lin Sun was about to rush out, an indescribable horror suddenly rose in his heart, which calmed Lin Sun, who was about to lose his mind. He glanced at the camp in the canyon and immediately found many problems. There were 39 strong voodoo barbarians in the camp, and only 3 of them were level 9 barbarian slaves. A 9th level barbarian slave was comparable to a practitioner on the 9th level of martial realm. Except for the 3 level 9 barbarian slaves, the strength of other strong voodoo barbarians was below level 9. In the face of the elite trainees in the bloodthirsty camp, this kind of power was not enough at all, but they looked fearless at this moment. Not only was the location of their camp extremely eye-catching, but they had also captured many imperial soldiers. This was somewhat abnormal. Now that he only wanted to torture these soldiers of the empire, there was no need for him to be so brazen and cruel in front of everyone, as if he was doing it on purpose. Why would they do that? An idea came to Lin Sun's mind. This was a trap. The purpose was to lure more practitioners of the empire to jump out. Thinking that he almost couldn't help but jump out just now, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This trap was not very delicate, and it was even simple and crude. But facing the scene of those strong voodoo barbarians slaughtering the imperial soldiers, no practitioner of the empire could think so much. Lin Sun's face was cold. He took a few deep breaths, forced himself to restrain his raging anger and killing intent, and waited calmly. Waiting was bound to be torturous. When the teenager was slaughtered and his body was cooked in the iron pot, a more cruel scene happened. His flesh and blood were put on a plate and became the food of other strong voodoo barbarians in the camp. This bloody scene of eating people made Lin Sun have the impulse to kill them at all costs several times. But his reason told him that if he rushed over at this time, he might fall into the trap himself, not to mention saving people. This fierce conflict between reason and emotion tortured Lin Sun's heart like a raging fire. He had to grit his teeth and clench all his strength to control his impulse. Soon, the night fell. The bonfire was blazing in the camp, which looked more and more conspicuous. It seemed that they didn't care whether it would attract the enemy's attention or not. That night, those strong voodoo barbarians slaughtered 3 captured imperial soldiers again in the same way. Lin Sun watched them quietly and didn't miss any scene. He would remember all of this. He couldn't tolerate himself to ignore any detail. Lin Sun finally understood why there was an irreconcilable hatred between the empire and the voodoo barbarian tribe. Because no one could forgive such hatred, until the dawn, nothing changed in the camp, and no practitioner of the empire jumped out, which seemed to make those strong voodoo barbarians very disappointed. When the barbarian was about to slaughter another imperial soldier, he was stopped. It was a middle-aged man with the cultivation of a 9th-level barbarian slave. With dazzling golden eyes, he was a strong golden barbarian. It seems that there are no human bastards nearby. As he spoke, the middle-aged man uttered an obscure and strange long whistle. Before the whistle died away, 7 or 8 figures suddenly rushed out from a mountain behind the camp and landed in the camp in the blink of an eye. Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank. Those 7 or 8 figures were all 9th-level barbarian slaves. Obviously, they had been lurking in the dark, waiting for the prey to jump into the trap. The middle-aged man talked with other 9th-level barbarian slaves for a while and seemed to reach a certain decision. Soon, 7 9th-level barbarian slaves left with a group of strong voodoo barbarians. There were only 4 9th-level barbarian slaves and 16 strong voodoo barbarians below the 9th level left in the camp. The middle-aged man also stayed. Seeing this, Lin Sun, who had been quietly dormant for a night, suddenly boiled up his killing intent and anger like lava. Here came the chance. In the camp in the canyon, a 9th-level barbarian slave strode to a cage, pulled out a girl from it with a lascivious smile, pressed her to the ground, and stripped her clothes. The girl screamed and struggled because of panic and anger, but the 9th-level barbarian slave smirked and pressed her hard. "Stinking human bitch. Bitch. It's your blessing that I can play with you. How dare you scream? I'm giving you face." Other voodoo barbarians in the camp roared with laughter. In a row of cages, the captured imperial soldiers all roared with extreme anger. Just as the young girl was about to be raped, a streak of light shot over from afar, emitting an ear-piercing whistle. It was an arrow, incredibly fast. With a bang, it penetrated the shoulder of the 9th-level barbarian slave and sent his body flying out with a scream. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The camp was in chaos. A group of strong voodoo barbarians roared and took action. Whoosh, Lin Sun didn't dodge at all. He directly rushed into the camp from the gate, waved the army breacher in his hand continuously, and instantly killed 3 strong voodoo barbarians who rushed up to him. Blood burst out. Lin Sun didn't stop and rushed forward quickly. His black hair flew in the air, revealing a handsome and cold face. His black eyes were full of killing intent like boiling lava. Kill, his whole body seemed to be burning, and the hatred in his heart was like a raging sea. He gave full play to what he had learned. Strike, strike, strike. At this moment, Lin Sun was like a blade sweeping out from the abyss, using the most powerful means and the most ruthless method to kill the barbarians. Blood splashed. Broken limbs flew everywhere. Screams continued. Lin Sun didn't seem to notice all these. He only had one thought in his mind, that was to kill all these heinous voodoo barbarians who were worse than beasts. The camp was in chaos. No one expected that a teenager could have such a cruel and horrible fighting means. This was totally different from the soldiers of the Rishar army they had seen before. It was so terrible. Bang, Lin Sun's arm was numb, and his army breacher was blocked. A 9th-level barbarian slave appeared in front of him, holding a heavy hammer, and was ferociously attacking him. Lin Sun didn't dodge, but rushed forward. His shoulder was hit by the heavy hammer, but his body just shook a little, and then he continued to move forward. The blade was inserted into the abdomen of the barbarian slave in an instant, and then he twisted it fiercely. The violent spiritual power burst out, and the barbarian slave was shaken away like a piece of paper and died suddenly. Facing such a desperate fight, which was almost a lose-lose situation, many strong voodoo barbarians felt cold and scared. Where on earth did this teenager come from? How terrible! Lin Sun's shoulder was in severe pain, and his bones were about to break, but he seemed to be unaware of it. He continued to rush forward with his saber, tough and fierce like a god of slaughter. Trap him! Together! With angry roars, a group of strong voodoo barbarians kept attacking Lin Sun, trying to kill him. But, all this was doomed to be in vain. Since the training in the bloodthirsty camp, Lin Sun's fighting capacity had already reached an appalling level. Not to mention his peers, even most strong practitioners on the 9th level of martial realm were no match for Lin Sun. When Mingxiu, Shurao Kuan, and Hu Long were all outstanding people with the cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of martial realm. But in the end, when Mingxiu and Hu Long were all defeated, and Shurao Kuan could do nothing to Lin Sun. It should be noted that Lin Sun hadn't practiced the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture when he fought with Shurao Kuan. Even young Ku, Lin Sun's drill master, couldn't see how strong his fighting capacity was now. Under such circumstances, it was meaningless for these strong voodoo barbarians to deal with Lin Sun by relying on the advantage of numbers. Voodoo barbarians were killed one after another, and their blood and corpses soon piled up on the ground. On the other side of the camp, the imperial soldiers imprisoned in the cages had long been stunned. The teenager bathed in blood and fighting like a demon was like a savior for them. It was so incredible, as if they were in a dream. 3 minutes passed. The battle was over. Lin Sun had several wounds on his body. The most serious one was the blow on his shoulder. But after nearly half a year's training in the bloodthirsty camp, this injury was nothing to Lin Sun. His clothes were stained with blood, but most of them belonged to the enemies. The bloodstains, coupled with his handsome and cold face, gave him a kind of intimidating momentum. The edge of the blade was still dripping with blood, but the enemy had already been executed. The ground was littered with corpses and bloodstains. But all this couldn't extinguish the hatred in Lin Sun's heart. They ate people, they were worse than beasts. When Lin Sun saw the cruel scene of the voodoo barbarians treating the imperial soldiers, he had already judged them as beasts in his heart. Suddenly, a wave of cheers resounded like a wave, and it broke the deathly silent atmosphere in the surroundings. The imperial soldiers imprisoned in the cages all recovered from the shock at this moment and couldn't help cheering excitedly in their hearts. Everyone's face was full of excitement, gratitude, excitement, and so on. Because they knew that after experiencing a nightmarish encounter, they had finally been saved. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun was not happy at all. The Demon Cloud Ridge was so vast, and the battle between the Empire and the voodoo barbarian tribe had lasted for many years. How could things like what had just happened be rare? Even at this moment, the same thing might happen in every place where the Empire and the voodoo barbarian tribe were fighting. Lin Sun also knew that this was the war, which was destined to be ruthless and cruel. What he needed to do now was to adapt and resist. A moment later, under Lin Sun's arrangement, the more than 20 trapped imperial soldiers supported each other and left the camp. Lin Sun stayed. In this temporary camp arranged by the voodoo barbarian tribe, a lot of materials were stored, including ores and spiritual materials, as well as some weapons such as crossbows and swords. Lin Sun began to take action. First, he stripped away the totem barbarian tattoos from the bodies of the 23 voodoo barbarians he killed. Then he began to pick up usable weapons and spiritual fruits and herbs that could replenish spiritual energy. In the end, Lin Sun hung all the bodies of the voodoo barbarians on sharp stakes, exposing them to the wind like scarecrows. This was cruel, but it was a silent deterrent and warning. When Lin hung the corpse of the last 9th level barbarian slave on a sharp stake, a bead suddenly fell out of the mouth of the corpse. This pearl was the size of a pigeon egg, completely crystalline, translucent, and suffused with a wisp of a gorgeous sky blue color. The interior of the pearl was enshrouded and roiling like an ocean, and it seemed as if it carried an ocean within it, causing it to emanate a boundlessly vast and mysterious aura. Lin Sun picked it up and held it in his hand. Suddenly, he felt a bone-chilling cold penetrating into his body. He couldn't help but shiver. Even the chi in his body seemed to be frozen and stagnant. What a strange bead. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. This thing should be a treasure, but Lin Sun couldn't figure out what it was used for. Looking at the corpse of the level 9 barbarian slave, he vaguely remembered that the owner of the corpse seemed to be a big shot in this camp. A treasure that could be worn by such a person should not be ordinary. After thinking about it, Lin Sun casually put the mysterious blue bead into the storage ring, intending to study it later when he had a chance. After doing all this, Lin Sun packed up the prepared luggage and quietly left the camp in a few flashes. Less than a quarter of an hour after Lin Sun left, the 7 level 9 barbarian slaves who had left the camp before returned, with an old barbarian in a strange costume beside them. The old barbarian was dark and thin, holding a bone staff polished from the tusks of fierce beasts. If someone was familiar with the voodoo barbarian tribe, he would know that the old barbarian was wearing the unique costume of totem priest, which represented a kind of transcendent status and identity. When they returned to the camp and saw the corpses hanging on the stakes, they were shocked and angry at once and uttered a burst of curses. Quillflamen, they are all dead. It should be the work of human strongmen. A strong barbarian checked the camp and looked extremely angry. A bunch of rubbish. The thin and dark old barbarian called Quillflamen scolded and said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Go and find Batong." Batong, all the strong barbarians were stunned, and then their faces changed. They realized something and acted together. Soon they found a corpse, which was the middle-aged leader of the camp. "Oh no! Amrita St. Pearl of our tribe is missing." A strong barbarian opened Batong's mouth, checked it carefully, and couldn't help crying out. Quillflamen trembled all over, and a faint blue luster burst out of his eyes, which was extremely frightening. He strode forward to the corpse and stabbed the fierce beast bone staff into the heart of the corpse. Puff, circles of faint blue luster poured into the corpse along the bone staff, seeming to sense something. After a long time, Quillflamen trembled all over and took back the bone staff. At this moment, his head was full of sweat, and his dark and thin cheeks were slightly pale. "Rubbish! All of you are rubbish!" Quillflamen roared, "Do you know how much our water barbarian branch has paid in order to take back this treasure from the human race? Now that we've finally succeeded with great difficulty, things have been ruined in your hands. You are simply unforgivable." The 7 strong barbarian slaves were horrified, prostrating on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly. They didn't expect that this matter was carried out so secretly. How could such a sudden change happen? In order to safely transport this treasure back, they didn't even dare to send out masters. They chose the Demon Cloud Ridge with complicated terrain as the transport route, in order to avoid attracting the attention of the human race's strongmen. Whoever thought that the scene they didn't want to see the most still happened? What should they do? At the thought that the sacred treasure of their tribe was taken back by human beings because of their negligence, these strong barbarians felt a burst of fear and uneasiness. If the tribe wanted to punish them, no one would be able to live. Quillflamen, according to my investigation just now, the battle has just ended, and according to the traces left at the scene, the murderer should be only one person. If we act now, we may be able to save the situation. A strong barbarian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Then act now. Quillflamen slammed the bone staff and roared. The 7 experts of the brute race immediately took action. They did not dare to be negligent as they searched in different directions of the camp. "What a bunch of useless fools!" Quillflamen scolded again. But no matter how angry he was, he couldn't think of a better way. He could only wait and hope to find clues soon. The Amrita St. Pearl, this was the sacred treasure of the water barbarian tribe. It had been occupied by human beings for hundreds of years. It was not easy to get it back. How could they lose it again? Absolutely not. An expert from the brute race held a spear in his hand as he flashed up a low mountain at the back of the campsite. Right when he was about to arrive at the peak of the mountain, a wisp of the smell of blood suddenly surged into his nose, causing his eyes to narrow as he swiftly looked towards the side. There was a pile of rocks, and the smell came from there. The eyes of the strong barbarian were full of ferocity. He carefully carried the spear forward, but to his surprise, there was only a bloody broken hand behind the pile of rocks. Oh no, this was a trap. The strong barbarian reacted quickly. He realized that something was wrong in an instant. When he was about to dodge to one side, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. A saber had pierced his heart. Ho, ho! The strong barbarian's eyes bulged. He wanted to shout, but he could only make a weak sound from his throat. Finally, he fell down silently. Behind him, Linson appeared like a ghost. He drew out his saber and peeled off a totem barbarian tattoo in front of his chest. Then, Linson glanced at the distance, and then he leaped and flew in another direction. Quillflamen walked back and forth in the camp. He was inexplicably agitated. He always felt that something bad was going to happen. But he didn't dare to leave. He was a totem barbarian. Although he had a high status, he was not good at fighting. At this moment, he didn't notice that in the shadow of the canyon not far from the camp, a figure was quietly approaching here. Bang! The whistling sound of the arrow pierced through the dead silence of the camp. Quillflamen's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously dodged. A sharp arrow brushed past his scalp and pierced into the ground on one side, splashing a lot of gravel. Cultivation fell to the ground in embarrassment. He touched his head and found his fingers were full of blood stains. This made him feel cold. If he dodged a little slower, he would. The murderer is here. He roared in shock and anger. At the same time, he turned over and dodged to the distance. In the shadow of the canyon not far away, Linson frowned. He knew that he had missed the opportunity. He put away his bow and turned away without hesitation. Before long, the 6 strong barbarians who had just scattered to search returned. When they saw Cultivation's embarrassing appearance, they all changed their expressions. Go after him. That damn human bastard fled that way. Cultivation pointed to the distance, and his thin face was full of resentment. Shuai, you 3 stay with Cultivation in case of another accident. The 3 of us will go after that strong human. A man with a ferocious face and a scar on his face ordered in a low voice. Brother Lek, Muzhin hasn't come back yet. One of them couldn't help saying. He shouldn't be able to come back. The scarred man called Lek's eyes flickered with hatred. The opponent this time is very cunning. He should be a young strong man from the bloodthirsty camp of Xiao Empire. In today's Demon Cloud Ridge, only these young people can do this. We must be careful. After saying that, he left the 3 barbarian experts behind and took the other 2 with him. A jungle appeared in front of him. Lek and the other 2 suddenly stopped here. The jungle in the Demon Cloud Ridge was one of the most terrible areas, with damp and poisonous miasma, as well as all kinds of strange and terrible poisonous insects and beasts. Generally speaking, not only human practitioners, but also voodoo barbarians were reluctant to enter it. Lek, shall we go after him? A strong barbarian asked with a dignified look in his eyes. Are you sure that the murderer entered this jungle? Lek asked quickly. There should be no mistake. I've been capturing the murderer's breath all the way. Although he is good at hiding, the unique smell he left can't hide from my nose. Another strong barbarian said in a low voice. His name was Waterluster. He was proficient in tracking and assassination. The method he practiced could lock the unique smell of the enemy. Go after him. Hearing this, Lek waved his hand and rushed into the miasma-covered jungle without hesitation. The dark jungle was like a huge and dangerous maze. Walking in it, it was extremely easy to get lost in the mist. This place was also extremely dangerous. Toads that could spray poison could be hidden in the low bushes, and the beautiful flowers could instantly transform into a bloody mouth that devoured all life that passed by. The thick vines that were as thick as chains could also be the bodies of strange snakes and insects in disguise. The environment here was indeed too strange and dangerous. Even the seemingly hard ground would instantly turn into a huge swamp hole. Once one fell into it, the terrible swallowing force was enough to make a strong practitioner of Gang Spirit Realm powerless. Along the way, Lek and the other 2 barbarians not only failed to lock Lin's trace at the first time, but also encountered several dangers in succession. If they hadn't reacted quickly, they might not have been able to keep their lives. This caused their expressions to become heavy and vigilant to the extreme, and it was even to the extent that they'd started to slightly regret entering this dangerous and unfathomable forest. Lek, this jungle is too mysterious. Will the murderer have already been killed? A strong barbarian asked. No. It was Waterluster who answered. He fixed his eyes on the distance, his smell is still not far away. We're almost catching up with him. Keep chasing. We can't lose the sacred treasure of our tribe. Lek was a little surprised, but when he heard Waterluster's words, he cheered up and continued to move forward. After a while, Waterluster suddenly stopped and gestured to Lek next to him to keep quiet. Then he looked at a thick ancient tree in the distance. Lek understood tacitly. They clenched the weapons in their hands, and a cold light emerged in their eyes. The 3 of them quietly approached. When they were only 100 feet away, kill. The figures of Lek and the other 2 rushed to the back of the thick ancient tree from 3 directions. However, this attack, which had accumulated power, missed. The area behind the ancient tree was completely empty. There was only a piece of blood-stained cloth hanging in the grass. It was obvious that it had been torn from his clothes. Not good, While the three of them were still in midair, their expressions changed slightly as they sensed that something was wrong. Bang! 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 At practically the exact same moment, a string of dense and explosive sounds of arrows tearing through the sky resounded abruptly, and it was like a death knell that came from hell and seized the soul. Lek suddenly twisted his body, bent his knees in the air like a hedgehog, and suddenly changed his direction. Boom! An arrow brushed past his figure and penetrated the ancient tree fiercely, setting off a piece of sawdust, and then inserted into the ground with a terrible roar. Lek's figure landed on the ground with cold sweat all over his head. The timing of the arrow was simply too vicious. It happened at the moment when they couldn't avoid it in the air. They were just like living targets. If he hadn't dodged in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out. Lek suddenly turned his head and saw that not far from him, an arrow had pierced into Waterluster's right eye and penetrated through the back of his head, bringing out a string of sticky blood and brain. The scene was so bloody that it was disgusting. With a bang, Waterluster fell to the ground and died. Lek's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He wished he could skin the hidden murderer alive. But before he moved, another sharp whistling sound of an arrow tearing through the air rang out, making Lek feel cold all over and subconsciously fly away to avoid it. "Muchu, how are you?" Lek roared. I'm fine." Dozens of feet away, another strong barbarian was still in a state of shock, his face slightly pale. He kept retreating as if there was a demon hiding in front of him that was about to devour him. However, just as he retreated a distance of 7 or 8 feet, he completely didn't notice that the ground beneath his feet suddenly softened, and his entire body suddenly sank into it. It was like a swamp whirlpool under the ground, producing a terrible dragging force that made it impossible for him to struggle out. "Brother Lek, help me!" he screamed hysterically, scared out of his wits. "Damn it!" Lek was furious and jumped forward, but in just a moment, he was forced back by a dense round of arrows. "Muchu! Hold on!" Lek trembled with anger and roared again and again. He kept rushing forward, but every time, he was forced back by sharp and ruthless arrows. During this process, he could only watch helplessly as Muchu's body continued to sink into the swamp vortex, wailing in despair, and finally disappeared. "Bastard of the human clan, get out! Get out of here!" Lek roared like thunder, like a wild beast that had been provoked to madness. In less than a minute, 2 of his companions died one after another, and there was no trace of the enemy, which almost drove Lek crazy. However, no matter how Lek roared, the jungle had returned to silence. Without the sudden arrows, the enemy seemed to have disappeared. After a while, Lek panted with a livid face, feeling like he was about to collapse. His 2 companions were killed before he even saw the enemy's appearance, and the operation to recapture the sacred treasure was a complete failure. Lek couldn't accept this result. "I must report this matter to Cultivation as soon as possible. Only by contacting more elite soldiers can I have a chance to turn the situation around. The murderer must die." Lek gritted his teeth, and a resolute look flashed in his eyes. He didn't bother to think why the enemy didn't kill him too. Lin Sun was running away. Just as he was about to kill Lek, a strong sense of danger suddenly arose in his heart. Without hesitation, he gave up Lek and turned away. In the misty jungle, Lin Sun was running wildly. His figure was like a residual shadow, drawing a zigzag and drifting track. Without looking back, he knew that the enemy had been following him from behind. The sense of danger never disappeared, as if there was a thorn on his back. Lin Sun knew that he met a real overmatch this time. He remembered Shiryu's analysis of the Warzone assessment before he came to the Demon Cloud Ridge. For both the Empire and the Voodoo Barbarian tribe, the Demon Cloud Ridge was actually a training ground. The so-called training ground was to let the young overmatches know and understand their opponents through real bloody battles. This also meant that the 237 trainees of the bloodthirsty camp in the assessment in the Demon Cloud Ridge were very likely to meet the young overmatches of the Voodoo Barbarian tribe, who would not be inferior to the trainees of the bloodthirsty camp in terms of combat effectiveness. Was the guy who was following him an overmatch of the Voodoo Barbarian tribe? Lin Sun couldn't be sure. But he was clear that he was already at a disadvantage before the battle began. Since he broke into the temporary camp of the Voodoo Barbarians and experienced a fierce battle, he had never stopped. He fled all the way and finally led Lek and other two barbarians into the jungle. According to Lin Sun's original plan, he would kill all the opponents at one go, and then return to the camp to wipe out Totem and others. But now the plan was disrupted. Lin Sun took a deep breath and calculated that he had consumed nearly half of his combat effectiveness, and there were many injuries on his body. In the past, such consumption and injuries were nothing at all. But if he met a real overmatch, he would obviously be at a disadvantage. I have to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. Otherwise, the situation will only become more and more unfavorable for me if I keep running like this. Lin Sun took a deep breath, abandoned all distractions in his mind, and ran away with all his strength. In the jungle behind Lin Sun, a thin and vigorous figure strode forward. Every step he took was more than 30 meters away. It seemed to be slow, but in fact, his speed was amazing. This was a young man with bronze skin, but his facial features were extremely handsome. He had a high nose bridge, deep eyes, and sword-like eyebrows. Coupled with his lips that were as thin as blades, he gave off a beautiful feeling. Especially his eyes, they were like a pair of ocean vortexes, and they frequently revealed a wisp of a cold light that was suffused with a strange sky-blue color. If Flamen were here, he would definitely recognize that this young man was Xianxia, one of the outstanding figures of the young generation of Water Barbarian branch and one of the top leaders of the 9th-level barbarian slaves. Xianxia carried a simple bronze dagger in his hand. He was like a vigorous cheetah, constantly moving forward in the jungle. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Xianxia's pupils, and his thin blade-like lips raised a cold curve. "Oh, God helps me." As he spoke, he swooped down and shot out like lightning. His speed was so fast that there was a series of explosions in the air. In just a few breaths, Xianxia's figure suddenly stopped. On the road ahead, the figure of the target had appeared. It was a handsome young man, who was fighting with a bloody horned python as thick as a bucket with a saber. When Xianxia arrived, the young man had already stabbed the bloody horned python's head and killed it completely. Today's luck is really bad. The young man turned his head and couldn't help sighing when he saw Xianxia in the distance. This man was naturally Lin Sun. He was really unlucky today. When he was escaping, he didn't expect to run into a bloody horned python. He had no time to dodge, so he could only fight with his saber. But with such a delay, the enemy behind him caught up with him. "My name is Xianxia, and I come from Water Barbarian branch." Seeing Lin Sun, Xianxia didn't rush to fight. Instead, he smiled slightly, showing his white and neat teeth, and introduced himself. "The only purpose of coming to the Demon Cloud Ridge this time is to kill more trainees of Bloodthirsty Camp." As he said, Xianxia turned over his palm and took out 2 nameplates. "These are the 2 trainees of the Bloodthirsty Camp I killed 3 days ago. You should know them, right?" Xianxia asked. There was a trace of a smile on his handsome and beautiful face, but it made people shudder. Lin Sun glanced at them and confirmed that the 2 nameplates were indeed unique to the trainees of the Bloodthirsty Camp and could not be faked. "You look proud, don't you?" Lin Sun wiped the blood stains on his saber and asked casually with a smile. The distance between them was only 30 meters. They stood casually and talked with each other like a pair of friends meeting each other, but the atmosphere in the field became inexplicably oppressive. It was so quiet that the miasma in the jungle seemed to be unable to bear the oppression and suddenly spread around. "The stronger the opponent is, the prouder I will be when I kill him. They don't deserve it." Xianxia waved the 2 nameplates in his hand with a smile on his thin lips. "I just don't know if I can be proud when I kill you." He put away the 2 nameplates and gently played with the simple bronze dagger with his palms and fingers. A murderous intention quietly emerged in his blue eyes, which were like the whirlpools of the sea. At this moment, the atmosphere became more and more silent, and an invisible terrible breath spread from Xianxia's thin and vigorous body. "Since you want to kill me, don't talk so much nonsense. I want to ask you, if I say that you are also stupid, will you be convinced?" Lin Sun straightened his back and looked at Xianxia with a smile 30 meters away. The chi inside and outside his body was like a volcano waiting to erupt, surging and roaring. "Haha." Xianxia laughed. "This little trick may irritate those brainless fools, but it's ridiculous to use it on me." "I don't think it's ridiculous. At least in my opinion, you are completely stupid, not much better than brainless fools." Lin Sun answered with a serious face. "Oh, then let's have a fight directly?" asked Xianxia. "Stupid, don't you need to ask?" As he spoke, Lin Sun had already chopped at Xianxia with his saber. Swish, the sharp blade cut through the air, drawing a sharp and ruthless arc. It was simple, direct, and indomitable. In the short conversation just now, Lin Sun had been testing his opponent and trying to find his flaws, but he got nothing in the end, which made him realize that his opponent was really not simple. The only way to find out his flaws was to fight with him. "You're too impatient. Could it be that you've exhausted too much of your strength and are planning to end the battle as soon as possible?" Xianxia smiled slightly, and a cold arc appeared on his lips. At the same time, his motionless body suddenly burst forward. Buzz, the bronze dagger in his hand produced a strange buzzing sound, as if it was thirsting for blood. Similarly, he slashed out in the simplest and most direct way. Puff. Lin Sun didn't dodge at all. His left shoulder was instantly pierced by the saber, and a stream of blood burst out. This made Xianxia slightly stunned. Immediately, he narrowed his eyes and roared. He subconsciously wanted to continue to exert force. However, Lin Sun had already taken this opportunity to crash into Xianxia's arms. He used the whirlwind tactic of the army breacher and rolled backward, leaving a bloody scar on Xianxia's chest. This was a brutal way of fighting that would hurt both sides. Xianxia probably didn't expect that Lin Sun would adopt such a ruthless tactic at the beginning of the battle. However, Lin Sun also underestimated Xianxia's reaction. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely choose to dodge first to protect himself, and then come up with a plan. But Xianxia didn't do so. After being hit by Lin Sun, he just grunted and exerted his strength with the bronze dagger. With a bang, Lin's left shoulder was cut open, and a piece of flesh was torn off, revealing a section of white bone. At the same time, his left arm was like a hammer, smashing at Lin Sun's head. Ruthlessness, Xianxia, had never been afraid of anyone. In merely an instant, the two of them fought in close combat, and they'd already exchanged a few dozen blows. The bronze dagger against the army destroyer saber, and they seemed to be fighting desperately without regard for anything else. Blood sprayed out incessantly, and ghastly wounds quickly appeared on their bodies. However, their expressions didn't change much from the beginning until the end. They didn't even make any sound. From a distance, it looked like two ruffians were fighting fiercely. Their fighting methods were not fancy at all, but only real superiors knew that this kind of battle was the most terrible. It was not only skills, but also courage and unswerving will. Bang. A moment later, the two suddenly separated from each other. Lin Sun was covered with blood, wounds all over his body, and blood was gurgling out, like a bloody man. But his handsome face was cold from beginning to end, and his black eyes were like lightning, as if there was no emotion. On the other side, Xianxia's hair was disheveled, and his body was also covered with many wounds. His handsome face was also cold, as if there was no emotion. Their gazes collided like flames colliding. Both of them snorted coldly and attacked once more in close combat. Bang! Bang! There was no scream or conversation in the field, only the dull collision sound, the sound of blood bursting, and the sound of the blade tearing flesh. These sounds had no momentum, but they made people feel terrified and numb. This kind of battle determined life and death in a minute. If one's reaction was a little slow, he might be killed on the spot in an instant. Similarly, this was also a special and rare kind of battle. Both sides had the same strength, the same level of fighting skills, and the same strong fighting will and faith. Otherwise, there would be no such situation. After all, if one's strength was weak and his fighting will wavered, he would be killed on the spot. A quarter of an hour later, the two of them separated from each other again. Lin Sun gasped for breath. His long hair was stained with blood and stuck to his cheeks. His whole body was like a punctured hornet's nest, with numerous wounds and white bones. On the other side, Xianxia was in the same situation. If it had been anyone else, they would have either wanted to escape or had their willpower crumbled and completely given up after suffering such heavy injuries. But at this moment, both Lin and Xianxia's fighting will had never been shaken from beginning to end. Their eyes locked on each other, and they could see each other's killing intent and fighting will. Both of them were very clear that whoever fell down first in this battle would lose completely. This kind of person must not be allowed to live. Almost at the same time, the two had the same idea in their minds. They seemed to have a tacit understanding. This also proved that both of them had identified each other as a threat and must get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would become a big trouble in the future. However, when they were ready to fight again, there was a sudden sound of breaking the air in the distant jungle, and someone was coming here. Both of their pupils shrank slightly, and their eyes collided with each other, as if saying that the next time they met would be the time of their death. At the same time, both of them flashed in the direction behind them. Obviously, they couldn't judge who was coming, but none of them dared to bet, so they chose to avoid without hesitation. Before long, a group of figures appeared and saw the place where Lin and Xianxia had fought before. It was Cultivation, Lek and others. It's Xianxia's breath. He just had a fierce battle with his opponent. A voodoo barbarian exclaimed, judging Xianxia's breath from the traces of the battle. He should have found the murderer. Cultivation's face was gloomy. We are a step late. Damn it. Lek gritted his teeth. When they approached just now, they didn't dare to make any sound. Whoever thought that their arrival actually destroyed Xianxia's battle? The murderer should have been seriously injured and fled that way. Cultivation pointed to the jungle in the distance, and Xianxia fled in another direction. The reason why he did so was obviously that he was seriously injured, otherwise he would not have left. Cultivation, where should we go? Should we help Xianxia or continue to chase the murderer? Lek was a little hesitant. Xianxia was an outstanding talent in the younger generation of Water Barbarian branch. He had superb aptitude and was highly valued by the big shots in the clan. Now he was seriously injured. If something happened to him in this dangerous jungle, the consequences would be serious. At the same time, the murderer must not be let go. He held a sacred weapon belonging to Water Barbarian branch. How could such a treasure be taken away by the enemy? Go after the murderer. It was not Cultivation who answered, but Xianxia, who suddenly appeared from the jungle in the distance. He actually returned. Seeing him, everyone in the field was excited, but they couldn't help but feel frightened. It was terrible. At this moment, Xianxia had countless wounds all over his body, and blood was gurgling. What are you doing? Go after him. Xianxia was angry. If these idiots hadn't suddenly come and interrupted the battle, Lin might have been killed by him at this moment. Lek and others seemed to wake up from a dream. They gritted their teeth, turned around and rushed into the depths of the jungle. Cultivation stayed and looked at Xianxia with a worried face. Xianxia, your injury, it's okay. Xianxia interrupted coldly and said with an unkind look, why are you here? Do you know that it's because of your appearance that my plan has been ruined? Cultivation said bitterly, to tell you the truth, the murderer killed many of our clansmen. What's more, the sacred weapon of our clan, Amrita St. Pearl, was also taken away by him. What? Xianxia's eyes suddenly burst with a cold light, and his face was gloomy. You are a bunch of rubbish. Why didn't you tell us such important news earlier? Cultivation looked more and more bitter. There are many warriors of the Empire in the Demon Cloud Ridge. If the news about the sacred weapon is leaked out, there will be endless troubles. Xianxia said coldly, I think you are worried about being punished when you return to your clan. Cultivation was silent. This was also one of the reasons he was most worried about. Send out a signal and tell all the water barbarians in the Demon Cloud Ridge to gather here with all their strength. This time, we must take back the sacred weapon at any cost. Xianxia took a deep breath and ordered in a deep voice. Cultivation's face suddenly changed. No, it's too noisy. I'm afraid it will attract too much attention. As long as we can take back the sacred weapon as soon as possible, it's not a big deal to cause some disturbance. Xianxia asked back with a resolute attitude. Cultivation's face changed for a while, and finally became dispirited. He gritted his teeth, took out a black animal bone horn from his arms, put it to his mouth and blew it. Whimper circles of ripple-like black luster spread from the animal bone horn in all directions. Lin's son ran at full speed, and his breath gradually became heavy. The wounds all over his body were still bleeding, making his face pale and almost transparent. The most serious thing was that his physical strength was on the verge of exhaustion and couldn't hold on any longer. The dizziness in his head became more and more serious, making it difficult for Lin's son to keep calm and sober. He knew that if he slacked at this moment, he would instantly fall into a severe coma. Run, Lin Sun gritted his teeth. The cruel and abnormal training in the bloodthirsty camp made Lin Sun show unimaginable willpower and tenacity at this moment. At the same time, he took out the spiritual fruits and herbs collected these days and swallowed them all into his body. He didn't have time to refine them, but only hoped to replenish some physical strength. There was a whistle for help hanging in front of Lin Sun's chest. As long as he blew it, help would come soon. But Lin Sun didn't do that. Blowing the whistle meant admitting defeat, and he would be eliminated from the bloodthirsty camp. Lin Sun couldn't tolerate his failure at this time. It was only the 8th day since he entered the Demon Cloud Ridge. How could he admit defeat? Unconsciously, Lin Sun had rushed out of the jungle. His field of vision suddenly widened, and a barren mountain appeared in front of him. The mountains rose and fell one after another, and all of them were barren. The bare rocks glowed red and released scorching white smoke. Lin Sun glanced around and continued to move forward. His body began to stagger, and his head was dizzy, making a buzzing sound. This battle was too serious. Not only was he seriously injured, but also his internal strength was exhausted. If he met any strong voodoo barbarian at this time, he might be easily killed. His footsteps became heavier and heavier, as if filled with lead. Lin Sun rushed to the top of a red mountain with heat waves. He needed to find a safe place to hide, but it seemed that he couldn't find such a place at present. It was very hot on the mountain. Walking on it was like being in a furnace. The blood on Lin Sun's body was instantly evaporated into blood mist and drifted away. The scorching airflow blowing on his face made Lin Sun's consciousness more and more blurred. He forced himself to hold on, but when he reached the top of the mountain, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. This was a crater. The terrible molten lava was roaring under the crater like a fire dragon. The thick mist and heat waves were evaporating like clouds, as if they could melt everything in the world. Lin Sun had no doubt that he would be instantly melted into dust if he fell in. This was a dead end that could not be walked, but if he were to return, Lin Sun turned his head and could vaguely hear a faint sound of something breaking through the air coming from the foot of the mountain. Were the enemies chasing after them? There was a touch of self-mockery at the corner of Lin Sun's mouth. There was really no way out for him. There he is. Quick, chase them. The voice was getting closer and closer, filled with excitement and malevolence. Lin Sun walked to the mouth of the volcano. His clothes seemed to be on fire. He bent down and looked down, only to see a glaring, surging magma. Was he going to force himself to jump down? Lin Sun looked around. Even if he was in a desperate situation, he still didn't intend to give up. He began to search through the storage rings to see if there were any items that could be of use. Weapons, spirit materials, ores, everything was useless. Little bastard, why aren't you running anymore? Suddenly, a resentful voice resounded from behind him. Lin Sun looked back and saw that Lek and other strong barbarians had appeared more than 60 meters away. But when they saw Lin Sun standing beside the mouth of the volcano, their faces changed slightly and they didn't dare to get closer, as if they were afraid that he would jump down. This scene was captured by Lin Sun's sharp eyes. He took several deep breaths, trying to keep the last trace of sobriety in his mind, and said in a hoarse voice, "You have been chasing me all the way here. Should I admire your persistence or scold you for being one-track-minded?" Lek said in a low voice, "Cut the crap. Hand over the sacred treasure of our tribe, and maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die today." The sacred treasure? Lin Sun was stunned. What sacred treasure? Lek flew into a rage and pointed at Lin Sun. "Are you still going to fight to the death at such a time? You are really reckless." Lin Sun was surprised. "Are you chasing me because of that sacred treasure?" Lek sneered. "Nonsense, do you think your life is valuable?" Lin Sun suddenly turned over his palm, and a dreamy bead the size of a pigeon egg appeared in his hand, glowing with blue luster. Holding it in Lin Sun's hand, it was like holding a vast sea, giving people a kind of vast, ethereal and mysterious atmosphere. "Is this it?" Lin Sun asked. Lek and others suddenly became excited and breathed rapidly, with undisguised fanaticism in their eyes. Seeing this, Lin Sun instantly judged that the mysterious bead he got by accident was actually a great, sacred treasure. "Hand it over," Lek said, and was about to rush forward to snatch it. Lin Sun stretched out his arm, and his palm appeared above the crater. As long as there was a slight movement, the Amrita St. Pearl in his palm would fall into the volcano. How dare you? Lek was so shocked and angry that he didn't dare to go forward. Other voodoo barbarians were also shocked and angry. If the Amrita St. Pearl was swallowed by the volcano, they would never get it back. Why don't I dare? Lin Sun asked. I will die in your hands anyway. It's better to let this bead die with me. Lek was so anxious that he hurriedly said, calm down. As long as you hand over the treasure, we swear to let you live. How about it? I never believe the vows of your voodoo barbarian tribe. Lin Sun shook his head. Then how can you hand over the sacred treasure of our tribe? Lek was so angry that his eyes almost popped out, and he couldn't wait to eat Lin Sun alive. Unless, while Lin Sun was talking, he suddenly felt a sense of fear in his heart, which made him jump into the crater without hesitation. Almost at the same time, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from behind the rock on the other side. It was as fast as lightning, but it still failed to catch Lin Sun. That black shadow was Xianxia. Obviously, when Lin Sun and Lek confronted each other, he had already sneaked to this side, intending to take the Amrita St. Pearl from Lin Sun by surprise. But Xianxia didn't expect that Lin Sun's reaction was so decisive that he jumped into the volcano without hesitation. Did Lin Sun not want to live? With a plop, Xianxia sat on the ground and gasped for breath. His injuries had not been healed either. He had been preparing for the blow for a long time. At this moment, he was in unspeakable pain all over his body. No! Lek and others roared with unwillingness written all over their faces. They had never thought that such a thing would happen at the last moment when they finally had the chance to take back the sacred treasure. All of a sudden, they were all stunned and looked dull. It was over. Completely over. Xianxia's beautiful and handsome face was livid and gloomy. He still didn't believe that Lin Sun would give up his life so easily. How could a person like Lin Sun seek death so easily? Before long, Cultivation also came. After learning all this, he showed a touch of relief and sneered, "You've all been cheated." What? Everyone, including Xianxia, looked at him. The Amrita St. Pearl is the sacred treasure of our water barbarian branch. It was born in ancient times. Do you really think a small volcano can swallow it? Cultivation held the bone staff, and a skinny figure appeared on the edge of the crater. His face was full of cold hatred. If I'm right, with the protection of our sacred treasure, the human bastard who jumped into the volcano will not die instantly. Everyone was shocked again, and their expressions changed. Then we still have a chance to take back the sacred treasure? Lek asked in a trembling voice, seeing a glimmer of hope again. Cultivation sighed and frowned. Although the volcano can't do anything to the Amrita St. Pearl, if we enter it, we will definitely die without a burial place. Only the strong with the cultivation of barbarian can be unafraid of the magma. Barbarian, that was the wood barbarian in the common sense, which was comparable to the strong of sea spirit realm among human practitioners. In the entire Demon Cloud Ridge, there was no master of this level. As Shiryu analyzed, the Demon Cloud Ridge was a training ground. Although there were constant small-scale battles, neither the Empire nor the Vood barbarian tribe would send real masters to participate in it. Otherwise, the existence of the Demon Cloud Ridge would lose the meaning of training. What should we do? Lek and others were disappointed. Wait here. I don't believe that he will stay under the volcano all his life. Xianxia's voice was sonorous and powerful, and his eyebrows were full of ruthlessness. You go to gather people and put the mountain under martial law. No one is allowed to approach. Just do as Xianxia said. Cultivation also knew that in the current situation, waiting was the only way. Xianxia took a deep breath and began to meditate directly in front of the crater. He wanted to heal his injuries and restore his strength as soon as possible. Rumble, the surging and roaring lava was like an angry fire dragon, producing terrible and scorching power, which made people feel terrified. At the bottom of the volcano, a body was lying on a protruding rock. Strangely, there was a layer of blue ripple-like halo around him. No matter how hard the lava beat around him, it could not get close to the blue halo. This figure was Lin Sun, who had fallen into a coma. The ripple-like blue halo was released from the Amrita St. Pearl in his right palm. Like a protective cover, he lay on the rock without being harmed by the lava and fire waves around him. Lin Sun, who was in a coma, did not notice that wisps of cold blue halo were constantly drifting into his wounds and pouring into his body. Lin Sun had a dream. In the dream, he once again returned to the day when the mine prison was destroyed. He fell into the abyss under the mine tunnel powerlessly, and could only watch a big hand covering the sky covering Master Lu's figure. Immediately, he saw Xianxia, who was looking back in the darkness and whispering, "Lin Sun, you can't die before I come back, okay?" The lava roared like a dragon galloping. The scorching and terrible airflow turned into mist and rose straight to the sky along the crater. Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the rock, feeling cool and comfortable. He had already understood his situation and could even judge that the blue halo covering him was released by the Amrita St. Pearl. But, where was the bead? Lin Sun looked around but didn't find the Amrita St. Pearl. He couldn't help but feel confused. Soon, he noticed that in his sea of consciousness, there was a blue light flickering next to the gate to heaven that was originally floating there. It was as blue as the sea, vast and light. It was constantly flying around the gate to heaven, sprinkling beautiful and dreamy light like ripples. Was it subdued by the gate to heaven? Lin Sun was stunned. This was the sacred weapon of water barbarian tribe. How could it suddenly appear in his sea of consciousness in this way? Lin Sun couldn't figure it out. But he could clearly feel that the light rain emitted by the Amrita St. Pearl was constantly spreading from his sea of consciousness and covering his whole body, producing a strange cool airflow. Not only did the airflow prevent the lava from getting close to him, but it was also healing his injuries in an astonishing manner. What a magical bead! Lin Sun marveled in his heart. Before jumping into the volcano this time, Lin Sun had already noticed the extraordinariness of the Amrita St. Pearl when confronting Lek and other strong barbarians. When he held the bead in his hand, the scorching airwaves near the volcano suddenly disappeared, making Lin Sun feel refreshed and comfortable all over. This discovery made Lin Sun so fearless when facing Lek and others. It was a pity that before Lin Sun figured out how to resolve the situation at that time, there was a sudden change. In desperation, he could only jump into the volcano. This was not a suicidal move, but a gamble. With the power of the Amrita St. Pearl, Lin Sun could fight for a chance of survival. The situation at this moment undoubtedly proved that Lin Sun's gamble was right. In order to get this bead back, those guys will not be willing to leave. Perhaps they are waiting above the volcano at this time. Lin Sun pondered and soon made a decision. No matter what, he must hurry to restore his strength. Hiding here was not a long-term solution. Lin Sun let out a long breath of turbid qi and sat cross-legged. He held his breath and concentrated on running the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture, meditating calmly. On the rock, the youth focused on cultivating. The surroundings were filled with surging and roaring magma, and the waves that danced like tongues of flame. The scene was breathtaking. Not long after, a copious amount of spiritual energy flowed through his limbs and bones. At the same time, his skin, tendons, and bones resonated with a unique rhythm. Lin Sun suddenly found that this time, even without the help of elixirs, he had achieved amazing results in his cultivation. In just a moment, the spiritual power in his body accumulated more and more, turning into a trickle that continued to circulate. Not only that, but strands of scorching strange energy appeared in his skin, tendons, and bones, and they were ceaselessly refining his tendons, bones, and flesh. Everything progressed at lightning speed. This made Lin Sun feel that something was wrong. It was too smooth. He was seriously injured, and he didn't have any pills to help him. He had only cultivated for a short while, so how could he make such miraculous progress? Lin Sun examined carefully and soon found some clues. All this seemed to have something to do with the Amrita St. Pearl in his sea of consciousness. The blue divine light it released was like a moisturizing stream, constantly nourishing and replenishing the strength needed by his body, coupled with the refining of the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture and the 4 spiritual vortexes. Such miraculous changes took place inside and outside of his body. After figuring this out, the last trace of doubt in Lin Sun's heart completely disappeared. His mind became calm again, and he entered into a deep level of meditation. The terrain of the Demon Cloud Ridge was complicated. The sky was shrouded in a thick layer of lead-like haze all year round. There were not only jungles, mountains, but also swamps, wastelands, and volcanoes. Each area was distributed with different dangers. On one of the wastelands, Shiryu sat down in the blood-stained grass and gasped for breath. Beside him, there were more than a dozen voodoo barbarians' corpses, whose totem barbarian tattoos had long been stripped away. Damn it, there are a lot of tough guys from the voodoo barbarian tribe this time. Shiryu cursed and lay in the grass. Having just experienced a fierce battle, he urgently needed to calm down and think about the next step. Third child. Before long, Li Qiu's figure approached. How is it? Shiryu asked casually. Not bad. Only one ran away. Li Qiu also squatted down. His clothes were stained with blood, his hair was a little unkempt, and his whole body was full of a fierce spirit. Good. According to this progress, as long as we persist for 3 months, the accumulated military merits will not be eliminated. Shiryu nodded. But I find something wrong with the situation, Li Qiu hesitated and said in a low voice. Oh. Shiryu narrowed his eyes, you also found it? Li Qiu instantly understood that Shiryu had already noticed it, so he couldn't help saying, Third child, do you think the situation in the Demon Cloud Ridge is more dangerous than before? Shiryu took a deep breath, and his eyes were full of calmness. Yes, there are many more masters than we imagined. If I'm right, the 9 branches of the voodoo barbarian tribe have sent out many powerful figures of the young generation. These guys are extremely powerful, and they are not inferior to the trainees of our bloodthirsty camp. It's really troublesome to meet them. Li Qiu was shocked in his heart. What are they going to do? Shiryu sneered, of course, they are going to compete with the trainees of our bloodthirsty camp to see who can leave the Demon Cloud Ridge alive. Speaking of this, Shiryu stood up and looked into the distance of the wasteland, saying, you can regard this warzone assessment as a contest between the Empire and the voodoo barbarian tribe, but the participants of the contest are the strong of the young generation. After a pause, he continued, sometimes, if you want to prove whether a country is strong or not, you can find some clues by looking at the strength of the young people in this country. As the saying goes, the stronger the young people are, the stronger the country is. These were not impassioned words, but they made Li Qiu's heart warm and full of lofty sentiments. He said disdainfully, in this way, I'm more interested in killing more bastards of the voodoo barbarian branch. Shiryu smiled slightly, and then seemed to think of something. He frowned and said, have you found that many strong water barbarians are gathering in the same direction in the past 2 days? Li Qiu nodded. Shiryu said in a low voice, there must be something big happening in this situation. Li Qiu asked, third child, are you going to have a look? Shiryu shook his head, the more it is like this, the more we can't get involved in it. When something big happens, it must mean a big storm. It's better not to get involved in these things. Li Qiu was stunned, and then said with a smile, that's right. Now we have just entered the Demon Cloud Ridge for 10 days, and there are still more than 2 months before the end of the assessment. The top priority is to seek self-protection instead of getting involved. Shiryu praised, you and I happen to have the same idea. At the moment, the two went deeper into the wilderness. On the same day, in a mountainous area, Ning Meng waved his halberd, pierced the heart of the last strong voodoo barbarian who besieged him, and threw him out. F***ck, so fucking weak. Ning Meng spat, suddenly raised his head, frowned and looked at the distance doubtfully. He could perceive that there were several water barbarians rushing to the west dozens of feet away. Even if they found him, they didn't mean to offend him. This was the 7th time he had encountered such a situation in the past 2 days. Ning Meng could judge that something big must have happened in a certain area in the west of the Demon Cloud Ridge, otherwise it would not attract so many strong water barbarians to gather there. Well, I'd better not get involved. Ning Meng suppressed his curiosity, shook his head, and swept in another direction. He had made a bet with Shiryu and Lin Sun, so he would not take risks. If he wanted to persist in the assessment in the Demon Cloud Ridge and win the bet, he must play it safe. The same thing happened in different areas of the Demon Cloud Ridge. Not only Shiryu, Li Qiu, and Ning Meng, but also the trainees of the bloodthirsty camp in different places more or less noticed this abnormal situation. However, most of them adopted the strategy of looking on indifferently, unwilling to get involved in the muddy water. There were also a small group of people, including Qi Kan, Mao Lengshan, and others, who wanted to fish in troubled waters, quietly followed them. Beside the crater, Shritzi sat cross-legged and was practicing. 2 days had passed. The wounds all over his body had already become scabs, and most of his physical strength had been recovered. But until now, Lin Sun hadn't appeared, which made Xianxia feel a little anxious. In the past 2 days, hundreds of strong water barbarians had gathered under the volcano. They guarded the place tightly, and no one dared to break in without permission. But at the same time, because the noise here was too big, it had attracted many strong practitioners of the human clan. These strong practitioners of the human clan hid in the area near the volcano. Obviously, they intended to take advantage of the situation. If they couldn't recapture the Amrita St. Pearl as soon as possible, the situation would only become more and more serious. At that time, even if Lin Sun took the initiative to run out, it was very likely to cause too many variables. The situation is not good. Not only the human clan, but also the strong practitioners of other tribes of our voodoo barbarian branch have come here. If they know that we are seizing the Amrita St. Pearl, it will inevitably cause some unnecessary trouble. At this time, Cultivation came over worriedly. They were water barbarians. Although they belonged to the voodoo barbarian tribe with the strong practitioners of the other 8 branches, the relationship between them was neither good nor bad. Sometimes there was extremely cruel competition. Under such circumstances, Cultivation naturally didn't want to see the strong practitioners of other branches of the voodoo barbarian tribe approaching. Let's wait for 3 more days. Xianxia took a deep breath and said word by word, if that guy still doesn't come out after 3 days, I will use the forbidden skill and go to the bottom of the volcano at the risk of damaging my foundation to see whether that guy is dead or alive. At the bottom of the volcano, Lin Sun sat with his legs crossed, his back straight, and his handsome face was tranquil. Wisps of pure and translucent spiritual energy enshrouded his body, giving him a transcendent aura. Within his body, the surging spiritual power was like a raging river. After being continuously refined by the 4 spiritual power vortexes, the spiritual power had become as clear as glass. It was faintly glowing with a faint cyan light, showing a rare ethereal quality. This meant that the quality of the spiritual energy Lin Sun cultivated had reached an appalling level. The stronger the spiritual energy, the more solid the foundation. The higher the quality of the spiritual energy, the stronger the power in the battle. Boon Lin Sun's body was like mountains colliding with each other. It was the roar caused by the extremely vigorous spiritual energy. His meridians, acupoints, and viscera were all filled with the surging spiritual energy. In his flesh and blood, tendons, and skin, the strength of his body also formed a unique resonance, echoing with the chi in his body. Inner Saint was based on chi. Outer King was based on the body. The unity of chi was the foundation. This was the essential meaning of Nature Insight and Spirit Devour Scripture. Inner Saint and Outer King, Lin Sun, who was immersed in cultivation, didn't notice that his whole body, inside and outside, was undergoing an amazing transformation. This transformation first began with the spiritual energy in his body. In terms of the realm of cultivation, this change was called spiritual change. As time went on, another 2 days passed quickly. The atmosphere around this volcano was getting more and more tense. In these 2 days, many strong water barbarians came and stationed around the volcano. At the same time, many imperial practitioners appeared and hid in different areas near the volcano. Even many strong practitioners from other branches of voodoo barbarian tribe came here after hearing the news. Strangely, in such a situation, there was no battle from beginning to end. Both imperial practitioners and strong voodoo barbarians seemed to be waiting for something and didn't want to break the deadlock. But everyone knew that the current situation was tense and a storm was coming. Once a battle broke out, it was bound to be an unpredictable storm. Xianxia became more and more anxious and frowned. All his injuries had been healed, and his physical strength had returned to its peak state. However, Lin Sun, who had not shown up for a long time, and the increasingly tense situation near the volcano made him worried. Xianxia was not afraid of fighting. What he worried about was whether there would be too many variables in the action of recapturing Amrita St. Pearl in this situation. No matter, tomorrow. If he doesn't show up, I will go to the bottom of the volcano myself. Xianxia took a deep breath, and a touch of determination flashed through his pair of whirlpool-like eyes. These barbarian bastards have made such a big noise. Why don't they take any action? They are waiting. Perhaps there is a treasure that is about to appear in the volcano. Perhaps there is a secret that is extremely important to the water barbarian branch. Otherwise, they would not have mobilized so many people. Great treasure? Secret? That's impossible, right? Could it be a trap? They are deliberately bluffing to lure us here so that they can eradicate us in one fell swoop. It can't be a trap. Look, the strong water barbarians are guarding around the volcano. Even the strong barbarians of Fire Barbarian, Gold Barbarian, Wood Barbarian, and Earth Barbarian, who belong to the same tribe as them, can't get close to the volcano. How can it be a trap? Anyway, the truth will be revealed soon. At that time, there may be a fierce battle. You'd better be careful. If it's too dangerous, you'd better get out as soon as possible. Conversations like this took place in every area near the volcano, where there were practitioners from the Empire, including trainees of the bloodthirsty camp and soldiers of the Rishar army of the Empire. No one could guess what the experts of the water barbarian branch were doing. However, everyone knew that this battle could break out at any moment. When the evening came, Xianxia finally got a piece of good news. Cultivation sent a pair of frost armor. It was engraved with the mysterious frost barbarian tattoo, which could release a bone-chilling light. As long as it was worn, the wearer would not be afraid of the lava. However, because this frost armor was made in a hurry, according to Cultivation, it could last about half an hour in the lava. That's enough. As long as that guy is not dead, it won't take an hour to kill him. Xianxia put on the frost armor and was in high spirits. He couldn't wait. Since he entered the Demon Cloud Ridge, he had never been so eager to kill a person as he was at this moment. Be careful, Cultivation said with a hoarse voice. His skinny and dark face was faintly glowing with a touch of wax white. In order to make this frost armor, he had hardly closed his eyes these days. All his efforts were spent on it, which made him physically and mentally exhausted. Thank you. I'll bring you the Amrita St. Pearl, Xianxia said seriously. Cultivation gritted his teeth and said, not only the Amrita St. Pearl, but also the human bastard's body must be brought back. I'll refine his head into a wine cup and drink his blood to offset the evil in my heart. Xianxia smiled slightly, showing his snow-white teeth. That's what I'm thinking. Really? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Xianxia and Cultivation turned their heads at the same time. They immediately saw a handsome figure floating on the edge of the crater. It was Lin Sun. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. At this moment, Cultivation's eyes widened, and a grim smile appeared on his old face. He shouted, little bastard, you finally show up. Kill him. How could he expect that the murderer who had been hiding for many days would take the initiative to jump out? This was simply too exciting. With a clang, Xianxia pulled out the bronze dagger, and his beautiful and handsome face was full of killing intent. He said, this time, I won't give you any chance to escape. Boom, his figure rushed out like a flash of water and lightning. The bronze dagger cut the air at an incredible speed and suddenly stabbed Lin Sun's throat. But Lin Sun's figure disappeared in a flash. What? Xianxia was shocked. As soon as he turned his head, he saw that Lin Sun had taken control of Cultivation one step ahead of him. Lin Sun's powerful hand grasped Cultivation's neck tightly. Cultivation's old face turned purple, his eyes bulged, and he was almost suffocated. Crack, without any nonsense, Lin Sun twisted his wrist gently and broke Cultivation's neck. Cultivation didn't have time to scream before he died, and his head tilted to one side. His old face was still full of resentment and unwillingness. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sun killed Cultivation as easily as killing a chicken, and Xianxia had no time to rescue him. You're courting death. Xianxia's face darkened, and he was surprised at the same time. Compared with a few days ago, Lin Sun in front of him seemed to become another person. His temperament was quite different, and there was an invisible momentum that made Xianxia feel depressed. Did Lin Sun have other adventures in the past few days and his cultivation had changed? Xianxia's mind flashed, but he didn't slow down at all. He rushed to Lin Sun with his saber. Bang! Lin Sun waved his saber. It was a simple blow, but it produced a terrible force, which shocked Xianxia's right arm and made him feel a sharp pain. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps uncontrollably as if he was slapped by a tsunami. You! Xianxia was shocked. How could Lin Sun's combat effectiveness change so dramatically in just a few days? The last time Shritzi fought with Lin Sun could barely tie with him. But now, Shritzi found it hard to accept all this. With a puff, Lin Sun easily cut Quill Flamon's chest with his saber and cut off the totem barbarian tattoo on his skin. Then he said, "Are you surprised?" Shritzi's face darkened. "How did you do it?" Lin Sun smiled slightly and threw Quill Flamon's body into the crater behind him like throwing garbage. He said, "Thanks to the sacred weapon of your water barbarian tribe, it's really a good treasure." Sacred weapon, Shritzi suddenly became furious. This despicable human bastard should desecrate the power of the sacred weapon. He deserved to die. Boom, Shritzi struck with his saber like lightning with anger. The bronze saber was wrapped in a strange buzzing sound, like the screaming of a soul-devouring devil. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun also moved. His army breacher struck lightly, but it produced a surging force like a landslide and a tsunami, crushing Shritzi. The deafening collision sounded and sparks splashed. Shritzi coughed up blood, and his whole body was shaken away. He rolled on the ground in embarrassment. You, Shritzi's handsome and beautiful face was twisted with disbelief. The transformation of Lin Sun's combat effectiveness was so amazing that he couldn't resist even one move. It was incredible. Lin Sun had not reached the gang spirit realm, but why was his combat effectiveness so terrible? Shritzi couldn't see through it, and he couldn't help but feel a touch of fear. Whoosh, Lin Sun had come to kill Shritzi with the momentum of a tiger. "Come on, kill him. Kill him." Shritzi didn't dare to fight recklessly. The situation was too unfavorable for him. He turned around subconsciously and ran away to seek help. At this moment, he didn't care about his pride anymore. He was like a stray dog without any demeanor. The combat effectiveness Lin Sun showed now was indeed too horrible. It was an absolute crushing and unshakable posture. Shritzi's fighting spirit was still there. But he knew that he had no power and capital to compete with Lin Sun. He must ask for help. This damn bastard should be burned to ashes for improving his cultivation with the help of the sacred weapon. Lin Sun didn't chase after Shritzi. He had already seen groups of figures at the foot of the mountain coming here quickly like a tide. As far as the eye could see, they were all strong water barbarians. Obviously, the short battle just now had attracted their attention. Lin Sun stood still with his black eyes like lightning, but there was a strong killing intent surging in his heart. He was chased here and almost died. The movement on the volcano also attracted the attention of the practitioners hiding in the nearby areas. When they saw a figure suddenly appear on the volcano, many people couldn't help but be shocked. Was this the so-called treasure? Or a secret? No one expected that the water barbarians stationed around the volcano were waiting for a practitioner. Why did they do this? There must be a reason. However, this scene still disappointed many people. They thought that a treasure was about to appear or an amazing secret could be found out. Whoever thought that it was a person who came? Damn it, we wasted these days. How could this be? Why didn't I see that guy before? Did he come out from the bottom of the volcano? There must be something hidden in that guy, which the water barbarians are determined to get. God, isn't that Lin Sun? What? Lin Sun? It's really him. In just a moment, someone recognized Lin Sun, which caused a commotion and an uproar. Everyone in the bloodthirsty camp knew Lin Sun, all because of his controversial title of the first place in the quarterly assessment. When they confirmed that the figure on the volcano was Lin Sun, many people couldn't help but be surprised. Why did he go to the volcano, and why did the water barbarians set up such a strong force to arrest him? Many people couldn't figure it out. Amidst this atmosphere of bewilderment, the battle on the volcano had already begun. More than 100 water barbarians swarmed like a dense tide, aiming at Lin Sun. That kind of scene was enough to make any cultivator flee at the sight of it. It was terrible. Those water barbarians were not ordinary. They were all brave and good at fighting. Some of them were powerful enough to fight against the trainees of the bloodthirsty camp. Such a group of people pointed their spear at Lin Sun at the moment. It could be imagined how terrible the scene was. Even people like Bai Lingshi, Zhao Yin, and Zhang Sunheng would definitely choose to retreat in such a situation. Do you want to help? After all, Lin Sun is from the bloodthirsty camp like us. How can we tolerate being killed by those voodoo barbarians? Don't be impulsive. Don't you see the situation in front of you? Not to mention you, even if all of us attacked together, it would be difficult to salvage the situation. But, are we just going to watch Lin Sun suffer? That's the only way. Alas, although I don't like Lin Sun's behavior, I feel uncomfortable when I think that he will be killed by those voodoo barbarians. But what can we do? The situation is beyond our control. That's right. There's no rule in this assessment that states that we must sacrifice ourselves to save our companions when they are in danger. Let's wait and see. When they saw the battle erupt, the practitioners lurking around the volcano chose to watch from the sidelines no matter what they thought. Perhaps they sympathized with Lin Sun's situation, but they wouldn't take their lives lightly. This was the reality. The situation in front of them was too grim. They did not want to gamble their lives on a battle that they had no hope of winning. Lin Sun is doomed this time. Alas, who could have thought that he would be killed by the voodoo barbarian bastards? In one of the regions, Qi sighed with a strange expression. I can't wait for him to die. Mao Lingxin said. You can't say that. We are the practitioners of the empire. How can we curse our companions to be killed by the enemy? Even though Qi spoke like this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a faint smile. Kill. 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 Voodoo barbarians roared ferociously and rushed up like a tide. Each of them looked ferocious and their eyes were glowing with cruel and bloodthirsty luster. Every one of them was a strong practitioner of water barbarian branch. Now that they gathered together, it could be imagined how frightening their momentum was. In this regard, Lin Sun's approach was very simple. Rush and kill. His figure was straight, his black eyes were like lightning, his long black hair was flying, and his angular and handsome face was full of killing intent. He raised the army breacher in his right hand. Kill. The saber light was like a rainbow, piercing through the void. In just a moment, 3 heads were chopped off. Blood burst out like a spring and dyed the sky red. Lin Sun didn't stop. He jumped forward and avoided the 4 spear shadows coming at him. His saber rolled back and forcibly chopped a strong barbarian's body into the air. Under his blade, those ferocious voodoo barbarians were easily torn apart like a piece of paper. All the moves of 6-word saber play poured out from Lin Sun's saber like floating clouds and flowing water, just like a sickle harvesting souls. Every strike never missed. Kill. The spiritual energy in Lin Sun's body surged like a volcanic eruption. His fighting style was extremely simple and violent. He rushed straight all the way. He didn't dodge. He didn't retreat. His entire person was like a sharp awl, fiercely piercing into the group of enemies, forcibly tearing open a bloody path. On this path, shrill cries rose and fell. Body after body fell to the ground, and blood bloomed like fireworks. It was sad, beautiful, scarlet, and scalding. The most frightening thing was that Lin Sun seemed extremely calm from beginning to end. His movements were precise and stable, without any disorder. Every time he killed a strong barbarian, he even had time to cut off the totem barbarian tattoo on his chest. It felt like he was a hunter who broke into a pride of lions. Every time he killed a prey, he would put it away neatly. From beginning to end, he never took the threat of the prey seriously. This kind of battle seemed inconspicuous at the beginning. When they saw that Lin Sun was heavily surrounded, but no one could resist his attack, many strong barbarians felt a touch of indescribable horror. What kind of human being was he? Calm and composed, although he was alone, he seemed to be strolling in a courtyard surrounded by enemies. His fighting means could only be described as fatal. What was fatal? It meant that every strong barbarian who came in contact with him was bound to die. The army breacher in Lin Sun's hand had many cracks and was about to break. But it was like a devil's saber, drinking blood and harvesting souls. In just a moment, more than 30 strong barbarians were killed. Seeing this scene in the distance, Xianxia, who was hiding in the distance, felt cold all over and his pupils dilated. He could hardly believe his eyes. Too strong, was this really something a true martial realm youngster could do? In Xianxia's eyes, Lin Sun was bathed in blood at this moment. His eyebrows were sharp like a saber, and his eyes were like lightning. He was like an invincible lightning, with a kind of desperate momentum. This made Xianxia's hair stand on end as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Lin Sun really became different. In the area near the volcano, there was also a burst of exclamation. He is going to kill all the barbarians by himself. When did Lin Sun's fighting capacity become so strong? My God! Who could have thought that instead of running away, this guy killed his way into the army alone and showed off his ability? Shock, amazement, disbelief, all kinds of emotions lingered in the heart of every practitioner, making them unable to calm down. In the past, Lin Sun's title of first place in the quarterly assessment was constantly questioned by people. They all accused him of cheating, which was despicable. Later, in the duel between Lin Sun and Shirao Kuan, although Bai Lingshi ruled that Lin Sun won, many people still thought that Lin Sun had an unfair victory. But now, when they saw Lin Sun fighting alone in the Voodoo Barbarian army, many people were speechless. They finally realized that they seemed to have never really understood Lin Sun before, nor had they really taken Lin Sun's fighting capacity seriously. This made many people feel ashamed. Some people, like Qi Kan and Mao Lengshan, felt uncomfortable about it. They had thought that Lin Sun would definitely die this time. Who could have thought that this guy staged a scene of killing his way through the barbarians in front of their eyes? His arrogant attitude and domineering means were so dazzling that Qi Kan and Mao Lengshan almost couldn't accept it. How could this be possible? It might be normal for people like Bai Lingshi or Zhao to do this, but how could Lin Sun do it? No one was willing to admit that they were not as good as Lin Sun. Qi Kan and Mao Lengshan had always regarded Lin Sun as a weak person who was inferior to them, but at this moment, they suddenly found that Lin Sun's fighting power seemed to be faintly superior to theirs, which made them feel unbalanced. Let's keep watching. I don't believe he can fight to the end. Qi Kan said coldly. Yes, as long as his spirit is blocked, he will fall into a decline and there is no way to save him. Mao Lengshan also said in a low voice. Rather than saying it was an analysis of the battle situation, it was more like a vicious curse. The battle went on. Screams, roars, weapons colliding, blood bursting, all kinds of sounds were intertwined, which was soul-stirring. At this moment, a bloody and cruel battle that seemed like purgatory was taking place on this unknown volcano. The scorching and crimson-red rocks were smeared with thick blood that couldn't be melted and broken corpses. Lin Sun continued to kill, calm as ever. The surging spiritual energy all over his body seemed to be inexhaustible, which kept him in the peak state all the time. Every attack was shrouded with the shadow of death. Those strong water barbarians finally felt a trace of fear. Their formation began to be chaotic, their fighting spirit began to waver, and their pace of besieging began to slow down. The human teenager in front of them was like an invincible demon. He was unscathed until now. While they had lost more than 50 companions on their side, this was a shocking number, but it was also a heavy price that could make one collapse. Bastard! At this time, do you still want to watch our water barbarians being killed? At the foot of the mountain, Shrizi's sharp and crazy roar came. Before long, groups of figures appeared at the foot of the mountain. They were strong men from other branches of Voodoo barbarian tribe. Fire barbarians, wood barbarians, gold barbarians, earth barbarians, there were more than 50 of them. The Voodoo barbarian tribe was divided into 9 branches. Every single clan possessed an extremely enormous and terrifying force. The experts within the clan were numerous like the clouds in the sky, and they seemed like 9 small-scale kingdoms. The relationship between the 9 great tribes was extremely complicated. There were competitions, cooperation, mutual deception, and conflicts, but there were also contacts of mutual respect. But no matter what, when facing foreign enemies, even if there was hatred between them, they would choose to cooperate with each other at the first time. This was the foundation of their survival. Otherwise, the entire Voodoo barbarian tribe could not coexist in the Empire of the Dark with the Abyss Devil Spirit and the Cold Cloud Soul tribe, nor could they fight against the entire Xiao Empire until now. So at this moment, when they saw the water barbarian branch was finally defeated by a human teenager with an absolute advantage, the strong practitioners of other branches in this area all stood up at the same time. There were more than 50 people, all of whom were elites, and many of them were 9th-level barbarian slaves. When they joined the battle, Lin Sun immediately felt the pressure. His pace slowed down, and so did the speed at which he killed. His originally unstoppable momentum also showed faint signs of being restrained. Boom, a huge sword surrounded by fire chopped down like a fire dragon dancing in the mountains and rivers, with a surging momentum. Whoosh, a golden spear, like a dazzling streamer, flashed a treacherous and sharp cold light. Dong, a huge hammer, like a mountain being swung up, pressed the air and chopped down. Hum, a rope-like black rattan rushed up from the ground, dancing like a poisonous snake, and tied Lin Sun in the void, waiting for the next attack. This series of attacks was completed almost in an instant, from different directions and angles, besieging Lin Sun in the center. Strong practitioners took action. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes, twisted his body, and suddenly retreated 3 steps. He chopped down a black rattan with his saber, and then chopped more than 10 times in a row. Bang, 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 the dense collisions sounded like drumbeats, the air exploded, and the terrible airwaves spread, forcing the strong barbarians within a radius of more than 30 meters to retreat. Although he blocked this round of attacks, Lin Sun was forced to retreat 3 steps, which was the first time that he retreated since the battle began. He's actually able to block our joint attacks. This kid's strength isn't inferior to Xiaoyin. The male that held the golden spear was shocked. His long hair was suffused with a golden luster, and his eyes were like golden stars that were resplendent and blazing. His name was Rui Huaji, a top figure among the younger generation of the golden barbarians. Apart from Rui Huaji, the man with the huge flaming sword was called Payson, the man with the huge hammer was called Min Jiang, and the woman with the rattan was called Huatsai. They were the best of the younger generation of the fire barbarian, earth barbarian, and wood barbarian respectively. Coupled with the strong water barbarian, Xianxia, who had arrived at this time, it was equivalent to a top figure of the younger generation of the 5 branches. However, at this time, they couldn't do anything to Lin Sun even when they joined hands, which made them feel a chill in their hearts. They knew that this human opponent was very tricky. I don't care who's stronger between him and Xiaoyin. Let's kill him first. Ba Sun shouted, and a huge flaming sword violently swept through the void. That's exactly what I was thinking. Rui Huaji smiled proudly as his golden spear pierced through the air, sweeping out in all directions. Kill. Min Jiang, Huatsai, and Xianxia also took action together. In just a moment, Lin Sun was forced to be dwarfed. He could only defend passively and step back again and again. He looked a little embarrassed and didn't have the invincible posture just now. It was really terrible. 5 outstanding young barbarians of the Voodoo Barbarian branch joined hands to deal with Lin Sun alone. It could be imagined how great the threat was. If it were other ordinary trainees of the bloodthirsty camp, they would have been unable to resist and died. Although Lin Sun wouldn't be killed instantly, his situation suddenly became dangerous. Before long, there were several wounds on his body, and blood was overflowing. At this moment, other barbarians who besieged Lin Sun all stepped aside to make a large space for Xianxia and other 4 barbarians to exert their full strength. And Lin Sun had no way to retreat. The sudden change of the situation made those practitioners of the empire who were watching the battle in the distance a little dizzy and unable to respond. Things are unpredictable. Who could have thought that such a change would happen? Some people sighed with emotion and were quite worried about Lin Sun's experience. Fortunately, we didn't take action just now. Otherwise, we would be in the same desperate situation as Lin Sun at this moment. Some people secretly rejoiced. Should we take the opportunity to kill some voodoo barbarians? Lin Sun has restrained many barbarians. This is a rare good opportunity. Some people were ready to take action. If you want to earn military merits, you have to be alive to get them. Don't you see there are hundreds of voodoo barbarians in the field? Some people poured cold water on the idea. Damn it. It's rare for us to watch Lin Sun fight alone. We are all practitioners of the empire. How can we watch him be killed by the voodoo barbarians? Some people were resentful and dissatisfied with the attitude of other practitioners who looked on indifferently. War is ruthless. It's not the time to be loyal. As a qualified soldier, you should start from the overall situation and analyze the pros and cons. You can't act on impulse, or you will only get yourself killed. Someone scolded aloud. The scene was chaotic. But no matter what, no one was willing to step in and help Lin Sun kill the enemy. It was the nature of human beings to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. It was also their bad habit. Puff, as the golden spear flashed, another wound appeared on Lin Sun's waist. At the moment, he was covered with blood, some of which belonged to the enemy, and some belonged to himself. He looked like a bloody man, extremely embarrassed. Only his expression was still calm, and his black eyes were full of deep coldness. Looking carefully, although Lin Sun kept dodging and was suppressed to fight back, his movements never had a trace of sluggishness. His saber was accurate and stable, without any disorder. "Little bastard, you will die today." Xianxia sneered, and his handsome and beautiful cheeks were twisted. Today, the water barbarian suffered a heavy loss. More than 50 soldiers died in Lin Sun's hands. The price was too heavy. The most important thing was that Amrita St. Pearl was still in Lin Sun's hands. According to this guy's fighting capacity, he must be one of the top figures even in the bloodthirsty camp. It's hard to block such a person in the past. "In any case, we can't let him go this time," Rui Huaji said coldly. "Cut the crap. This young overmatch of the Empire must be killed. Otherwise, he is destined to be the obstacle to our attack on the Empire in the future." Huatsai was full of killing intent. They attacked Lin Sun while talking, as if he was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Sun heard all of this. His lips suddenly curled up, and he said with a faint smile, "Do you really think you can keep me here today?" Xianxia and other 4 people were all stunned. They were keenly aware that there seemed to be another terrible breath gathering on Lin Sun at this moment. That aura was faintly discernible, but it gave rise to a sense of alarm in their hearts. Kill him. Coincidentally, they gave it their all. In an instant, all kinds of terrible forces emerged in an endless stream. Golden spears, giant hammers, fire swords, vines, daggers, intertwined with each other and formed a terrible dragnet. They wanted to kill Lin Sun once and for all. However, at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly took a deep breath, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. He was like an empire overlooking the mountains and rivers, or a saint traveling around the world. An amazing power surged from his body, like a volcano that had been suppressed in the abyss for a long time, and suddenly erupted at this moment. Clang, the sound of the saber rang out. They didn't see how Lin Sun made his move at all. They just felt dizzy, as if they saw a night sky. Stars suddenly fell from the sky and sank into the endless darkness. At that moment, it seemed that the end of the world was coming, everything collapsed, and the world changed. That terrifying aura was almost tangible as it drowned out their thoughts, minds, and souls. Reaching for the stars. In an instant, a ray of saber light appeared from nothingness, tearing the sky and cutting through the darkness. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Xianxia saw a sharp head fly up, and his face was full of confusion. Min Shan's body was cut off at the waist, and blood gushed out, but he seemed to feel nothing. He looked confused as if he was dreaming. Half of Paysan's head was cut off. Huatsai's body suddenly exploded. How could this happen? Was this a dream? Xianxia was also confused. But in a moment, he felt a sharp pain. He suddenly found that his body was still standing in the same place, but he had no head. At the moment before his death, Xianxia finally understood that his head had already been cut off. At the same time as the sound of the saber rang out, the minds of the strong barbarians who were defending around seemed to be taken away, and they were uncontrollably terrified. In a trance, they seemed to fall into the darkness, and they could only see the falling stars. When they woke up, they saw Lin Sun standing on the battlefield with his saber in his arms, and his blood-stained clothes were fluttering in the wind. At his feet, there were corpses everywhere, and blood was flowing. The 5 top young barbarians who had besieged Lin Sun were all killed on the spot at this moment. Dead silence, an indescribable chill surged in everyone's heart. What happened just now? Why did the battle end in an instant? How could Xianxia, Rui Huaji, Min Shan, Paysan, and Huatsai be killed at the same time? Was there a top master? The atmosphere was so silent that it was suffocating. All the barbarians present were suffering an unprecedented shock. It was too scary. It was like a nightmare in an instant. When they woke up, they all died. In the area near the volcano, the imperial practitioners who looked on indifferently were stunned at this moment. They were like ducks being grabbed by the neck, and their faces were full of dullness. Just now, what happened on Earth? Yes, even they didn't see clearly what happened at that moment. They thought Lin Sun was dead and there was no need to rescue him. Who would have thought that the 5 top barbarians of the young generation who besieged Lin Sun were all killed on the spot? This was simply unimaginable. On the volcano, corpses were everywhere, and blood mist pervaded the air. The whole scene became dead silent at this time, and fear filled every inch of the air. Everyone looked at Xianxia and the others who were killed in a daze. Until now, it was still hard to imagine how Lin Sun did it. They were the top figures of the young generation of Voodoo Barbarian tribe. They were the real elites of the 9 branches of Voodoo Barbarian tribe, and they were very likely to transform into influential figures who influenced the situation of Voodoo Barbarian tribe in the future. Even in the Voodoo Barbarian tribe, such people were 1 in 1,000. They had unimaginable growth potential. Every loss of one of them was a heavy blow to Voodoo Barbarian tribe. Generally speaking, it was extremely difficult to kill such a young strong Voodoo Barbarian in the battlefield of the Demon Cloud Ridge, because they had all kinds of trump cards and extraordinary adaptability. Even if they could not defeat their opponents, they had a great chance to escape. However, at this moment, 5 top young barbarians were killed on the spot in an instant. The most terrible thing was that no one on the scene even saw clearly how Lin Sun did it. Clatter. In the area near the volcano, many practitioners of the empire felt their hearts convulsing and beating violently. They all swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Lin Sun, it was so terrible. In the distance, Qi Kan and Mao Langshan also looked at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. None of them had expected that Lin Sun could counterattack in a desperate situation and have the terrible power to kill 6 top Voodoo barbarians with one strike. Cold sweat broke out on their backs. They thought they had treated Lin Sun as a strong enemy, but they still underestimated this young man who didn't play according to common sense. The strength shown by this young man, who was once despised and rejected by them, had really surpassed them. The deathly stillness was broken by a shriek that was filled with fear and hesitation. Those strong barbarians scattered on the volcano, like a herd of frightened and collapsed beasts, began to flee. At the beginning of the battle, more than 50 Voodoo barbarians died under Lin Sun's saber. All this had already shaken their fighting spirit. At this time, when they saw the 5 top barbarians, Xianxia, Payson, Rui Huaji, Huatsai, and Minjiang, were killed in an instant, the last trace of fighting spirit in their hearts completely collapsed. Run, run as far as you can. This human youth was simply an undefeatable demon god, causing them to feel despair. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and there were fleeing figures everywhere. Lin Sun stood where he was and didn't chase after them. It was not that he didn't want to, but after using RFS, most of his strength was drained in an instant. The most terrible thing was that there was a tearing pain inside and outside his body and even his soul. This was the sequela of using RFS. Reaching for the stars was the first move of the first part of Tianyuan saberplay. It was inherited from the ancient inheritance of the second pass of Green Cloud Path in the Heaven Accessing Place. This saber technique seemed to only have a mere 3 moves: Star Sifting, Moon Seizing, and Sun Blazing, but the might of every single move was extremely great, profound, and obscure. When Lin got the inheritance for the first time, he couldn't even comprehend a little bit of it with his comprehension. Recently, he had made some achievements in practicing the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture, so he could figure out some of the mysteries of the reaching for the stars. However, he just understood a little bit of it, and there was still a long way to go before he mastered it completely. It was also because Lin Sun was forced into a desperate situation in the fight with Xianxia and other 4 people just now that he had no way to retreat, so he desperately used this move. But Lin Sun didn't expect that the power produced by just understanding a little bit of the reaching for the stars would be so terrible. At that time, Lin Sun only felt that his flesh and blood, skin, tendons, bones, meridians, acupoints, and viscera all had a tearing feeling. In particular, most of his soul power was drawn out in an instant. All this made Lin Sun clear that the power of the reaching for the stars was beyond his imagination, and it was not something he could use now. Fortunately, he just understood a little bit of it, so he was lucky to be able to use it. Similarly, the performance of RFS this time also made Lin Sun understand that the performance of this saber plane not only required the incomparably vigorous spiritual energy, but also a strong body that could bear the power of this move, as well as an abundant and tenacious soul power. In short, it seemed to be a saber play, but it required the perfect cooperation of body, spiritual energy, and soul. Lin Sun exhaled a long breath of turbid air, ignored those voodoo barbarians who fled for their lives, and began to clean up the spoils on the battlefield. The army breacher in his hand had completely collapsed after performing the reaching for the stars, leaving only a part of the blade. But for Lin Sun, it was enough to cut some totem barbarian tattoos from the enemy's corpses. The corpses on the ground were searched by Lin Sun one by one, totem barbarian tattoos, personal belongings. As long as they were valuable, Lin Sun collected them meticulously. These were his spoils of war. After experiencing a bitter and bloody battle, these were his rewards. Kill. Kill these voodoo barbarian bastards. Comrades, let's kill the enemies together. At the foot of the mountain, there were bursts of shouts, which were so loud that the sky was high. It could be seen that those practitioners of the empire who had been hiding in the area near the volcano had now shown up and rushed out. Everyone abhorred evil and faced death with equanimity. Everyone was like the most fearless warriors who wanted to annihilate the enemies and restore peace to the world. Lin Sun, who was searching for the spoils of war, couldn't help being stunned, and then a faint sneer appeared on his lips. How could he not see that these guys obviously saw the defeat of the voodoo barbarians and the collapse of their fighting spirit, and intended to take the opportunity to take advantage? Although he despised them in his heart, Lin Sun didn't bother to care about them. But all this made him have a deeper understanding of the war. War was indeed ruthless and cruel. No one wanted to die, so everyone was weighing the pros and cons, seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. If it was beneficial to them, they would swarm up without hesitation. If it was disadvantageous to them, they would make the cruelest choice based on the overall situation. This suddenly reminded Lin Sun of a sentence recorded in a book called Secret History of the Empire, when the warriors no longer face death with equanimity, but use the pros and cons as a cover to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, they are no longer qualified warriors. However, Lin Sun thought that the trainees in the bloodthirsty camp couldn't simply be called warriors. Their identities were not simple, and the purpose of participating in the battle was just to pass the assessment of the bloodthirsty camp. Naturally, they wouldn't really regard themselves as warriors who could expand the territory of the empire and fight the enemies bravely. The fighting at the foot of the mountain continued, but Lin Sun didn't pay attention to it at all. He searched for his spoils of war, but soon he couldn't help frowning. Several trainees of the bloodthirsty camp rushed over and began to search for the totem barbarian tattoos on a pile of corpses like Lin Sun. From beginning to end, they didn't get Lin Sun's consent. Lin Sun strode forward, and the broken saber in his hand suddenly made a sharp roar, and chopped at the head of one trainee of the bloodthirsty camp. Caught off guard, the trainee's face suddenly changed, and he dodged to one side in embarrassment. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Lin Sun, are you crazy?" Lin Sun's face was cold, and he didn't stop. Holding the broken saber, he continued to rush forward, forcing the trainees of the bloodthirsty camp to dodge one after another. "Lin Sun, do you fucking think we dare not fight you? Don't forget that according to the military law of the empire, those who kill each other will be beheaded. This guy is crazy. When the assessment is over, we must report his violation of the military law to Colonel Song Ling." The trainees shouted, and they were all flustered and exasperated. "When I killed the enemies just now, I didn't see you come to help me. Now when I snatch the military merits, you run away one after another. Do you really think I dare not kill you?" Lin Sun stopped, and his black eyes were like lightning, full of killing intent. The trainees' faces suddenly changed, but they still refused to accept it. They said, "What do you mean by snatching military merits? This is the battlefield, and the merits belong to whoever snatches them." Lin Sun snorted coldly and suddenly jumped forward. In a flash, he came to a trainee and hit him in the chest with his elbow. With a bang, the trainee screamed and flew out upside down. He rolled down the volcano for more than 30 meters before he barely stopped. This made the other trainees' faces change again, and they felt a chill in their hearts. Did this guy really dare to ignore the military law of the empire? Remember, these voodoo barbarian bastards were all killed by me, and the military merits also belong to me. If you dare to snatch them, I dare to kill you. Lin Sun glanced at them coldly, and then turned around to continue to collect military merits. The trainees' faces changed constantly, and they looked at Lin Sun with hatred in their eyes, but no one dared to step forward in the end. The horrible scene that Lin Sun killed Shritzi and the other 4 barbarians was still vivid in their minds. They dared not to provoke Lin Sun, the madman, with their lives. Lin Sun, wait and see. You ignore the military law today. When the assessment is over, you will pay the price for it. They left a harsh word and left angrily. Many practitioners of the empire in the distance saw all this, and they were all awestruck and extinguished the idea of snatching military merits from Lin Sun. A bunch of rubbish. Lin Sun sneered in his heart. What violation of military law? He only knew that he had gained a lot of military merits this time. Even if those bigwigs in the Rishar army knew what he had just done, they would certainly not punish him with this excuse. If so, wouldn't it disappoint those practitioners who fought in the bloody battle, who would fight for the empire in the future if even the military merits were snatched by the practitioners of the same camp? Damn it. Lin Sun is getting more and more arrogant. Does he think that he can be lawless after killing some voodoo barbarian bastards? At the foot of the mountain, Mao Lengshan saw all this and couldn't bear to see Lin Sun's arrogance. How can a dog not be angry when the meat and bones he risked his life for are snatched away? Chi Can's words were full of sarcasm, but his expression was a little complicated. He knew that after this battle, Lin Sun would not be punished. On the contrary, few people could shake his position in the bloodthirsty camp in the future. Unless, unfortunately, this guy died in the Demon Cloud Ridge. The battle near the volcano continued, and it didn't come to an end until the night fell. In this battle, more than 130 strong barbarians of the Voodoo barbarian tribe died, among which the water barbarians suffered the most casualties. On the side of the empire, there were also more than 30 casualties. This day was the 13th day since the trainees of the bloodthirsty camp entered the Demon Cloud Ridge theater of operations. Before the battle ended, Lin Sun had left with rich trophies. Almost at the same time, the news about the battle that occurred near the volcano spread at an astonishing speed. In the mountain forest, Bai Lingsher's ethereal and graceful figure flew in the night. All the strong barbarians she met along the way fell to the ground and died in an instant. None of them could stop Bai Lingsher. After a while, Bai Lingsher suddenly stopped and met a trainee of the bloodthirsty camp who had just participated in the battle near the volcano. He killed 6 top young barbarians with one strike? Bai Lingsher soon learned the news about Lin Sun's battle, and her beautiful and fair face showed a touch of astonishment. It seems that he has not only broken through to the 9th level of martial realm, but also mastered a brand new horrible combat skill in martial cultivation. Bai Lingsher soon roughly judged some information about Lin Sun. If Lin Sun heard this, he would be surprised by Bai Lingsher's terrible judgment. When Bai Lingsher set out on the journey again, she had made up her mind that if Lin Sun could not be eliminated this time, she would challenge him when she returned to the bloodthirsty camp. This was what Bai Lingsher had promised him at the beginning, and she never forgot it. In addition to Bai Lingsher, Li Duxing, Zhang Sunheng, there is finally another interesting guy in the bloodthirsty camp. In another area, Zhao Yin smiled faintly. I hope Lin Sun will be there in the final year-end assessment of the bloodthirsty camp. The mutation of the water barbarian tribe was caused by Lin Sun? When Shiryu heard the news, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. A few days ago, he noticed from various signs that there would be a big storm, so he didn't get involved in it in order to avoid risks. Who would have thought that it was Lin Sun who caused such a disturbance? When Shiryu learned that Lin Sun was not in danger in this storm, he couldn't help but feel relieved. But when he learned more about the situation of this battle, he was stunned at once. Killing more than 50 strong voodoo barbarians in the army alone, killing 5 top barbarians of the young generation with only one strike, he had only been in the Demon Cloud Ridge for half a month. How could this guy become so powerful? Shiryu was shocked. Amazing. At this time, Li Qiu, who had been following Shiryu, spat out 2 words softly after a long silence. He's not just powerful, he's a freak. Shiryu sighed, and then a wisp of resolution flashed in his eyes. However, if he thinks that he can obtain the final victory in this bet, then he's too naive. Li Qiu knew that there was a bet between Shiryu, Ning Meng, and Lin Sun. At this moment, when he heard Shiryu say such words, he couldn't help but realize that Lin Sun's tyrannical performance also brought a lot of pressure to Shiryu. Motherfucker. Lin Sun is so lucky to meet so many voodoo barbarians at once. If it were me, I would definitely get more military merits. When Ning Meng learned the news, he was both surprised and envious. Having said that, Ning Meng subconsciously felt a little proud. Lin Sun was a friend that Ning Meng valued. Wasn't it normal for Lin Sun to get such an impressive record? Is Lin Sun really so strong? How did this guy do it? If all this is true, doesn't it mean that this guy's current combat effectiveness is comparable to Bai Lingshi, Zhao Yin, Zhang Sunheng, Li Duxing? Hey, there are still people who want to rob Lin Sun's military merits. They are blinded by greed and their hearts are smeared with lard. The rise of this guy is unstoppable. In various areas of the Demon Cloud Ridge, when the trainees from the bloodthirsty camp learned the news, they couldn't help but be shocked and gave birth to various discussions and sighs. The Black Wind Army of the Empire was stationed in the south of the Demon Cloud Ridge. Similarly, the army of Voodoo Barbarian tribe was stationed in the north of the Demon Cloud Ridge. It was already late at night. In the center of the camp of Voodoo Barbarian tribe, there was a brightly lit tent, from which came a fierce quarrel from time to time. This was the camp of the Water Barbarian branch. At this time, those who gathered in the tent were all the leading figures of the Water Barbarian branch. Shrizi's death really saddens us, but the most urgent thing is to take back the Amrita Saint Pearl, the sacred treasure of our tribe. In the tent, a fierce man with long hair and beard said in a deep voice, which suddenly suppressed all kinds of discussions and attracted many people's eyes to him. This fierce man was called Shui Xingkong, a real big shot with the cultivation of Hercules. His eyes were like a deep blue abyss, surging with frightening luster like the tide. You should know that decades ago, our tribe sent spies to lurk in the forbidden city of Xiao Empire, which cost a lot of financial and material resources of our tribe. Everything was to take back the Amrita Saint Pearl. It was not until recently that we succeeded. Shui Xingkong looked cold and said in a deep voice, in order to smoothly transport the treasure back to the tribe, our tribe chose some insignificant pawns to carry the treasure through the Demon Cloud Ridge, in order to avoid the attention of the overmatches of Xiao Empire. Unexpectedly, this action failed in the end. Speaking of this, there was a touch of anger in his voice, which made many strong water barbarians in the field feel a chill in their hearts. But it's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. As far as I know, the news about the Amrita Saint Pearl has not been noticed by the big shots of Xiao Empire. This is our chance. Shui Xingkong took a deep breath, and his eyes were frightening, and it's also the last chance. Boss, we all understand what you mean. What action are you going to take? A strong water barbarian asked. Other strong water barbarians echoed. Send out the elite barbarian soldiers in our tribe to kill Lin Sun. Shui Xingkong's killing intent was overflowing, and the air in the tent seemed to be frozen. A strong barbarian soldier was comparable to the gang spirit realm and human practitioners. Hearing this, many strong water barbarians couldn't help but be restless. Boss, for hundreds of years, we have reached a tacit understanding with Xiao Empire that the existence beyond the barbarian slave's power is not allowed to enter the Demon Cloud Ridge theater of operations. At the same time, Xiao Empire will not send practitioners of gang spirit realm. If we do this at this time, I'm afraid that it will lead to a strong counterattack from Xiao Empire. A strong water barbarian pondered and was a little worried. Humph. What a bullshit tacit understanding. In order to take back the Amrita Saint Pearl, we can ignore everything. What's more, when did we Voodoo Barbarian tribe consider the feelings of Xiao Empire? Some strong water barbarians showed disdain for this. We have to care about this problem, but it's urgent. We have to make an exception this time. Shui Xingkong stopped the dispute in the field. Our purpose is to kill Lin Sun and take back the Amrita Saint Pearl, so the barbarian soldiers we send this time will not participate in the battle in the Demon Cloud Ridge. In this way, we can ensure that all the impact will be minimized. Hearing this, all the strong water barbarians thought for a while and acquiesced to this arrangement. That night, four extremely experienced water barbarians with the strength of barbarian soldiers left the barracks and quietly sneaked into the Demon Cloud Ridge. An action against Lin Sun was launched silently. Lin Sun meditated quietly and constantly refined his cultivation. After leaving the battlefield of the volcano, Lin Sun found a hidden cave and didn't leave for several days. At the bottom of the volcano, he got the help of the Amrita Saint Pearl by chance and advanced to the spirit transformation of the 9th level of Martial Realm. Unfortunately, after Lin Sun advanced, the Amrita Saint Pearl in his sea of consciousness fell into silence and never released any power fluctuation. Although it was not clear how this change occurred, Lin Sun could no longer resist the invasion of the magma at the bottom of the volcano without the help of the Amrita St. Pearl. He had to leave before he could stabilize his newly advanced cultivation. As soon as he left, a fierce battle broke out. It was not until now that Lin Sun had time to stabilize his newly advanced cultivation. Clatter the surging spiritual energy ran inside and outside his body, making a roar like a wave. Looking carefully, the spiritual energy was like the purest azure jade in the world, releasing a bright luster. Just by looking at its breath, people realized that the spiritual energy in the body would have a completely new change if they continued to cultivate like this. This was the spirit transformation realm, the last level of the 9 levels of martial realm. After reaching this level, all the power of practitioners began to approach a kind of complete saturation. Only with this kind of cultivation foundation could it be possible to break through to the Gang Spirit realm. The Gang Spirit realm was the second of the 5 realms of cultivation. There was a saying in the world that only those who entered the Gang Spirit realm could be called a real practitioner. Because after one stepped into this realm, it wasn't just the strength one possessed that would change, there would also be a change in one's level of life. It would allow one's lifespan to be extended, one wouldn't be able to avoid the cold and heat, one would be able to abstain from eating food internally, and one would be able to consume the clouds externally. This was the real practitioner. The cultivation of the 9th level of martial realm was just a process of building a foundation on the road of practitioners. Only when the foundation was built successfully could there be a real hope to move forward on the road of Tao. In short, the martial realm was like building a foundation, while the Gang Spirit realm was the starting point for practitioners to start their journey. Lin Sun had just reached the 9th level of martial realm and was far away from breaking through to the Gang Spirit realm. What he needed to do now was to stabilize his cultivation and get familiar with and master this new power as soon as possible. 7 days later, Lin Sun left the cave where he meditated and set out on his journey again. His cultivation had been firmly established, firmly at the level of spirit transformation on the 9th level of martial realm. His breath became more and more ethereal, with a temperament as calm as a towering mountain and as unrestrained as a vast ocean. As early as when he was on the 7th level of martial realm, Lin Sun had defeated Xin Wenbin, who was on the 9th level of martial realm. When he was on the 8th level of martial realm, he defeated Wen Mingxiu, Shurao Kuan, and Hu Long, who were at the peak of the 9th level of martial realm. Even with this cultivation, he fought for several days in the Demon Cloud Ridge and killed strong barbarians of the Voodoo barbarian tribe one after another. When he broke through the 9th level of martial realm and went through a bloody battle, he killed more than 50 strong barbarians in the army and 5 top barbarians of the young generation with one saber strike, which shocked the Demon Cloud Ridge and made him the most eye-catching trainee in the Warzone assessment. At this moment, even Lin Sun himself didn't know what level his fighting capacity had reached. But at least, he was not afraid of anyone in the martial realm. Time passed little by little. The battle in the Demon Cloud Ridge was always bloody and cruel, with unpredictable dangers. But for Lin Sun, he rarely encountered a real threat. During the day, he kept fighting and accumulating military merits. At night, he meditated and comprehended the first move of Tianyuan saberplay, reaching for the stars. The power of this move was undoubtedly powerful. The more he comprehended it, the more he felt the mystery of this move. It was as deep as the sea and could not be mastered overnight. Sometimes Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Who on earth inherited this saberplay? Why could a single move, reaching for the stars, have such profound and mysterious power? If he could fully master all the mysteries of this move, how powerful would it be? Lin Sun was looking forward to that day. However, he was also very self-aware that at least when he was in the martial realm, he couldn't do it. Even if he mastered all the mysteries of this move, it was still difficult for him to display the full power of this move with his cultivation in the martial realm. Soon, it had been a whole month since he entered the Demon Cloud Ridge. Lin Xianxia had accumulated 278 military merits, which meant that he had killed 278 strong voodoo barbarians in the past month. The thick pile of totem barbarian marks hidden in his storage ring was the best proof of his military achievements. It was worth mentioning that the military merits would be divided into different categories when they left the Demon Cloud Ridge. For example, killing a level 9 barbarian slave would give more military merits than killing a level 8 barbarian slave. All of these would require a specific assessment from the Imperial military. In addition, Lin Sun also obtained many trophies in the continuous battles, among which the most valuable was Amrita St. Pearl. However, this treasure was now silent and full of mysteries. Lin Sun hadn't fully mastered it yet, so he could only wait for a chance to study it carefully in the future. In addition to the Amrita St. Pearl, there were also some spiritual materials, spiritual ores, weapons, elixirs, and other sundries, all of which were valuable. As for the other slightly valuable things that were useless to Lin's cultivation, Lin had to discard them due to the limited space in the storage ring. On this day, Lin Sun was walking along the bank of a river with rolling black water. Suddenly, he heard a fierce fighting sound. These days, he had encountered such a situation more than once, but he remained calm. His figure flashed gently and approached the place where the battle took place. Soon, Lin Sun saw the battle in a jungle next to the river. More than a dozen strong voodoo barbarians were besieging a man, and there were several dead bodies of voodoo barbarians lying in the nearby area. The battle was very fierce, and it obviously lasted for a long time, leaving the area in a mess, with blood stains and broken trees and rocks everywhere. To Lin Sun's surprise, the human practitioner who was besieged was Hu Long, a trainee from Camp 39 like Lin Sun. This was an arrogant teenager. When they were on the battleship to the Demon Cloud Ridge, Hu Long had spoken rudely to Lin Sun and was beaten by Lin Sun. Therefore, Lin Sun didn't have a good impression of him at all. However, when Hu Long was besieged at this time, Lin Sun didn't kick him when he was down, nor did he leave him to die. In Lin Sun's view, although he and Hu Long had some personal grievances, they were from the same camp after all. Comparatively speaking, those strong voodoo barbarians were their common enemies. On the issue of right and wrong, Lin Sun's standard was very simple. When personal grievances encountered the confrontation between the empire and external forces, personal grievances must be put aside. This didn't mean forgiveness, but a matter of the standpoint of the empire's practitioners. During the bloody battle on the volcano, many practitioners of the empire didn't give a helping hand to Lin Sun, and they seemed to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. But Lin Sun was different from those people. He had his own standpoint and judgment, and he couldn't watch his own kind being killed by the enemy. Clang, Lin Sun unsheathed his saber and rushed into the battlefield like lightning, which immediately made more than a dozen strong voodoo barbarians flustered and caught unprepared. Lin Sun? When Hu Long saw that it was Lin Sun who came to his rescue, he couldn't believe that this guy actually came to save him. Although he couldn't figure out why Lin Sun did this, Lin Sun's help helped him share a lot of pressure and gave him a chance to breathe. At this moment, Hu Long was already covered with scars. If Lin Sun didn't appear in time, he would be doomed soon. Whoosh! 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 Lin Sun waved his saber like a dragon swallowing all directions. As soon as Lin Sun joined the battle, he raised his saber and killed 4 strong voodoo barbarians in the blink of an eye, which shocked the whole audience. Even Hu Long couldn't help but widen his eyes. Was the rumor true? A few days ago, he had also heard of Lin Sun's bloody battle on the volcano. He thought the rumor was exaggerated, but when he saw it with his own eyes, Hu Long found that Lin Sun was really different from the past. Lin Sun's fighting capacity was so strong that he felt great pressure. In just a moment, 8 strong voodoo barbarians were killed, and the other 5 were so scared that they fled. At this point, Hu Long came to his senses. Looking at Lin Sun, who was clean and unharmed, he was surprised and sighed in his heart. After a long time, he said, "This time, I owe you a favor." After a pause, he looked fierce and said, "But don't think too much. I don't forgive your previous behavior unless you apologize to me." Lin Sun said casually, "I think you think too much. I saved you because you are from the bloodthirsty camp like me, not because I want to get your forgiveness." Lin Sun said bluntly, but Hu Long believed him. He nodded and said, "That's good." The two were speechless for a while. Only the blood stains on the ground gave off a disgusting smell of blood. "Well, the crisis has been resolved. I advise you to find a place to treat your injuries first. Otherwise, if you are in danger next time, you may not meet someone like me to help you." After Lin Sun cleaned up the military merits on the battlefield, he planned to leave after saying this. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of fear in his heart and looked at the jungle on the other side. Boom! Almost at the same time, a dark blue light rushed over like water, tearing the air and releasing a suffocating breath. A barbarian soldier, Lin Sun was shocked. In the bloodthirsty camp, he had fought with the real barbarian soldiers. How could he not know that only the barbarian soldiers comparable to practitioners in the gang spirit realm could launch such an attack, but the demon cloud ridge didn't allow the strong with such power to appear. Why did a barbarian soldier suddenly appear at this moment? There was no time to think. The attack was imminent. Without hesitation, Lin Sun jumped to dodge, and the blade wrapped in terrible power fiercely rushed to the blow. Rumble, an earth-shattering collision sound rang out, and the light splashed. Lin Sun staggered and took 3 steps back. His face couldn't help but change slightly. The man's fighting capacity was much stronger than that of the first-level barbarian soldiers he killed in the bloodthirsty camp. Obviously, he was an elite of the voodoo barbarian tribe. "Hey, you can block my blow?" With the voice, a figure as agile as a cheetah suddenly appeared. It was a man in black, wrapped in black, revealing only a pair of cruel blue eyes like that of a viper. Barbarian soldier. At this moment, Hulong also reacted after the sudden change. He couldn't help but change his face and shouted, "You voodoo barbarian bastards, how dare you violate the agreement with the Empire?" "Humph!" The barbarian soldier who suddenly appeared snorted. Without any nonsense, he grasped with both hands, and a dazzling blue light condensed and turned into a sharp light, rushing to Lin Sun in the distance. "Run!" Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he narrowly avoided the blow. At the same time, he reminded Hulong to run for his life. "Want to leave? Both of you have to stay here today." Suddenly, a cold voice like a knife came from another direction. With the voice, a black figure appeared, dressed exactly the same as the previous barbarian soldier, and even his breath was surprisingly similar. Obviously, this was another strong barbarian soldier. Seeing this, Lin Sun and Hulong's faces changed, and their hearts sank. The threat of one barbarian soldier might not be fatal, but if 2 barbarian soldiers attacked together, the consequences would be serious. Kill. Obviously, the 2 barbarian soldiers were extremely experienced in fighting. They didn't talk nonsense at all and attacked brazenly. One attacked Lin Sun, and the other rushed to Hulong. This made Lin Sun judge that the situation had really come to a critical moment. Clang, he took a deep breath, ignored the barbarian soldier, and rushed to Hulong. At the same time, he raised his saber, making a clear sound. RFS, at this moment, without any hesitation, Lin Sun displayed his strongest means. A blade that seemed to come from nothingness suddenly appeared and tore the darkness apart. Vaguely, there seemed to be stars falling from the sky, as if doomsday was coming. The sound of the saber was like a tide, with a shocking force that went straight to people's heart. Compared with the first time he used RFS, Lin Sun's RFS this time was different. It was stronger and more frightening than before. This was not just an ordinary martial art. It contained a shock to the soul, a unique inheritance of the use of cultivation power, and the power produced was completely different. At this moment, the barbarian soldier was terrified, and his mind was in a trance for a moment, as if he was deep in the darkness of the eternal night. In front of him were burning and falling stars, everything in the world was collapsing, and the order of the universe was in chaos. Despair and panic washed his mind like a tide, seeming to drag him into the abyss. Immediately, a flash of saber light appeared in the darkness. The barbarian soldier only felt a sharp pain all over his body, and subconsciously struggled to dodge with all his strength. Puff, a wound so deep that bones could be seen ran down from his chest all the way to his abdomen and waist. Thick scarlet blood gushed out from the wound like a waterfall. Just a little bit more, and it was no different from cutting open the abdomen, the barbarian soldier screamed. Although he dodged the fatal blow, his body fell more than 30 meters away. His face was pale and transparent, as if he had just passed by death. Panic spread all over his body, making him stagnate for a moment, as if he was scared. This blow was so horrible that he was caught off guard, and it caused a certain damage to his soul. He couldn't imagine how a human teenager in the martial realm could display such an unimaginably horrible strike. "Third brother!" Another barbarian soldier shouted angrily. He had no time to chase after Lin Sun, and rushed to his injured companion. In this way, Lin Sun, who wanted to kill the barbarian soldier in one go, suddenly stopped, knowing that he had missed the opportunity. At this moment, he was gasping for breath, and his face was slightly pale. There was a tearing pain all over his body, which was the sequela of using RFS. But with the last experience, Lin Sun did not hesitate to take out some medicinal pellets and put them into his mouth. Then he said quickly, "Go." Hulong let out an ah as if he had just woken up from a dream. His whole body was soaked in cold sweat. When the barbarian soldier pounced on him just now, he really suspected that he was going to die soon. But he never thought that Lin Sun would help him resolve another disaster in just a moment. The feeling of being dragged back from the brink of death made Hulong shiver all over with fear. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Lin Sun grabbed Hulong's arm and rushed out of the jungle, regardless of whether he agreed or not. Even though he managed to heavily injure the berserker with one strike just now, it was due to the element of surprise. Now that the berserker was on guard, it would be difficult to achieve the same effect again. Most importantly, after using RFS, Lin Sun's strength would be drained in an instant. If he continued to fight, he would be no match for his opponent. "You want to leave? Dream on." Suddenly, another burly barbarian soldier appeared on the road in front of Lin Sun. All of a sudden, Lin Sun's heart fell into a deep valley. He had thought there were only 2 barbarian soldiers, but there was another one nearby. Hulong was also shocked by this sudden scene and his expression changed. What was going on today? Why did 3 barbarian soldiers appear all of a sudden? Was there any change in the Demon Cloud Ridge? "It seems that we really have to fight desperately this time." Lin Sun took a deep breath. The seriousness of the situation was completely beyond his expectation, and it was also the real crisis of life and death that he encountered in the month since he entered the Demon Cloud Ridge. One careless move and he might be killed here. Hulong's expression was uncertain, and his heart was tumbling violently. "Second brother, don't worry about third brother. Let's kill these 2 little guys first." The burly barbarian soldier who had just appeared said in a low voice, his eyes full of cruelty and coldness. As he spoke, he stamped on the ground, and his body drew a residual shadow in the air. Like a black lightning, he rushed over with a rumble. "Go to hell." A bronze spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it at Hulong. The terrible wind enveloped both Lin and Hulong. This kind of attack was like an inescapable net, locking in all directions, leaving no room for retreat or escape. Lin Sun slightly narrowed his eyes, pushed Hulong away, and ran all the strength in his body to condense it into the saber in his hand. Buzz, the sound of the saber rang again, like the roar of a dragon or a tiger, shaking the world. At this moment, Lin Sun's strength seemed to be drained, and he almost couldn't hold on. But in the end, he used RFS for the second time. The terrible consumption made Lin Sun's face turn pale, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. But the effect of this blow was also remarkable. The opponent came fast and left fast. He was directly blown away by the saber and fell heavily more than 30 meters away, looking very embarrassed. But to Lin Sun's disappointment, the opponent was only slightly injured by this blow. It was not that the power of RFS was not strong, but that the opponent's fighting capacity was too strong. Coupled with the vigilance and defense, the power of this move was greatly reduced. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Sun only felt a terrible wind coming from behind, which made his face suddenly change. He knew that the barbarian soldier called Second Brother had taken the opportunity to kill him. He didn't even have time to resist, so he could only dodge to one side subconsciously. Obviously, the opponent had expected Lin Sun's reaction. He suddenly changed his move and continued to kill Lin Sun, like a haunting ghost. He wanted to kill Lin Sun with one blow. Danger! A strong and fatal breath surged all over his body, making Lin Sun have to dodge with all his strength. He felt that he was racing against time with death. Humph! It's futile to struggle. Go to hell. Suddenly, the sturdy barbarian soldier, who had just been shaken away by Lin Sun's saber, came again and attacked Lin Sun from the other side. Surrounded by enemies from both front and back, all of a sudden, Lin Sun was completely in a desperate situation. The most terrible thing was that after using RFS twice in a row, Lin Sun was in a dangerous state of exhaustion. He was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, not to mention counterattack, he even seemed to be a little weak in dodging. What should he do? Lin Sun gritted his teeth and thought of the whistle hanging in front of his chest. Before Lin Sun could continue thinking, he heard a sudden roar, get out of here. Out of the corner of his eyes, Lin Sun suddenly saw Hu Long, who had been repulsed by Lin Sun. At this moment, Hu Long's momentum soared, as if he had changed into another person, and he rushed to Lin Sun. Boom, with only one blow, the second brother who was chasing Lin Sun was punched away by Hu Long. What? The sturdy barbarian soldier on the other side was stunned and cried out involuntarily, he has advanced. At this moment, Lin Sun also noticed that Hu Long was surrounded by strong gang qi. In an instant, he understood what was going on and couldn't help sighing in his heart. You voodoo barbarian bastards, go to hell. Hu Long's roar was full of anger and hatred. He vented all his anger in the battle like a madman. A moment later, the chest of the barbarian soldier called second brother was suddenly smashed by Hu Long's fist. He flew backward and died completely, unable to get up again. Even Lin Sun didn't expect that Hu Long could be so powerful at this moment. Second brother. The sturdy barbarian soldier let out a cry of grief and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, he didn't continue to fight but chose to turn around and flee. Obviously, he had noticed that the situation had changed. If he continued to fight, he would only be killed on the spot like second brother. Lin Sun, the next time we meet is the day you die. The sturdy barbarian soldier shouted. Hu Long was about to chase after Lin Sun, but Lin Sun stopped him. If you go after the enemy, I will be completely finished. Hu Long was stunned for a moment before he recovered from his anger. He first turned around and killed the barbarian soldier, Lao San, who had fallen to the ground due to severe injuries and could not escape in time. Then he returned and said, you saved me twice just now. I still owe you one. His face was a little gloomy and even a little dejected, without the fierce and disdainful look just now. Lin Sun knew his loss and grief clearly, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, any words to comfort him seemed to be useless. Hu Long seemed to have thought it through and sighed, if I don't break through, I will be killed. Breaking through means being eliminated and will never be able to return to the bloodthirsty camp. But I don't regret it, so you don't have to think too much. As he said, he silently turned around, collected the totem barbarian tattoos and items on the bodies of the two barbarian soldiers, and stuffed them into his storage ring. Then he took off the storage ring and handed it to Lin Sun. These military merits are meaningless to me now. You can keep them. Lin Sun didn't refuse and said, these are yours. If I can hold on to the end, I will give your military merits to the drill master. Anyway, this is your achievement and honor. Hu Long smiled disapprovingly, looked around and said, it's too dangerous here. I will take you to a safe place. As he said, he squatted down, took the initiative to carry Lin Sun on his back and floated away. Only the corpses of the two barbarian soldiers were left in the field, silently narrating the thrilling battle just now. That night, after finding a safe hiding place for Lin Sun, Hu Long turned around and left without saying a word. Seeing Hu Long off, Lin Sun sighed again in his heart. Most trainees had the potential to advance to gang spirit realm from the first day they entered the bloodthirsty camp. Bai Lingshi, Zhao Yin, Li Duxing, Zhang Sunheng, Shi Yu, Ning Meng, Gong Ming and so on occupied the majority. Hu Long was one of them. The reason why they entered the bloodthirsty camp was to receive training, but more importantly, to enter the gang-producing lake and create the most suitable pond of spiritual power when they advanced to gang spirit realm. Under such circumstances, no trainee would choose to advance to gang spirit realm unless he was forced into a desperate situation. Once he advanced to gang spirit realm, he would leave the bloodthirsty camp and lose the opportunity to enter the gang-producing lake. In the previous battle, Hu Long chose to make a breakthrough. Although he finally turned the tide and averted the danger, he was no longer qualified to continue the assessment in the Demon Cloud Ridge, and it was impossible for him to return to the bloodthirsty camp in the future. This was the price to pay for advancing to gang spirit realm. Lin Sun felt sorry for Hu Long. Perhaps there were some contradictions and conflicts between them before, but after a bloody battle side by side, these contradictions had long dissipated with the wind. This was what men were like. After fighting together, they were no longer enemies. What was more, there was no deep hatred between them before. Without too much emotion, Lin Sun began to meditate. He needed to seize all the time to restore his strength. However, there was always a doubt in his heart. The three barbarian soldiers obviously came for him. Was it all because of the Amrita St. Pearl? divine treasure. For a treasure to be crowned with such a title, it was naturally impossible for it to be an ordinary item. For the first time, Lin Sun deeply realized that the Amrita Saint Pearl he got by chance absolutely hid amazing secrets. This could be seen from the battle that had suddenly occurred today. Lin knew that he had to hurry to restore his strength. Because of the Amrita Saint Pearl, the enemy would never give up. In other words, the enemy would definitely come again. This time, there were 3 barbarian soldiers with extremely terrible fighting capacity. What about the next time? Just thinking about it, Lin knew how dangerous his situation was at the moment. Hulong left the Demon Cloud Ridge. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to go back to the camp of Rishar army first. It was late at night, but Song Ling didn't sleep. He was reading the battle report, which briefly recorded some situations in the Demon Cloud Ridge. It was not comprehensive, and most of it described some abnormal movements of voodoo barbarians. Since the trainees of the bloodthirsty camp entered the Demon Cloud Ridge for the assessment a month ago, such battle reports would be sent back every 3 days. The purpose was very simple: to nip a problem in the bud and avoid a sudden danger causing a devastating blow to the trainees of the bloodthirsty camp. Death was allowed in the assessment, but abnormal death was absolutely not allowed. Every trainee of the bloodthirsty camp had an extraordinary background. It could even be said that they were the young elite force cultivated by the great forces of the empire. Their identity, status, and aptitude were all the best. For the empire, every loss of such trainees might mean the loss of a top overmatch who could be the mainstay of the empire in the future. Therefore, for this assessment, which seemed to be only a training action for the young people, in fact, no one dared to take it lightly. When Hulong came to visit, Song Ling just finished reading the battle report in his hand. At the first sight of Hulong, Song Ling knew that the teenager had been eliminated. Because he had been promoted, Song Ling couldn't help frowning. It was not a big deal to be eliminated. As long as they didn't die, with the help of the great forces behind these trainees, even without the training of the bloodthirsty camp, they could still grow into giants in the future. But Hulong came to visit late at night after being eliminated. Was he unwilling to admit defeat? But soon, when Hulong told him about the battle that happened today, Song Ling finally realized that he guessed wrong. Berserker? Song Ling's expression turned grim. There are 3 barbarian soldiers, and their fighting capacity is not comparable to that of ordinary barbarian soldiers. We have killed barbarian soldiers when we were training in the bloodthirsty camp, but compared with these barbarian soldiers, the 3 barbarian soldiers today are obviously stronger and more terrible. Hulong looked serious. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been forced to advance. Song Lin narrowed his eyes. He knew that the other party had no reason to lie to him. This problem was indeed very serious. The sudden appearance of 3 extremely powerful barbarian soldiers to besiege 2 trainees of the bloodthirsty camp seemed very abnormal. According to the tacit understanding reached between the Empire and the voodoo barbarian tribe, such a force was absolutely not allowed to appear in the Demon Cloud Ridge. What made Song Ling most intolerable was that Lin Sun was involved in this battle. Many days ago, Song Ling also learned about the bloody battle on the volcano from the battle report and some rumors about Lin Sun. Song Ling was in charge of the assessment of the trainees of the Camp 39. He didn't have much impression of Lin Sun before, but after this battle, Song Ling completely realized that Lin Sun was definitely a teenager who was not weaker than Bai Lingshi, Zhao Yin, Li Duxing, and Zhang Sunheng. Such a person was destined to make outstanding achievements in the future. Now hearing that Lin Sun was almost killed, Song Ling couldn't help but be shocked and realize the seriousness of the problem. Can you determine their identities? After a moment of silence, Song Ling asked in a low voice. Hulong was stunned and seemed to realize something. His face changed slightly and he said, "They are all strong water barbarians." A cold light suddenly appeared in Song Ling's eyes. You also feel that something is wrong? Hulong nodded. When Lin Sun fought with those strong voodoo barbarians on the volcano, most of them were strong water barbarians. Song Ling stood up and said, "This question is a little unusual. Wait here. I want to meet General Wu Xinglia." Wu Xinglia, the commander of the Empire's Rishar army, who had been on the battlefield for hundreds of years, had a brilliant record and a great reputation. Seeing this, Hulong finally knew that he seemed to have come to the right place this time. "Lin Sun, I've done what I should do. I don't owe you anything in the future. I hope you can lead the Demon Cloud Ridge alive. Hu Long murmured. That night, Wu Xinglia, the commander of the Rishar army, issued an order to send 10 strong practitioners of Gang Spirit Realm to sneak into the Demon Cloud Ridge to investigate the situation. 3 days later, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. More than half of the elixirs and spiritual medicines he had plundered these days had been consumed. He couldn't help it. Last time he used RFS twice in a row, which almost squeezed out all the strength inside and outside his body. If he wanted to recover completely, he naturally needed a lot of elixirs and spiritual medicines. To Lin Sun's surprise, after recovering his strength this time, another soul star was lit in his sea of consciousness, which meant that his soul power was stronger than before. At the same time, he had a further understanding of the mystery of RFS. This was the benefit of fighting. The fiercer the fight, the more potential a practitioner could bring out. The benefits gained through experience couldn't be achieved by building a cart behind closed doors. Without any delay, Lin Sun set out on his journey again. But compared with the past, he became more careful. A few days ago, although 2 of the 3 barbarian soldiers were killed, a more powerful one escaped. In order to recapture the Amrita St. Pearl, the barbarian soldier would definitely not give up. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun had to be more cautious. As time went by, Lin Sun killed 1 voodoo barbarian after another along the way, but he didn't meet any barbarian soldier from beginning to end. If it were other practitioners, they would definitely think that the barbarian soldier had given up, but Lin Sun didn't think so. On the contrary, the more it was like this, the more vigilant Lin Sun was. He even suspected that there was a well-prepared conspiracy waiting for him. More than 10 days later, Lin Sun had just killed a team of more than 10 voodoo barbarians and was about to find a place to rest. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his heart and stopped. Almost at the same time, a figure as thin as a spear appeared. It was a young man in an imperial military uniform, with a unique badge representing the Rishar army on his shoulder. The young man wasn't handsome, but he had a firm and indomitable temperament, as well as a resolute and cold aura. In his hand, there was a corpse. When Lin Sun saw the corpse, his black eyes suddenly narrowed, and he was a little surprised. The corpse was the burly barbarian soldier who escaped last time. I'm Song Ran, a Gang Spirit Realm practitioner of the Rishar army of the Empire. After introducing himself, the young man said concisely, "We have learned about your experience. Is this the barbarian soldier who hunted you at that time?" As he said, he shook the corpse in his hand. Lin Sun nodded and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "Did Hu Long tell you?" Song Ran frowned and thought for a while. Then he nodded and said, "It seems to be him, but I don't know whether the boy is called Hu Long or not." Lin Sun didn't need to ask further. He was sure that Hu Long must have helped him once. Otherwise, the Empire would never send a Gang Spirit Realm practitioner to the Demon Cloud Ridge and help him kill a potential great threat. From today on, you can focus on the assessment in the Demon Cloud Ridge. We, the Rishar army, will not get involved in the battle here. But if the voodoo barbarian tribe sends barbarian soldiers, we will kill them as soon as possible. Speaking of this, Song Ran's eyebrows were full of killing intent. Thanks a lot, Lin Sun said seriously. The sudden appearance of Song Ran brought him a piece of good news, so that he would not be overly vigilant as he was a few days ago. May I ask why these water barbarians insist on targeting you? Song Ran suddenly asked, with his eyes locked on Lin Sun like a sharp knife. Maybe I have killed too many of their clansmen. Lin Sun sighed slightly, and at the same time, he knew that Song Ran had begun to suspect something. But Lin Sun didn't intend to disclose the Amrita St. Pearl. Song Ran nodded, took a deep look at Lin Sun, and said, "Goodbye." Then he turned around and left without any hesitation. This made Lin Sun slightly stunned. Looking at Song Ran's back, he didn't say anything in the end. From this day on, Lin Sun's actions in the Demon Cloud Ridge had been peaceful. With his current fighting capacity, there was hardly any danger that could threaten him, unless he met a powerful barbarian soldier. Although the appearance of Song Ran had completely killed the burly barbarian soldier, Lin Sun's heart still palpitated faintly. It seemed that there was an invisible eye staring at him in the dark. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Lin Sun also tried to use many means to test it, trying to find out the cause of this palpitation. But he got nothing in the end. This made Lin Sun dare not relax his vigilance. This was not because he was too suspicious, but from an instinctive intuition. Since practicing meditating magic and lighting up the spiritual stars in the sea of his consciousness, Lin Sun had an extremely sensitive intuition for danger. He believed that his intuition would not be wrong. It was under this pressure that Lin Sun unexpectedly lit up another spiritual star in the sea of his consciousness when there were only 20 days left in the assessment. His soul power improved twice in more than a month. This achievement made Lin Sun realize that the most effective way to practice meditating magic was not only meditation, but also some dangerous environment to oppress and temper. After his soul became stronger this time, the palpitating feeling lingering in Lin Sun's heart finally became a little clearer. This change made Lin Sun no longer take chances. He completely judged that the water barbarian branch still posed a threat to him. From this day on, Lin Sun suddenly changed his way of action. He came to a deep area of the jungle and built a hut for himself. No matter day or night, he stayed in the hut all the time. He didn't leave for several days, nor did he hunt to collect military merits. It seemed that he was going to live there in seclusion. The jungle was very dangerous, with poisonous insects and many ferocious and bloodthirsty beasts. But it was quiet around the hut, as if the beasts lurking in the jungle all smelled the danger around the hut and didn't dare to invade it. This silent atmosphere lasted for 7 days. On this day, on a ghost banana tree near the hut, dense dark gray leaves like sharp claws were swaying in the wind. A strand of sparkling and translucent dewdrop slid down from the treetop. At the instant it fell to the ground, the dewdrop lightly trembled before swiftly transforming into mist. The mist started to silently spread out and gradually formed the outline of a slender figure. Everything was quiet, not a single sound was made. The slender figure stood under the ghost banana tree, quietly staring at the hut located 30 meters away. He was dressed in black, and his slender body was like a vertical blade, revealing only a pair of demonic and cold blue eyes. His name was Xianxia, and he came from the water barbarian branch. There were 4 water barbarians who were sent to the Demon Cloud Ridge to assassinate Lin Sun. 2 of them were killed by Hulong, and the other one by Song Ran. The only one left was Xianxia. Xianxia was good at hiding, and his fighting capacity was also the strongest among the 4 water barbarians. He had been targeting Lin Sun since more than 10 days ago. But now there were some strong practitioners in the gang spirit realm of the Empire in the Demon Cloud Ridge, so Xianxia didn't dare to attack Lin Sun. He followed Lin Sun all the way, looking for opportunities. He knew that if he failed this time, he would never get the Amrita St. Pearl back. Therefore, Xianxia never had any carelessness, even if his target was just a young man on the 9th level of martial realm. What surprised Xianxia was that Lin Sun suddenly changed his behavior 7 days ago and built a hut in the depths of the jungle. Since that day, Lin Sun had never stepped out of the hut. This made Xianxia confused. What did Lin Sun want to do? Xianxia couldn't figure it out. Because of this, he didn't dare to act without authorization. He had been observing in secret, trying to grasp the exact movement of Lin Sun. But after waiting for 7 days, Lin Sun never walked out of the hut, which completely exhausted Xianxia's patience. So today, Xianxia decided to carry out an assassination. If he found something wrong, he would retreat immediately. At this moment, Xianxia was standing there. There seemed to be ripples of airflow around him, which blended perfectly with the surrounding mist and air. It was hard to detect his existence with the naked eye. Without any hesitation, once he decided to take action, Xianxia abandoned all distractions in his mind. His footsteps were like a ghost, and he suddenly swept toward the thatched cottage in a weird arc. From afar, it looked like a cloud of mist drifting towards the thatched hut in the breeze, not making a single sound. Arriving in front of the hut, Xianxia sensed with rapt attention. There was no sound in the hut. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that the target has already left without anyone noticing? But in the end, a cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes and he decided to take action. He couldn't wait any longer. There had to be a result today. Boom, the door of the hut was broken. Sawdust splashed everywhere. The water eagle had already rushed into the hut at an incredible speed. Almost at the same time, Xianxia released the power that he had accumulated for a long time. A long and narrow saber saw appeared in his palm. The saber saw splashed in all directions, covering the whole hut. He used all his strength in this strike without reservation. He was confident that even a strong practitioner in the gang spirit realm couldn't resist this strike, but to Shriang's surprise, the hut was empty, and there was no trace of the target at all. The hut was narrow and had no windows. There were some sundries scattered on the ground. There was nothing worth paying attention to at all. Had the target really escaped? Just as this thought flashed in his mind, Shriang suddenly heard a strange buzz, which was extremely subtle, like the sound of a thin needle gently scratching on a piece of paper. But this shocked Shriang. His awareness, which had been honed by years of fighting, made him rush out of the thatched cottage almost instantly. Shriang's reaction was fast. The moment he broke into the hut, a strange change occurred on the wooden door that had been smashed by him. It was a dark gray object shaped like a compass, similar to the color of the wooden door. As soon as it fell to the ground, a circle of strange and dense spiritual tattoos appeared on its surface. Almost at the same time, the four walls of the hut and even the roof were covered with a layer of dense and strange spiritual tattoos. There seemed to be nothing special, but when Shriang was about to rush out of the hut, he was blocked by an invisible force. The collision of the two forces made a terrible roar. Rumble. Shriang's face suddenly changed. He ran all his strength to try to break the invisible force. But at this moment, flames poured down from the roof like a rain of fire or lava, releasing a terrible breath. At this moment, Shriang fully showed his fighting level. As he waved his sleeve, a dark blue light surged out like a tide and drowned the rain of fire. His figure flickered swiftly as he probed ceaselessly within the thatched cottage. However, his expression turned gloomy because at this moment, the thatched cottage seemed to have transformed into an impenetrable cage, and no matter how he attacked, he was actually unable to break it open. This was a spiritual formation. Shriang instantly recognized that the dense patterns on the walls of the hut were the spiritual tattoo formations that could only be refined by human spiritual tattooists. A trap. Shriang finally realized that he had been fooled. This ordinary thatched cottage had already been inscribed with a powerful spiritual tattoo formation by the target without anyone noticing. What Shriang didn't expect was that the target was just a teenager in martial realm. How could he refine a spiritual tattoo formation like a spiritual tattooist? Was he not only a trainee of bloodthirsty camp but also a teenage spiritual tattooist? There was no time to think about it. Rounds of attacks were released in the hut. There was a rainbow-like rain of fire, a waterfall of ice arrows, and ferocious thorns bursting out from the ground. Soon, Shriang's figure was submerged by all kinds of attacks. The ground more than 30 meters away from the hut suddenly broke, and Lin's figure emerged from it. As soon as he appeared, he looked at the hut at once. 7 days ago, Lin Sun built this hut just to wait for this moment. Since entering the Demon Cloud Ridge, as more enemies were killed, more and more spoils of war were obtained, which helped Lin accumulate a large number of spiritual materials and spiritual ores. Lin Sun had intended to exchange them for money, but when he perceived the hidden danger, he had to change his mind. He was very clear that with his current fighting capacity, if he launched a sneak attack, he might be able to seriously injure a powerful barbarian soldier, but it was very difficult to kill him. If he couldn't kill his opponent, he would be killed by his opponent, which was the last thing Lin wanted. In this situation, Lin thought of another means. He was best at spiritual tattoos. Lin Sun had never refined a spiritual tattoo formation before, because his spiritual perception and cultivation were not strong enough to support him at that time. After all, generally speaking, those who could refine a spiritual tattoo formation were all spiritual tattooists above gang spirit realm, but Lin didn't reach gang spirit realm, and he didn't have any experience of refining a spiritual tattoo formation before. But this time, when he was forced to the limit, Lin could only try his best and take a risk, so these days, he used all the spiritual materials and spiritual ores he collected to make an inscribing pen and spiritual ink for himself, and spent all his efforts on refining a spiritual tattoo formation. Lin was not a stranger to spiritual tattoo formations, and he was very familiar with them. He could think of hundreds of different spiritual tattoo formations in an instant with his eyes closed. What he lacked was the process of refining by himself. For this action, although Lin was determined to go all out, he didn't have much hope of success at all. It was even to the extent that he was prepared to fail. But what Lin didn't expect was that he really succeeded at the end of the first spiritual tattoo formation. Just like when he refined the flaming spirit saber, he succeeded at once. What was different was that this time he refined a spiritual tattoo formation that he had never tried before. This surprised Lin himself, and he couldn't believe it. But no matter what, he did succeed. He refined a small purgatory spiritual formation of 5 elements in the hut. This was a kind of spiritual formation that contained the power of the 5 elements, and it was a basic spiritual tattoo formation that every experienced spiritual tattooist could master. It was not unique, but it was an extremely practical trap formation in a battle. At this moment, Xianxia was trapped in the hut and couldn't get out for a while, which proved how powerful this formation was. But as time went on, the joy in Lin's heart gradually disappeared, and a dignified look appeared between his eyebrows. The attack in the hut was still going on, and it seemed that the opponent couldn't be killed in a short time. This made Lin sure that the opponent's fighting capacity was not comparable to that of the ordinary barbarian soldiers. Because Lin was very clear that even the extremely powerful first-level barbarian soldiers would have no chance of survival once they were trapped in the small purgatory spiritual formation of 5 elements, but Lin didn't retreat. He looked at the hut quietly, and seemed to be thinking about something. His black eyes were full of calmness and contemplation. Boom! Suddenly, the hut exploded, and a terrible airwave rose to the sky, shaking the wind and clouds. It was extremely shocking. Xianxia walked out from the hut. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were torn. He looked extremely embarrassed. But his blue eyes were still cold, and the aura released from his body was even more frightening. He was like an ancient fierce beast that was completely enraged. It's amazing that you can set up a small purgatory spiritual formation of 5 elements with the cultivation of martial realm. In your Xiao Empire, it should be rare to see such an excellent young spiritual tattooist like you, right? Xianxia stepped out, and his chi firmly locked on Lin. His whole body was overflowing with terrible killing intent. Before the cold and murderous voice died away, Xianxia had already rushed out. Shrouded in a layer of dazzling blue luster, Xianxia's momentum was terrible. Boom! He grasped the air with his 5 fingers. As the air exploded, an invisible big hand covered Lin Sun's whole body. Before this blow fell, the terrible wind had made Lin Sun's long hair fly backward, and his skin tingle as if it was frozen. He seemed to be scared out of his wits and stood there motionless. The wooden house exploded, and Xianxia got out. Up to this moment, a series of actions almost happened in an instant. It was incredibly fast. If it were other practitioners, they would have no time to react at all. However, although Lin Sun didn't move, his expression was still calm and composed. His black eyes were tightly locked on the broken wooden house, which seemed a little abnormal. Xianxia was a shrewd and experienced strongman. This extremely subtle abnormality of Lin Sun didn't escape his attention. Did this guy still have other tricks up his sleeves? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Xianxia felt a terrible force rushing from all directions. Like invisible tentacles, it grabbed his body and made his rushing figure fly back. Bang! Xianxia was smashed to the ground. Smoke and dust splashed everywhere. He felt a sharp pain all over his body and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. At this moment, Lin Sun, who had been standing quietly, seemed to be relieved, with a faint smile on his lips. The wooden house had long since exploded and turned into ruins. However, on the ground around the ruins, a round figure of light had appeared at some point. The light and shadow were flowing like mist. Mysterious and dense spiritual tattoos floated in it, releasing 5 kinds of spiritual light: gold, blue, red, cyan, and black. Looking down from the sky, in the area centered on the ruins of the wooden house, colorful light and shadow turned into a circle and gushed out from the ground. The light and spiritual tattoos were intertwined in it, which was magical and dazzling. Xianxia was trapped in it. The spiritual light seemed illusory, soft, and powerless, but it suppressed him to the ground as if he was pressed by a holy mountain and couldn't struggle to get up. His expression changed abruptly, and his eyes were filled with shock. He seemed to be in a daze. Standing in the distance, Lin Sun quietly took out his saber and walked forward step by step. His handsome face was still as calm as a lake, without any ripples, but there was a touch of killing intent spreading from his body. This is the true face of the lesser 5 elements purgatory spirit formation. Lin Sun didn't stop until he walked out of the spiritual formation. He looked at Shiying, who was shocked and angry, and said, "So you don't have to be unwilling." Shiying was in severe pain all over. He could clearly feel that a terrifying force was pressing down on him like a millstone. Every inch of his skin, tendons, and bones was being destroyed. He didn't have the slightest doubt that if this were to continue, then perhaps he would be ground into a pile of mush and lose his life. "Indeed, I have underestimated you. But do you think you can kill me with this array?" Shiying's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. It was hoarse and low, but there was no anger in it. Obviously, he hadn't lost his mind. To his surprise, Lin Sun nodded with a smile and said, "You're right. Although this formation is powerful, it lacks the most crucial thing. There's not much hope for me to kill you with it." Shiying narrowed his eyes and looked at the teenager in the distance. Seeing the calm and serious expression on his face, Shiying's heart sank for no reason. What kind of human teenager was he? Shiying had thought that hiding in the dark, he wouldn't be detected at all. But this teenager seemed to be born with extraordinary insight. Not only did he detect his existence, but he even spent many days to set up a well-designed trap. This couldn't be done by an ordinary practitioner. What made Shiying's heart palpitate the most was that Lin Sun could set up a spiritual tattoo formation at such a young age, which completely broke Shiying's previous understanding of spiritual tattooists. Shiying had been fighting for more than 20 years and killed countless strong practitioners of Xiao Empire. He knew Xiao Empire like the back of his hand. He knew very well how rare and terrifying it was that a teenager could refine a spiritual tattoo formation with the cultivation of martial realm. At this time, when he saw the calm and relaxed teenager still maintaining a posture of absolute control in front of him, Shiying finally felt a trace of crisis. This teenager must have a backup plan. If his peers knew that Shiying, who was known as the assassination ghost, was so afraid of a human teenager at this moment, they would be laughed to death. But in Shiying's view, this was not funny at all. On the contrary, the more he thought so, the more disappointed Shiying was. A teenager in martial realm could make him suffer a setback. It could be imagined how terrifying the power he would have when he grew up. If such a person wasn't killed, he would be a great hidden danger to the entire voodoo barbarian tribe. But sadly, at present, Shiying couldn't change it at all. At present, he wasn't even sure that he could get out of trouble this time. Suddenly, Shiying was keenly aware that the power of the spiritual formation oppressing him showed an imperceptible sign of weakening. This cheered him up and confirmed his conjecture just now. "It seems that I really can't escape this time. I, Shiying, have assassinated countless strong practitioners of the human tribe in my life. I thought I would die in the hands of a stronger opponent, but I never expected that I would be killed by a teenager like you. It's really ridiculous." Shiying sighed softly and said in a hoarse voice with a touch of melancholy, "Can you tell me your name before you die?" Lin Sun stood outside the spiritual formation with a saber in his hand. Looking at Shiying, who was disheartened, Lin Sun's smile became more and more brilliant. He liked to smile since he was a child. Sometimes he was very likable, and sometimes he was very annoying. At least at this moment, Shiying felt that the smile was very dazzling, as if it was mocking him. "You're stalling for time, so am I." Lin Sun opened his mouth, and the smile on his face faded little by little. He became serious. "You should have seen that the biggest weakness of this spiritual formation is the lack of a strong enough spiritual source, so it can only exert its power for a short time. But after a long time, the whole spiritual formation will completely collapse due to the lack of spiritual support." Speaking of this, Lin Sun shrugged and sighed, "There's no other way. There is no spiritual crystal as a spiritual source in the Demon Cloud Ridge, so I can only use some elixirs to make up for it. At present, this spiritual formation is really useless. In another 5 minutes, no, in 3 minutes, you can get out of here with your strength." As Lin Sun's voice sounded, Shiying's face became gloomy little by little. His thoughts were unceremoniously exposed by Lin Sun, which made him a little confused about Lin Sun's real intention. "What on earth do you want to do?" Shiying couldn't help asking. He knew it was a stupid question, but he couldn't stand the feeling of being led by the nose. "Of course, the ultimate goal is to kill you," Lin Sun said without hesitation. "Only in this way can I carry out the assessment with peace of mind in the next half month." "Are you sure you can kill me when I get out of here?" Shui Ying stared into Lin Sun's eyes, as if he wanted to see through his real thoughts. Of course. Lin Sun answered casually, if I didn't want to kill you, I would have enough time to escape from here the moment you were trapped in the hut, and I could get the help of the practitioners in Gang Spirit Realm of the Empire as soon as possible, so that I wouldn't be in any danger again. Shui Ying's heart sank, and he said, so, the reason why you stay is that you have the means to kill me? Lin Sun thought for a while and shook his head, I can't be too sure until the last moment. At this moment, Shui Ying suddenly raised his head, and a touch of coldness and cruelty burst out of his blue pupils. Let me ask you one last question. Is the Amrita St. Pearl still in your hands? Lin Sun smiled, this is what you care about most, right? Shui Ying nodded. Clang, Lin Sun suddenly raised the saber in his hand, making a clear sound, then I'll tell you after I kill you. Shui Ying's pupils shrank, and a strong sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. He estimated that it would only take him more than 10 seconds to break this damn spiritual formation, but he never thought that Lin Sun would suddenly attack at this moment. Could it be that this guy had calculated the time precisely? Buzz. Before Shui Ying could think more, a strange sound of saber suddenly rang in his ears, like a raging wind and thunder, making Shui Ying's soul tremble. In a trance, Shui Ying seemed to see stars falling from the everlasting night, the sky falling, the earth cracking, and everything collapsing. It was like doomsday. The deadly sense of danger stimulated Shui Ying's pores. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he let out a roar. He suddenly broke the layers of spiritual light oppressing him, and struggled to get up. You, a human bastard, want to kill me? With a cold voice, Shui Ying mobilized all his strength. His whole body seemed to be burning, and his momentum was terrible. The illusion in front of him disappeared instantly. Finally, he saw Lin Sun's saber coming at him. A cruel smile appeared on his lips, and he didn't hesitate to hit Lin Sun with his palm. But, to Shui Ying's surprise, although the small purgatory spiritual formation of 5 elements couldn't hurt him, it suddenly exploded at the moment of his attack. Boom! The dazzling spiritual light was like a volcanic eruption, steaming up terrible air waves, sweeping over a radius of 300 meters. The surrounding rocks and trees were pulverized in an instant, and Shui Ying was completely submerged in it. At the moment when the spiritual formation exploded, Lin Sun had dodged to the distance. Standing in the distance, looking at the scene of the explosion, Lin Sun still held the saber in his hand and didn't relax at all. Among all known spiritual formations in the world, there was no possibility of self-explosion as long as they were set up successfully, no matter low or high level, big or small. This was the common understanding of cultivation. However, there was also a special situation, and that was, any defective spirit array that was not successfully refined would almost all self-destruct. The power of self-explosion was terrible. Ordinary spiritual tattooists would be extra careful when making spiritual formations, and even take many careful and rigorous defensive measures. And the higher the level of the spiritual formation, the more terrible the power of self-explosion. In the history of Xiao Empire, there were more than one unfortunate case of spiritual tattooists being killed by the self-explosion of a spiritual formation. The small purgatory spiritual formation of 5 elements Lin Sun made was very unique. It was a successful defective spiritual formation. It was successful because it had all the power of the small purgatory spiritual formation of 5 elements. It was said to be defective because almost all the spiritual materials and spiritual ink used by Lin Sun to refine this formation had different defects. He had no choice. These spiritual materials and spiritual inks were all collected from the corpses of his enemies. There were many kinds of them, useful and useless. It was not easy to use them to refine a spiritual tattoo formation. Even for some spiritual tattooists, without sufficient spiritual materials, they didn't believe that anyone could refine a spiritual tattoo formation with some incomplete spiritual materials. There was only one reason. Each spiritual tattoo formation required different spiritual materials and spiritual inks because of the different spiritual tattoos it contained. Not all spiritual materials and spiritual inks could be used to refine various spiritual formations. For example, this minor 5 elements purgatory spirit formation required more than 130 types of spirit materials. The spirit ink it required also required dozens of types of spirit materials to smelt. These spiritual materials were all specially refined for this formation. Under such circumstances, it could be imagined how incredible it was for Lin Sun to use some spiritual materials with various defects to refine this formation. But the most incredible thing was that he succeeded in the end. It was a miracle. At least if other spiritual tattooists in the world knew about it, they would be shocked and dumbfounded. But for Lin Sun, he felt it was normal, because he had seen Master Lu do it before. It was his first time refining a spiritual tattoo formation that surprised Lin Sun. However, although Lin Sun succeeded, the small purgatory spiritual formation of 5 elements was indeed flawed. Its power was limited, and the core of the formation lacked the support of the most critical spiritual source. Shiying immediately noticed this flaw. However, Shiying didn't know that this spiritual formation had a more fatal flaw. Because of the defects in the spiritual materials used to refine it, its structure was extremely unstable. When one of its structures was destroyed, it would cause a chain reaction and lead to a terrible risk of self-explosion, and all these were used by Lin Sun. Previously, when Shiying was trapped in the spiritual formation, he had been stalling for time, trying to escape when the power of the spiritual formation disappeared. Lin Sun was also stalling for time. He was also waiting for the power of the spiritual formation to gradually disappear, so that he could launch a surprise attack at the last moment to destroy the structure of the spiritual formation and trigger a self-explosion. In the end, Lin Sun succeeded. At the last moment of the spiritual formation, he performed RFS not to kill Shiying, but to make the spiritual formation self-explode. In this unprepared situation, Shiying was still one step behind and was drowned by the power of the self-exploding spiritual formation. Rumble. The power of the spiritual formation self-explosion was extremely terrible. The airwaves and spiritual light produced were like landslides and tsunamis, drowning the whole area. Rocks were smashed, trees were turned into ashes, and the ground was cracked. The billowing airwaves rose to the sky like a mushroom cloud. Lin Sun stood in the distance and glanced at the center of the explosion. Until now, he didn't hear any scream, which was a bit abnormal. Unless Shiying had died at that moment. But obviously, for a master like Shiying, the probability of this happening was extremely small. Suddenly, a strand of black light shot out explosively from the wave of flames, and it was like a bolt of lightning that tore through space and arrived swiftly before Xianxia. Fast, incredibly fast. If Lin Sun had been completely relaxed just now, he would never have been able to avoid this blow. However, even if he didn't relax a bit, Lin Sun was still a little unprepared when the blow came suddenly. It was too fast and too sudden. With a bang, Lin Sun barely had time to put his saber in front of him to defend himself. Then he felt a terrible force hit him hard. At that moment, Lin Sun's arms shook violently, and his bones were almost broken. His whole body flew out uncontrollably and fell more than 30 meters away. The piercing pain made his face pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The power contained in this blow was so terrible that Lin Sun couldn't help but change his face and feel a little heavy in his heart. Until now, he saw clearly that the black light was a strange black animal tooth, about the size of a thumb. Its surface was smooth and translucent, like the purest obsidian, full of frightening luster. Lin Sun raised his head and looked at the place where the spiritual formation exploded. He saw a figure staggering out of the flame. It was Shiying. But at this moment, his body was badly mutilated, and his bones could be vaguely seen. No intact skin could be found. The whole person was like a rag riddled with holes. He staggered, and his blue eyes were full of hatred and unwillingness. He stared at Lin Sun in the distance as if he couldn't wait to eat Lin Sun alive. Lin Sun endured the severe pain and climbed up, clenching the saber in his hand. I didn't expect that you could arrange such a spiritual formation. Once a spiritual tattooist like you grows up, you are destined to be a shadow over our voodoo barbarian tribe and cause unimaginable disasters. Today I must kill you. Shiying's voice was extremely hoarse and resentful. But his figure was swaying like an oil lamp that would go out with a blow. No matter how fierce his words were, he didn't sound threatening at all. Lin Sun squinted and looked at Shiying carefully. Seeing Shiying walking step by step, Lin Sun suddenly raised his eyebrows and took out a short crossbow from his sleeve. Bang! Lin Sun pulled the trigger without hesitation. A rain of arrows poured out like a rainstorm, making a sharp whistling sound. Shiying obviously didn't expect that Lin Sun would be so cautious at this time. He couldn't help letting out a resentful roar. Boom, he suddenly pressed his hands together in the air, and a dark blue barrier of light surged out and blocked the rain of arrows. But this strike had already exhausted the last trace of his strength, and in the end, his figure shook before falling to the ground with a thump. Damn it! This was the last sound of Shriing before he died, full of unwillingness. Lin Sun stood still for a moment until he was sure that Shriing was dead. Then he relaxed and gasped for breath. If he hadn't killed Shriing with the short crossbow, he might have been killed by Shriing's counterattack before he died. All this also made Lin deeply realize that when the enemy hadn't fallen down yet, any slight relaxation might lead to an unpredictable disaster. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun stepped forward with his saber and cut off the broken and blurred totem barbarian tattoo on Shriing's chest. Then he unceremoniously stabbed Shriing's heart with a knife. Unfortunately, there was nothing on Shriing except the totem barbarian tattoo. Lin Sun couldn't help but smile bitterly. After spending so many days and carefully preparing so many means, he finally killed a terrible barbarian soldier. Who would have thought that what he got back was just a broken totem barbarian tattoo? However, when Lin Sun was about to leave, he suddenly remembered the strange black and translucent animal tooth. Lin Sun walked back and picked up the animal tooth from the ground. When he was about to look at it carefully, an earth-shaking roar of a beast suddenly sounded in his mind. There was a kind of terrible power that went straight to the heart, which made Lin Sun's soul buzz and made him feel dizzy and frightened. But in just a moment, the terrible roar disappeared, which almost made Lin Sun think that he had just had an illusion. He couldn't help looking at the black animal tooth in his hand, but he couldn't find any clue and couldn't judge what kind of fierce beast it was. Lin Sun thought for a while and finally put away the black animal tooth and turned to leave. There was only half a month left before the warzone assessment. No one knew that Lin Sun had killed a barbarian soldier whose fighting capacity was beyond imagination. Lin Sun didn't intend to mention it to anyone else. Just like that, the curtains fell on this matter quietly. For Lin Sun, the death of Shriing completely solved the last worry in his heart. In the following time, he resumed his previous action pattern. During the day, he searched for the traces of the enemy and killed them, and at night, he found time to recover his strength. Everything in the Demon Cloud Ridge seemed to be the same as before. But for those trainees of the bloodthirsty camp who carried out actions in different areas of the Demon Cloud Ridge, the remaining half a month had become the key moment to determine the outcome and whether they would be eliminated or not. The atmosphere was very tense. Every trainee no longer reserved his strength. Bloody killings were staged one after another in the Demon Cloud Ridge. Naturally, injuries were inevitable. We failed completely. In the military camp of the Water Barbarian branch in the north of the Demon Cloud Ridge, Shui Xingkong let out a sigh. The atmosphere in the tent was oppressive and silent, and every Water Barbarian looked gloomy. Shriing and the other three went out together, but all of them died. What's more, this had aroused the vigilance of the overmatches of the Xiao Empire, which made them send many overmatches into the Demon Cloud Ridge. Under such circumstances, it was obviously impossible to send overmatches to assassinate Lin Sun. Boss, the training of the trainees of the bloodthirsty camp is coming to an end. Are we going to give up the sacred treasure? A strong water barbarian asked unwillingly. No, it won't end like this. Even if we fail this time, there will always be opportunities to catch the boy named Lin Sun in the future. We must. Shui Xingkong took a deep breath and looked through the tent gate at the Demon Cloud Ridge shrouded in the night. His voice was resolute and powerful. When the day of the Warzone assessment came to an end, it rained in the Demon Cloud Ridge. The continuous rain couldn't wash away the thick blood on the ground. The smoke of war reached an unprecedented tragic state on this day. Every trainee of the bloodthirsty camp who participated in the assessment was fighting for the last time. Outside the Demon Cloud Ridge, in the camp of the Rishar army of the Empire, a group of drill masters from the bloodthirsty camp had already arrived. They looked at the Demon Cloud Ridge bathed in the rain and waited quietly. How many trainees have been eliminated so far? Dong Lu, who was abnormally tall and sturdy like a mountain, asked. 117 people. More than half of them were forced into a desperate situation. They had no choice but to make a breakthrough and were eliminated. Most of the rest were eliminated because they sent out distress signals. Song Ling reported a precise number quickly. The only uncertainty is how many trainees died in the Demon Cloud Ridge. Donglu frowned and sighed, the loss is a bit big. Song Ling thought for a while and said, the performance of this session of trainees of the bloodthirsty camp is very good, at least much better than that of us. It showed that Song Ling, a colonel of the Rishar army, had also participated in the training of the bloodthirsty camp. Donglu suddenly asked, how many trainees of the Camp 39 have lost? Song Ling said, 17 people have been eliminated so far. Among the remaining 10 people, it's uncertain how many have died. Donglu frowned. There were a total of 237 trainees from 8 camps who came to participate in the Warzone assessment. Now only in Camp 39, 17 people were eliminated. The elimination rate was really high. From this, it could be inferred that the situation in the other 7 camps was not much different. It seems that the number of trainees who can return to the camp to continue the training this time will be no more than 50, Donglu sighed slightly. Song Ling snorted, this assessment result is already dazzling. In the previous Warzone assessments, only 23 trainees can return in the end. Donglu chuckled and said, that's true. Speaking of which, there is a little guy who surprised me this time. Song Ling thought of something and suddenly said. Who? Lin Sun. Song Ling briefly described the bloody battle on the volcano a few days ago, and then said with emotion, from this point of view, Lin Sun's strength is no weaker than the top figures such as Bai Lingshi, Zhao Yin, Li Duxing and Zhang Sunheng. So it's this little fellow. A strange smile appeared on Donglu's face as he chuckled. What, you've also noticed that this kid is very special? Song Ling could not help but ask. Well, he's special indeed. On the first day he entered the bloodthirsty camp, he was one of the trainees with the lowest cultivation in the whole camp. Almost no one thought highly of him. Donglu's eyes revealed a wisp of reminiscence. But as time passed, this kid gradually revealed extraordinary potential. Every time someone looked down on him, he would always prove himself with hard facts, causing many people to be flabbergasted. The rarest thing is that he doesn't play cards according to common sense. He seems to be low-key and harmless, but his heart is as hard as iron. In the whole bloodthirsty camp, many trainees have suffered losses in his hands. At that time, I occasionally heard Chief Shu's comment that this kid was so wise and shrewd as the sea, and his temperament was complicated and unpredictable. It's the most difficult to judge what such a person can achieve in the future. Donglu's voice had a touch of emotion. Chief Shu actually has such a high comment on this kid? Song Ling was surprised. In his impression, Shu was not the kind of person who spoke without thinking. This is not pure appreciation. Donglu took a meaningful look at Song Ling. You should know that such a person who is full of variables is the most unruly and difficult to control. Song Ling suddenly fell into silence and nodded silently after a long time. There was a commotion in the distance, and many soldiers in the camp couldn't help but exclaim. Donglu and Song Ling were stunned at the same time. They looked up and saw a graceful figure walking towards the camp in the misty rain in the distance. She was in a white dress, with her black hair hanging down to her waist. She was as beautiful as a fairy. Walking in the misty rain, she was like a fairy coming out of a painting. She had a kind of untainted transcendent aura, which attracted the attention of all the people present. Bai Lingshi, she was the trainee who returned from the Warzone assessment for the first time. This girl has the talent property of Starshine Eternal. She is the first one to return from the assessment, which shows that she is extremely confident about the military exploits she has obtained this time. If there is no accident, she is very likely to be the first in the Warzone assessment. Song Ling was lost in thought. Donglu beside him nodded and said, this girl is really great. I heard that after the end of the assessment of Bloodthirsty Camp, she will be enrolled as an exception and go to the Green Deer School of the Empire for cultivation. Song Ling's expression was a little complicated. This is the favored girl. Her path of cultivation is destined to be different from other practitioners in the Empire. After Bai Lingshi returned, she waited there quietly. There was less than an hour left before the end of the assessment. When the assessment was completely over, the military exploits would be evaluated, and the final assessment results would be divided. It wasn't long before another figure walked over from afar. His figure was tall and slender, and he walked with a majestic gait. His eyes were bright like a tiger's, and his entire body carried an arrogant and proud aura. Shockingly, it was Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin's arrival attracted many people's attention, which made him involuntarily show a reserved smile. But when he saw Bai Lingshi's graceful and slender figure, Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes and sighed helplessly. He came to Bai Lingshi and said, "I didn't expect that. I'm still a little worse than you." Bai Lingshi looked as calm as still water and said, "The time I come back can't affect the final ranking at all." Zhao Yin said with a smile, "Don't be modest. I have a hunch that if you didn't have absolute confidence in your military exploits, you wouldn't have come back in advance." Bai Lingshi looked at the demon cloud ridge in the distance and seemed unwilling to talk about this topic anymore. "That's Li Duxing. How did he become like this?" Suddenly, there was an uproar, which made Bai Lingshi and Zhao Yin look over at the same time. In the continuous rain, a thin figure came from afar step by step. His long hair was disheveled, and his clothes were ragged. There was even blood flowing from his abdomen, shoulders, and legs. Seen from afar, he was like an injured lone wolf returning silently from the battlefield. Bai Lingshi and Zhao Yin both narrowed their eyes. Li Duxing's origin was very mysterious. There were many rumors about him, but they couldn't judge whether they were true or false. Anyway, in the eyes of people like Bai Lingshi and Zhao Yin, there were very few people in the entire bloodthirsty camp who could make them feel competitive pressure, and Li Duxing was one of them. At this moment, seeing that he came back wounded and covered in blood, looking embarrassed and lonely, the two didn't dare to look down on him at all. Li Duxing is crazy about swordsmanship and is a loner. This kind of person's cultivation path can only be described as crazy. Dong Lu commented. Song Ling was surprised, "Do you know him very well?" Dong Lu shook his head, "This is the common understanding of all drill masters in the bloodthirsty camp." "Don't you think he is very similar to Pif Shu?" Song Ling's pupils shrank. Pif Shu, in his mind, he vaguely remembered a king whose sword shocked the world hundreds of years ago. He remembered that the king broke into the Empire of the Dark alone and killed 13 great wizards in anger. Pif Shu, he was a legendary king of swordsmanship, his glorious deeds had a long history in the empire, and he was respected by countless practitioners. Everyone has his own cultivation path. Li Duxing is still too young. Even if he has the same temperament and style as Pif Shu, it's hard to say whether he can have the horrible strength like Pif Shu in the future. Song Ling thought. Dong Lu smiled and didn't say anything. After Li Duxing returned, trainees such as Zhang Sunheng, Gong Ming, Shi Yu, Ning Meng returned one after another. In just half an hour, more than 30 trainees gathered in the camp. These trainees could return safely from the assessment without being eliminated, which was enough to prove how powerful their combat effectiveness was. "Why don't I see Lin Sun return?" Song Ling suddenly frowned. "Let's wait. The assessment is not over yet, is it?" Dong Lu was also worried. There were only two reasons why Lin Sun didn't return at this time. Either Lin Sun lacked enough military merits, so he was fighting with all his strength at the last moment. Either, he might have already encountered danger, or he might have met with a calamity and died. On the other side, Shi Yu and Ning Meng were arguing about a bet. "Toy boy, hurry up and prepare 1,000 gold coins. I'm sure to win this time." "Idiot, when the military merits start to be evaluated, you will know in tears how stupid it is to say such words at this time." "Ho ho, then I'll wait and see whether your military merits can make me cry." When they were arguing, Shi Yu suddenly raised his eyebrows and asked, "Where is Lin Sun?" Ning Meng was also stunned. He glanced around and murmured, "Has this guy been eliminated long ago?" Shi Yu sneered, "Don't worry. Lin Sun is much stronger than you. If you haven't been eliminated, how could Lin Sun be eliminated?" As he said, Shi Yu frowned and murmured, "There are only 10 minutes left before the end of the assessment. Why hasn't this guy appeared yet?" Ning Meng also lost the interest to continue bickering with Shi Yu. As time went by, more than 10 trainees returned one after another, but there was no trace of Lin Sun, which made Shi Yu and Ning Meng a little worried. "You seem to be waiting for someone?" In the nearby area, Zhao Yin keenly noticed that Bai Lingshi looked up at the demon cloud ridge in the distance from time to time, as if she was waiting for something. "I'm thinking that Lin Sun won't be eliminated according to his fighting capacity," Bai Lingshi said casually. "Lin Sun?" Zhao Yin was surprised and said, "It turns out to be this guy." I heard that you once promised that you would challenge Lin Sun when he reached the 9th level of martial realm. I'm curious why you did that. Bai Lingshi said indifferently, you don't understand. Zhao Yin's eyes showed an imperceptible trace of malice, and then he sighed, but anyway, he hasn't returned yet. I'm afraid he has encountered something. Before he finished speaking, he noticed that Bai Lingshi suddenly turned her head and fixed her clear eyes in a direction in the distance. Almost at the same time, a burst of discussion sounded. Lin Sun is finally back. This guy didn't get eliminated. He is really tenacious. Ho ho, but I'm afraid that he didn't come back until now because the number of military merits he got is worrying. Lin Sun looked a little embarrassed. His clothes were ragged, stained with mud and blood, but not many people laughed at him. The battle on the volcano a few days ago made Lin Sun completely famous. Many people present had heard of it, so they naturally wouldn't show any sarcasm. Many trainees even admired Lin Sun, who was unknown when he first entered the bloodthirsty camp. Now he proved his combat effectiveness with hard facts, which was not something that ordinary people could do. Zhao Yin was obviously stunned when he saw Lin Sun. He said, he actually came back. Bai Lingshi said, you seem a little disappointed? Zhao Yin said with a smile, I'm not disappointed. I just feel that he came back at the last moment, which seems to be nothing worth paying attention to. Bai Lingshi suddenly asked, who do you think is the most competitive candidate in the top 3 of the Warzone assessment? It seemed that Zhao Yin didn't expect that Bai Lingshi would take the initiative to ask his opinion at this moment. He suddenly cheered up and said with fervor and assurance, since we talked about the top 3, it's easy to guess. It must be you, me, Li Duxing and Zhang Sunheng. After a pause, he continued, and if there is no accident, the laurel of the first place will inevitably be won by you, Lingshi. Among me, Li Duxing and Zhang Sunheng, I'm confident that I can still rank in the top 3. In other words, we don't have to worry about whether we can rank in the top 3 or not. Only Li Duxing and Zhang Sunheng really need to compete for the top 3. Bai Lingshi said oh and didn't say more. Seeing this, Zhao Yin couldn't help being stunned. Lingshi, you seem to have a different opinion? Bai Lingshi looked at Lin Sun in the distance with her clear eyes and said, you ignored him. Zhao Yin couldn't help but feel disdain in his heart and sneered, him? Lingshi, you think too highly of him. He felt that Bai Lingshi seemed to attach great importance to Lin Sun, which made him a little unconvinced and uncomfortable. Bai Lingshi said, you don't understand. Hearing this, Zhao Yin frowned and said, Lingshi, I don't understand why you are so confident in this boy. What on earth attracted you to him? As he finished speaking, his voice was mixed with a trace of jealousy. Bai Lingshi seemed to understand the meaning behind Zhao Yin's words. She shook her head and said, you've misunderstood. It's not that I have a good impression of him. It's just that my intuition tells me that he's qualified to attract my attention. Zhao Yin said disapprovingly, how fortunate is this kid to be able to obtain your recognition, Lingxi. It really surprises me. But no matter what, I don't believe that he has the ability to compete with us for the top 3. Bai Lingshi said, then let's wait for the final result. Lin's return did not cause any disturbance, but Dong Lu and Song Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Based on Lin's past performances, they would feel it was not worth it if something happened to him. At the same time, Shiyu and Ning Meng were completely relieved. Why did you delay until now? Ning Meng said discontentedly. Lin Sun shrugged with a bitter smile, I was chased by a swarm of blood-venomous bees on my way back, so I had to change my route and take a detour. Blood poison wasp, Shiyu and Ning Meng looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Blood poison wasp was a peculiar poisonous creature in the Demon Cloud Ridge. It moved extremely fast and was good at hiding, so it was hard to kill it. Besides, they always moved in groups and liked to attack practitioners' butts. Once bitten, the butts would swell and feel painful and itchy. Although it was not fatal, the feeling was disgusting enough. Come on, let me see if your butts are still intact. Ning Meng reached out his hand and touched Lin's butts with a weird smile. Lin felt a chill in his heart and kicked him directly, get out. Clang, the bell rang, announcing the end of the 3-month-long assessment. In the open space in front of the camp of Ravenwind Army, only 42 trainees finally returned. This also meant that out of the 237 students who came to participate in the assessment, 195 of them had been eliminated. This kind of elimination rate was frighteningly high, shocking to the eyes and heart. But all the drill masters of the bloodthirsty camp knew clearly that the result of this assessment was dazzling and far exceeded the level of the previous assessment. When the bell fell, the drill masters of the bloodthirsty camp and the generals of Raven Wind Army gathered all the trainees together and began to count the military merits and evaluate the assessment results. According to the order, Bai Lingshi, who was the first to return to the camp, was the first to come forward and hand in the storage ring with which she collected military merits. Clatter, a large pile of totem barbarian tattoos with blood stains were poured out and piled up into a hill, giving off a bloody smell. All the trainees unconsciously looked sideways, and many of them looked surprised. So many, a totem barbarian tattoo meant that a strong voodoo barbarian was killed. With so many totem barbarian tattoos piled up, how many strong voodoo barbarians had been killed by Bai Lingshi? Several drill masters of the bloodthirsty camp came forward and began to count the military merits. The scene was a little silent for a while, and all the trainees were waiting for the final result. Only Bai Lingshi seemed to be very calm, as if she didn't care about these things. 1,309 military merits. Finally, a drill master reported a number, which caused an uproar and exclamations. All the trainees looked at Bai Lingshi with a strange look in their eyes. The girl with the talent of Starshine Eternal seemed to have a dazzling halo all over her body, which was enough to make people feel ashamed of their inferiority. If nothing goes wrong, the first place will be taken away by her. This was the voice of many trainees. They were very clear about the military merits they had obtained. After comparison, they found that there was indeed a big gap between them and Bai Lingshi. The second one to hand in his military merits was Zhao Yin. After checking and verification, Zhao Yin got 1,254 military merits in total. Although it was slightly inferior to Bai Lingshi's, such a brilliant achievement still caused a lot of uproar and discussion. For this, Zhao Yin smiled reservedly, returned to Bai Lingshi, and said, "You see, my analysis just now is not wrong." Bai Lingshi didn't comment. The third one to show up was Li Duxing, who got 1,258 military merits in total. The fourth one was Zhang Sunheng, who got 1,243 military merits. At this point, Zhao Yin was quite complacent, because all the signs showed that his analysis was not wrong at all. The only thing that surprised Zhao Yin was that Li Duxing's military merits actually surpassed his, which made him feel uncomfortable, but it was barely acceptable. After all, there was only a difference of 4 military merits, which was not a big gap. Lingshi, there is no change in the top 3 this time. You are the first, Li Duxing is the second, and I am the third. Zhao Yin said with a smile. Bai Lingshi frowned imperceptibly, and said, "It's not over yet. Don't talk too early." Zhao Yin nodded and said, "Lingshi, you are right. Let's wait and see." In fact, he sneered in his heart. He guessed that Bai Lingshi was waiting for the result of Qin Shi, which made him very uncomfortable. Did Bai Lingshi think that Lin Sun would be a variable that would affect the result of the top 3? It was ridiculous. While they were talking, the process of counting military merits was still going on. Sure, you got 1,178 military merits. When the drill master announced the result, Sure you didn't feel relaxed, but became a little nervous, because the next one to be announced was Ning Meng. It was related to the result of the bet between them, so Sure you had to be nervous. Ning Meng also looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. He held his breath and stared carefully at the pile of totem barbarian tattoos that were being counted, for fear that one would be overlooked. Lin Sun stood beside them. Looking at their tit-for-tat appearance, he couldn't help but feel speechless in his heart. Ning Meng got 1,179 military merits. When the result was announced, Sure Yu was stunned at once. He was actually won by this idiot. And it was only a difference of 1 military merit. Ning Meng laughed wildly and said in high spirits, "Toy boy, I'm waiting for you to take the initiative to give me 1,000 imperial gold coins, and then admit that you are not as good as me." Sure Yu's face was extremely pale, and he wanted to strangle Ning Meng to death. How could others not know that he had lost the bet when he shouted? Suddenly, he noticed Lin Sun beside him, and immediately sneered at Ning Meng. "Idiot, Lin Sun also participated in the bet. Don't you think it's ridiculous to talk about the result now?" Ning Meng was stunned for a moment, and then said with a smile, "Toy boy, it's okay to lose. Don't use others to resolve the embarrassment. Don't you feel ashamed? Ignoring him, Yu turned to Lin Sun and asked, our test results have come out. Do you think we won or lost compared with you? Lin Sun was stunned and said, I'm not sure yet. He really couldn't be sure. He had collected a lot of totem barbarian tattoos, but the specific number of military merits still depended on the standard of those drill masters. For example, the military merits of killing a barbarian slave below the 8th level were absolutely not as much as those of killing a barbarian slave of the 9th level. As time went on, the achievements of trainees were accurately counted one after another. Except for Bai Lingshi, Zhao Yin and a few others who had more than 1,000 military merits, the others' military merits could not reach 1,000. Lin Sun was the last one to hand in his military merits. When Lin Sun showed up, Zhao Yin kindly reminded Bai Lingshi, here comes that boy. I hope he will be a big variable. There was a hint of disdain in his voice. Bai Lingshi glanced at him without saying anything. I must beat Ning Meng, the idiot, or I won't be able to raise my head in the future. You didn't care whether Lin Sun could compete for the top 3 or not. He only hoped that Lin Sun could suppress Ning Meng and help him vent his anger. Ning Meng looked a little nervous and said nothing. This time, let's see whether he can create a miracle, Donglu said softly. If he can rank in the top 5, I'll treat you to a meal of my precious blue sky wine, Song Ling said directly. Donglu's eyes suddenly lit up, and the wine bug in his stomach was aroused. The blue sky wine was a good wine that couldn't be bought with money. However, just as everyone was looking forward to it, an accident suddenly occurred in the counting work. All the drill masters who were counting the military merits stopped what they were doing and looked at a piece of tattered totem barbarian tattoo. This scene immediately attracted the attention of all the people present. Was there something mysterious about this tattered totem barbarian tattoo? This unusual scene attracted the attention of all the people present. No one had expected that such a change would occur at the last moment when the military merits were about to be counted. For a moment, they couldn't help but speculate in secret. Bai Lingshi said in a low voice, here comes the variable. Zhao Yin's expression changed slightly, and he said with a forced smile, I don't think so. It should be that the totem barbarian tattoo is so shabby that it's hard to determine how many military merits it is. As he spoke, Zhao Yin seemed to regain his confidence and said, look, the totem barbarian tattoos Lin Sun got can only be exchanged for 1,000 military merits at most. It's a bit whimsical for him to shake the top 3 with such a record. At the end of his words, he became calm again, as if he could predict the future like a god. But soon, when the drill master announced Lin Sun's final record, Zhao Yin was completely stunned. Lin Sun, 1,309 military merits. All the people present were in an uproar. They all opened their eyes wide in disbelief. How could it be possible? The number of totem barbarian tattoos he got was obviously less than that of Bai Lingshi, but why did he get the same military merits as Bai Lingshi? This is incredible. If so, doesn't it mean that in this warzone assessment, Lin Sun and Bai Lingshi's final record is enough to tie for first place? All the trainees were in an uproar. They couldn't believe it. Even Yu and Ning Meng were stunned. They all thought that no matter how many military merits Lin Sun got, he would at most be on par with them. Who would have thought that this guy not only surpassed them, but also climbed to the first place in one fell swoop? Didn't it mean that both of them lost to Lin Sun in this bet? At this time, Zhao Yin's expression was changing constantly. If Lin Sun's record was real, it meant that he, who was originally ranked 3rd, would be demoted to 4th place. This was out of Zhao Yin's expectation. At this moment, not only the trainees, but also the drill masters and the generals of Rishar army who were counting military merits couldn't calm down. They all looked at Lin Sun with a touch of surprise in their eyes. But they also knew that the military merits given to Lin Sun this time were actually the lowest standard. According to the real military merit classification, Lin's military merit would only be higher. Everything was because of the broken totem barbarian tattoo, which could not be owned by an ordinary voodoo barbarian warrior, but by a second-level elite barbarian soldier. Elite barbarian soldier of level 2 was comparable to a practitioner in the middle stage of gang spirit realm. According to the Imperial Army's reward standards, killing such an expert could be exchanged for at least 300 military merits, with the highest being 800. Therefore, after a short discussion, the drill masters gave Lin Sun the same military merit as Bai Lingshi. The reason why they did this was that the totem barbarian tattoo Lin Sun obtained this time was full of inconceivable flavor, and it would easily cause a lot of controversy. Once his ranking was placed before Bai Lingshi, there would only be more controversy. Lin Sun was also stunned. He had some confidence in his military achievements this time. At least he didn't worry about losing the bet with Shiryu and Ning Meng. But he didn't expect that his final achievement would be the first one, keeping pace with Bai Lingshi. But soon, he realized that all this probably came from the totem barbarian tattoo he got when he killed Xu Ying. Regardless of the uproar and discussion on the spot, the process of military merit evaluation had come to an end. Lin Sun and Bai Lingshi tied for the first place. The second place was Li Duxing, who was also indisputable. Only Zhao Yin, the third place, was in an awkward position, because everyone could see that with Lin Sun's appearance, Zhao Yin, the third place, should actually be ranked fourth. This is the variable. After saying this, Bai Lingshi turned around and left. Zhao Yin's face changed. He felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, and it was Lin Sun who caused all this. Want to tie for the first place with Bai Lingshi? You'll have to pass through me first. Zhao Yin made up his mind. He had made up his mind that after returning to the bloodthirsty camp, he would find a chance to teach Lin Sun a lesson and let Lin Sun thoroughly understand the gap between them. Lin Sun didn't expect that Zhao Yin would hold a grudge against him because of his result in the test. This was absolutely an undeserved disaster. But sometimes, things were just so absurd, full of unexpected changes. You lost, so you owe me a meal of flickering light azure sky wine. Donglu smiled complacently. Song Ling snorted expressionlessly, but his mood was a little complicated. A teenager in the martial realm could kill a second-level elite barbarian soldier. How on earth did he do it? If this matter was spread out, how much of a sensation would it cause? But Song Ling also knew that the achievements of the trainees in the bloodthirsty camp were one of the secrets of the empire. Although they knew it, they could never leak it out. The Warzone assessment that lasted for 3 months came to an end in this way. Some people were eliminated, and some were completely killed in the Demon Cloud Ridge. There were only 42 trainees left. After the military merits were evaluated one by one, the drill masters of the bloodthirsty camp didn't stay any longer. They took the 42 trainees who passed the assessment successfully and left the camp of the Rishar army by warship that evening. On the warship, Shiryu and Ning Meng kept silent, glancing at Lin Sun sitting between them from time to time as if they were looking at a monster. Finally, Lin Sun couldn't stand it anymore and said helplessly, "What on earth do you want to say?" Shiryu coughed dryly and said with no confidence, "Well, I did lose the bet this time, but could the 1,000 gold coins I owe you?" Lin Sun immediately raised his eyebrows. "Do you want to repudiate the debt?" Shiryu shook his head at once. "I don't want to repudiate the debt, but I need some time to raise so much money. You know, it's not a small number. It's equivalent to 100,000 silver coins and 10 million copper coins. With my current authority, it's really difficult to raise so much money in a short time." In the end, he was quite embarrassed. As the third son of Fortune Godshire, it would be really shameful if it was spread out that he couldn't pay the money in the bet. Lin Sun said directly, "It's simple. Sign an IOU and give it to me." Shiryu nodded unwillingly. "That's what I should do." Lin Sun looked at Ning Meng and found that the guy was embarrassed and stammered, "Well, actually," Lin Sun said grumpily, "can you also sign an IOU first?" Ning Meng nodded his head like a chick pecking rice, as if he had received a great reward, and agreed readily. Lin Sun looked at the two guys and felt it was funny. However, he didn't take the bet seriously and didn't want to say anything more. Of course, Lin Sun was very happy to see the two guys suffer a setback in front of him. "By the way, how on earth did you do it?" Ning Meng couldn't help asking. He had kept this doubt in his heart for a long time, but at this moment, he couldn't help asking. Shiryu also looked at him. Lin Sun only said one word: secret, which made the two speechless. Knowing that Lin Sun didn't want to say more, they didn't ask more. A few days later, Lin Sun and other 42 trainees returned to the bloodthirsty camp, but they were not welcomed. As soon as they returned, they were ordered to return to their respective camps. and Dong Lu and other drill masters who were responsible for bringing them back hurried to report to Xianxia. After returning to the camp, Lin Sun went straight to Old Mo's warehouse. The warehouse was empty and silent. Young man was not there, and Old Mo had already left. Standing alone in the warehouse and looking at the familiar things, Lin Sun couldn't help feeling a little upset. After standing in silence for a moment, Lin Sun lay on the chair and unconsciously recalled all kinds of experiences since he entered the bloodthirsty camp. A wave of sleepiness came over him, and Lin Sun closed his eyes. During the 3 months of fierce fighting in the Demon Cloud Ridge, Lin Sun was tense all the time. He fought constantly and got injured constantly. He was almost killed several times. Now as soon as he came back, Lin Sun, who had been exhausted for a long time, had a good sleep when he relaxed his mind. At the same time, in the central camp of the bloodthirsty camp, Xianxia listened to the assessment of the Demon Cloud Ridge patiently, and then said with a slight change of countenance, "Are you sure that the second-level barbarian soldier was killed by Lin Sun himself?" The drill masters who led the trainees to participate in the assessment of the Demon Cloud Ridge all nodded. They didn't know how Lin Sun did it, but they were sure that no overmatch of the Empire had helped Lin Sun in this assessment. Maybe he was just lucky to meet a seriously injured second-level barbarian soldier, Young Ke said casually. Many drill masters nodded, and they also thought so. After all, it was incredible that a teenager in the martial realm killed a second-level barbarian soldier. This was the only explanation that made sense. How could there be such a strong voodoo barbarian in the Demon Cloud Ridge? Xianxia asked another key question. According to Song Ling, the strong water barbarians have a plot, but we don't know what exactly they are after. Dong Lu answered in a low voice. Xianxia frowned and said, "Well, since the assessment is over, it's a little redundant to think about these things. Young Ke, you can sound out Lin Sun when you return to the camp. If he doesn't want to say it, don't force him." Young Ke nodded. "Everyone, the Warzone assessment is over, and there are 42 trainees left. Their training time in the bloodthirsty camp will end in 3 months. Xianxia took a deep breath, and his expression was cold and dignified as he said slowly, "There's only one thing we need to do in this final period of time, and that is to use every method possible to eliminate another 12 students from these 42 students." All the drill masters were stunned and didn't know why. Xianxia quickly gave an explanation, because the gang-producing lake can only accommodate 30 trainees at most. End of chapter 176. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.